Chapter E is this it? I have transcended. Charge! Slay this scoundrel, and you'll be rewarded with 100 gold pieces. 10 beautiful maidens. The scarred giant glared fiercely at the young man before him. His palms tingled with a sense of impending danger. He had presumed that confronting this seemingly frail scholar would be effortless, yet he found himself in a precarious predicament. The scarred man seethed with rage, for this insolent youth had humiliated him, costing him not only the lives of his loyal subordinates but also injuring his own arm. If he failed to subdue this brat today and establish his authority, the formidable leaders within his band would likely contemplate treachery against him. Charge! Kill him! Though the throng of henchmen shouted with bravado, their eyes betrayed their fear. This pale-faced scholar, who appeared harmless, had already incapacitated numerous brothers among them. Had it not been for their leader overseeing the battle from the rear, they would have fled long ago, for the promised reward for slaying this man was indeed substantial. As the old adage goes, a chaotic flurry of punches can fell even the most seasoned master. Surely, if they all rushed at him together, they could easily subdue him. Even if some were to sustain injuries, it would not be themselves, and many of the bandits harbored a sense of reckless optimism. In that perilous moment, the young man found himself utterly bewildered. He glanced around and discovered he was encircled by a dozen individuals. Judging by their menacing glares, things were not looking favorable. Before he could comprehend the situation, the assailants drew closer, brandishing their blades, clubs, and pitchforks, ready to strike. Fear consumed him, and while he instinctively raised the spear in his hand to resist, he felt as though another consciousness had taken control of his body. It was as if he were an observer, watching helplessly as someone else manipulated his movements. This sensation was profoundly strange, yet his mind was blank, leaving no room for further contemplation, as a single misstep could lead to his demise. To his astonishment, he discovered that his reflexes were remarkably swift and his strength had increased significantly, enabling him to fend off the onslaught of his attackers. However, he was acutely aware that his stamina was rapidly depleting. Without assistance, he would soon be overwhelmed. My life is forfeit. How pitiful it is that I, Ren Bao, who has lived with honor and integrity, am destined to be slain by these highwaymen. The young man's body unwittingly spoke aloud. What is happening? I am a bona fide university student. Moreover, I did not venture to Hengdian to film a movie. What on earth is this historical drama unfolding before my eyes? While Wang Xiaobai's consciousness could not govern this body, his thoughts were acutely active. I was struck by a vehicle while crossing the street. Even if I awaken, it should be in a hospital. Yet, this situation is utterly baffling. Could I truly have transcended? The owner of this body is named Ren Bao, name that bears no significance. I have no idea what dynasty I have entered. It is indeed intriguing. Is this what they call soul transmigration? This body evidently still harbors the original owner's consciousness, which complicates matters. Before Wang Xiaobai could continue his musings, an overwhelming wave of regret, defiance, and fury surged through his consciousness, plunging him back into unconsciousness. The bandits watched in anticipation as Wang Xiaobai slowly collapsed, their eyes gleaming with excitement, each taking steps forward, ready to deliver the fatal blow and claim the bounty from their leader. Some of the more cunning bandits cast greedy glances at their comrades, contemplating how to divide the spoils among themselves, thought that brought them displeasure. Fortunately, the formidable leader's presence kept them in check, preventing any rash actions. Do not harm my brothers! Two resounding cries shattered the stillness, instilling fear in the hearts of the bandits, who turned their apprehensive gazes toward the horizon. Thankfully, Wang Xiaobai had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would have been frightened into a faint once more. Just as Wang Xiaobai was about to be butchered, two burly men on horseback arrived, accompanied by 20 to 30 weary attendants, all wielding weapons and exuding an intimidating aura. Flee! The wind is fierce. The bandit leader hastily summoned his loyal followers to retreat. Although their numbers were comparable, they had already engaged in a protracted battle, and some of his subordinates lacked even iron weaponry. How could they possibly confront their adversaries hidden? Seeing their leaders retreat, some astute bandits abandoned their prize, scattering like birds. Yet others, emboldened by greed, harbored thoughts of seizing the young man's head amidst the chaos, believing it would earn them great merit. However, the two robust men were not to be trifled with. In a swift flurry of strikes, the surrounding bandits fell, their heads rolling and blood spraying, proving nearly unbeatable. The remaining bandits, paralyzed by terror, fled in all directions, no longer daring to target the quietly handsome Wang Xiaobai. After dispatching the bandits, the two burly men did not pursue further. Instead, they instructed their subordinates to secure the battlefield and quickly moved to assess Wang Xiaobai's injuries. Upon seeing that he lay unconscious, their faces registered a mix of urgency and concern. Quickly send someone to fetch the finest healer nearby, one of the burly men commanded. Yes. The subordinates, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurried to prepare for the forthcoming medical assistance. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaobai, still in a state of unconsciousness, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As a time traveler from a distant future, his consciousness merely drifted within this new body, perhaps due to the intense longing and attachment he felt for the world before his demise. Consequently, his soul did not dissipate with death but, rather, fortuitously transcended to the critical period of the Han Dynasty. Whether he could leverage his foresight to craft a legendary tale, altering the tumultuous course of history and preventing the chaos wrought by the five barbarians, thereby ensuring the glory of the Han Dynasty, was a matter of great anticipation. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Xiaobai groggily awoke, his eyes fluttering open to the brightness of day. He felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, devoid of the pain he had expected, igniting his curiosity and prompting a flicker of doubt. Chapter 2: The Matter of Rebirth. As he trembled while attempting to sit up, his hand brushed against something soft. The texture is rather pleasant, Wang Xiaobai remarked, smacking his lips. However, when he turned to look more closely, he was taken aback to find a rather comely woman lying beside him. A simultaneous scream echoed through the room. "Oh, who are you? What are you doing? What are you plotting on my bed?" Wang Xiaobai exclaimed, panic etched across his face. It was important to note that he was an innocent young man who had never experienced the intimacies between the sexes. Now, with a naked woman in his bed, his pristine reputation was at stake, and he would not allow her to tarnish his honor. "I am called Shiena, servant sent by my master to warm your bed, fearing that the cold weather might cause you to catch a chill. If you dislike my presence, I shall leave at once," the woman replied gently, her voice soft and melodious, revealing her southern Wu dialect. The bed-warming maid did not press further but shyly lowered her head, hastily adjusting her garments, clearly preparing to exit the room and allow him to rest undisturbed. Initially, he considered playing the role of a virtuous gentleman, urging this woman who threatened his reputation to leave at once. However, his body had other ideas, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed, as this was beyond his control. "The weather is chilly outside. You might as well remain in bed and rest. I need to step out for some fresh air." Wang Xiaobai calmly suppressed his boldest urges and slowly rose, preparing to escape this unfamiliar place. To his embarrassment, he found that only ancient garments adorned the bedside, lacking his beloved red tank top and shorts. Nevertheless, he resolved to don the clothing first. After all, if this were a trap set by someone, he would be in dire straits. Besides, had he not already suffered enough from previous traps? He hastily attempted to dress, but while the garments appeared simple, wearing them proved to be quite a challenge. As a novice, he fumbled awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment, and beads of sweat began to form. Could it be that I am unwell? No, this cannot be. It is merely an illusion. Fortunately, the maid accompanying him recognized his predicament, swiftly dressing herself before coming to assist Wang Xiaobai. His head spun, but he resigned himself to her help as she donned his attire. Once everything was in order, the maid hurriedly exited the room. Wang Xiaobai felt a surge of dread within him. It was evident that a group of con artists had laid a trap to ensnare him. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered why the woman had chosen to flee. Shouldn't she have been caught in the act? This perplexity left him utterly astonished. He found himself in a state of confusion, but quickly shook off the disorientation, stretching his limbs and surveying his surroundings. To his astonishment, he was surrounded by ancient decor and artifacts, which filled him with a sense of wonder. Could it be that I truly suffered a brain injury from that car accident, and now exist in a state of mental disarray? Wang Xiaobai questioned his own sanity. After all, surviving such a grave accident and regaining mobility was no trifling matter. Or perhaps I have traversed time to the ancient past due to the accident, he mused. This realization led him to understand the necessity of discretion. Otherwise, if he were perceived as a monster, he might once again face death. He resolved to act inconspicuously, prioritizing the preservation of his life above all else. What? The elder brother has awakened. Quick, summon the third brother. A voice reverberated in his ears, even though the speaker had yet to address him directly. Then, he beheld the jubilant faces of two middle-aged men, who approached him with expressions of relief. Elder brother, you have finally awakened. Seeing you safe brings me immense comfort. If it weren't for your bravery in coming to our aid, I fear we would have perished at the hands of the mountain bandits. Wang Xiaobai felt two robust arms constricting around him, making it difficult to breathe. To alleviate the awkwardness of not knowing them, he feigned a cough, prompting the two men to reluctantly release their hold. He cast a sidelong glance at the two middle-aged men, attempting to dredge up any semblance of memory. Just then, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, causing a cacophony in his head and leaving him dizzy, leading him to faint once more. Quickly, fetch a healer. One of the burly men commanded his servant. Understood. The other robust man's earlier joy evaporated, replaced by anxiety, fearful that his elder brother might encounter further misfortune. Although the two men appeared rather uncouth, their demeanor towards the healer was imbued with deep respect, their actions conveying reverence that was refreshing. This served as a reminder that one should not judge by appearances. After dutifully escorting the healer out of the house, their worry became palpable. One remarked, "Since the day we swore brotherhood with him, he has taken exceptional care of us. It was during the encounter with the bandits that he selflessly risked his life to protect us, resulting in his grievous injuries. We must ensure he awakens safely." Indeed, our elder brother will surely recover. Remember, this is the renowned healer Huatua with him present. No ailment is insurmountable. Moreover, elder brother has always enjoyed robust health, so there should be no cause for alarm. Furthermore, we can never repay the immense kindness he has shown us. Caring for him is our duty. After a brief whispered conversation, the two men departed, prioritizing their elder brother's need for rest and recovery. At this moment, Wang Xiaobai was besieged by a splitting headache, and he was now utterly convinced that he had indeed transmigrated. Perhaps the heavens, recognizing that he had yet to savor the joys of youth, had bestowed upon him this rare opportunity. However, Wang Xiaobai dared not dwell on such thoughts. He could only silently pray for safety, as the consciousness of the original owner of the body gradually resurfaced. It was evident that after sustaining severe injuries, Wang Xiaobai's consciousness had taken precedence. Yet, the original owner was clearly more attuned to this body, resulting in a struggle for control. Wang Xiaobai, a mere university student lacking physical prowess, found himself in a situation far beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, in the interest of his own survival, he fought valiantly against the encroachment of the original owner's consciousness.
Chapter 3. Sadness flows back like a river. Who are you, exactly? Why does your consciousness reside here? Return my body, you despicable, shameless, and insidious little wretch. The original owner roared in fury. Wang Xiaobai remained silent, terrified of revealing his identity, and merely braced himself against the onslaught from the body's rightful owner. As Wang Xiaobai's consciousness gradually dimmed, he sensed that he was no match for the original owner's awareness. After all, as an interloper, he could not navigate this unfamiliar realm with ease. It seemed that everything was left to fate. After uttering this thought, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, unbeknownst to the unconscious Wang Xiaobai. His consciousness had, in an instant, emitted a brilliant and dazzling light, which caused the original owner's awareness to dissipate significantly. Astonishingly, Wang Xiaobai's consciousness began to actively devour that of the original owner. It remained uncertain whether the original awareness had been entirely obliterated or lay dormant within his mind. But one thing was for certain. Vigilance was imperative at all times. At this moment, Wang Xiaobai remained exceedingly cautious. Through the absorption of fragmented memories from the original owner, he discovered that he had indeed traversed to the late Eastern Han Dynasty. While his thoughts drifted back to the moments before his journey, the tale's origin must be traced back 3 days prior. In a public setting, a fashionably dressed young woman coldly declared, "You are a good person. Let us part ways." Her demeanor exuded arrogance, clearly dismissing the young man before her. "Why?" he stammered, seemingly incredulous at this outcome. Though handsome, it was apparent that he was naive to the ways of the world. "Why? Do you possess no self-awareness at all? During our school years, I could disregard everything for love, but upon graduation, what do you have to offer me? Nothing. How can you provide me with a sense of security?" she retorted mercilessly. Upon hearing this, the young man's head, once filled with indignation, slowly drooped. He had a myriad of words he wished to express, yet the confidence that had once surged within him seemed to seep away with each of her remarks, leaving him momentarily powerless to counter her. "You are right. I have nothing to give you, and my love for you should grant you freedom. Let us part ways, and I hope you will not regret it," he replied haltingly. His expression was laden with anguish, his mind a cacophony of thoughts, as if the world around him had come to a standstill. The young woman had anticipated a tumultuous farewell, yet found that things unfolded far too smoothly for her liking, a result she secretly yearned for. The words spoken by the young man no longer held any significance to her. Without uttering another word, she clutched her handbag tightly and fled the scene, which had become somewhat awkward for her. As she departed, a wave of wistfulness washed over her. She and her boyfriend had first met during military training at the beginning of their freshman year. Instantly captivated by one another, over the course of 4 years, they had shared countless moments of joy, but also endured their share of bittersweet experiences. Everyone had believed they would continue their journey together. Yet as graduation approached, she had initiated the breakup with an unwavering resolve, showing no mercy. Despite a tinge of reluctance in her heart, the thought of her boyfriend's lack of wealth, a home, a car, left her feeling insecure, solidifying her decision. Moreover, with friends and confidants urging her to end the relationship, she grew increasingly convinced that her choice was nothing short of sagacious. Reinforcing this notion, she quickened her pace, determined that her future partner must meet her demands, a dowry of 500,000, along with 2 sets of property and vehicles. Only then could she honor the sacrifices her parents had made to raise her. Meanwhile, the heartbroken young man sat dazed on the ground, unable to fathom that his girlfriend of 4 years had so resolutely chosen to end their relationship. At that moment, something fell from his grasp, and a kind passerby picked it up and handed it back to him. Tears blurred his vision as he focused on the object in his hand. It was the ring he had meticulously chosen for her the previous day. A token of his affection, now rendered meaningless by the day's events. "Thank you," he stammered, accepting the ring with trembling hands. "Brother, take it easy. Why hang yourself on a single tree? There are plenty of fish in the sea," a middle-aged man advised, observing the ring box and the tear-streaked face of the young man. The young man remained silent, expressionless as he wiped away his tears, straightened his clothes, and walked back to school as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to his empty dormitory, he sat silently on the chair. His roommates had all found suitable jobs and secured housing near their workplaces. The phone rang with a series of chimes. "Hey, Xiaobai, let us gather at our usual spot the day after tomorrow. Bring your girlfriend along for a farewell dinner. I might have other plans. Come on, stop with the excuses. It's on me." He quietly set down the phone, feeling increasingly weighed down by the gravity of his situation. Indeed, the young man was none other than Wang Xiaobai, a senior at Wadaiku Railway Technical Institute. Although his major was in grassland economic management, it did not hinder his passion for history, as he was well versed in the annals of time. From the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties to the Ming, Qing, and Republic eras. Yet this knowledge proved futile, as graduation loomed. He remained a mere commoner, hailing from an ordinary family and living an unremarkable life. This encapsulated the first half of his existence. By the time he neared graduation, he realized that his chosen field was rather unpromising. Akin to a major in postnatal care for pigs, both were considered rather trivial, offering scarce opportunities for a prosperous career. Despite his deep regret, he found himself with no recourse. Chapter 4. The Despair of Poverty. Thus, Wang Xiaobai bore no resentment toward his parents for not striving to elevate him to the ranks of the wealthy elite. The mere act of bringing him into the world and nurturing him to adulthood was a monumental blessing for which he felt immense gratitude. He had envisioned a future of joint endeavors with his girlfriend, never to be separated, but once she became aware of his family's circumstances, she grew increasingly withdrawn, initiating contact less and less. He sensed that trouble was brewing. Wang Xiaobai had spent the entirety of the previous day selecting a ring for her, hoping to offer her a promise, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Reality had dealt him a harsh blow. He too had found a mundane job, akin to countless others, earning a modest salary each month. However, his meager earnings failed to afford him the means to purchase a car or a home, leaving him unable to provide his girlfriend with the security she sought, ultimately leading to the dissolution of their relationship. Wang Xiaobai did not blame his girlfriend. Rather, he lamented his own impotence. Had he utilized his 4 years in college to diligently study and acquire the necessary knowledge and skills, he might have avoided such a predicament. Though he held no one accountable for his plight, he felt an overwhelming sense of despondence. At that moment, he wished to escape from everything and made his way to the campus store to purchase a case of beer. Seeking to numb his senses with alcohol, he stealthily concealed the beer in his backpack, anxious to avoid detection by the dormitory supervisor. Fortunately, he evaded her watchful eye and quickly locked the door behind him. Preparing to indulge in activities known only to himself. In truth, Wang Xiaobai was not fond of beer. Since childhood, he had preferred sweet fruit beers, often puzzled by the popularity of beer among others. Now, he finally understood. After consuming enough beer, one could experience a euphoric sensation. The originally bitter liquid transformed into something remarkably sweet, providing a temporary escape from all troubles, a soothing balm for his aching heart. Wang Xiaobai questioned himself 1,000 times, yet the empty dormitory echoed with silence. As he became tipsy, he found himself weeping like a child, releasing emotions that had long been suppressed. Wang Xiaobai consistently reminded himself that as a man, he was an adult and should not reveal his tears to anyone. Yet today, he could no longer contain his profound sorrow. Memories of his time with his girlfriend flooded back, engulfing him in an abyss of grief. Time slipped away gradually, and the once radiant sun began to dim, heralding the approach of twilight. Amidst his haze, Wang Xiaobai suddenly recalled that when he first entered university, he had not followed his true inclinations and pursued a history major. Instead, he had opted for the current finance program. With a natural aversion to mathematics, the inclusion of subjects such as accounting, statistics, and financial management only exacerbated his struggles. He had once aspired to excel in his studies. Yet he found it challenging to keep pace with the instructor's lectures. As he bent down to pick up a pen during class, he inadvertently missed a crucial statement from the teacher, causing him to fall behind in the lesson. Wang Xiaobai deeply regretted his 4 years of university life, lamenting why he had so easily given up without striving for excellence, failing to motivate himself to become a better version of himself, which had led him to his current predicament. He vowed that if given the chance to return to university at the beginning of the semester, he would refrain from pursuing romantic relationships and would cherish this hard-won opportunity for learning, dedicating himself to self-improvement and personal growth. When Wang Xiaobai groggily rose from his bed and glanced at his phone, he realized it was already evening, which jolted his muddled mind into clarity. It seemed that he was supposed to join his roommates for dinner outside the school tonight, and he guessed they might be growing impatient. They must be waiting for me, Wang Xiaobai murmured to himself. Although there were no missed calls on his phone, as a person of great integrity, he felt a twinge of guilt. He hurriedly dressed and tidied himself up before rushing out of the dormitory, eager to participate in the evening's dining event. Poor Wang Xiaobai suddenly recalled that the time they had agreed upon with his roommates was actually the night after tomorrow. As he walked along the road, he couldn't help but quicken his pace, worried that his roommates might be waiting too long for him. At that moment, he realized his clothes were actually on inside out. Changing in the middle of the street was impractical. But fortunately, the darkness of the evening masked this small detail, causing a faint blush to rise to his cheeks. Wang Xiaobai quickly veered away from the streetlight and stepped into a dark corner where no one seemed to notice his oddity, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As he approached the road, however, the inebriated Wang Xiaobai remained in a dazed state, oblivious to the peril of sneaking across the street. Just as he boldly strode across the road, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten that the meeting time with his roommates was set for the night after tomorrow. Not tonight. It appeared he had indeed indulged a bit too much in drink, causing him to completely forget their agreed-upon schedule. Wang Xiaobai attempted to calm his chaotic thoughts. The unexpected breakup with his girlfriend had thrown him into turmoil, and he could only imagine how embarrassing it would be when his roommates learned of the situation. Thankfully, he had a day or two to regain his composure. Wang Xiaobai, usually a composed and meticulous individual, found himself utterly flustered by the sudden turn of events regarding his girlfriend, a true testament to the trials one faces in matters of the heart. Having contemplated everything, he resolved to turn back, yet he failed to notice the speeding vehicles around him, all honking loudly as if chastising him for his disregard of traffic rules. Wang Xiaobai was typically a law-abiding citizen, never running a red light, but today, for reasons unknown, he navigated the bustling street with careless abandon. The black sedan, initially believing Wang Xiaobai had safely crossed, was taken by surprise when he unexpectedly reversed his course. The driver, a fellow university student and a senior like Wang Xiaobai, swallowed hard. He had taken the family car out in hopes of impressing his girlfriend, but now, an unexpected pedestrian was complicating his plans. Chapter 5. A tragic crossing. Watch out! Turn back! The driver's voice was hoarse as he shouted at Wang Xiaobai, desperately trying to alert him to the impending danger. Yet, in his daze, Wang Xiaobai seemed entranced, oblivious to the warning as he fixated on returning to campus. The young driver slammed on the brakes, but due to a lack of experience, in a moment of panic, he mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead, with disastrous consequences. Wang Xiaobai was hurled several meters away, and fortunately, the driver did not flee the scene. In a flurry of activity, he managed to bring the car to a halt by the roadside, quickly dialing for emergency medical services and the police before rushing over to check on the victim. The driver had lost all interest in chastising Wang Xiaobai for his reckless behavior. Instead, he silently prayed for his safety, hoping not to bear the burden of a manslaughter charge. However, when he beheld Wang Xiaobai lying in a pool of blood, the severity of his injuries became painfully apparent. In such a critical moment, the driver felt too frightened to assist Wang Xiaobai and could only pace anxiously in place. At that moment, onlookers gathered, their expressions filled with shock as they witnessed the scene. Is there a doctor? Someone help! The driver exclaimed helplessly. At that moment, he yearned for a miraculous savior to swoop down and resolve the crisis. But alas, the dramatic rescues of films seldom occur in reality. It seemed that Wang Xiaobai might not survive much longer. Perhaps it would be wise to contact a funeral home. Such arrogant drivers. They never pay attention to pedestrians. One onlooker exclaimed, I got splashed with mud by a car last time it rained. Though bystanders expressed sympathy for Wang Xiaobai, they did nothing to help, while the innocent driver anxiously awaited the arrival of the ambulance. Wang Xiaobai's consciousness was fading fast. He felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. And despite his drowsiness, a primal instinct for survival surged within him. Though he had just endured a breakup, his parents still depended on him to fulfill his filial duties. If he were to perish at this moment, how devastated would his parents be? He struggled to rise from the ground, but each attempt ended in failure. His body was too weak. He sensed that his organs had shifted, yet he was powerless to act, which only deepened his despair. The anxious driver, noticing Wang Xiaobai's slow movements, urged him, Your injuries are severe. It's best to lie still and wait for the paramedics. Please don't try to get up. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaobai took stock of his condition and decided to remain still, abandoning any thoughts of rising. As time passed, he felt warmth dissipating from his body, leaving behind an abyss of regret. How could he have been so careless today, when he had always prided himself on being cautious? The thought of unfulfilled years ahead weighed heavily on his heart, as he faced the prospect of departing this world prematurely. This is truly my own doing. Wang Xiaobai lamented. He could feel himself drifting into a stupor, his spirit waning. He sensed his soul gradually separating from his body, as if a colossal vortex in the heavens sought to draw him in. Instinctively, he struggled against this pull, but to no avail. In his hazy consciousness, he thought he heard the sirens of an approaching ambulance, but it was too late. His awareness was already being consumed by the vortex. Is this how I am destined to descend into the underworld? Was the last thought that lingered in Wang Xiaobai's mind. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xiaobai's consciousness stirred from its reverie. Through the remnants of the original owner's memories, he vaguely grasped the era in which he now resided. It was the waning period of Emperor Ling of Han's reign. However, the 10 eunuchs, led by Zhang Rang, wielded absolute power over the Han dynasty. The emperor's incompetence had led to rampant corruption, and the year was approximately the 5th year of the Zhongping era. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had long been quelled, yet the remnants of the insurgents had reignited. And the decaying Han dynasty was unable to restore order, with warlords rising across the land. Though the Han dynasty still claimed dominion over this territory, in secret, the powerful families had seized military power following the suppression of the Yellow Turbans. Even Emperor Lu Hong was compelled to establish the 8 commanders of the Western Garden to solidify his authority. The body Wang Xiaobai inhabited belonged to a man named Zhang Bao. Though his name never appeared in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Wang Xiaobai was well aware of Zhang Bao's prowess. Historically, Zhang Bao was noted for his bravery and exceptional skills in both strategy and combat. Even the famed Lu Su had pondered whether to ally with Sun Quan of Jiangdong or Zhang Bao of Lujiang, ultimately being persuaded by Zhou Yu to join the Eastern Wu faction. At the zenith of his power, Zhang Bao had dominated Chao Lake for many years, instilling fear throughout Yangzhou. However, Wang Xiaobai, tapping into Zhang Bao's memories, discovered that he was currently in a state of utter destitution, with his only recent accomplishment being the acquaintance of 2 wandering heroes, one named Zhang Duo and the other Su Qian. During their travels, they had been ambushed by bandits. It was Zhang Bao's valiant resistance that saved their lives. But he had succumbed to unconsciousness after the battle, providing Wang Xiaobai's spirit an opportunity to seize control. Wang Xiaobai wondered if he had inherited Zhang Bao's robust physique and exceptional martial skills. If so, in this chaotic era, these attributes would surely suffice for survival and prosperity. Moreover, with his understanding of history, he could navigate this tumultuous world, ensuring his own safety while attaining greater wealth and glory. Wang Xiaobai murmured to himself, despite having been an ordinary person in his previous life, he harbored the seeds of ambition and a yearning to achieve greatness. However, he had never been fond of physical exercise since childhood, and his fondness for computer screens had rendered his eyesight inadequate, leaving him with no opportunity to enlist in the military. Now that he had traversed to the tumultuous late Eastern Han period, how could he fail to make a significant mark and justify the divine opportunity bestowed upon him? He restrained his thoughts from dwelling on how his family in that bygone era would cope with his demise. He could scarcely bear to envision the grief of his elderly parents in his absence. Chapter 6. Zhang Bao's ambition. Wang Xiaobai gradually sat up in bed, then slowly descended to the floor. Stretching his limbs. At this moment, he finally felt in command of this body. The first time he awoke, his consciousness had been unable to control his physical movements, which left him somewhat disoriented. It appeared that this physique was indeed quite robust. As he pondered, two burly men heard the commotion and hurried into the room. Upon seeing their elder brother exercising, they released a sigh of relief. "Elder brother, you've only just recovered. It is unwise to move about. You should rest in bed for a few more days," said the dark-faced man. "The third brother speaks wisely. Elder brother, you must prioritize your recovery," added the other. "Not to worry, I am nearly restored. I've been conserving my strength these past few days, so there is no need for concern," Wang Xiaobai replied, imitating the tone of Zheng Bao as he remembered it. "This time, we owe our safety to elder brother's timely intervention. What nonsense is this? As sworn brothers, we are bound together in life and death. How could I abandon you?" Wang Xiaobai feigned anger. "Indeed, elder brother speaks truthfully. From now on, we shall follow your lead, and whatever you command, we shall obey without question." After an earnest exchange, Wang Xiaobai finally understood that these two individuals were his sworn brothers, Zhang Duo and Su Qian. Their martial skills were relatively similar, yet it was evident that both were brawny men with limited intellect. Thankfully, their recent brush with death had forged an unwavering loyalty to Zheng Bao, bestowing upon Wang Xiaobai two steadfast bodyguards, which significantly eased his mind. Once their conversation concluded, Wang Xiaobai's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He had resolved to carve out a monumental legacy in this era rife with heroes. Based on his preliminary understanding, the three brothers commanded a considerable number of servants. If they could organize them and launch a campaign against the bandits of Chaohu, they could rightfully occupy the region and emerge as a notable warlord. Of course, he could also use substantial wealth to bribe the 10 attendants to secure a title. This year, under the aegis of Emperor Ling, they wielded unparalleled power, engaging in corrupt practices. This presented a golden opportunity for him. He could first acquire an official title, then, under the guise of the imperial mandate, eradicate the bandits, thus achieving both legitimacy and tangible benefits, a truly advantageous arrangement. In his memory, the region of Yangzhou during the late Han was a lawless expanse, dominated by local warlords, lacking unified command. As long as he could navigate this treacherous landscape, survive, and grow stronger, becoming the lord of Yangzhou was not beyond reach. As for future developments after assuming control, he chose not to dwell on them. As he currently possessed neither troops nor provisions, it was prudent to first establish a solid foundation. Wang Xiaobai was acutely aware of a significant disadvantage in assuming this body. He was not of noble lineage and had no ties to the imperial family, which would undoubtedly render his path fraught with challenges. That night proved to be another sleepless one, as his sworn brothers indulged him to drunkenness. In his previous life, he had a low tolerance for alcohol, but he discovered that in this era, the potency of the liquor was mild, and this healthy physique allowed him to merely feel tipsy. Upon returning to his room, his mind raced. To think that he had inexplicably traversed to this grand epoch without the influence of a hidden hand was something he found hard to believe. Chapter 7. A brief trial. Wang Xiaobai enjoyed a peaceful slumber, and although he possessed an immense advantage in knowing the historical narrative, translating theory into practice was not something a mere university student could accomplish. He believed that with his knowledge of history and the wisdom of others, he could secure a place in the impending chaos of the late Han. 10 days later, he resolved, from this day forth, I shall cast aside the name Wang Xiaobai. I am Zheng Bao, and Zheng Bao is me. It was time to bid farewell to his former self in this tumultuous era of the late Eastern Han. Only by fully immersing himself in the present could he hope to survive. After 10 days of recuperation, Zheng Bao's health was entirely restored. Upon noticing the weapons laid out in the courtyard, he felt a sudden urge to try them. Enough of this. I must give it a go. He seized a spear from the rack and, recalling the techniques from his memory, began to practice. Despite this being his first encounter with weaponry, the familiarity from his past life allowed him to wield the spear effortlessly. Elder brother's martial prowess far exceeds that of either of us, Zhang Duo remarked, a smile breaking across his face as he observed the lively Zheng Bao. Indeed, otherwise how could we, mere mortals, be sworn brothers with such a remarkable figure? Su Qian added, scratching his head in a bewildered manner. Seeing the two approach, Zheng Bao halted his practice and addressed them. I am immensely grateful for your attentive care during my recovery. I hardly know how to express my thanks. Such kindness is merely our duty. Elder brothers should not be so polite. We are brothers bound by life and death. Zhang Duo insisted. Today, we must revel in a feast to celebrate elder brother's recovery. Su Qian exclaimed joyously. Naturally, I have matters to discuss with you both. Zhang Bao concurred with Su Qian's proposal. As the three settled at the table, it was evident that Zhang Duo and Su Qian were burly men, while their elder brother Zhang Bao, despite his formidable skills, appeared notably lean, even exuding an air of scholarly refinement today. After several rounds of drinking, Zhang Bao inquired, "What plans do you two have for the future?" "Everything hinges upon elder brother's guidance," Su Qian replied, slightly inebriated yet deeply appreciative of Zhang Bao's life-saving intervention. Zhang Duo chimed in. "With the common folk in dire straits since the Yellow Turban Rebellion, peace seems an unattainable dream. We wish to live in tranquility, yet the path is fraught with challenges. What are elder brother's thoughts?" "The world is in turmoil. Remnants of the Yellow Turbans are resurgent, bandits are rampant, warlords across various states hoard power, while the court is entangled with the Ten Attendants in governance. Externally, the Chong and Hu tribes wreak havoc, making suppression nearly impossible. The Han Dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse. In such chaotic times, one must strive to achieve merit and secure a legacy. Would you two be willing to join me in this grand endeavor?" Zhang Bao passionately declared. His final words ignited the ambitions of the two men, for as true men, who would not wish to bring glory to their family name and secure a legacy? They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their expressions, and exclaimed, "We are but simple folk, fortunate to have elder brother accept us as brothers. Since you harbor such noble aspirations, we shall lend our unwavering support." Zhang Bao was pleasantly surprised by how easily he had persuaded Su Qian and Zhang Duo. Although these two were historically insignificant and currently only existed as wandering heroes, their allegiance was invaluable to him. He then laid bare his ambitions, carefully concealing certain ulterior motives. The two brothers found Zhang Bao's plan sound, and thus they resolved to gather their resources to train their servants and build their own armed force. Of course, this was merely the first step in Zhang Bao's grand scheme. He had no intention of seizing Chaohu just yet. The authority of the Han Dynasty remained unchallenged, and he needed the court's endorsement before he could truly act. Therefore, exterminating the bandits was not aimed at territorial expansion, but rather to amass sufficient wealth to bribe the 10 attendants. Though Zhang Duo and Su Qian did not fully comprehend why their elder brother intended to employ such dubious means to seek power, they were now wholeheartedly committed to Zhang Bao's cause, making it exceedingly difficult to withdraw. The three men wasted no time. The following day, they pooled their finances to train the youth, and while they were not a wealthy household, possessing land and tenants in this era placed them among the lower echelons of the aristocracy. After all, those common folk who possess not even a patch of land, struggling daily with hunger and cold, are devoid of any semblance of dignity. Zhang Bao and his companions number nearly 150 individuals, though this endeavor is conducted discreetly. Presently, Lu Kong, the governor of Lujiang County, is unwaveringly loyal to the court, and he would certainly not tolerate any force that defies the authority of the imperial government beneath his very nose. "Brother, if we train these individuals, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of the local authorities, resulting in an outcome contrary to our intentions," Zhang Duo expressed with some vexation. "If we disguise these people as mountain bandits, I am confident the local officials would dare not intervene," Zhang Bao declared fiercely. He was no longer the Na'vi University student of yore. He now comprehended that to achieve greatness, one must resort to certain unscrupulous strategies. "Although we masquerade as mountain thieves, we shall not plunder the local populace. Once we are well trained, we shall turn our sights on the true bandits and reclaim the wealth they have extorted from the people." "Brother, you are astute." Zhang Duo and Su Qian, being free-spirited individuals, readily supported Zhang Bao's scheme upon learning of it. The trio then set out to locate a mountain stronghold to serve as their base. Zhang Bao was brimming with confidence until he discovered that advantageous terrains were predominantly occupied by bandits, which dampened his spirits. "What shall we do, brother?" Su Qian inquired innocently. "Since these areas are already under the control of local bandits, we might as well feign allegiance to them and seize the opportunity to strike back, perhaps yielding even better results," Zhang Duo suggested. "Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Those who aspire to achieve great things must not be overly concerned with trifles." Zhang Bao, reluctantly compelled, resolved to adopt such a tactic. Chapter 8. Planning for the future. Fortunately, the 150 individuals under their command were already well trained. They would at least be evenly matched against these bandits, and with the application of some cunning strategies, the bandits would be no match for them. The encampment ahead is known as Nutuzhai. It was there that they injured our 3 brothers last time. I have gathered intelligence that there are approximately 300 individuals inside, led by a man named Li Ping, who delights in robbing passers-by. Zhang Duo pointed ahead. I have heard they often abduct local citizens to serve as laborers in their stronghold. Due to the terrain, the authorities have repeatedly attempted to eradicate them but have been unsuccessful, leaving them to operate freely. We shall strike first to avenge our grievances, Su Qian declared fiercely. There is no need for haste. Third brother, I in a place notorious for its wickedness, we must eliminate this scourge, but we must also prepare thoroughly to minimize our losses, Zhang Bao asserted. He understood that with merely 150 men, they could not confront a stronghold defended by 300 individuals head-on. Thus, he intended to gather more intelligence before devising a plan. It appeared that this bandit leader, Li Ping, was avaricious and lecherous. If they posed as a passing merchant caravan, they would surely bait him. We have utilized most of our funds to forge suitable weapons, and we possess no surplus gold or jewels. Su Qian scratched his head. We need only to feign our intentions, but to be cautious, we must set traps to ensure the complete annihilation of this bandit group, Zhang Bao replied confidently. After more than half a month of training, the assembled group of over 150 able-bodied men were now capable of wielding swords. Although their actual skills had not significantly improved, their morale was at its zenith. Zhang Bao had initially hoped to train them longer, but the local authorities had begun to take notice of their movements, leaving him no choice but to press onward for his grand aspirations. Of course, Zhang Bao did not employ the military training methods of later times to instruct these men. As such practices would appear exceedingly peculiar, he wished to avoid being regarded as a monstrous figure. Although these men had never seen battle, they had followed him faithfully for years, and Zhang Bao was confident in their readiness for this well-prepared confrontation. On the following afternoon, as the weather grew warm during the month of February, when spring blossoms and all things awaken, a caravan slowly traversed the mountainous terrain, laden with heavy goods. The leader, Zhang Bao, meticulously adorned for the occasion, ambled along with his 2 or 3 dozen unguarded followers, the weight of the cargo leaving deep ruts in the path they traversed. That moment, Zhang Bao keenly sensed that their party was being observed. He refrained from displaying any unusual behavior, fully aware that they were nearing Nutuzhai, and those observing were undoubtedly spies from the bandits. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had instructed his men to don northern attire. Given the depth of these ruts and their northern garb, these individuals are quite audacious, showing no regard for our Nutuzhai. Yes, once we return, we shall report to the chief that today we can return laden with spoils. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Bao perceived that the ominous presence had dissipated. Realizing that the spies had returned to report, he tightened his grip on the spear, knowing that the bandits could strike at any moment. This merchant caravan is utterly oblivious. This area has been our Nutuzhai territory for miles. I shall impart a severe lesson to them, Li Ping exclaimed, thumping the table. Gather 200 men and follow me to plunder. Yes, Li Ping had his beloved steed brought to him, reveling in the thought of capturing this plump target to secure his fortune for months to come. Chapter 9. Capturing Nutuzhai. Observing the 200 men at his disposal, Li Ping felt a surge of confidence. With these brothers by his side, his means of survival was secure. It seemed their travel route would take them through a thicket, an ideal ambush site. Li Ping declared excitedly. The chief is exceptionally wise. His subordinates quickly flattered him. Thus, for the sake of caution, they concealed themselves within the thicket, patiently awaiting the arrival of their unsuspecting prey. Zhang Bao's caravan did not disappoint, finally arriving at the small grove as the sun began to set. Prepare to strike. Li Ping kicked the slumbering subordinate at his feet. The drowsy figure, initially intent on discovering the source of the disturbance, trembled upon seeing the stern expression on his leader's face, hastily grasping his weapon. However, recognizing the gravity of the moment, Li Ping chose not to dwell on the matter. Attack? Charge. Zhang Bao had anticipated the bandits would strike in this thicket, knowing that merchant caravans from distant lands could easily become disoriented. What the bandits did not expect was that Zhang Bao's men were far more familiar with the terrain than they were. In that critical moment, Zhang Bao brandished his spear, charging at the bandits. Li Ping, recognizing Zhang Bao as the leader of the caravan, understood that capturing him would lead to the downfall of the entire group. Confident in his martial prowess, Li Ping, armed with a blade in one hand and urging his steed onward with the other, surged toward Zhang Bao without hesitation. Zhang Bao, unfazed by Li Ping's aggressive approach, remained composed as he wielded his spear to fend off the surrounding bandits, minimizing the risk of ambush. Clang, clang, clang. Li Ping struck thrice, expecting Zhang Bao to falter, yet was astonished to find his opponent unflinching and steady. This surprised him, for it was rare to encounter someone who could withstand his attacks. Zhang Bao, equally astonished, had considered himself a formidable fighter. However, as the two engaged fervently, his caravan showed no signs of hesitation. They abandoned their heavy carts and formed a defensive circle to repel the bandit assault. The bandits, believing their numerical superiority would allow them to effortlessly overpower the merchants, were met with fierce resistance and suffered significant losses due to their overconfidence. Inciting both anger and trepidation among them, as they focused intently on surrounding the caravan, they suddenly noticed flames erupting around the entire thicket, plunging them into panic. A greedy subordinate, seizing a steel blade, pried open one of the carts only to discover it was filled with stones rather than the anticipated gold and jewels. "Chief, we have fallen into a trap. There are no treasures here. Only stones. They must have disguised themselves as officials to lure us," the subordinate exclaimed in a state of alarm. Upon hearing this, the bandits' morale crumbled instantaneously. Their greatest fear had been realized, an ambush by the authorities, revealing the ruse for what it truly was. If a large contingent of soldiers were to besiege them here, escape would be utterly impossible, prompting many to abandon their desire to join the caravan and instead opt for retreat. Li Ping and Zhang Bao were locked in a fierce stalemate. Yet they were taken aback to discover that the adversaries within were cunning soldiers in disguise, igniting his fury. Helplessly witnessing his men scatter in flight, he could only bellow in desperation, urging them to regain their composure and retreat in an orderly fashion. However, the bandits displayed abysmal discipline. While they thrived in favorable conditions, the moment they learned of the soldiers' encirclement, chaos ensued, and they fled in disarray. Li Ping recognized that this was not the time for rash decisions. Casting a fierce glare at Zhang Bao as he resolved to lead his men in retreat. Chapter 10. The intense battle at Nyoto village. Yet, lurking in ambush for an entire day were Su Qian and Zhang Duo, who were determined not to let Li Ping escape. They united their forces to intercept him, but to their surprise, Li Ping's steed, a swift green horse, saved him, allowing him to flee from danger. Zhang Bao's countenance bore no trace of victory, for he understood that the crux of this operation was not merely to vanquish these bandits, but to capture their leader, Li Ping, thereby ensuring the successful takeover of Nyoto village. He solemnly declared, "Let us unite our forces and focus solely on capturing Li Ping." Zhang Duo and Su Qian, aware of the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and hastily led their troops in pursuit. As Li Ping glanced back at his pursuers, he dared not take a breath, consumed by regret over his folly, blinded by the allure of gold and jewels. Tomorrow, he would face significant losses among his brothers, and his strength would be severely diminished. However, he was fortunate to have salvaged his life. He vowed silently that this grievance must be avenged. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao, observing Li Ping grow increasingly distant, felt a rising urgency within him. Failing to capture Li Ping today would render their efforts futile, a scenario he was determined to avoid. Li Ping, recognizing the growing distance from his pursuers, understood that his life was likely spared today, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, to his utter astonishment, another group appeared ahead, heightening his anxiety. Had the imperial soldiers already set a trap here, weaving a net to ensnare him? He internally lamented. But upon closer inspection, he realized this was not a detachment of soldiers at all. Just as he began to relax, he discovered that this group was led by his sworn rival, the chieftain of a neighboring bandit faction with whom he had long-standing territorial disputes. Li Ping inwardly cursed his misfortune. Having just escaped one peril, he now found himself ensnared by the schemes of his foe. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and addressed the leader of the rival band. "Although we have had our share of conflicts in the past, the soldiers pursue us from behind. We should join forces to eradicate this common threat and safeguard our interests." The burly leader, however, did not acquiesce to Li Ping's proposal but instead laughed menacingly. "It is you who seeks to escape today. How much do you think your head is worth in gold and jewels?" It was evident that the newcomer had nefarious intentions. The burly leader had no intention of aiding them against Zhang Bao's advance, but rather sought to leverage this opportunity to extort Li Ping for greater gain. "You shall not take advantage of my plight," Li Ping retorted, his frustration mounting. "Submit to our bandit faction, and I may consider offering you a position of influence. Otherwise, you shall find escape impossible today." The burly leader clearly underestimated the defeated Li Ping, believing fortune favored him this day. "You are crossing the line." Li Ping, despite his current predicament, was resolute as a chieftain and would not succumb to the dismal fate that awaited him should he yield power. As he spoke, he prepared to execute a surprise breakout from the burly leader's encirclement. "You truly do not know your place. Today, I shall claim your head." The burly leader was taken aback by Li Ping's defiance. The two factions clashed violently. Li Ping had shed all reservations, aware that his life was already forfeit. Having narrowly escaped encirclement, he was now faced with an old adversary, and he fought with unbridled ferocity. The burly leader was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated a battle today, and had brought only a small contingent, which began to falter under the onslaught of Li Ping's determined fighters. Filling him with unease, Chapter 11. The turnaround. Zhang Bao, following closely, had begun to lose hope in this pursuit. In his mind, Li Ping, the prized catch, had likely returned safely to Nyoto village, and his mission was destined to fail. Just as despair settled in, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead, igniting his curiosity. Could it be that the bandits within Nyoto village were engaged in infighting? Zhang Bao refrained from rushing in, instructing his men to remain still while he ventured forth alone to discern the true nature of the conflict. Despite Su Qian and Zhang Duo's fervent protests, Zhang Bao was resolute. This was a crucial step towards his grand ambition of unifying the realm, and he could not allow it to falter. Upon arriving at the scene, he observed the fierce engagement between the two factions, solidifying his belief that an internal strife had erupted among the bandits of Nyoto village. He then positioned his forces nearby to watch the spectacle unfold, intending to maximize his advantage once the outcome was determined. Meanwhile, Li Ping was in a state of acute anxiety, fearing the arrival of pursuers that would leave him without a burial place. Yet, after a prolonged wait without sight of his enemies, he surmised that the soldiers had likely lost their way in the woods, failing to track him down. With newfound resolve, he determined to first deal with this immediate, troublesome adversary before making the imperial soldiers pay dearly for their transgressions. Kill them! The burly leader had initially thought to intimidate Li Ping into submission, but instead found himself ensnared in a quagmire of his own making. It dawned on him that his earlier miscalculations had led to this fierce conflict. Now, halting the fight was out of the question. He could only focus on defeating Li Ping's forces and absorbing Nyoto village to recoup his losses. "Let us cease hostilities today and unite against the imperial soldiers." The burly leader, unwilling to witness the slaughter of his men, sought to broker peace with Li Ping. "Wang Daniu, earlier I sought to grant you a reprieve. Yet you refused. Now that you find yourself at a disadvantage, you wish to plead for mercy. Alas, it is too late, unless you submit to me." Li Ping, now driven by a bloodlust, recognized that with the imperial forces having retreated, he had nothing left to lose. This burly leader, known as Wang Daniu, was notorious in the vicinity as one of the most feared bandits, leading a band of merely 100 men. He had never dared to provoke the inhabitants of Nyoto village. But today, emboldened by their misfortune, he sought to take advantage of the situation, only to discover that his own men were no match for Li Ping's warriors. Enough talk. Let us see who truly prevails. Wang Daniu understood that today, it was a matter of life or death for either side. The two groups of bandits clashed fiercely. The brigands from Nyoto village, who had initially anticipated a profitable day, found themselves suffering tremendous losses instead. With no hope of avenging themselves against the soldiers, they turned their ire upon their unseeing comrades, unleashing their fury upon them. "Kill them! Charge!" Li Ping, typically unassuming, commanded a band of merely 300 fierce warriors, all meticulously chosen. The other bandits were often locals driven to desperation, dragging their families to join the bandit lifestyle, thus lacking the same combat prowess. Wang Daniu had once been an honest farmer, driven to banditry out of sheer necessity, leading his fellow villagers into a life of crime. Suddenly, A collective gasp echoed as everyone turned to Wang Daniu, who lay fallen from his horse, slain by Li Ping's spear. The bandits who had followed Wang Daniu were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how effortlessly their leader had been dispatched. In an instant, they were paralyzed by fear, unsure whether to flee or fight. Conversely, the bandits of Nyoto village rejoiced, their leader displaying remarkable valor. Their morale surged, and they charged at their adversaries as if cutting through vegetables. Li Ping surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Wang Daniu's faction had cowered in their lair, refusing to confront him despite his repeated provocations. Now, having walked into an ambush of their own making, they could only blame their ill fortune. Just as he basked in his triumph, shouts erupted from all directions. Capture Li Ping. Annihilate Nyoto village. Kill. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, leaving Li Ping utterly terrified, his heart racing with dread. He hastily led the remaining remnants of his defeated soldiers in retreat. But they were already a weary and dispirited lot, utterly no match for the seasoned warriors of Zheng Bao and his companions. In a bid to ensure a decisive victory, Zheng Bao, along with Zhang Duo and Su Qian, joined forces to encircle and eliminate Li Ping. Li Ping found himself in a dire predicament, calling out for aid to no avail, as he failed to find a suitable opportunity to break free. Left with no choice, he steeled himself for a fierce confrontation with the trio. Each of his adversaries possessed a martial prowess that far surpassed that of Wang Daniu, and after merely a dozen exchanges, Li Ping was left gasping for breath. Are you not here to hunt for gold and jewels? If you spare me now, I promise to grant you whatever you desire later, Li Ping pleaded urgently. Sensing the gravity of his situation, submit and surrender. You are trapped, and I can grant you mercy, Zheng Bao replied, unmoved by Li Ping's desperate entreaties. The tides of fortune had indeed turned. Only moments ago, Li Ping had been engaged in a spirited battle with Wang Daniu, but now he found himself ensnared in a desperate struggle for survival. He witnessed his comrades falling around him. He realized that without a means of escape, he would soon meet his demise. Boss, we will hold them off for you. You must flee, one of his trusted men urged. Very well, return to me, and we shall share in the spoils. Li Ping did not hesitate, swiftly attempting to make his escape. The few remaining lackeys, still hoping to withstand Zheng Bao's onslaught, were swiftly dispatched, reduced to mere puddles of flesh after only a few brief skirmishes. Pathetic, Su Qian scoffed. Enough idle chatter. Our primary objective is to pursue Li Ping. Zheng Bao, undeterred by their earlier success, continued to lead the charge in pursuit of Li Ping. The latter, believing he might yet evade capture, was dismayed to discover that his forces were so easily overwhelmed. Exhausted and cornered, he could only watch as Zheng Bao's men closed in on him. Fortune had abandoned Li Ping. When Zheng Bao finally caught up, he was in a state of panic, grasping for his weapon in a futile attempt to resist, only to be swiftly dispatched by Zheng Bao's lance, sending him tumbling from his mount. Chapter 12. First victory. Li Ping lay dead, and the remnants of his band surrendered, kneeling in supplication. Zheng Bao understood that if these wretched bandits refused to yield, he would incur further casualties among his own ranks. Thus, he declared, the bandits of Nutuzhai originally held unwavering confidence in their leader. For the audacious Wang Daniu had just fallen at their hands. Yet now, they are confronted by someone even more formidable. Under Zheng Bao's intimidation, the bandits hastily cast down their weapons, begging for mercy. True to his word, Zheng Bao spared these miscreants, not out of compassion, but because their surrender was strategically advantageous for his plans regarding Nutuzhai. Following a hurried tally, Zheng Bao could confidently claim a resounding victory. Of the 150 young men he had brought, only 20 had perished, while Li Ping's 200 bandits were reduced to fewer than 100. Wang Daniu's remaining followers numbered merely 30 or 40. With Li Ping finally slain, Zheng Bao exhaled a sigh of relief, confiscating the weapons of the defeated bandits and commanding them to guide him to Nutuzhai. The bandits, now left with no choice, complied with Zheng Bao's demands, especially upon learning that once his objectives were achieved, they would not only evade punishment but also receive greater rewards. Thus, they abandoned their allegiance to Li Ping, swearing loyalty to Zheng Bao. Su Qian and Zhang Duo remained closely at Zheng Bao's side, vigilant in their duty to protect him from any potential harm. As night descended, the group gradually approached Nutuzhai. The elite forces of the stronghold had largely vacated. leaving behind only the old, infirm, and a few stragglers. "Where is our leader, Li Ping? Why are there only a little over 100 of us left?" inquired a curious subordinate tasked with guarding the stronghold. He did not dwell on the matter, as the nature of their occupation often brought unforeseen circumstances, and it was possible their leader had gone to lead the remaining men in plundering the unsuspecting villagers. At that moment, a subordinate who had defected to Zheng Bao stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "Today, we encountered the reckless Wang Daniu and his men who sought to slay us, but our leader, Li Ping, has been slain. Now, he is leading the remaining brothers to flatten Wang Daniu's stronghold, and we have brought back these captured merchant caravans and Wang Daniu's followers at the behest of our leader." The small chief overlooking the scene, seeing Zheng Bao and his companions bound yet unperturbed, ordered the gates of the stronghold flung wide open to allow their entry. Once inside, Zheng Bao and his cohort swiftly launched their surprise attack. The bandits within were caught completely off guard, and before they could react, the tide of battle had turned against them. In the ensuing chaos, the lack of unified command led to their disarray and hasty retreat. "Your leader, Li Ping, has fallen by my hand. If you wish to live, drop your weapons and cease resistance," Zheng Bao urged, intent on minimizing his own losses. Some of Li Ping's defiant loyalists, however, disregarded caution, attempting to incite rebellion among other bandits. Yet they were swiftly neutralized by Zheng Bao's keen eye and swift action. The cries of despair echoed through the night, and Zheng Bao showed no mercy. These bandits had committed numerous atrocities against the innocent, and to him, they were merely pawns to be utilized in his grand design. "We surrender. We surrender." The bandits, sensing the dire turn of events, hastily knelt in supplication. Yet Su Qian, caught in a frenzy of vengeance, indiscriminately struck out with his blade. Fortunately, Zhang Duo intervened just in time to quell his reckless fury. Zheng Bao did not chastise Su Qian too harshly, instead advising him to exercise greater restraint in the future. After a night of intense activity, dawn broke, and Zheng Bao finally secured control over Nutuzhai. The elation on his face was unmistakable, reflecting the excitement in his heart. Zhang Duo and Su Qian shared in his joy, astonished that their elder brother had indeed led them to seize Nutuzhai. "Now is not the time for complacency. My dear brothers, remain vigilant," Zheng Bao cautioned with a smile. "All but the eldest brother shall heed your command." Upon accounting for their numbers, Zheng Bao found that a total of 170 bandits had surrendered to him, alongside over 30 followers of Wang Daniu. Zheng Bao had initially considered seizing Wang Daniu's stronghold in light of Li Ping's demise, but soon realized that this group was notoriously fickle, lacking a solid base of operations. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned that plan. Seeing Li Ping's former subordinates laughing and treating the situation lightly, Zheng Bao's expression darkened. It was evident that such leadership changes were commonplace among bandits, resulting in little regard for authority. Zheng Bao retained 100 loyal followers, sufficient to maintain control over the current situation. He showed no leniency towards those who had wrought havoc upon the innocent. Identifying the most heinous among them, he announced their crimes and ordered their execution as a public spectacle. The once jovial bandits now bore expressions of terror, astonished that their new leader could be so ruthless. Executing a quarter of their ranks for mere disobedience, from his elevated position, Zheng Bao surveyed the frightened faces below. Satisfaction swelling within him, he proclaimed, "I understand that many of you were compelled by circumstance to take up arms against society. But do not forget your origins as impoverished peasants. The individuals I have executed today are those who have harmed the innocent." As many lowered their heads in shame, Zheng Bao recognized a flicker of hope. "To those who wish to follow me, I welcome you wholeheartedly. If you choose otherwise, I shall ensure you leave safely. But should you ever return to the life of a bandit, I will show no mercy." Hearing this, the bandits knelt in submission, expressing their willingness to follow Zheng Bao. Observing the shifting tides of loyalty, Zheng Bao felt a surge of joy as he personally untied their bonds. With the addition of over 100 individuals from Nutuzhai, Zheng Bao now commanded a force of over 250, with a stronghold to call home, granting him a newfound sense of security. Chapter 13. After the battle, once all tasks were completed, he turned to Zhu Wu and said, "I have been utterly exhausted during this period. I intend to rest thoroughly. In the meantime, I entrust you with the organization of the stronghold, training them into a well-disciplined fighting force. Above all, we must uncover any hidden treasures within Nutuzhai. I shall not fail you, my lord, Zhu Wu hurriedly exclaimed. After Zhang Bao completed all his tasks, he finally laid down and fell into a deep slumber, having experienced a period of intense mental strain that deprived him of restful sleep for days on end. When he awoke, rubbing his bleary eyes, he discovered that dawn had broken. He slowly donned his attire before stepping out through the door of his chamber. The young men patrolling either side averted their gazes to the ground upon seeing him, not daring to meet his eyes, and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Chief." "Good," Zhang Bao replied. After a round of inquiries, he learned that he had slept for a full 3 days and nights. It seemed that in a state of utter relaxation, one could indeed slumber for an extended duration. Upon awakening, he was met by Su Qian and Zhang Duo, who sought to discuss important matters with him. Without pausing to eat, he joined them at the table. "Brother, we have unearthed 500 gold pieces within the stronghold, along with a considerable amount of provisions, equipment, and ancient artifacts," Zhang Duo joyfully reported. "Yet, this is far from sufficient. We must leverage our current forces to sweep away more bandits and acquire greater wealth in gold and jewels," Zhang Bao stated calmly, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. "Brother, why should we relinquish all this gold and treasure to those avaricious officials? Would it not be wiser to retain it for recruiting soldiers?" Su Qian pondered, struggling to comprehend the implications. "The expansion of our strength will only incite fear within the local authorities, who may well enlist Zhou Jun's men to besiege us. However, if we align ourselves with the imperial court, we can then develop our power without the need for subterfuge," Zhang Bao replied with serene composure. "Very well, I lack the skill to negotiate with the local officials." "We shall proceed as you say, brother," Su Qian lamented, feeling somewhat troubled. While he had no qualms about facing enemies in battle, contending with the cunning local authorities was a far more formidable challenge. Thus time passed day by day. After seizing Nyoto Zhai, Zhang Bao refrained from hastily attacking other strongholds. Instead, he chose to conserve his strength, seeking to ascertain the intricate relationships among the neighboring bandit groups, sowing discord among them to reap the benefits himself. However, he instructed his men not to harass the local populace, but rather to collect reasonable protection fees. Zhang Bao was determined not to tarnish his reputation, as that would greatly hinder his future endeavors. Time flew by, and soon it was February of the 5th year of the Zhongping era of the Han Dynasty, 188 AD. The remnants of the Yellow Turban rebels across the Central Plains began to rise in revolt. Guotai and others initiated an uprising in the Baipa Valley of Shihe, targeting Taiyuan and Hadong. The Yellow Turban forces at Gubai in Runan County also stirred, attacking local jurisdictions. The Yellow Turban factions in Qingzhou and Shuzhou resumed their assaults on various counties, their momentum surging once more. News of the Yellow Turban rebels' chaos spread throughout the land, instilling fear even among the common folk of Yangzhou. Fortunately, the Yellow Turban presence there was weak, failing to mount a significant movement, allowing Zhang Bao to finally breathe a sigh of relief. To ensure the safety of his subordinates, he sought out several blacksmiths from the foothills to forge armor and weapons, and procured arms from the local government treasury through special channels. He reflected that wealth indeed wielded power in ancient times. These contraband items had all found their way into his possession due to the lure of gold. The treatment of the young men in the stronghold had markedly improved. Unlike the previous leader Li Ping, who had deprived his subordinates for personal gain, Zhang Bao increased their benefits, ensuring their loyalty and dedication to his cause. With preparations complete, Zhang Bao turned his attention to the bandits of the surrounding strongholds. Unlike other time travelers, he did not venture into brewing or commerce to amass wealth through conventional means. It was not that he held disdain for such endeavors, but rather that he lacked the knowledge of the intricate processes involved. The fear of failure loomed large in his mind, and he deemed it wiser to gradually build his strength. Before his crossing into this world, Zhang Bao had merely been a university student devoid of any practical experience, never having engaged in trade or acquired skills in crafting novel items. Thus, he possessed a measure of self-awareness. Conquering other strongholds to expand his influence seemed the most feasible path, and he remained resolute in his determination. "Brother, we have thoroughly investigated the circumstances of the nearby 10 or so strongholds, and we have successfully instigated discord among several of them. If we choose to assimilate them now, victory is assured," Zhang Duo reported, excitement mingled with tension. "Excellent. This provides us the opportunity to strike them down one by one," Zhang Bao declared. Zhang Bao selected the stronghold closest to Nyoto Zhai to launch an assault. This particular stronghold bore no name and housed merely 100 impoverished souls who had fled to the mountains to escape taxation. When Zhang Bao led a force of 200 men to their gates, the inhabitants humbly pledged their allegiance to him. Zhang Bao said little, instead choosing 50 robust individuals to reinforce his ranks. Although they possessed no accumulated wealth, he felt compassion for these destitute folk and brought them to settle in Yodozhai. Even though this encounter concluded without a single blow being struck, it significantly bolstered the morale of the young men in Yodozhai. The following day, they set their sights on a stronghold known as Xinfengzhai. This stronghold was not fortified by natural defenses and had fewer than 200 inhabitants. Yet each was exceptionally capable, instilling fear even in the hearts of ordinary bandits. Zhang Bao resolved to strike Xinfengzhai first. Should he succeed, it would yield abundant riches and a source of elite troops. He aimed to avoid direct confrontation, thus instructing his men to lace the food and drink with a sedative while he brought 50 of his brothers to negotiate. Chapter 14. Pei Yuanxiao and Zhou Song, the chieftain of Xinfengzhai, was taken aback by Zhang Bao's audacity in daring to approach him. However, upon hearing Zhang Bao's proposition of allegiance, he immediately turned hostile. Fortunately, Zhang Bao refrained from further words, instead ordering the pre-prepared food and drink to be served, intending to share a hearty toast with the chieftain, thereby forging a semblance of camaraderie. The chieftain, unsuspecting, lowered his guard, believing his men far superior in strength. After a round of toasts, the bandits of Xinfengzhai succumbed to the effects of the sedative. Collapsing unconscious, the situation unfolded so swiftly that even the guards were caught off guard and captured by Zhang Bao's ambush. The battle scarcely began before it concluded, the entire process unfolding with remarkable ease. As if heaven itself was aiding Zhang Bao in his quest for greatness. Having taken an antidote beforehand, Zhang Bao remained unharmed and proceeded to bind the bandits. He harbored no murderous intent. From his understanding, these bandits were former Yellow Turban rebels who had turned to banditry to evade official pursuit, and they had not engaged in plundering the local populace. This realization kindled within him a desire to recruit them. As for why he dared to take such risks alone, it was because he had nothing left to lose. The saying goes, those without shoes fear not those with them, in an era rife with conflict. Some degree of boldness was essential for rapid ascendance. This time, his gamble paid off. Gazing at the bound bandits before him, a satisfied smile spread across his face. After about an hour, the bandits gradually awakened. Upon seeing themselves bound, the chieftain of Xinfengzhai realized the situation. Enraged, he shouted, "I never imagined that a seemingly delicate scholar like you would resort to such underhanded tactics. I challenge you to a duel with my grandfather. Pei Yuanxiao, to see who is truly superior." "You are Pei Yuanxiao, the Yellow Turban commander?" Zhang Bao exclaimed involuntarily. "Indeed. If you seek a reward, feel free to behead my grandfather and claim the bounty. He wouldn't bat an eye. My actions serve to rid the people of harm. The local bandits have made life unbearable for the common folk. Because you have not harmed the innocent, I am willing to grant you a reprieve. Should you choose to surrender, I can place my trust in you." Zhang Bao replied, maintaining his composure. "If you can defeat me, I shall follow you. However, you must guarantee the safety of my brothers," Pei Yuanxiao said. "Resigned to his fate. Release him, brother. No. Allow us too to face him to prevent harm to you," Su Qian cautioned. His concern for Zhang Bao is safety paramount. "Do not worry. I must face him myself to earn his respect. I assure you, Pei Yuanxiao, that if you can best me, we shall consider this incident as if it never occurred," Zhang Bao declared resolutely. "Very well, it's a deal." Pei Yuanxiao was taken aback by the unexpected promptness of the individual before him, which coincidentally aligned with his own intentions. Zhang Bao's actions were not born out of arrogance. Rather, he had developed a clear understanding of his own prowess. Having fully mastered his body in recent days, he felt that his martial capabilities were comparable to those of second-rate generals in history, more than sufficient to handle a Pei Yuanxiao. Due to the constraints of the terrain, the two dismounted to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Pei Yuanxiao, observing Zhang Bao's seemingly frail demeanor, erupted into hearty laughter, convinced that victory was assured. Without further ado, the two clashed. Although Zhang Bao wielded a weapon typically used by cavalry, his rigorous training allowed him to wield it with impressive ferocity even on foot. "Prepare to receive my challenge, humph," Zhang Bao shouted as he struck. Pei Yuanxiao brandished his broadsword, and their weapons collided with a resounding clash, forcing both men to take a step back. However, It was evident to the onlookers that Zhang Bao had not exerted his full strength, for his complexion remained unflushed, unlike that of Pei Yuanxiao, merely a trivial skill. "How dare you show off before the master?" Zhang Bao scoffed, invoking the names of the mighty Dawei Tianlong and the revered Dizong. Pei Yuanxiao, thoroughly incensed by this remark, felt the need for provocation, and the two soon resumed their fierce struggle. It became apparent that Pei Yuanxiao, a character chronicled in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, possessed martial skills that far surpassed those of his own younger brothers. "Brother, exercise caution," Zhang Duo cautioned, his voice tinged with concern as he witnessed the sharpness of Pei Yuanxiao's attacks. In truth, Pei Yuanxiao was already caught in a predicament. He had initiated a fierce offensive from the outset, aiming to subdue Zhang Bao in a single blow, only to discover that Zhang Bao was far more formidable than anticipated. Zhang Bao retained a fraction of his strength, and over the course of their prolonged engagement, it became increasingly clear that he would emerge victorious. Thus, he engaged Pei Yuanxiao in a disciplined manner, countering each move with composure, his heart remaining untroubled. Conversely, Pei Yuanxiao grew increasingly anxious, aware that if he could not turn the tide, defeat was imminent. Yet, in his mounting desperation, he made more mistakes, falling further into disadvantage under Zhang Bao's relentless onslaught. Forced into a defensive stance, Pei Yuanxiao refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bao feinted an attack, aiming a fierce thrust at his heart. Pei Yuanxiao quickly raised his broadsword to protect his chest, only to be blindsided as Zhang Bao forcefully struck him to the ground. Stumbling as he attempted to rise, Pei Yuanxiao found himself firmly restrained. Rendered powerless, "I concede defeat. I am willing to submit to you." Pei Yuanxiao, for the sake of his brothers, reluctantly declared his surrender. "Excellent," Zhang Bao laughed heartily. Knowing he had gained a significant ally, he immediately ordered the release of Pei Yuanxiao's subordinates. Some remained unconvinced, but a fierce glare from Pei Yuanxiao quickly silenced their dissent. Respectfully, Pei Yuanxiao addressed Zhang Bao. "I do not wish to conceal the truth from you, my lord, that I am the commander of the Yellow Turbans. Unable to bear the suffering of the people, I joined the uprising led by the great Liang Tianshi, only to see our efforts ultimately fail, leaving me no choice but to turn to banditry. Might I inquire if you have a brother named Zhoutsong?" "Indeed, my lord possesses keen insight. Zhoutsong is a brother with whom I have shared life and death. However, we became separated during the chaos of war and have not heard from each other since. In this time of turmoil, with heroes rising across the land, it is the perfect opportunity for us to establish our legacy. My intention in cleansing the bandits here is twofold: to swiftly amass my own resources and to acquire wealth to seek an official position from the court. I hope, Yuan Shao, that you can assist me in this endeavor." Zhang Bao earnestly conveyed. Chapter 15. Quietly expanding power. "Your wishes are my command. I dare not impose." The crowd could hardly believe that the whirlwind stronghold had fallen so effortlessly, and that their leader had now become Zhang Bao's subordinate. After consolidating his forces, Zhang Bao now commanded a formidable contingent of 450 men, making him the most powerful figure among the mountain bandits within a 100-mile radius. The news that Nyoto Stronghold had taken Whirlwind Stronghold in less than half a day spread rapidly, instilling fear among nearby bandits, who, recognizing their inferiority, sent gifts in hopes of peaceful coexistence. Zhang Bao accepted their offerings but declared that all bandit factions must submit to him, or face a ruthless purge. Many leaders deemed Zhang Bao's demands excessive, with some disregarding his words entirely. Zhang Bao, who had always operated discreetly, found his strength greatly increased by the seamless acquisition of Whirlwind Stronghold. He resolved to swiftly gather the necessary resources. 3 days passed without a single bandit yielding to his authority. While others laughed at his predicament, Zhang Bao seized the cover of night to launch a surprise attack on a bandit stronghold, eliminating all its infamous outlaws without mercy. He had no compassion for these notorious robbers who preyed upon the innocent. Unexpectedly, the tiger, once dormant, struck with such ferocity that it instilled panic among the others. After much hesitation, many bandits chose to surrender to Zhang Bao. Among those willing to lay down their arms, Zhang Bao meticulously selected 150 capable individuals to join his ranks. Swelling his forces to 600 in the span of merely a month, he achieved a modest goal, assembling his own army. Although they were officially bandits, this provided Zhang Bao with a significant sense of security. The remaining recalcitrant bandits either fled under the cover of darkness or fell victim to Zhang Bao's relentless pursuit, leaving behind their lives and riches. However, Zhang Bao now faced a pressing dilemma: the issue of provisions. Typically, bandits would resort to raiding local civilians for sustenance, but Zhang Bao's sense of justice forbade such actions, leaving him with a considerable deficit in supplies. While he possessed vast wealth in gold and jewels, he could not procure food, a situation that, while manageable in the short term, would inevitably sow discontent over time. Fortunately, many bandits had brought their families to the stronghold, including numerous elderly and women who engaged in agricultural labor. An idea struck Zhang Bao, reminiscent of Cao Cao's historical land reclamation policies, which not only ensured self-sufficiency for the soldiers but also yielded bountiful harvests, a win-win scenario. Currently lacking the means, he could only encourage the bandits and their families to labor together, though it proved challenging as they had grown accustomed to a life of leisure. Thus, this matter required careful consideration. Brother, only 2 strongholds remain unyielding, each with 300 to 400 men, fortified by their advantageous terrain. Zhang Duo expressed, his brow furrowed with worry. Let us launch an all-out assault on the strongholds. Success is surely within our grasp. Both Su Qian and Pei Yuanshao echoed in unison, why objectives have been accomplished. Retaining them may serve to mislead the local authorities, and we need not incur further unnecessary sacrifices. Once I can openly recruit troops, I shall eliminate them in one fell swoop. Zhang Bao paused before continuing. I have gathered 12,000 taels of gold and several priceless antiques and paintings in a few days. I shall set forth for Luoyang to bribe the 10 attendants and secure an official position, after which I will expand my influence. Brother, we wish to accompany you, Su Qian implored, his urgency palpable. Our recent expansion has drawn the attention of the authorities, and the 2 remaining strongholds pose a threat to our safety. One of you must stay behind to guard our stronghold and protect our hard-earned foundation. Once I secure an official title, we can broaden our power, Zhang Bao solemnly instructed the group. His entire fortune and future ambitions rested upon this band of 600 men, and he was willing to risk everything for this cause. Having exhausted his resources, he had never disclosed to his father the purpose of these funds. Although their family was wealthy, such expenditures could not be sustained indefinitely. Fortunately, he had plundered several strongholds, ensuring that household necessities were at least met. Rest assured, brother, we will safeguard this foundation with utmost dedication. I have decided to take Su Qian and Pei Yuanshao along with 50 brothers to Luoyang in pursuit of an official position. Zhang Duo and our strategist Zhu Wu will remain here to guard the stronghold. And no matter the circumstances, we must not abandon our 500 brothers, for they embody our future hopes. Thank you for your trust. Brother, I shall vow to defend it with my life. Zhang Duo replied, deeply moved. Indeed, Su Qian and Pei Yuanshao expressed no objections to Zhang Bao's decision. Zhang Bao resolved to set off for Luoyang 3 days hence. But prior to that, he needed to return home briefly. Naturally, Pei Yuanshao and Su Qian, accompanied by 50 brothers and a trove of gold and silver, would accompany him on this journey, departing directly for Luoyang thereafter. Although it is often said that one feels a profound longing upon nearing home, Zhang Bao was genuinely filled with trepidation. He had inexplicably traversed time to the late Eastern Han Dynasty. And to his astonishment, the parents and relatives of this body still thrive. He was at a loss as to how to face them, through delving into the memories of the original owner. Zhang Bao discovered that his family was among the wealthiest in the county, with both parents alive and a charming younger sister who was exceedingly endearing. Previously, he had feared that his actions might reveal his true nature, so he had merely written a letter requesting financial assistance from his family. It was with the unwavering support of his father that he had acquired most of the household servants and wealth, thus establishing his current foundation. Chapter 16. Returning home in glory, however, in the interest of secrecy, he decided to keep his circumstances from his family, instructing Su Qian and Pei Yuanshao to disguise their 50 men as a merchant caravan. Preparing to rest at home, this could be considered his glorious return, and a hint of pride crept into his demeanor in the original memories. Zhang Bao was indeed a chivalrous wanderer, yet he had caused his family no small amount of trouble, thankfully mitigated by his father's intervention. Reflecting on the moments spent with his family filled Zhang Bao with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety about returning home. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a commotion up ahead in the street, where a large crowd of onlookers had gathered. Although he wished to avoid trouble, the throng blocked his path, compelling him to investigate the cause of the disturbance. To his astonishment, there were indeed individuals brazenly abducting a woman in broad daylight. Zhang Bao gasped inwardly. As a university student steeped in the values of the 21st century, he could not tolerate such an atrocity. And he bellowed, "Who dares to commit such despicable acts under the sun?" Upon seeing Zhang Bao's fierce countenance, the onlookers instinctively stepped back. What they had perceived as a harmless wanderer now seemed far more formidable. The young scion, who had been accosting the woman, was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing Zhang Bao as the renowned wanderer of the county, he hastily released his grip on the woman and, donning a smirk, proclaimed, "Brother, in a few days, I shall seek your family's hand in marriage. When our families unite, we shall be kin. I was merely assisting this lady by retrieving her fallen garment." Gazing at the rotund, frivolous young master before him, Zhang Bao was seething with anger. To marry his beloved sister to such a scoundrel would be an affront to justice. He retorted vehemently, "Do not harbor such delusions. My sister will surely wed into a respectable family. Furthermore, your brazen abduction of women in broad daylight. Has the law truly become so insignificant? Brother, you jest. My father is the county magistrate. In this county, my word is law," the young master scoffed. "However, for your sake, I shall relinquish this beauty to you." With that, he beckoned his followers and swiftly departed. The son of the magistrate was clearly a man of opportunism. Upon seeing the fierce entourage behind Zhang Bao, he realized that he would inevitably fall into Zhang Bao's hands today and decided to feign bravado before making a discreet escape. Pei Yuanshao, incensed by the situation, prepared to lead his men in pursuit of the lawless young magistrate's son. However, the composed Zhang Bao swiftly restrained him, reminding him that he had yet to hold any official position in the court and that it was unwise to offend the local magistrate. Reluctantly, Pei Yuanshao acquiesced. Zhang Bao approached the woman and helped her to her feet, and she, with tears like falling petals, expressed her gratitude. "May I inquire, fair maiden, from whence do you hail, and how did you come to be in such dire straits?" Zhang Bao observed that she was certainly not from the south, and his curiosity regarding her origins piqued. "Esteemed sir, I hail from the northern Qingzhou, Lengge County. Alas, the vile Yellow Turban rebels have wreaked havoc, and during my flight southward, my family was mercilessly slain. Now, I am utterly alone in this unfamiliar land," the woman lamented. Zhang Bao had initially intended to escort her to safety after rescuing her. But the revelation of her being homeless posed a dilemma. Pei Yuanshao, standing behind him, felt a twinge of discomfort, recognizing the turmoil caused by the Yellow Turban uprising, which had indeed attracted opportunists who preyed upon the local populace, resulting in widespread discontent and suffering. "Young sir, if your household is in need of maidservants, why not take her in?" Pei Yuanshao suggested to the woman. At this moment, she eagerly implored Zhang Bao for shelter. "Very well, I shall take you home, but you must abide by the rules of my household." Zhang Bao acquiesced. "Thank you, kind sir." Zhang Bao had not anticipated that his act of valor would result in an unexpected addition to his household, and this series of events began to soothe his anxious heart. However, thoughts of the magistrate's son proposing to his sister still nagged at him, filling him with unease as he drew nearer to his home. A swirl of emotions enveloped him, rekindling memories. Silently, he vowed, "Fear not. Since I have inhabited your body, I shall care for your family as my own. Your parents shall be my parents, and your sister, my sister." The household servants, upon seeing the young master return, hurriedly opened the doors to welcome him. Even his father, who had been seated in the study, could scarcely contain his joy upon hearing the news and rushed out to discover what his son had been up to of late. As he stepped through the threshold, he was suddenly embraced by a stranger, a girl. "Brother, where have you been? It has been over a month since you last returned. Ayu has missed you terribly." Zhang Bao's memory sharpened. This affectionate little girl was his sister, who had always been spirited and mischievous, growing ever more enchanting with age. "Of course, I have been engaged in grand affairs, and I have brought you a splendid gift." Zhang Bao replied, producing a green hairpin from his pocket and adorning his sister's hair with it affectionately. His sister, Zhang Yu, beamed with delight, expressing, "Thank you for the gift, brother." "How old are you now? Still clinging to your brother? What an absurdity!" came a commanding voice. Zhang Yu, ever the impish one, promptly made a face at him before scampering off to play in her room. Recognizing the familiar yet authoritative voice, Zhang Bao understood it belonged to his father. Although his family had long been engaged in commerce, resulting in their wealth, his father's aspirations had been to cultivate a scholarly persona. However, he could not resist the call of adventure and had become a wanderer. Much to his father's chagrin, "Greetings, father," Zhang Bao said respectfully. "Son, you have finally returned, and you needn't be so confrontational," his mother chided, stepping forward. Chapter 17. Conflict resurfaces. It is all your fault for spoiling him. Zhang Bao's father lamented. "Greetings, mother." Zhang Bao continued with his respectful demeanor. "Why have you returned with a woman? Is she my daughter-in-law?" Zhang Bao's mother inquired, her face lighting up with curiosity as she scrutinized the girl before her. This lady was being accosted on the street. Her family perished in the chaos of war, leaving her all alone. I felt pity and decided to bring her back as a maidservant, Zhang Bao hurriedly explained. In contrast to Zheng's mother, Zheng's father seemed more intrigued by the imposing figures accompanying his son. Having amassed wealth through commerce, he recognized that these men, while appearing to belong to a merchant caravan, bore an unmistakable aura of menace that caused him concern. Nevertheless, observing their respectful demeanor towards his son eased his worries somewhat. As the family gathered in the parlor, Zheng's father sought to understand the events of the past days. Zhang Bao, of course, refrained from divulging his role as a bandit leader, instead fabricating a tale of having aided a nobleman, which led to his current circumstances. Zheng's father, astute as ever, did not fully believe his son's account, yet chose not to confront him. After all, his child had grown and deserved the freedom to pursue his own path. Nonetheless, he earnestly cautioned, the political landscape is tumultuous, and the common folk suffer greatly from the ravages of war. Do not be tempted by wealth to stray into the path of banditry. Zhang Baolian repeatedly declared his innocence and swore to the heavens that he would never engage in such heinous acts. Only then did Zheng's father feel a sense of relief. Today, the Zhang household was filled with laughter and joy. The blissful moments of family reunion are always fleeting, yet Zhang Bao savored this feeling immensely. However, when he contemplated the grief that his biological parents might endure due to his tragic accident, a shadow of melancholy crossed his heart, and he found himself momentarily taken aback. "Look, your brother is utterly astonished by your gaze," playfully remarked the lively and adorable Zhang Yu. Upon steadying his thoughts, Zhang Bao turned to see that the woman he had rescued earlier was now remarkably enchanting after a refreshing bath. He promptly withdrew his somewhat intrusive gaze. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, a clear indication that she was still acclimating to her current surroundings. As the sole heir of the family, Zhang Bao, now 16, was considered a young adult in this era, and his parents harbored significant expectations for him to carry on the family lineage. Observing his mother's somewhat ambiguous expression, Zhang Bao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Scratching his head in silence as he lowered his gaze to eat at the dining table, Zheng's father incessantly urged him to marry and have children, insisting that with his spirited personality, he ought to settle down soon. This time, Zheng's mother surprisingly aligned with her husband, jointly persuading Zheng Bao. Meanwhile, Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian, who were dining nearby, exchanged naive smiles, astonished at their usually confident leader's display of vulnerability in front of his parents, which utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as a knock at the door abruptly interrupted the moment. Zhang Bao's face darkened with annoyance. Having finally secured a meal with his family, he was dismayed by the disturbance and was eager to discover who dared intrude upon his time. He stormed to the door, only to find the son of the county magistrate, whom he had reprimanded earlier that day. Grinning broadly as he arrived with gifts to propose, Zheng's father, taken aback, inquired, "What brings the magistrate's son to our Zheng household, and what is the purpose of these offerings? I have heard that Miss Zheng Yu remains unmarried, and as I have reached the age to seek a bride, I have gathered the courage to request your favor, hoping you will not refuse," the magistrate's son shamelessly declared. Zheng Yu, who had been filled with joy moments before, erupted into tears, exclaiming, "Everyone knows of your vile reputation. Countless virtuous women have suffered at your hands. I would rather die than marry you." She then hurriedly left, wishing to avoid the loathsome figure. Zheng's father, equally embarrassed, declined the proposal, citing his daughter's capricious nature and her youth, hoping the magistrate's son would understand. However, emboldened by his numbers, the magistrate's son dismissed Zheng's father, shoving him aside as he shouted, "To have caught the eye of your daughter is a fortune you should cherish. Yet here you are, so ungrateful. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he braced himself for confrontation. Zhang Bao could no longer tolerate the situation and called upon Su Qian and Pei Yuanxiao, along with their comrades, to unceremoniously eject the unruly magistrate's son from their estate. Surprised by the ease with which his entourage was overpowered, the magistrate's son struck one of the servants in a fit of rage. But his fury remained unquenched. He turned and bellowed at the Zhang household, "You will come to regret your ignorance." Mark my words. With that, he departed, cursing under his breath, while onlookers murmured in disbelief, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. What shall we do now that we have so brazenly offended the magistrate's son? He may very well seek retribution against our Zhang family, Zhang's father fretted, feeling overwhelmed, as a merchant of lower status. He dared not provoke those in power. Zhang Bao, however, brushed off the dirt from his clothes and replied calmly, "My sister's future cannot be entrusted to such a man. Besides, our Zhang family is merely engaged in honest trade. Even if he wishes to target us, he lacks valid justification." Reassured by his son's words, Zhang's father began to relax, while Zhang's mother comforted her precious daughter. Although Zhang Bao appeared composed, he understood the necessity of vigilance. Having publicly humiliated the so-called magistrate's son, he knew he would not let the matter rest easily. Thus, he hastily penned a letter to Zhang Duoping, stationed at Nyodozhai, instructing him to keep a close watch on their family's situation and prioritize their safety should anything amiss occur. After much persuasion, he finally managed to soothe his sister, assuring her that he would never allow her to marry such a scoundrel, prompting Zhang Yu to smile brightly. Observing the radiant joy on his sister's face, he vowed to live with dignity amid the chaos of these tumultuous times, determined to safeguard his family's happiness. Time passed swiftly during these blissful days, and after 5 or 6 days at home, Zhang Bao resolved to set off for Luoyang. He informed his father of his intention to engage in commerce there, and his father did not deter him but instead arranged for the finest caravan and guides to accompany him. Chapter 18. Journey to Luoyang. After packing his belongings for the journey, Zhang's mother and sister felt a twinge of reluctance. Zhang Bao recognized that in this era, on the brink of chaos, he needed to take action to ensure his family's safety. In the days that followed, the magistrate's son seemed strangely intimidated. Ever since that day of threats, he had made no further moves, leaving Zhang Bao with an unsettling feeling. However, with Zhang Duo keeping watch over their household, ready to shelter them at the first sign of trouble, Zhang Bao's anxiety subsided somewhat. "Father and mother, I must go to Luoyang. There is no need for you to see me off. And sister, you must take care of yourself." Zhang Bao addressed the gathering crowd that had come to bid him farewell. With that, he turned without a backward glance, departing alongside Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian. Zhang Bao's home lay in Luan County of Lijiang Prefecture, close to Chaohu Lake. To expedite his journey to Luoyang, he hired several large ships for his northward voyage. Truth be told, this was his first experience sailing. But fortunately, though he had never been on a ship, the original owner of this body was an adept swimmer, sparing him from the embarrassment of seasickness. The caravan was a grand procession, nearly 100 strong. Employing 3 large vessels, Zhang Bao was acutely aware that the greatest peril of traveling by water was the threat of bandits. Although some were driven to banditry by circumstance, they would undoubtedly set their sights on a lucrative target like himself. Thus, he remained vigilant, halting the ships at any sign of trouble to investigate, ensuring that they would encounter no unexpected dangers. Zhang Bao was not afraid of the bandits. He simply sought to reach Luoyang as swiftly as possible to accomplish his objectives. Every moment was precious, and lacking the privilege of noble birth, he could only rely on his own efforts to achieve greatness. While traversing Yangzhou, he felt a measure of safety, as the region had not been severely affected by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Local bandits were hesitant to attack a caravan of 3 ships. Moreover, Zhang Bao preferred to avoid conflict. On occasion, he would even offer gold and silver to bandits, who were then less inclined to trouble them. Thus, he navigated safely through Shapipi and arrived in the territory of Zhejiang County and scathed in Zhejiang. With its numerous lakes and intricate waterways, bandits were a frequent menace. Zhang Bao heightened his vigilance, recognizing that many situations were premeditated traps set by bandits. For instance, a nearby vessel signaling for help could very well be a ruse to lure him into a rescue attempt, leading to a coordinated ambush against his caravan. Such occurrences were not uncommon. The days of incessant rain prompted the guide to suggest, if young master wishes to proceed to Luoyang, it may be wise to wait a few days until the water level recedes for safer passage. And how long do you estimate we must wait? Zhang Bao inquired. Though not one to dismiss counsel, he understood that an extended delay could lead to missed opportunities. Thus, he reluctantly considered the risks involved. It's hard to say if fortune smiles upon us. We might wait just half a month. If not, it could take 2 or 3 months, the guide replied, somewhat apologetically. For the sake of his own safety, he felt compelled to caution Zhang Bao against recklessness. Upon hearing that they might need to wait at least half a month, Zhang Bao promptly rejected the idea. Standing on the ship, he addressed the crew. The current situation leaves no room for delay. I know many of you harbor fears, yet I insist on proceeding. If anyone wishes to turn back, now is the time to do so. I will not coerce your choices. If our Lord is undaunted, how can we consider retreat? Such dangers are commonplace. Pei Yuan Shao was the first to step forward in support of Zhang Bao. Upon hearing his words, none of the others expressed a desire to back down. After all, they had once lived as bandits, always risking their lives. Should the Lord now venture to Luoyang and attain a minor official position, it would undoubtedly lead to prosperity for himself as well. Thus, they all eagerly responded, "Excellent. Let us set sail." Zhang Bao chuckled heartily. Along the way, due to the rising water levels, many rocks were submerged, placing them in perilous circumstances. It was only then that Zhang Bao realized that the arrival of spring brought about the melting of the ice, resulting in a significant rise in water levels. Fortunately, it seemed that even heaven favored them, as they encountered no unforeseen mishaps on their journey. The guide, kneeling on the deck, fervently prayed to the heavens, expressing gratitude for their deliverance. "My Lord, it appears that the team ahead has been besieged by water bandits," Pei Yuan Shao informed Zhang Bao. "Pay them no mind. We shall take a detour, as long as they do not pursue us. We shall act as if nothing has transpired." Zhang Bao opted for peace, for in the vast expanse of the river, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed a scheme of the water bandits. However, their brief respite was not to last. Zhang Bao's desire to avoid the troublesome water bandits only drew their attention to their vessel. As the bandits drew ever closer, Zhang Bao reluctantly ordered his able-bodied crew to prepare for battle. Pei Yuan Shao's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty delight. Today, he would finally have the opportunity to showcase his prowess. The ruthless water bandits believed fortune smiled upon them, having just slaughtered a fat sheep. And now another was presented to them on a silver platter. Their small, nimble boats afforded them the advantage of swift approach to merchant vessels, allowing them to engage in close-quarters combat on the vast river. Their superior agility made it challenging for even the imperial vessels to pursue them. Furthermore, the expansive reed marshes provided them ample cover to thrive in their nefarious activities. Hook their large ship and close in? The bandit chief growled fiercely. "Do not act rashly. Wait until they board, and then we shall annihilate them." Zhang Bao, fearing that a moment of panic might lead to chaos, cautioned his men carefully. This band of water bandits numbered over 100. And instead of dispersing their forces among 3 large ships, they concentrated all their manpower onto Zhang Bao's vessel. In Chapter 19, Breaking the Water Bandits, their ill fortune led them to make a decision they would regret for a lifetime. Pei Yuan Shao, Su Qian, and 50 robust men aboard Zhang Bao's ship had long been prepared with their weapons, awaiting the bandits' arrival. The bandit chief laughed maniacally. "Look at you pitiful lot, quickly surrender. If you obediently hand over the gold, silver, and treasures aboard, I might consider sparing your lives." Zhang Bao said little in response. Instead, he led his men into the fray. Yet, in their folly, the bandit chief shouted in rage, "Kill! Charge!" This audacious band of water bandits, disregarding all strategy, brandished their machetes and charged at Zhang Bao and his crew. Pei Yuan Shao took the lead. Although naval combat was not his forte, dealing with these feeble bandits proved effortless. With a swipe of his blade, he dispatched them with ease. The once overconfident bandits now stared wide-eyed in terror. Some, sensing defeat, hastily turned their weapons towards Su Qian and Zhang Bao, believing it better to target the seemingly weaker foes. However, they had miscalculated, for Zhang Bao was no ordinary opponent. With no mercy, he raised his sword and thrust it toward the bandit chief, who, underestimating the seemingly frail youth, swung his blade in arrogance, in a moment of astonishment. The chief found his ordinary attack deftly evaded, and Zhang Bao's sword pierced straight into his chest. You trickster!" the bandit chief gasped, his life ebbing away as he collapsed. Zhang Bao cast a cold glance at him before turning to engage the remaining bandits. Unprepared for their leader's swift defeat at the hands of this seemingly delicate scholar, the bandits were struck with panic and fled, a typical reaction of such rogues when faced with adversity. Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian, invigorated by the exhilarating battle, relished the opportunity to fight once more. We surrender. We surrender. A few perceptive bandits, recognizing the dire situation, hastily dropped their weapons and knelt in supplication. Zhang Bao, however, showed no mercy. Should these defeated bandits escape and reveal their location, it would undoubtedly invite further danger. He exchanged glances with Su Qian and Pei Yuanxiao, who understood his intent. With swift and decisive action, the more than 100 bandits were ruthlessly eliminated, leaving only a handful to flee in panic. Yet, their luck had run dry. Zhang Bao seized his bow and arrows, shooting them down as they attempted to escape, causing many to fall lifelessly into the waters. My lord, your archery skills are remarkable, his men praised, witnessing Zhang Bao's prowess. Through chance practice, he had discovered his own talent for archery, and today was indeed his moment to shine. Enough chatter. Let us first ensure there are no remaining threats, and then ascertain the condition of the merchant vessel that was previously attacked by the bandits, Zhang Bao commanded coldly. Understood. Now that they had vanquished the bandits, he had no qualms about extending a helping hand to the plundered merchant ship. A young man, disguised as a wealthy scion, trembled in fear, never anticipating that his first clandestine journey would lead to such dire straits, leaving him with a lifelong shadow of dread. Regretting not heeding his brother's advice, he lamented, perhaps it would be better to end it all than to be ravaged by these wretched bandits. With that, he grasped a pair of scissors, contemplating self-destruction. My lady, we are saved. A merchant convoy has come to our rescue, exclaimed her devoted maid, rushing over in joy. To his astonishment, the young man was, in fact, a lady in disguise. She, forgetting her pretense, eagerly inquired, "Do you know who has saved us?" "I do not know their identity, but they are certainly a merchant convoy. One of the scholars aboard is exceptionally skilled. He dispatched that vile bandit leader with remarkable ease." The maid spoke with admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe for the legendary scholar. Hearing her maid's glowing description of the young scholar, the lady felt her cheeks flush and her heart warm toward the stranger who had saved her life. "Assist me down. I wish to personally express my gratitude to my savior," the young woman said gently. "Surely, my lady has not fallen for the hero who rescued her." "Do not jest. I am deeply grateful for the young master's kindness," she replied coyly. Upon hearing her voice and observing her disguise, Zhang Bao felt a twinge of unease. He had no interest in such entanglements. Yet, as he scrutinized the delicate figure before him, he became increasingly convinced that this young man was indeed a woman in disguise. With her elegantly arched brows, rosy lips, and delicate hands serving as undeniable evidence. "May I inquire where you hail from, and why you are merely aboard a single merchant vessel?" Zhang Bao continued his discreet inquiries. "I am Mi Zhu of the Mi family from the East Sea. I intended to travel with the merchant convoy to Luoyang, but alas, we encountered murderous bandits on this vast river. Fortunately, I met you, and thus I have been spared," she said, her voice laden with sincerity. "For this, I am immensely grateful." Zhang Bao paused momentarily. If this young woman was indeed related to the Mi family, she must be Mi Zhu's sister, one of the renowned wives of Liu Bei in history. However, he quickly regained his composure and humbly replied, "It is but our duty to assist those in need. I am Zhang Bao from Luan County, journeying to Luoyang on pressing matters. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you." "Thank you, young master. I shall gladly accept your offer, and I hope for your protection along the way." Chapter 20. Zhang Bao immediately discerned that the young woman disguised as a man was Navi and clearly venturing into the world for the first time. Fortunately, he was there to offer his timely assistance. If he could safely escort Zhen to Luoyang, Zhu would undoubtedly express his immense gratitude. This woman, who donned male attire, was indeed the renowned Zhen, wife of the illustrious Liu Huangshu in history. However, she had unwittingly captured Zhang Bao's heart, suggesting that his time-traveling influence might once again expand. This journey was indeed Zhen's first clandestine escape from her brother's watchful eye. Her brother, ever fearful of the dangers lurking beyond their home, insisted she remain indoors. Despite his affectionate nature, he stubbornly refused her pleas to venture out, prompting her to accompany her loyal maid and join a merchant caravan bound for Luoyang. In Mi-Zhen's dreams, her ideal partner was envisioned as a heroic figure who would arrive on auspicious clouds to rescue her in her direst moments. Yet, she was taken aback to discover her fated companion so effortlessly. This revelation sent her heart aflutter. When she heard Zhang Bao express his desire to travel with her to Luoyang, she readily agreed without hesitation. Now, amidst the dangers of the outside world, she came to realize the treachery inherent in human nature. Fortunately, with her beloved as protection, she drifted into a blissful slumber that night, filled with sweet dreams. The following morning, Zhang Bao rose early to survey their surroundings. Rather than basking in the glory of having dealt with a band of water bandits the previous day, he remained vigilant and cautious, aware that they were in an area rife with such threats. Standing on the deck and inhaling the fresh air, Zhang Bao felt no sense of relaxation. Having been transported to this era for over a month, he sensed his vulnerability and the insignificance of his efforts thus far. Man can triumph over heaven. Zhang Bao clenched his fists tightly. Why, Lord, seems troubled. May I inquire about the cause of your distress? Mi-Zhen approached gracefully. The current state of affairs is disheartening. The emperor is incompetent, eunuchs wield power, and corruption runs rampant. The Yellow Turban Rebellion remains unresolved, leaving the common people in turmoil and disarray. I am merely troubled by my uncertain future, Zhang Bao replied, somewhat melancholic. He then spoke with renewed vigor. There will come a time when we shall sail through the winds and waves, hoisting our sails to navigate the vast seas. Nothing is insurmountable for a determined heart. I wonder what plans you hold, dear brother. Perhaps we should join forces to create a prosperous era. Mi-Zhen was taken aback by the grand aspirations of her beloved, momentarily covering her mouth in astonishment. Realizing she had acted out of character, she composed herself and replied, with such lofty ambitions, how could I not wish to follow? However, I possess certain reservations. Should the need arise, I shall undoubtedly lend my utmost support. Zhang Bao quickly grasped her dilemma and reassured her, you are mistaken, Mi-Zhen. As brothers, how could I impose upon you? I am curious about the source of your inspiring words about sailing through the winds and waves. They roll off the tongue so effortlessly, truly a timeless tale. Mi-Zhen deftly redirected the conversation. It is a verse from a dear friend of mine. I merely borrowed it to express my aspirations. Zhang Bao admitted, feeling somewhat shy. Mi-Zhen's enchanting gaze remained fixed on him, surprised by his humility. As someone well-versed in the classics, she had never encountered such eloquent phrases in circulation. Surely, he must have crafted them himself. Unbeknownst to Zhang Bao, his inadvertent display of sophistication had significantly elevated Mi-Zhen's affection for him. Their conversation continued, and Mi-Zhen was astonished to hear Zhang Bao frequently mention unfamiliar yet aptly described terms, revealing him to be a remarkably intriguing individual. The arrival of Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian, who intruded upon their private moment, abruptly shattered the delicate atmosphere. Zhang Bao inquired about their presence, learning they had reached the supply point, which alleviated his anxiety about unforeseen mishaps. In the days that followed, their journey remained uneventful, and miraculously, they encountered no marauding water bandits. The bond between Zhang Bao and Mi-Zhen deepened, allowing them to gain a more intricate understanding of one another. To Mi-Zhen's embarrassment, it seemed Zhang Bao had already discerned her true identity beneath her male guise, igniting a flicker of annoyance within her. Nevertheless, Zhang Bao's vast knowledge and eccentricities had already captivated Mi-Zhen, further enhancing their mutual fondness. After half a month of travel, they finally arrived, weary but exhilarated, at the grand capital of the Han Dynasty, Luoyang. Zhang Bao gazed upon the towering city and truly appreciated the magnificence of ancient architecture. Pondering how many soldiers would be necessary to breach such formidable walls, an unfathomable thought. They appeared as country bumpkins, unaccustomed to the grandeur of the city, prompting disdainful glances from passers-by, many of whom were common citizens of Luoyang. Yet, residing under the emperor's gaze, these citizens exuded an innate sense of superiority. Pei Yuanxiao, feeling affronted by the disdain directed at them, was poised to confront a particularly rude citizen, but Zhang Bao quickly intervened, halting his actions. Zhang Bao was acutely aware of the significant figures concealed within the emperor's domain, all silently observing their every move. They needed to navigate this environment with the utmost discretion. much like a cautious mouse. Although Pei Yuanxiao was seething with indignation, he dared not defy Zheng Bao's orders, fully cognizant that Luoyang was not a place where one could act recklessly. Zheng Bao did not lead his 50 companions into the city with ostentation. Instead, he instructed them to disperse into 10 smaller groups to avoid drawing attention. Accompanied by Mijan, he entered Luoyang, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Mijan found herself intrigued by the various items around the city, while Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian silently harbored a peculiar notion as they observed the camaraderie between Zheng Bao and Mijan. Fortunately, Zheng Bao remained oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly erupted in anger. Eager to assert his normal inclinations, the 10,000 gold coins Zheng Bao carried finally found their purpose, although he kept them close for safety. To his astonishment, Mi Zhan indeed hailed from a wealthy merchant family, possessing little understanding of monetary value. Her lavish spending habits revealed her to be a prime target for exploitation. Chapter 21. Observations in Luoyang. Upon entering Luoyang, their first order of business was not to immediately seek out opportunities for official appointments. Although Zheng Bao felt an urgency in his heart, he recognized the necessity of caution. After a brief reconnaissance, they settled into a reputable inn nearby, observing numerous affluent youths coming and going, which offered him some comfort regarding their safety. Luoyang was a bustling metropolis, seemingly untouched by war, and could very well be the grandest city in the world. Yet, Zheng Bao detected an underlying scent of decay, foreseeing an impending turmoil that would soon engulf the capital of the Han Dynasty. Mi Zhan, accompanied by her maid, wandered through the city. Upon their arrival, the Mi family had discreetly arranged for extensive protection for their young mistress, underscoring her esteemed position within the family. Through further conversation with Mi Zhan, Zheng Bao learned that her brother was hastily en route to Luoyang to ensure her safety. Mi Zhu expressed deep gratitude for Zheng Bao's life-saving efforts, especially since they were currently residing in an inn meticulously chosen by the Mi family. After hiding the 10,000 gold coins beneath the bed, Zheng Bao still felt uneasy. He instructed Pei Yuanxiao to occupy the adjacent room and maintain constant vigilance, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would occur. The next day, Zheng Bao awoke naturally and, after freshening up, discovered it was already midday. He resolved to head downstairs for a hearty meal. Prepare the finest dishes and wine. Certainly, my lord. Please take a seat. Your meal will be ready shortly. As Zheng Bao sat in the hall, revitalized, a conversation reached his ears. I hear that Taichung Lu Yin has recommended that the emperor replace the positions of the governors with that of provincial governors to enhance their authority. Remarkably, the emperor has adopted this suggestion and appointed various officials to the role. Indeed, I heard Lu Yin has been appointed as the governor of Jiaozhou. Another chimed in, nonsense. My nephew's aunt's uncle informed me that Lu Yin has been personally appointed by the emperor as the governor of Yizhou and is now preparing to pack his belongings. Pish-posh, what significance does your relative hold? He is a servant in the household of the esteemed Taichung Lu Yin. Apologies, apologies. The group resumed their exchanges of flattery, imbibing copiously. Zheng Bao shook his head in exasperation. It seemed the tavern was indeed a prime location for gathering news, albeit rife with misinformation. Fortunately, he had encountered this particular event in history, ensuring its accuracy. He murmured to himself, Lu Yin clearly harbors ulterior motives. This move plunges us back into an era of warlords, hastening the disintegration of the Han Dynasty. Before long, a sumptuous feast laden with exquisite wines and delicacies filled the table to its brim. Zheng Bao, upon witnessing this splendid spread, found his appetite significantly piqued and promptly picked up his chopsticks to indulge in the meal point. One cannot help but acknowledge that the high prices of these dishes are justified. It is often said that during the Han Dynasty, various culinary delights were yet to be invented, leading to a lack of happiness. However, this notion seems utterly absurd now, as long as one possesses wealth. An array of delectable foods is readily available, and the idea of lacking exquisite delicacies is simply unfounded. Just as he was savoring the meal with great enjoyment, a disheveled figure, resembling a vagabond, suddenly seated himself opposite Zheng Bao and began to eat without a care. While chewing, he audibly remarked, in my heyday, I have tasted countless delicacies. Yet these are simply dreadful. One could not help but wonder what esteemed background this individual hailed from, as he had supposedly experienced fare far superior to this. Zheng Bao did not underestimate the man before him, for he understood that the capital was home to countless hidden talents. It was evident that the man was boasting, likely seeking to mooch off the feast. for the fare at the drunken immortal tower was indeed the finest in the entire capital. An onlooker scoffed at him, casting a disdainful glance as if he were a beggar. Who said that? The delicacies of the imperial palace are the true epitome of culinary excellence. You lot are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. The slovenly man continued, his mouth never ceasing its consumption, drawing laughter from the crowd. The others chose to ignore this madman's nonsensical ramblings, convinced that such a person would not survive a month. The strangely dressed man continued to eat heartily, and rather than admonishing him, Zhang Bao regarded him with a friendly demeanor, which evoked a sense of goodwill. After a quarter of an hour, he reclined contentedly in his seat, patting his belly, and said to Zhang Bao, "In gratitude for your generous meal today, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." "May I know your esteemed name, kind sir?" Zhang Bao inquired politely. From the carefree expression of this man, he sensed that his origins were far from ordinary. If he were truly a beggar, he would not possess such a dignified manner while dining. "You may call me Lu Zi. I lead a rather unremarkable life, but perhaps fate will bring us together again," he replied, preparing to make a swift exit. "Wait a moment, kind sir. Please stay your departure. I happen to have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Why don't we ascend to a private room upstairs for a more thorough conversation?" Zhang Bao hastily grasped his hand, intending to explore the potential for an opportunity. Lu Zi, having enjoyed the meal, felt unable to renege on his word and reluctantly accompanied him upstairs to converse. "Is this fellow daft? He is clearly a beggar seeking a free meal, yet he is treated with such gravity. Indeed, he must be a rustic just arrived from the countryside," others mocked, upon entering the private chamber. Zhang Bao wasted no time and directly inquired about the possibility of purchasing an official position. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Zi's eyes as he regarded the young man with newfound curiosity. "Certainly, as long as your financial resources are sufficient, I can facilitate anything from high-ranking officials to lesser magistrates," Lu Zi replied with surprising ease. Zhang Bao was taken aback by his prompt agreement, finding himself in a quandary. Quite frankly, regardless of Lu Zi's capabilities, he felt uneasy about investing all his fortunes in this venture. "If you doubt my abilities, then I shall take my leave." Lu Zi swiftly discerned Zhang Bao's apprehensions and stood to depart without hesitation. "Wait, how could I possibly doubt you? It is merely that my entire livelihood hinges upon this official position, and any misstep would prove disastrous. Rest assured, I would never lead you astray," Lu Zi declared, patting his chest to affirm his confidence. Although Zhang Bao still harbored doubts, he resolved to place his trust in the young man and followed him as they ventured further into the less traveled paths. Zhang Bao's heart filled with trepidation, for he found himself in unfamiliar territory without any means of protection, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, Lu Zi brought Zhang Bao to a stately courtyard. The sight of armored guards at the entrance filled him with unease. If this young man resided here, why would he masquerade as a beggar? It was perplexing. Lu Zi approached the guards without hesitation and inquired, "Is my adoptive father within the courtyard?" "Master Zhang is resting inside," one guard replied. "Excellent. This gentleman is my friend, and he has urgent matters to discuss with my adoptive father." Zhang Bao, initially striving to maintain his composure, found the atmosphere increasingly bizarre, far exceeding his expectations. Weighing his options, he decided to trust the young man once more and followed him into the courtyard. As he walked, he marveled at the expansive beauty of the courtyard, realizing that in the thriving city of Luoyang, such an impressive yet understated estate could not exist without both wealth and power. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of anticipation for the events that would unfold. Just as he pondered the identity of the courtyard's owner, he suddenly noticed Lu Zi approaching with a respectful demeanor, which piqued his curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the individual before him was dressed as a eunuch. Igniting a spark of realization within him, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father," Lu Zi said with great reverence. "Rise, my son," the eunuch replied warmly. As the eunuch scrutinized Zhang Bao, he too observed the elder's commanding presence. Despite his age, the eunuch spoke with vigor and exuded an air of authority that compelled Zhang Bao to lower his gaze. "Lu Zi, who is this friend of yours?" the eunuch inquired with keen interest. "Esteemed father, this gentleman is someone I encountered on the street. We had a delightful conversation, so I brought him to meet you," Lu Zi explained, then turned to Zhang Bao. "Brother Zhang, this is my adoptive father. The esteemed Zhang Rang, the chief of the 10 eunuchs who served the emperor, Zhang Bao was utterly astonished. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a stroke of fortune by trusting a stranger and now found himself face to face with the infamous Zhang Rang. One must understand that Zhang Rang's power had reached its zenith, his words carrying more weight than even those of the emperor, who was obliged to treat him with utmost deference, referring to him as father. Commoner Zhang Bao pays his respects to Master Zhang. Zhang Bao quickly bowed in reverence. Zhang Rang, initially skeptical of Zhang Bao's intentions, was taken aback by the young man's genuine respect. He sensed no deceit in Zhang Bao's demeanor, and curiosity began to bloom within him. Although the 10 eunuchs wielded immense power, they were loathed by the aristocracy, who despised their influence. They had failed to guide the emperor in governance, indulging instead in debauchery. And when mentioned, many wished to see them brought to ruin at that moment. One of Zhang Rang's personal guards discreetly whispered something to him, which dispelled any lingering doubts. It turned out that this young man had recently arrived in the capital and likely had no significant ties to the aristocratic families. Lu Zi, what business do you have in introducing him to your adoptive father? Zhang Rang inquired. Tio, speak frankly. My friend seeks to purchase an official position and hopes that my esteemed father might grant him some leniency. Zhang Rang turned to Zhang Bao and asked, a young man such as yourself should harbor ambitions and aspirations, striving diligently to advance through your own merits. What compels you to entertain the notion of purchasing an official title? Zhang Bao's mind raced, quickly realizing that Zhang Rang, who loathed the aristocracy, might be amenable to flattery. If he could flatter Zhang Rang just a bit, the benefits could be immeasurable, despite becoming the very thing he despised. Zhang Bao hesitated not for a moment. He had no notable skills to boast of, and if he did not act swiftly to grow his influence, he would miss opportunities to confront future crises. Thus, he replied, the realm is entirely dominated by aristocratic families. Although I was raised in a respectable household, local authorities have long been under their control. I find myself at a loss for how to serve my country. Hearing that I could purchase a position in Luoyang, I came here with a glimmer of hope, only to meet you, esteemed Zhang. Zhang Rang pondered his words and continued, granting you an official position would be a trivial matter for me. However, you must consider carefully. Should you accept this role, you will forever be associated with the eunuch faction, and the aristocracy will see you as a thorn in their side, ever plotting your downfall. I am but a humble servant with no means to serve my country and no opportunity to showcase my talents. It is the wickedness of the aristocracy that has led me here. Hoping that Master Zhang might provide me with a chance to fulfill my patriotic duty, I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Zhang Bao lowered his head respectfully and said, observing that Zhang Rang had already been swayed by his words. He continued, I have long admired you, and this time I have come to Luoyang with 12,000 taels of gold and some exquisite calligraphy and paintings, which I hope to present to you. Master Zhang, you, young man, are quite astute. If only my adopted son possessed half of your cleverness, I would be utterly delighted. Since you have spoken so earnestly and are a friend of my adopted son, I shall assist you with this small favor. Zhang Rang, being a man of considerable experience, naturally did not fully believe all that Zhang Bao had said. However, he did appreciate Zhang Bao's attitude, and given that the emperor had generously rewarded him with a substantial amount of gold and jewels that day, he felt rather pleased and reluctantly agreed to Zhang Bao's request. Thank you, esteemed adoptive father. Thank you for your recognition, Master Zhang. Please, do come inside. Perhaps due to his age, Zhang Rang wandered for a while before expressing his intention to enter the room. The others dared not defy his wishes and promptly followed him in with utmost respect. Afterward, Zhang Rang posed several questions to Zhang Bao, who, fortunately hailing from a future era, answered all queries with neither humility nor arrogance, which brought a certain delight to the old and cunning eunuch. Chapter 23. Unexpected surprises. What official position do you seek? I wish to request the position of County Lieutenant of Luojian. Luojian's prefect, Lu Kong, is fiercely loyal to the court. However, he serves as a representative of the Lu family. You are now part of our faction, and if you were to take up the position of County Lieutenant there, it would surely provoke his ire and impede your future prospects. Would you consider the prefect of Yuzhang instead? Zhang Rang stroked his false mustache as he spoke. The prefect's position? In this vast city of Luoyang, such a minor official role is scarcely regarded. Yet, one must acknowledge that a prefect holds considerable authority over an entire county. Although the current state of Yangzhou is quite desolate, it is incomparable to other provinces. I am immensely grateful for your promotion, Master Zhang. Should there be any tasks for me in the future, I shall undoubtedly lead by example. Zhang Bao exclaimed with unrestrained joy, and of course, you must also present some gold and jewels as a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, others will certainly be displeased. I am well aware of this. During his conversation with Zhang Bao, Zhang Rang discerned that this young man was indeed a rare talent. If he could be of use in the future, securing a position to maintain order in one region and serve as an ally was not out of the question. What are your thoughts on the current state of affairs in the court? Zhang Rang suddenly inquired. Zhang Bao did not answer immediately, but took a moment to reflect before responding. The nation is peaceful, and the imperial authority is stable. However, the influence of powerful families over various regions is increasingly formidable. The systems of recommending filial piety and the selection of talents are significantly controlled by them, which has led to the emergence of factional strife. The root cause of this lies in the imperfections of the selection and employment system, which compels them to form cliques for personal gain. Do not speak such nonsense. Zhang Bao then realized he had overstepped and quickly added, I have been presumptuous in discussing state affairs. I sincerely apologize. However, Zhang Rang reflected on Zhang Bao's previous words and found himself in agreement. The local noble families had indeed seized control of the official advancement channels, thus enabling them to challenge his own power. If they were to lose the emperor's trust, their end would be nigh. Zhang Rang's mood suddenly soured, leading him to dismiss his guests. Zhang Bao had already achieved his primary objective in Luoyang. And though he felt quite jubilant internally, he restrained his outward expression and meekly followed Zhang Rang's servant out. Before departing, he discreetly slipped some silver into the servant's hand and inquired, Might I ask when Master Zhang's agreement will be fulfilled? The servant, quick to seize the silver, pointedly replied, Rest assured, Master Zhang will handle this matter. Due to the need for the court's approval, it should take no less than half a month and no more than a month to finalize. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao sighed with relief. As for his newly made friend, Lu Zi, he had been retained by Zhao Rang, and Zhang Bao felt it inappropriate to press for details. He never anticipated that his unexpected actions would yield such substantial rewards. Although he still needed to present the promised gold and jewels, he had secured the position of prefect, granting him the authority to recruit soldiers in due time. He could expand his power under the pretext of quelling local bandits. And when chaos engulfed the land, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. On his way back, Zhang Bao could hardly contain his elation, smiling widely. The citizens of Luoyang had become accustomed to such occurrences. As many rustic folk arrived daily, becoming enraptured by the splendor of the city, with some ultimately descending into madness and ending their days as beggars. Upon returning to the inn, Zhang Bao eagerly shared this delightful news with his companions, Su Qian and Pei Yuanxiao. They were astounded to learn of their elder brother's extraordinary stroke of luck. In the days that followed, Zhang Bao withdrew from public view, instructing his subordinates to limit their activities to the vicinity of the inn. Most importantly, he lacked an illustrious background, and offending powerful figures in the city could lead to dire consequences. Until he amassed sufficient influence, it was prudent to be cautious and keep a low profile. Once he established his strength, he could reveal his true nature. This was one of the guiding principles Zhang Bao adhered to throughout his life. Days swiftly passed, and Zhang Bao grew puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the boisterous Mi Zhen. This young master, my master wishes to see you. Upon realizing it was a servant of the Mi family, Zhang Bao had no reason to doubt and followed the servant to the banquet. Mi Zhu greets brother Zhang. I must also thank you for rescuing my little sister, said a plump young man. Zhang Bao observed the young man before him, noting that despite his stout build, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, indicating he was a true merchant. Not at all. It is merely my duty to assist those in need. Zhang Bao replied with humility. Mi Zhu awkwardly kicked his younger brother, Mi Fong, who was indulging in food and drink, and continued, This is my second brother, Mi Fong. He is only interested in feasting and revelry, and I worry about how he will one day inherit our family business. Mi Fong retorted with reluctance, As long as I have my elder brother, our family will surely thrive. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. I prefer to eat and drink. Mi Zhu appeared helpless against his brother's attitude and could only respond with a resigned, I apologize for subjecting brother Zhang to this. Not at all. Brother Mi Fong's candor is truly admirable. He is indeed a man of genuine character, Zhang Bao replied courteously. The three of them sat together to converse, but Mi Fong evidently looked down on Zhang Bao, hardly sparing him a glance. Fortunately, Zhang Bao understood the importance of patience and did not take offense. Mi Zhu, a renowned figure in history, proved to be remarkably approachable. Despite having developed the entire Mi family enterprise single-handedly, he had never exhibited arrogance, which caused Zhang Bao to regard him with newfound respect. After a few rounds of drinks, Mi Zhu finally turned the conversation to the main topic, saying, "Brother Zhang, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Luoyang? I have spent many years in this city and would be happy to assist you in any way possible. Please do not hesitate to ask. Brother Mi, you flatter me. It is in my nature to act justly. I seek no personal gain from my deeds. Besides, I have already accomplished my primary objective in Luoyang and will soon prepare to return to Yangzhou." Zhang Bao replied graciously. "What brings you to Luoyang, if you don't mind sharing?" Mi Zhu asked curiously. Chapter 24. Abundant gains. I must confess, I am here to purchase an official position. I encountered a young stranger at the inn, who turned out to be the adopted son of the current eunuch Zhang Rang. After meeting with him, I secured the position of prefect of Yuzhang. Zhang Bao recounted candidly. "Congratulations, Brother Zhang. You are indeed a talented young man. Your future is bound to be bright." As a businessman, Mi Zhu was indifferent to the court's factional struggles. He merely regarded those who could benefit him as allies. Even Mi Fong, who had previously looked down on Zhang Bao, now displayed a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Although Yuzhang was a barren land, being a prefect would afford them greater opportunities for profit if they cultivated a favorable relationship. Zhang Bao felt relieved to see the Mi brothers regarding him with newfound respect, recognizing that they too were often looked down upon by the powerful families. The enthusiasm for conversation was reignited, as Zhang Bao, now a prefect at a young age, held immense potential for the future. Mi Zhu, ever perceptive, stated earnestly, "Since you have just assumed the position of prefect, I must support you to ensure your successful development." Zhang Bao wished to decline, yet upon reflecting on his current precarious state, he ultimately accepted the generous patronage of Mi Zhu, recognizing that such support would expedite his development. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to the gifts proffered by Mi Zhu. With utmost care, Mi Zhu retrieved the list of offerings from his personal attire and presented it to Zhang Bao. Initially indifferent, Zhang Bao's eyes widened in astonishment upon unveiling the contents, realizing he had been a frog at the bottom of a well. The list detailed 500 servants, 50,000 in gold, and 20,000 measures of grain. Though merely a few lines, the impact on Zhang Bao was profound. With these resources, his power could potentially double. He then understood that Mi Zhu was akin to the illustrious El Bouet of old, possessing an extraordinary eye for investment. Should he cultivate his strength further, the current expenditures would pale in comparison to the substantial returns he could reap in the future. Even if he were to falter, the loss to Mi Zhu would be trifling. He was merely extending a favor. Faced with an opportunity to swiftly enhance his capabilities, it would be folly to refuse. With a thickened skin, Zhang Bao expressed his gratitude. The bond among the three of them flourished rapidly, and after indulging in copious amounts of drink, they returned to the inn for rest. Zhang Bao found himself truly inebriated, surprised by the series of fortuitous events that had befallen him since his arrival in Luoyang. Could it be that fate smiled upon him? This notion kindled a flicker of hope for his future endeavors. However, after consuming some sobering soup and taking a cold bath, he finally regained his composure. He understood that this was merely a form of investment from Mi Zhu and Zhang Rang, with no fundamental difference between them. It is worth noting that historically, Mi Zhu's discerning eye for talent was so sharp that even he was compelled to admire it. He had entrusted his household servants, treasures, and even his own sister to Liu Bei, ultimately reaping immense rewards. Following Liu Bei's conquest of Yizhou, Mi Zhu was greatly favored, and even his brother faced no repercussions after betraying the Shu Han dynasty, rendering him a modern-day El Bouet. What Zhang Bao received today was trivial in Mi Zhu's eyes. After much contemplation, Zhang Bao calmed his thoughts and recognized that to grow stronger, he must rely on his own meticulous planning. At present, his provisions and wealth were sufficient to recruit soldiers and bolster his power. Soon, he would also attain the position of governor of Yuzhang. His most pressing shortcoming lay in the absence of a loyal strategist to offer counsel. As his martial generals lacked historical renown, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious, he recalled how formidable Yuan Shu had been, bearing the title of a four-generation official and commanding the most extensive territory of the Han dynasty. It was precisely due to his dearth of capable subordinates that he faltered in the struggle for supremacy. Zhang Bao yearned for talent. He realized that in Luoyang, he could not act freely. Should he attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, he would invite trouble upon himself. After careful consideration, he resolved to visit Incheon Academy on his way back to Hangzhou, hoping to recruit some promising individuals. After all, many humble youths harbored their own ideals and aspirations, while those born into prestigious families often looked down upon him. The sovereign is one who commands a strong army, Zhang Bao muttered to himself. His purpose in this world was to achieve greatness and to prevent the chaos of the 5 barbarians. Holding military power would be the most reliable safeguard. In his previous life, he had drifted aimlessly through university, intending to secure an ordinary job, but an unforeseen accident had disrupted his life, leading to his demise and leaving his parents without support for the rest of their lives. This filled him with profound guilt. Fortunately, he now had a complete family, and only by wielding strength could he protect them. Lost in thought, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. The following morning, the familiar voice returned, as Zhang Bao stepped outside his room. He found Mi Zhan, now clad in feminine attire, radiating beauty as she gazed intently at him, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Good morning, Brother Zhang. Might there be any matters of importance today? Perhaps we could stroll through the market together?" Mi Zhan suggested with a hint of anticipation. Zhang Bao initially intended to decline outright, but the eager look in Mi Zhan's eyes compelled him to agree. After a hasty breakfast at the inn, they set out to explore the streets. This marked one of the most relaxed moments for Zhang Bao. He felt unburdened, having accomplished all that needed to be done, now merely awaiting the best possible outcomes. Throughout their walk, Mi Zhan chattered excitedly. Although she often roamed the streets of Luoyang, this was her first time doing so with someone she cherished. Zhang Bao noticed a jade hairpin at a street vendor's stall and, on a whim, adorned Mi Zhan's hair with it. Looks exquisite, Zhang Bao exclaimed, gifting the hairpin to her. Mi Zhan beamed with delight. Her heart brimming with joy. Dawned on Zhang Bao that women in ancient times typically did not accept gifts from men so casually. Observing Mi Zhan's happiness, he began to suspect that she might harbor feelings for him. Just as they were enveloped in a moment of budding romance, a rider suddenly galloped down the street. With Mi Zhan standing in the way, swiftly, Zhang Bao seized her and pulled her aside, narrowly averting injury. "It appears to be a messenger from the court. I wonder what calamity has befallen us now. Surely, it must be another uprising of the yellow turbans." The townsfolk speculated, displaying an unsettling familiarity with such occurrences, their demeanor surprisingly calm. Though startled, Mi Zhan escaped unscathed. Zhang Bao urged her to return to the inn to rest, to which she readily agreed, satisfied with the day's events. Upon their return, while having lunch, Zhang Bao learned through conversations around him that the emperor had appointed Lu Yu as the governor of Yuzhou, Lu Yin as the governor of Yizhou, and Lu Biao as the governor of Jingzhou, entrusting these Han family relatives with the mantle of governance. Indeed, the grand affairs of the realm are unstoppable. Rolling forth like the inexorable wheel of history, Zhang Bao murmured to himself. He pondered the difficulty of altering history and questioned whether his own fate could be rewritten. Observing Zhang Bao's pensive silence, Mi Zhan tenderly inquired if he had suffered any distress, prompting him to cast aside his worries and engage in light-hearted conversation over their meal. Within the imperial palace, the current emperor, Lu Hong, found himself in dire straits. He vowed that since his ascension, the Han Dynasty had plunged into its gravest peril yet. The recent pacification of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was swiftly followed by the resurgence of its remnants across various provinces. To compound his troubles, the Xiongnu of Bingzhou and the Chang of Liangzhou, led by the formidable Lord Beiyu, were also in revolt, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. "I am beset by troubles. Thankfully, I have advisors like father to share my burdens," the emperor lamented, glancing at the 10 eunuchs before him. "Your Majesty, since your ascension, the realm has enjoyed peace, and the imperial authority remains steadfast. These petty rebels cannot shake the foundations of the Han Dynasty," Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and others hastily assured him. They promptly presented the emperor with a list of positions they sought to procure, embarking on their path of selling offices. A substantial quantity of gold and treasures was transported into the palace by the eunuchs, leaving Lu Hong awestruck. Since the crisis on the front lines, he had struggled to eat and sleep well. Now, the prospect of purchasing offices offered him a glimmer of hope and stability. "Excellent. So many seek to obtain official posts. I shall grant them all approval. However, in 2 or 3 years, they will need to present me with another bounty of gold and jewels. lest they risk losing their hard-won positions. Emperor Lu Hong was indeed a cunning merchant. Yet none dared to speak ill of him. With a wave of his hand, he granted these individuals their desired positions, among whom was the inconsequential name of Zheng Bao, the governor of Yuzhong. His rank was so low that the emperor scarcely paid him any mind, simply passing over his name. "Your Majesty is wise," Zhang Rang and the others praised, eager to curry favor. "Bring me those palace maids." "I wish to indulge myself," he commanded, and the atmosphere filled with revelry. Though Zhang Bao remained sequestered in the inn, he recognized the importance of maintaining his physical fitness. In this era, even a minor illness could spell disaster. So he remained vigilant about his health. He often trained alongside Pei Yuanshao and Su Qian, and he had now fully integrated the martial skills of the original host into his own repertoire, much to his delight. However, he found himself surrounded by individuals of little martial prowess, realizing that he was the most formidable among them. True to his word, Mi Zhu had ensured that the promised 500 servants were well established outside of Luoyang. With Pei Yuanshao tasked with training these young recruits, who would become his right-hand men in due course. Furthermore, the pledged gold and treasures were being transported from Shuzhou to Yangzhou, significantly enhancing Zheng Bao's regard for Mi Zhu. Although their relationship is primarily anchored in mutual interests, with relentless personal effort, one could undoubtedly secure Mi Zhu's allegiance to their chariot. During this tumultuous period, Zheng Fu found himself overwhelmed with worries, especially after his son Zheng Baoyi resolutely rejected the marriage proposal from the county magistrate's son. Consequently, many of his business associates began to withdraw from future dealings with him. The county magistrate's son brazenly proclaimed that anyone daring to conduct business with the Zheng family in Luan County would face dire consequences, effectively coercing many into severing ties with the Zhengs due to the oppressive influence of the authorities. "This county magistrate is exceedingly tyrannical," Zheng Fu exclaimed indignantly. Yet, he felt utterly powerless in this situation, save for the option of relocating from Luan County. Even Zheng Yu, usually so spirited, was ordered to remain indoors for fear of potential dangers. Aware of the tense atmosphere, she complied, patiently staying at home. Within a month, Zheng Fu's hair had grayed significantly, prompting Zheng Yu to mature considerably, gradually grasping her parents' concerns. "When my brother returns, I shall ensure that you, villain, pay dearly," Zheng Yu seethed as she gazed at the arrogant county magistrate's son outside. However, mere days later, news arrived of Zheng Bao's journey north to Luoyang, where he tragically fell victim to bandits on the Yangtze River. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Zheng household, as the details were alarmingly vivid and hard to dismiss as mere rumor. Zhang Mu devoted her days to fervently praying for her son's safe return, believing that once he returned, all rumors would naturally dissipate. The lines on her face deepened with worry as she silently wished for her son's safety. Meanwhile, Zhang Duo, stationed at Nyodozhai, heard of Zhang Bao's demise and felt a deep sense of unease. Nevertheless, he intensified his surveillance to safeguard the Zheng family, as a troubling presence of suspicious individuals lingered near the government office, revealing ill intentions that further unsettled him. "And no matter what, I must protect your family, even at the cost of my life," Zhang Duo resolutely vowed to himself. After all, his life had been saved by his elder brother. Returning the favor now seemed only fitting, especially since he had no other ties to hold him back. Just when they believed the situation could not worsen, the county magistrate, driven by greed for wealth and power, conspired with the mountain bandits, learning that all recent disturbances were orchestrated by Zheng Bao. The magistrate hastily dispatched agents to gather evidence against Zheng Bao, convinced that soon it would lead to the Zheng family's ruin. Chapter 26. The Journey Back. "Himph, soon I shall make you beg for mercy." The county magistrate's son sinisterly chuckled. He anticipated that the lovely Zheng Yu would ultimately submit to his desires. Meanwhile, Zheng Bao and Luoyang remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil back home, leisurely flirting with Mi Zhen. "I possess a superpower," he claimed. "What do you mean by superpower?" Mi Zhen inquired, intrigued. "Well, it's the ability to accomplish things ordinary people cannot." "Oh, what superpower?" "I am utterly enamored with you," Zheng Bao unabashedly declared. This bold confession caused Mi Zhen's cheeks to flush. Despite her beauty and the countless compliments she received, she had never encountered someone so audacious. Yet she genuinely cherished him. Mi Zhu harbored no objections to their relationship. Though Zheng Bao was merely a minor official at present, his youth promised a boundless future. More importantly, his affection for his sister brought him immense satisfaction. as her happiness was paramount. During this time, Lu Zi sought out Jing Bao, but this time he presented himself in a refined manner, adorned with fine materials that suggested a wealthy background, prompting the shopkeepers to treat him with utmost respect. Zhang Bao, curious, asked why Lu Zi had appeared so disheveled and famished on his previous visit, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. After some conversation, he discovered that Lu Zi was, in fact, Zhang Rang's long-lost nephew. When Zhang Rang entered the palace years ago, he had been bullied by others, leading him to sever ties with his family to protect them. Unfortunately, by the time he achieved success, his relatives had met tragic fates, leaving Lu Zi as the sole survivor of that lineage. Under Zhang Rang's guidance over the years, Lu Zi grew weary of flattery and had been living incognito in the capital until fate had him encounter Zhang Bao while pretending to be a beggar. Zhang Bao learned of Zhang Rang's struggles and the cautious life he led within the palace, ultimately rising to become a figure of great influence. The two bonded over their experiences, and Zhang Bao even extended an invitation for Lu Zi to join him in Yangzhou. Foreseeing that once Emperor Ling passed, the corrupt individuals like Zhang Rang would face reckoning, and Lu Zi would not escape unscathed. Lu Zi graciously declined, promising that should he ever be in dire straits, he would seek Zhang Bao in Yangzhou. Observing Lu Zi's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Bao realized that Lu Zi did not take his offer to heart, as his current status far exceeded Zhang Bao's. As the days progressed, April neared its end, and Zhang Bao's initial calm transformed into anxiety regarding the status of his official appointment. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the day dawned bright, bringing with it a long-anticipated announcement. The emperor had appointed him as the governor of Yangzhou's Yuzhong. Overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving the official decree, he could hardly contain his tears, as his first aspiration had finally come to fruition. He promptly informed Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian, sharing the joyous news with Mi Zhu, who all extended their heartfelt congratulations. Without delay, I shall depart for Yangzhou tomorrow to commence rallying troops and restoring peace for the local populace. Zhang Bao declared with elation. Observing Mi Zhan's reddened eyes, he felt a pang of sorrow, for he had come to regard her as his girlfriend, despite neither having addressed it directly. His impending journey to Yangzhou filled him with reluctance. Yet for the sake of a better future, he resolved to bid farewell to everyone and embark on his journey back. As they passed through the villages outside Luoyang, Pei Yuanxiao had already assembled the 500 able-bodied men gifted by Mi Zhu. Waiting respectfully for Zhang Bao's arrival, witnessing the throng of men stirred deep emotions within Zhang Bao. He had fought tooth and nail to gather a mere 600 men recently, yet Mi Zhu's generosity had bestowed him with such a formidable force. Each shall receive 10 taels of silver, and after victorious battles, we shall distribute 20% of the spoils among you all, Zhang Bao proclaimed, appealing to their interests. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The men expressed their gratitude fervently. Seeing their enthusiasm, Zhang Bao recognized the importance of winning their loyalty. He produced the official appointment document and commanded the 500 men to serve as the militia of Yuzhong County. The men were overwhelmed with gratitude, astonished that they had transitioned from lowly servants to esteemed soldiers. Long live our lord! Long live our lord! The cheers erupted, and their allegiance to Zhang Bao solidified as they pledged their lives to protect him. Although Zhang Bao had never commanded troops before, he understood that the most compelling motivator in this world was the allure of self-interest. Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian were equally inspired by the atmosphere. Astonished by their elder brother's charismatic leadership, realizing they were on the brink of a promising future. Seizing the moment, Zhang Bao unveiled the military regulations he had drafted in Luoyang, reading aloud. Those who commit acts of rape and plunder shall be executed without mercy. Those who disobey orders shall also face execution without mercy. The 10 regulations, each a capital offense, sent a chill through the newly invigorated men, who found it perplexing that what they considered trivial misdeeds would incur such severe penalties. Zhang Bao, pleased with the sudden silence, explained, "You all have families, mothers, wives, and children. Fighting is not merely for personal glory or fame. It is to safeguard the common folk. Should your loved ones ever suffer at the hands of marauding soldiers? How would you feel? Our battle is not just for our own success, but to ensure the happiness of the people of the Han, so that fewer lives are lost to the ravages of war." The men fell into deep contemplation, realizing that their arduous efforts were ultimately for the well-being of their families. If their loved ones were to suffer during conflicts, what good would their personal achievements offer? Zhang Bao observed the soldiers beneath him, all of whom had fallen into deep contemplation. His intention was not to disseminate advanced thoughts from future generations among these warriors, but rather to establish a strict military discipline that would enable his power to flourish. Otherwise, he would merely have a fragmented force, a mere rabble. Chapter 27. Inchuan Academy. Despite already possessing some capital, Zhang Bao remained exceedingly cautious, for he was still quite weak in the eyes of the prominent families. He was but an ant that could be easily crushed. Even a single spoiled aristocrat could inflict a fatal blow upon him. His usual demeanor was one of prudence and restraint, which allowed him to navigate his journey without incident. Zhang Bao did not opt for a direct return to Yangzhou. Instead, he prepared to seek out talented individuals at the illustrious Inchuan Academy. Although the offspring of noble families might not regard his abilities highly, gaining the loyalty of humble yet capable talents like Guo Jia and Shi Jizai would be most advantageous. Inchuan County is a picturesque locale, adorned with verdant mountains and fertile waters. Despite the aftermath of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, it stands in stark contrast to the desolation of other regions, thriving with vibrancy. The local populace is of simple character. Though they are common folk, they exhibit humility and courtesy, embodying a refined demeanor. It is no wonder that this place is the cradle of many renowned figures from the Three Kingdoms period, as the majority of its eminent scholars hail from here. The academy, nestled against the mountains, is situated on the outskirts of the city. Originally a villa belonging to the prestigious Sun family of Inchuan, it was donated to become a place of learning after its establishment. The renowned Inchuan Academy does not boast towering walls, gilded plaques, or brass door knockers. Its low walls are painted a pristine white, and a weathered wooden door stands ajar. Above the entrance hangs a black lacquered wooden plaque inscribed in red characters with the four prominent words, Inchuan Academy. Signed by Mr. Shui Jing. The bold script is vigorous and powerful, the red and black contrasting like blood against the night sky, a perfect amalgamation that conveys a sense of gravitas. Upon entering through the gate and traversing the bluestone path, one is greeted by a large hall, square in shape, constructed of blue bricks, adorned with intricately carved roof tiles. In the center lies a grand incense altar, with an image of Confucius hanging above it. Sticks of incense are placed in a brass censer, their smoke curling upwards, spreading gently through the adjacent door leading to the study area, where low tables are laden with scrolls and cushions are scattered about. A beautifully crafted guqin rests nearby, its strings producing a round and crisp sound when lightly plucked. The Inchuan Academy is indeed understated yet rich in substance. As Zhang Bao stood before its entrance, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. This was a place that had nurtured countless talents from the late Eastern Han to the Three Kingdoms period, where heroes and illustrious figures would soon embark on paths of aiding rulers. He was determined not to leave empty-handed on this visit. "Where do you hail from, friend?" inquired a scholar passing by, noting the unfamiliar face. "I am Zheng Bao, the appointed governor of Yuzhong by the court. Lacking experience in governance, I hope to find advisors here at Inchuan Academy," Zheng Bao replied politely. "Oh, such a young age to hold the title of governor. May I ask which noble family you belong to?" The scholar queried with a hint of courtesy. "I come from humble beginnings, and it is merely by chance that I attained the position of governor," Zhang Bao responded with a smile. To his surprise, the scholar dismissed him without a glance, waving his sleeve in disdain, focusing instead on the sky, muttering about the waste of his precious time. Pei Yuan Shao, witnessing such shamelessness, prepared to confront the scholar. But Zhang Bao quickly intervened. He had come to seek assistance, and confrontation would only thwart his plans. Although he felt a surge of anger, he restrained himself. He then approached several young talents, who initially expressed enthusiasm upon learning of his title. However, their interest waned when they discovered he was merely an unknown figure, not of noble lineage, leading some to reject him with mockery. Even Zhang Bao, who had a good temperament, reached his limit. He finally comprehended why Zhang Rang was so despised. In the eyes of these individuals, unless one hailed from an illustrious family, they were deemed unworthy of their loyalty, which was infuriating. After an entire morning of enduring such disdain, Zhang Bao was filled with frustration. "Enough! Let us three brothers go for a meal," he declared, turning away in anger. Pei Yuan Shao and Su Qian followed closely behind, ensuring his safety. The trio naturally indulged in copious amounts of drink at a tavern, allowing Zhang Bao to vent his frustrations, which left him feeling rejuvenated. Suddenly, a commotion drew Zhang Bao's attention. "Why do you keep coming here to drink?" Do you not know if you have enough money? You come here to dine and dash every time. The tavern attendant exclaimed rudely. Do not look down on me. I have come before and simply forgot my money, not because I intended to evade payment, retorted a young scholar, defending himself passionately. You should pay off your previous debts before you drink again. The attendant shot back defiantly. You ought to pursue the debts with the former me. The current me owes you nothing. I have brought money today, so you cannot deny me service, the young scholar insisted, brandishing a handful of small silver coins. The attendant disregarded him entirely, snatching the coins away and preparing to throw him out to avoid further embarrassment. Hold on, this young man is whom I wish to treat today. How dare you be so rude? Zhang Bao interjected, tossing a silver ingot to the attendant, who immediately brightened at the sight, ushering the young scholar inside. The young scholar glanced at Zhang Bao, realizing he did not recognize him, yet he entered without hesitation, boldly taking a seat across from Zhang Bao, causing the onlookers to disperse. The young scholar ordered several jugs of fine wine and began to pour for himself, showing no inclination to acknowledge Zhang Bao and his companions. What might I call you, esteemed friend? Zhang Bao decided to take the initiative. I know you to be the illustrious governor of Yuzhong. Zhang Bao, your name has spread throughout the academy, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The young scholar replied leisurely. Zhang Bao, upon hearing this, did not take offense, responding nonchalantly, the ruler is the boat, and the people are the water. While water can support the boat, it can also capsize it. The students of Yingchuan Academy are no different. Though I hail from humble origins, I possess grand aspirations for the common folk. It is laughable that those scholars look down upon others, a group of individuals with lofty ideals yet little substance, mere talkers. What a coincidence! I am also a student of Yingchuan Academy. Chapter 28. Gua Jia, pray tell. Which noble family do you assist, esteemed friend? Zhang Bao retorted, a hint of irony in his tone. The young scholar hesitated, clearly struck by Zhang Bao's earlier words about the boat and the water, which resonated deeply within him. He too came from a humble background and had faced mockery from his peers, yet his innate talent had allowed him to forge connections with many from similar circumstances. Thus he did not feel alone, I assure you. I meant no offense, to be honest. I also come from humble beginnings and often endure ridicule from my fellow students, the young scholar confessed, a trace of sorrow evident on his face. Zhang Bao had not anticipated that this young man was, in fact, the illustrious Gua Jia, known as Gua Fengxiao throughout history. His foresight regarding historical figures allowed him to acknowledge the significance of those who had left their mark on history. Let us share a drink, Zhang Bao proposed, choosing action over words to express his sentiments. The two quickly found a mutual understanding. Zhang Bao's perspectives from a future era intrigued Gua Jia. Although Gua Jia was known for his sharp wit, he found Zhang Bao's amusing expressions to be profoundly engaging. Gua Jia grew increasingly curious about Zhang Bao, wondering how someone from a remote land could possess such profound knowledge. Today's encounter has been most enjoyable. Might I inquire if you would be willing to assist me in achieving my ambitions? Zhang Bao asked earnestly. What is your assessment of the current situation, Zhang brother? Gua Jia countered with a question instead of an answer. The emperor neglects state affairs, allowing the 10 attendants to buy and sell positions, inciting widespread discontent among the populace. If an external general were to lead troops into the capital, the Han Dynasty would surely suffer great calamities. And the potential for warlords to carve out territories in the Central Plains is high, Zhang Bao proclaimed, raising his cup for a hearty drink. While Gua Jia remained skeptical about the notion of an external general entering the capital, he acknowledged the impending chaos and fragmentation of power across the land. Then I shall assist you in your grand ambitions, Gua Jia ultimately agreed. Having you, Fengxiao, is akin to a fish finding water. Zhang Bao exclaimed, eager not to take such an ally for granted. Subsequently, Zhang Bao shared his current plans with Gua Jia, who wholeheartedly endorsed them. Moreover, a diplomatic strategy was proposed, advocating for an East first, West later, South first, and North later approach to warfare. Zhang Bao harbored feelings of regret for not having met Gua Jia sooner. The two instantly connected, engaging in profound discussions throughout the night, ultimately sharing the same bed. The following morning, Zhang Bao inquired, might Fengxiao have any classmates or friends willing to join in our endeavors? I possess the ambition of Shiji Tsai and share a kindred spirit with him. I am eager to persuade him. Gua Jia replied, as for others, it would be more challenging, given that the might of the Han Dynasty still loomed large, and everyone sought advantageous positions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he resolved to accompany Guojia to persuade Shi Jizai. Observing Zhang Bao's eagerness, Guojia felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, neither he nor Shi Jizai had any notable reputation, and he wondered why Zhang Bao was so exuberant, stirring an odd sensation within him. Nevertheless, Guojia dismissed his concerns. Since Zhang Bao held him in such high regard, he was determined not to disappoint the expectations of the esteemed lord. After a hurried breakfast, the two set off for Shi Jizai's residence, but Zhang Bao was met with disappointment upon discovering that Shi Jizai was away on a trip. It seemed he had arrived at an unfortunate time. In resignation, he pinned a letter for the doorman, hoping it would be delivered to Shi Jizai upon his return. "Oh, not despair. My lord, I shall leave a letter for him as well. He will surely seek out me in Yangzhou." "Perhaps we should proceed there first," Guojia suggested. Zhang Bao, unwilling to let this great talent slip away, replied, "A few more days of waiting will not hurt. Perhaps I shall stumble upon unexpected gains here." Thus, the group continued their stay at the inn. During this time, Zhang Bao repeatedly visited Yingchuan Academy, only to be met with rejections each time. In his past life, he had been a person of modest pride. But now, for the sake of his survival and growth, he had to swallow his pride and persistently seek out opportunities. Fortunately, he had made the acquaintance of Sun Yu, and Zhong Yao, deeming the journey worthwhile. Days passed and Zhang Bao, still undeterred, declared, "Feng Xiao, let us once more seek out Shi Jizai." "Indeed," Guojia responded with enthusiasm. It would be a great fortune to work alongside his classmate. After hastily preparing, they rushed to visit Shi Jizai once again, only to find he had still not returned home, leaving them both disheartened. Zhang Bao, in resignation, left another letter, expressing his profound admiration for Shi Jizai and inviting him to Yangzhou to assist in their grand ambitions. Zhang Bao's visits to Yingchuan Academy had only yielded Guojia's support, yet he felt content, convinced that as his influence grew, a steady stream of talent would come to his side. "Time is of the essence. We shall set forth for Yangzhou without delay," Zhang Bao declared resolutely. "Indeed," replied Su Qian, Pei Yuanxiao, and Guojia. Suddenly, a throng of individuals burst into the Zhang residence, unsettling Zheng Fu, who was seated in his study. He hurriedly went to ascertain the cause of the commotion. The county magistrate's son sneered at the Zhang family, saying, "I never imagined you would be so audacious as to collude with the bandits of Nutuzhai. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender Zheng Bao, and you may escape with your lives. Alternatively, you can graciously accept becoming my father-in-law, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred." How could this be? Zheng Fu, although he had not seen his son for some time, could not believe his offspring would conspire with bandits. However, he was not oblivious. Seeing the county magistrate's son eyeing Zheng Yu with insatiable greed, he understood that this matter was far from simple. Quickly, prepare to flee. Despite possessing immense wealth, Zheng Fu knew that the safety of his family was paramount. Having been in business for many years, he had garnered the loyalty of numerous servants, with the devoted servants shielding Zheng Fu, Zheng Mu, and Zheng Yu. They swiftly escaped. The county magistrate's son, witnessing his prey slipping away, seethed with fury, commanding his subordinates to pursue them relentlessly. The Zheng family's servants suffered heavy casualties during the onslaught. Yet none faltered, for they had long been indebted to the Zheng family, and now was the time to repay that debt. Chapter 29. A sudden turn. Zheng Fu watched the scene unfold, his heart heavy with despair, vowing to avenge this treachery when the opportunity arose. His greatest concern was for his son, uncertain of his fate, especially with the county magistrate's son approaching menacingly. Kill them. Do not let the main culprit escape. Though Zheng Fu's family had not gathered any belongings, as they fled the city, they were nearly captured by the officers. Is it truly our end today? I cannot accept this, Zheng Fu lamented, gazing skyward. Zheng Yu, equally terrified, had grown up under her parents' protection and had never witnessed such chaos. The county magistrate's son could hardly contain his glee. He had not anticipated the Zheng family possessed such vast wealth, and even the usually gentle and lovely Zheng Yu would soon fall into his grasp. Tonight, I shall claim my bridal chamber, he thought malevolently. Zheng Fu refused to yield, fiercely wielding his sword against the officer's relentless assaults. He could not retreat, for behind him stood his wife and child. Yet, even a man in his prime would eventually tire, especially as he had already reached middle age, his vigor waning in the span of a single incense stick's burning. He became breathless. Nevertheless, for the safety of his family, he fought with all his might. "You ungrateful wretches, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the county magistrate's son declared, having lost all patience. Just as Zhang Fu was on the brink of collapse, a multitude of masked young men appeared, each robust and formidable, and more importantly, the air around them brimmed with a palpable sense of lethal intent. Clearly, they were seasoned warriors. The encircling officers, having believed victory was assured, failed to scrutinize their surroundings, only to be ambushed by unexpected reinforcements, causing their plans to unravel completely. "Who are you ruffians?" "I am the son of the magistrate of Luan County. You will not have your way." The county magistrate's son stammered, yet he still chose not to retreat. "You shall be the one to perish," a burly leader declared with icy resolve, his gaze as frigid as death itself. The officers, expecting to withstand the assault, were taken aback. They crumbled like fragile pillows under pressure. Though this group of black-clad warriors numbered fewer than 100, they were agile and adept, rendering the officers no match for them. Realizing the dire situation, the county magistrate's son hastily fled alone. As the officers finally recognized the calamity unfolding, they found that many of their comrades lay dead or wounded, while their commander had already made a hasty exit, severely dampening their morale and prompting many to flee in panic. Do not pursue. Protect the safety of the eldest brother's family. Yes, the masked figures were none other than Zhang Duo, stationed at Nutuzhai, who had secretly dispatched men to safeguard the Zhang family. Upon witnessing the siege by the officers, he rushed to their aid and was fortunate to arrive in the nick of time. Now, he took a moment to assess the Zhang family's condition. Zhang Fu had long since exhausted himself and had fainted. Zhang Mu and Zhang Yu, still in a state of heightened anxiety, appeared slightly dazed. Seeing that they were unharmed, Zhang Duo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he would not have to face his brother with grave news. He ordered the remaining members of the Zhang family to be escorted to Nutuzhai, personally accompanying them. However, as they approached Nutuzhai, they suddenly noticed a cloud of dust behind them. His men reported that 2 other bandit groups had colluded to ambush Zhang Duo en route. "Quickly retreat. Take the Zhang family to Nutuzhai. I will hold them off," Zhang Duo decisively commanded. His subordinates pleaded with him to reconsider, but he remained resolute, and they had no choice but to comply. Clearly, this plot had been premeditated. A collusion of officials and merchants. During Zhang Bao's absence, Zhang Duo had seldom ventured from the stronghold. Yet, this time, he risked everything for the safety of his brother's family. "You should surrender. We are bandits. And if you do, you could sit in a position of power." The bandit leader laughed triumphantly. "Not a chance." Zhang Duo, with little time for idle chatter, charged directly towards the mountain bandits opposite him. The bandit leader, taken aback by Zhang Duo's fierce resolve, wasted no time in rallying his men to assault him. Despite Zhang Duo's exceptional martial prowess, the sheer number of assailants proved overwhelming, forcing him to retreat while sustaining 5 or 6 wounds from blades. Though fortunately none were fatal, he dismissed the bandits with disdain, showing no fear even towards the officials, for his greatest concern lay with his elder brother, Zhang Bao, and his uncertain fate in Luoyang. The longer Zhang Bao remained absent, the more Zhang Duo feared for their hold on their territory. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, directing his comrades to reinforce the stronghold and remain vigilant against potential raids. Over the course of the past month, he had matured significantly. Once merely a valiant warrior lacking in strategy, he had learned to manage various affairs in order to safeguard his family's legacy, greatly enhancing his personal capabilities. Upon returning to the county magistrate's son was in a rage. Despite having acquired a wealth of gold and jewels from the Zhang family, the absence of any significant captures left him feeling deeply unsatisfied. Reports from his subordinates revealed that the bandits they pursued had gained no advantage, further souring his mood. Fortunately, his father indulged him greatly, allowing him the boldness to tackle this affair. He prepared a decree to unite 2 bandit factions in a concerted effort to eradicate the stronghold of Nutuzhai. Simultaneously, the magistrate's son publicly accused the Zhang family of colluding with bandits and harming the local populace. Many unsuspecting citizens, upon hearing this, erupted in indignation, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the officials, believing them deserving of their fate. However, a minority of discerning individuals perceived the underlying deceit, yet their numbers were scant, and they took no action, resulting in widespread rumors throughout Luan County regarding the Zhang family's illicit dealings. Chapter 30. An encounter with Dian Wei upon receiving the news. Zhang Fu seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Having dedicated his life to virtuous deeds, he never anticipated being so thoroughly slandered by unscrupulous individuals. Meanwhile, the mischievous and endearing Zhang Yu silently prayed for her brother to lead a righteous force to bring the despicable magistrate's son to justice, restoring their family's honor. Yet, a storm loomed on the horizon, casting a shadow of greater peril over the inhabitants of Niutu Zhai. Thankfully, Zhang Bao's family remained unharmed, allowing Zhang Duo a moment of relief. Zhang Fu learned of his son's recent endeavors, astonished to find that he had seemingly transformed into a different person. Though he was deeply surprised, he found himself in a position where he had no choice but to navigate the treacherous waters alongside the bandits. Zhang Mu and Zhang Yu, however, harbored no such thoughts. Having successfully evaded the clutches of the authorities was fortune enough. Their only hope rested on Zhang Bao's safe return, for the reunion of their family outweighed all else. Zhang Bao and Guojia had already crossed out of Yingchuan County and soon entered the territory of Qiao. Along the way, they observed the resurgence of the Yellow Turban rebels, leaving the common folk of the Central Plains in dire straits. This grim reality weighed heavily on Zhang Bao's heart. Although he understood that life was cheap in ancient times, the stark brutality of war was undeniable. Pi Yuanxiao, traveling with him, finally grasped the absurdity of his previous affiliation with the Yellow Turban Army. He had believed they were fighting to overthrow local tyranny and save the people from suffering, only to realize that the movement had devolved into a desperate struggle for survival amidst chaos. Initially, Guojia found the situation disconcerting. As a mere scholar from Yingchuan Academy, he had undergone significant personal growth throughout their journey. The people suffer in life and death, Zhang Bao lamented despondently. Fortunately, their party of 500 able-bodied men deterred smaller factions of the Yellow Turbans from attacking them. When faced with larger groups, they would wisely avoid confrontation, which, while time-consuming, ensured their safety. Reporting to the Lord, approximately 1,000 Yellow Turbans are besieging a mountain village amidst the chaos. A warrior has rallied the villagers to resist. And both sides are locked in fierce combat. Should we take a detour? Pi Yuanxiao inquired. With only 1,000 Yellow Turbans, we can easily dispatch them. Zhang Bao regarded the bandit force with disdain. Having recognized their lack of combat effectiveness, his 500 men would effortlessly prevail. Very well, divide the troops into 2 flanking groups. We shall achieve a resounding victory, suggested Guojia. Agreed. Zhang Bao commanded, splitting his 500 men to launch an offensive against the nefarious Yellow Turban bandits. Kill, charge. After multiple skirmishes along their journey, the 500 warriors had grown accustomed to bloodshed, and the enemy before them was hardly worth mentioning. Nonetheless, Zhang Bao proceeded with caution to avoid any unforeseen pitfalls. The rebellious Yellow Turban army remained oblivious to the impending danger. They noticed only one man among the villagers exhibiting exceptional martial skill, dismissing the rest as lacking organization or discipline, thus focusing their attention on this prize. Once we seize this place, we shall have this leading strongman tortured to death for costing us so many brothers, lamented a minor Yellow Turban leader, feeling the sting of their losses at that moment. However, an unseen enemy charged from behind. The Yellow Turban leader, mistaking it for a large contingent of imperial soldiers, panicked and fled, abandoning the remaining rabble, knowing they could easily be replaced as long as provisions were secured. To their astonishment, the Yellow Turbans proved utterly feeble, leading Su Qian to express his scorn. We should have confronted them head-on all along. We are in unfamiliar territory. Do not act recklessly. The priority now is to return to Yangzhou. Zhang Bao admonished gravely. Understood, Su Qian replied reluctantly. Having driven off the Yellow Turban forces, Zhang Bao quickly organized his men to reassure the local populace. Guojia orchestrated the arrangements with precision, allowing Zhang Bao to appreciate the undeniable importance of a strategist by his side. Thanks to you, sir, our village of Dian can barely withstand the attack. A middle-aged man at the forefront of the village expressed his gratitude. I am Zhang Bao, the magistrate appointed by the court, and it is my duty to aid the common folk. There is no need for thanks, Zhang Bao smiled warmly. Dianwei thanks you, my lord, and hopes you will stay in our village for a few days, allowing us to properly express our gratitude for your timely rescue. Zhang Bao was taken aback to discover that this burly man was none other than Dianwei, the famed bodyguard of Cao Cao in history. explaining why even several dozen Yellow Turban soldiers could not approach him in the current chaos of the Yellow Turban uprising. With the common people suffering greatly, the magistrate sought to recruit soldiers to restore peace. "Might you, brave warrior, be willing to join me in this noble endeavor?" Zhang Bao respectfully proposed. Dian Wei was momentarily taken aback by the magistrate's forthrightness. However, upon glancing at his family behind him, he regretfully declined, saying, "While I would very much like to accompany you, my family and parents remain. I cannot venture far." Just as Zhang Bao was about to continue persuading him, an elderly man stepped forward, irate, and exclaimed, "How can you refuse the magistrate's kindness? A true man cannot be swayed by family ties and trivial matters. Father," Dian Wei stammered, taken aback by his father's public reproach. "Fear not, brave warrior. Instead, gather all those from your village willing to journey to Yangzhou. We shall take great care of you along the way, ensuring a safe arrival in Yuzhong County, allowing you to fight without concern for your family." Zhang Baoli immediately offered counsel, and under the coercion and temptation of his father, Dian Wei reluctantly consented. In truth, he had resided in this familiar place for over 20 years and was loath to leave. Chapter 31. Encountering battle again. His father had a far broader perspective. Dianjia village lacked the capacity for self-preservation. Remaining there might allow them to evade one or two calamities, but inevitably, a day would come when they could no longer endure. Most of the villagers preferred to journey to Yangzhou to escape misfortune. Although the thoughts of ancient Chinese people often included a yearning for their homeland, the current turmoil across the Central Plains left them with no choice but to seek refuge in the barren south. And they were determined to seize this opportunity. Dian Wei meticulously selected over 50 able-bodied men from Dianjia village to join Zhang Baoli's ranks, fortunate that Mi Zhu had equipped them with additional armor and weapons at that time. However, none of the weapons satisfied Dian Wei. They were either too light or too short, causing him considerable distress. Ultimately, Zhang Baoli promised that upon their arrival in Yangzhou, a blacksmith would craft a weapon tailored to his specifications, which prompted Dian Wei to accept Zhang Baoli's goodwill with a smile. Zhang Baoli and his entourage lingered in Dianjia village for 2 or 3 days to ensure everything was in order before hastily embarking southward. The path was fraught with conflict, and transporting the elderly, women, and children certainly slowed their progress. Nonetheless, in order to win Dian Wei's genuine loyalty, Zhang Baoli gritted his teeth and pressed on, refraining from complaints. Dian Wei's initial reluctance gradually transformed as he witnessed Zhang Baoli's thoughtful care for the villagers, which filled him with heartfelt gratitude. "Just ahead lies the territory of Yangzhou. We can reach Luan County by boat. It has been many days since I last saw my family," Zhang Baoli said with a sense of nostalgia. Although he was not born and raised in Luan County, his parents and younger sister had always cared for him deeply, allowing him to feel the warmth of home once more. Thus, family was the bond he could not easily sever. With the men, women, and children of Dianjia village, along with over 500 able-bodied youths from Zhang Baoli's group, they formed a grand procession of over 1,000 individuals. Securing boats proved to be quite an endeavor. Fortunately, Dianjia village was relatively impoverished, lacking substantial possessions, and Zhang Baoli had not brought many supplies for his journey to Luan County, enabling them to move with relative speed. They hired more than 10 large boats, fully accommodating their group. Zhang Baoli stood at the bow, brimming with ambition. Despite having only around 1,000 men, including the 500 from Yodozhai, the hardest part was always the beginning. Zhang Baoli had already been appointed as the governor of Yuzhong by the court, granting him the legitimacy to expand his influence. In recent days, Guojia had been feeling unwell, having succumbed to seasickness, as northern folk had little experience with boats. They would be navigating the rivers for half a month, which was quite a hardship for him. Even the typically robust Dian Wei felt somewhat unwell, let alone the elderly, women, and children from Dianjia village. Zhang Baoli, in exasperation, ordered the boats to slow their pace. "The next day, my lord, I sense a faint aura of hostility lurking within the reeds," Pei Yuanshao remarked uneasily. As one of the earliest leaders of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, he was particularly sensitive to the atmosphere of battle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baoli immediately instructed increased vigilance. It was better to err on the side of caution. He carefully scrutinized his surroundings, anxious about any unforeseen occurrences. Indeed, hidden within the reeds lay a band of water bandits, led by a local named Ling Chao, who had resorted to a life of banditry due to the oppression of the local authorities. However, he adhered strictly to a moral code. refraining from plundering the impoverished common folk, and might even provide them with provisions. In contrast, he mercilessly targeted merchant caravans, believing that their wealth stemmed from collusion with the government, allowing them to amass riches without restraint. This time, we can feast on rich meat. It seems there are over a dozen boats, and their heavy cargo must be substantial if we pull this off. We could afford to rest for half a year, Ling Chao exclaimed joyfully. However, I see many figures aboard their vessels. They likely have a considerable force. We should proceed with caution. One of his subordinates cautioned. Filled with trepidation, don't be cowardly. Charge ahead, Ling Chao retorted, unable to concern himself with such details. He noticed that merchant caravans had recently begun to take notice of their group, so he planned to finish this heist before relocating. Unafraid of potential retaliation, Zhang Baoli increasingly sensed that something was amiss. He had an inkling that a large force lay in ambush within the reeds. However, witnessing Dian Wei, who was seasick and vomiting, made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Attack! Charge! As expected, the situation was dire. Dozens of small boats burst forth from the reeds. While their size paled in comparison to the merchant vessels, their sheer number and agility quickly surrounded Zhang Baoli's fleet. Seasick Dian Wei quickly grabbed his spear. Despite his diminished combat ability, the possession of a weapon provided him with some reassurance. Zhang Baoli estimated that the water bandits numbered around 200 to 300, and the leader's exceptional swimming skills filled him with foreboding. Ling Chao led the charge, and it was precisely his characteristic bravery that allowed him to quickly gather a band of like-minded water bandits. As they drew nearer to the merchant ships, Ling Chao could even discern the signs of seasickness among some of the crew, which reassured him it appeared that this was a merchant fleet from the north. Unexpectedly feeble, making victory nearly certain, his small boats collided fiercely with Zhang Baoli's larger vessel. Fortunately, the shipbuilding techniques of the Han Dynasty were commendable, allowing the merchant ship to withstand the impact unscathed. While several of Ling Chao's small boats were wrecked, however, he remained unfazed and commanded his men to board the merchant ship. Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian were on other boats, leaving Zhang Baoli, Dian Wei, and Guo Jia alone on this vessel. Zhang Baoli turned to Dian Wei and instructed, "Go into the cabin and ensure Guo Fengxiao's safety. I shall handle matters at the bow," Dian Wei wished to argue. But the violent rocking of the ship intensified his discomfort, compelling him to reluctantly retreat to the cabin to protect Guo Jia. Zhang Baoli swiftly organized over 50 able-bodied men to counter the water bandits' assault. Just as Ling Chao ascended the ship's bow, Zhang Baoli seized the opportunity to launch an attack, gaining the upper hand. Ling Chao did not anticipate the merchants would respond so decisively. Fortunately, his swimming prowess allowed him to wield his long knife with great ferocity, and for a moment, Zhang Baoli found it challenging to withstand the onslaught. As the two clashed, Zhang Baoli's abilities diminished by at least 30 to 40%, and facing Ling Chao, who was no weak opponent, he began to feel the strain. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, Ling Chao believed victory was within his grasp, viewing Zhang Baoli as a feeble scholar, convinced that he had this merchant fleet firmly in his grasp. Just as Zhang Baoli found himself at a disadvantage, Dian Wei was summoned by Guo Jia to assist in repelling the water bandits. Unfortunately, Dian Wei's fighting capability had significantly declined, now only half of his usual strength. However, their combined efforts allowed them to hold their own against Ling Chao, ensuring they would not be defeated in the short term. Meanwhile, other water bandits boarded the remaining ships, fortunately, under the command of Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian. The water bandits found that Ling Chao was their only capable leader, while the others could not withstand the proactive assaults from Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian, resulting in cries of despair echoing throughout the scene. Ling Chao then turned to observe the other vessels, witnessing his subordinates being repelled with ease, devoid of any resistance. He had initially thought they were faced with a plump sheep, only to discover they were instead a tiger cloaked in sheep's clothing. In a mere quarter of an hour, his forces had suffered losses exceeding 30%. Although Zhang Baoli and Dian Wei together were not his match, they were still able to hold their ground for the time being, prompting Ling Chao to prepare for a retreat. Zhang Baoli was still engaged in a challenging defense and had no time to assess the situation around him. He felt certain that he would meet his demise here, only to be taken aback when the water bandit leader unexpectedly issued a retreat command. Looking up, he noticed that the water bandits on the other ships were also in retreat. Fortunately, he and Dian Wei had held out long enough for the tide of battle to turn in their favor. Witnessing the water bandit leader attempting to flee infuriated him. He was no mere rabbit to be slaughtered at will. He turned to Dian Wei and declared, "Today, we have been bullied to our doorstep. How can they think to escape unscathed? Tell me, Dian Wei, do you still have the strength to pursue our enemies?" Dian Wei patted his chest, indicating his willingness to join Jing Baoli in the chase. The events of today have greatly displeased him. He feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, as his strength finds no outlet. Despite the odds being 2-1, he barely managed to fend off the enemy. Leaving him with a profound sense of shame, he resolved to defend his dignity through tangible actions. Thus, the two of them led their young and vigorous subordinates to pursue the foe. Zhang Bao was acutely aware that pursuing the enemy with the merchant ships would be futile. So they opted to commandeer some vessels left behind by the water bandits to continue the chase. As he boarded the small boat to set off in pursuit, a pang of regret struck Zhang Bao. He understood that the water bandits were not easily defeated foes. Should he recklessly charge into their lair, he would become easy prey. However, with no choice left, he commanded his young subordinates to inform Su Qian and Pei Yuanchao of their pursuit and to hasten their arrival for support. Ling Chao had not anticipated that this fleet of merchant ships would be so relentless, nor did he expect to see Zhang Bao and Dian Wei in pursuit, which ignited a peculiar rage within him. Since taking to a life of banditry, he had never encountered such a tenacious adversary. Had it not been for the grievous losses among his brothers, he would never have considered retreating lightly. The audacity of his foes to pursue him personally incensed him further. Witnessing the cries of his comrades, he rallied the remaining capable fighters and charged forward again. Ling Chao's singular objective was to capture the two men alive. Zhang Bao sensed the precariousness of his situation but steeled himself to lead his young companions into battle. His skills were primarily honed for mounted combat, and the spear he had meticulously chosen was his most trusted weapon. Now, with no alternatives, he plunged into the fray wielding his long spear against the enemy. As anticipated, Zhang Bao was clearly no match for Ling Chao. Ling Chao taunted, "You tread the path to heaven yet refuse to take it. You barge into hell uninvited. Today, let me show you the consequences of your arrogance." Following his words, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Fortunately, Dian Wei joined the fray soon after, but the two could only manage a stalemate against Ling Chao. Filled with fury, Ling Chao's combat prowess surged, and he adeptly exploited his advantage on the water to launch relentless assaults on Dian Wei. Although Dian Wei's martial skills surpassed Zhang Bao's by several tiers, he was ill-suited for combat on water, rendering him a mere plaything in Ling Chao's hands. Despite the turmoil within him, Dian Wei could not channel his anger into strength. Zhang Bao felt a slight alleviation of pressure. Yet he found no cause for mirth. Without reinforcements, he knew he could hardly escape unscathed. Regret washed over Zhang Bao for his impulsive actions today, as the number of water bandits around them swelled. The pressure on him and Dian Wei intensified. Why had Pei Yuanchao and the others not yet arrived? What could be delaying them? Anxiety began to gnaw at Zhang Bao, causing his movements to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Chao pressed the attack with renewed ferocity, and Zhang Bao, in a moment of miscalculation, suffered a wound to his arm. This was Zhang Bao's first injury on the battlefield. It dawned upon him that the reality of leading troops into battle was vastly different from his previous imaginings. Recognizing the perilousness of his situation, he focused all his attention on the immediate threat, banishing any thoughts of negligence. The wound on his arm throbbed painfully, yet it bled profusely, and he realized he could not endure much longer. He resolved to flee in that instant. He understood that without his life, all else in the world was inconsequential. However, as he prepared to retreat, he noticed that Dian Wei, though constantly at a disadvantage, was valiantly resisting and showed no inclination to withdraw. If he abandoned Dian Wei now, he might still have a chance to escape, but how could he face the people of Dian's village afterward? The first significant dilemma of his life lay before him, to retreat or not. Leaving him in a state of inner turmoil, "Charge, brother, do not worry, Su Qian is here." At this critical juncture, Pei Yuanchao and Su Qian had encircled the water bandits from the side with their troops. Zhang Bao, upon seeing the frail figure of Guojia, realized that despite his own discomfort, Guojia had come to command the battle. Steeling his resolve, Zhang Bao led the charge, determined to keep the water bandits from escaping. Previously, Ling Chao had held the upper hand, and their combined efforts were no match for him, which dulled his vigilance. Unbeknownst to him, the reinforcements from the merchant fleet had seized the moment to flank him. turning the tide precariously against him. He witnessed his brothers perishing one by one before his eyes. A heavy weight settled in his heart. "Lay down your weapons, and you may spare yourselves from death," Zhang Bao shouted at a crucial moment. Although he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the water bandits, he understood that if they fought to the last, neither side would gain advantage, and they would only sacrifice more lives in vain. With the encirclement complete, he urgently called for the water bandits to surrender, not wishing to see his own side suffer needless casualties. Ling Chao, realizing that leading his brothers to safety was no longer feasible, was swayed by the prospect of sparing their lives. It was not that he lacked the resolve to die, but rather he could not bear to see his brothers perish. "I choose to surrender," Ling Chao declared in despair, urging his remaining comrades to lay down their weapons. Seeing this, Zhang Bao did not go back on his word. Instead, he commanded his subordinates to confiscate the weapons of the water bandits and bind them securely. Only then did Zhang Bao breathe a sigh of relief and hastily order treatment for his wound. He was acutely aware that with the medical practices of the time being rudimentary, a mere scratch could lead to a fatal case of tetanus. After a frantic hour of managing the aftermath with Guojia's assistance, Zhang Bao found that he had lost over 50 young men in the skirmish. A heavy blow to his heart. His forces could not afford any further losses, thus he turned his gaze to the captured water bandits. "What is your name? Why did you not keep to your own affairs and instead resort to banditry on these waters?" Zhang Bao inquired. Ling Chao, initially dismissive, hesitated but eventually sighed and divulged the truth. "I was once a guard for a merchant convoy, but I was wrongfully accused by the officials of Zhejiang and labeled as a bandit. Leading to the death of the convoy's owner, in a fit of rage, I took my brothers and became a water bandit. However, we have never plundered the impoverished folk, merely collecting a protection fee from passing merchants. Yet, we never expected to encounter you, who engaged us without inquiry, resulting in the needless loss of many of our brothers." Zhang Bao, bemused, found the explanation absurd. He had assumed the water bandits were merely seeking wealth and had not realized they were motivated by a desire for survival. Had he known, he would have willingly provided them with what they sought, thus averting today's conflict. "What is your name?" Zhang Bao asked, somewhat intrigued. "My name is Ling Chao." Zhang Bao regarded him with skepticism. Seemingly assessing the veracity of his claim in his memories, Ling Chao had a son named Ling Tong, who bore a grudge against Gan Ning for the death of his father, yet later reconciled with him after Gan Ning saved his life. Seeing Zhang Bao's dubious expression, Ling Chao believed he was not being believed and declared firmly, "A man stands by his name. I assure you, my name is indeed Ling Chao. I hope you can spare my brothers. Do with me as you will." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao personally untied him and expressed concern. "To be frank, I was once a wandering hero as well. However, with the common folk suffering, it is an opportune time for a man of valor to achieve great deeds. I am now the appointed governor of Yuzhong by the court. I wonder if this brave man would be willing to join me in accomplishing great things and securing peace for the people." Ling Chao was astonished to learn that this seemingly delicate figure was the appointed governor of Yuzhong. However, as he was engaged in robbing the rich to aid the poor, he saw this as an opportunity to fulfill his aspirations and would not let it slip away. Ling Chao pays his respects to the illustrious governor. Zhang Bao quickly helped him to his feet, earnestly stating, "With your addition, I am confident we shall achieve great success." He then immediately ordered the release of all of Ling Chao's subordinates. Despite Guojia's vigorous objections, believing it unwise, Zhang Bao remained steadfast in his decision. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. He is weak and in urgent need of greater strength to bolster himself. Ling Chao immediately grasped Zhang Bao's intention and said, "I have some subordinates in the nearby waters. I hope you, my lord, can grant me 2 to 3 days to be. Why then, I will naturally lead them to you." "Excellent," Zhang Bao replied without a moment's hesitation, his trust unwavering, which deeply moved Ling Chao. After parting ways, Ling Chao took his men to recruit followers elsewhere, while Zhang Bao continued to lead his fleet southward. "My lord, your excessive trust in others may lead to future misfortunes," Guojia advised with concern. "The employ is to trust. To doubt is to forego. Only then can one engage in heartfelt conversations." "Just as I can unconditionally trust Feng Xiao," Zhang Bao replied with a smile. In truth, he was left with no other option. Lacking a prominent identity, status, or formidable power, he could only rely on his personal charisma to inspire loyalty among these men. Guojia was indeed moved by this sentiment. The most precious currency between individuals is trust, especially in the current hierarchical relationships. Otherwise, how could the absurd power transitions of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, which plagued the late Tang dynasty for nearly half a century, have occurred? After a 3-day journey, they finally reached the ferry in Luan County, just 100 miles from the home he longed for. Throughout the voyage, Guojia and Dianwei suffered from severe seasickness, and only after disembarking did their condition improve. Zhang Bao was in no rush to return home, firstly, because Ling Chao had yet to rendezvous with his followers, and secondly, due to the fact that the villagers of Dianjia village primarily resided in the north and were unaccustomed to traveling by water. Thus, they required a period of rest to regain their strength before setting off again. Chapter 34. Zhou nonetheless, he prepared to send word ahead for his family to pack their belongings. Upon his arrival in Luan County, he would soon embark on his new appointment in Yuzhong County, and he hoped not to tarry too long. Little did the unfortunate Zhang Bao know that a monumental upheaval had already transpired at home. Their residence had been sealed in dust, and the household goods had been confiscated by the county magistrate's son, becoming their private property. After some contemplation, Zhang Bao decided to write another letter, urging Zhang Duo at Nyoto Zhai to lead his men down the mountain to join him on the way to Yuzhong County. The following day, he was met with a cacophony outside the camp. Initially, Zhang Bao thought it was Ling Chao arriving with his troops, but to his dismay, his soldiers informed him that there were remnants of the yellow turbans causing chaos. He hurriedly led his men to investigate the commotion. Upon arrival, he discovered that his third brother, Su Qian, was confronting a yellow turban leader. The two groups were brimming with hostility, ready to clash at the slightest provocation. "You bandits, do you wish to prey upon the common folk?" Su Qian exclaimed angrily. "We have merely gone a few days without food and seek to borrow some grain from the villagers." The yellow turban leader replied, somewhat sheepishly. "What a specious argument," Su Qian declared, preparing to launch an attack. Zhang Bao quickly intervened, riding forward to address the yellow turban leader. "In this troubled world, where the common people suffer greatly, how could there be surplus grain to lend to you? I see you as a man of integrity. Given the current rise of thieves, I, Zhang Bao, the governor of Yuzhong, urge you to abandon your darkness and follow me to achieve great deeds." To Zhang Bao's surprise, the yellow turban leader shook his head, expressing his reluctance. "I am here at the invitation of my brother to join him. I cannot betray his trust. I sincerely apologize." Zhang Bao felt a sense of helplessness and replied, "I can lend you 10 days' worth of military provisions, but you must not disturb the common people again, or I will not spare you." "Thank you, my lord. We are merely forced into this predicament." The yellow turban leader gratefully accepted the offer and prepared to lead his men away. As Zhang Bao watched him depart, he felt a pang of envy. Although they had not engaged in combat, he sensed the formidable aura emanating from the burly man and realized that in a fair contest, they would be evenly matched. Upon hearing of the conflict, Dianwei and Pei Yuanshao rushed over from the camp. Concerned about any potential mishaps, their worries eased considerably upon learning that Zhang Bao had quelled the chaos. "Zhou Cong," Pei Yuanshao suddenly called out, gazing at the retreating figure of the yellow turban leader. The latter, surprised that someone in the camp recognized him, turned to see Pei Yuanshao, who had formally invited him to join their ranks. The two quickly rushed towards one another, embracing tightly, unwilling to part. After a moment, Pei Yuanshao introduced Zhang Bao to Zhou Cong, explaining that he had sent people to search for him before their journey to Luoyang, but had not anticipated encountering him here. Zhou Cong was equally astonished to meet Pei Yuanshao and, feeling an instant camaraderie, was soon brought to pay his respects to Zhang Bao. Zhou Cong pays his respects to the Lord, brave warrior. "Please rise." "There is no need for such formalities," Zhang Bao graciously urged, accepting Zhou Cong's allegiance. This unexpected delight brought Zhang Bao immense joy. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. Both Pei Yuanshao and Zhou Cong were known for their unwavering loyalty among the yellow turbans, so Zhang Bao gladly welcomed Zhou Cong and his troops. However, he had them sift out the elderly, sick, and weak, planning for them to settle in Yuzhong County. Thus, a full 100 young and capable men joined Zhang Bao's ranks, bringing his total to 600. Unlike before, this new contingent was battle-hardened and comprised elite troops. In casual conversation with Zhou Cong, Zhang Bao learned that Zhou Cong had initially intended to join Lu Pai and Gongdu, other yellow turban leaders in Runan. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that the yellow turbans had diverged greatly from their noble beginnings. now exploiting the local populace for a life of luxury. This was not the outcome he desired, leading him to part ways with the others and venture to Yangzhou. Throughout their journey, he had refrained from joining the other Yellow Turbans in plundering the local villagers, resulting in his group enduring hunger until now, often going from one meal to another in a haphazard manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao ordered them to eat their fill and regain their strength. Zhou Cong was immensely grateful. 3 days passed, and Dian Wei and the villagers of Dianjia had fully recuperated, but Zheng Bao still awaited news from Ling Chao. Just then, a thunderous piece of news arrived. The messenger sent to deliver a letter to Zheng's residence had returned, reporting that the family had vanished without a trace. The local magistrate falsely accused them of colluding with bandits, prompting his son to lead a raid on their home, resulting in the family scattering amidst the chaos, with no news of their whereabouts to this day. How could this be? Zhang Bao murmured, taken aback. He had not anticipated such a seismic shift in his household after merely 2 months away. Could it be that his ties to Nyoto Zhai had been exposed, dragging his family into this turmoil? He felt like a sinner in his own home. Zhang Bao's thoughts were in disarray. He was desperate to return to Zheng's residence as swiftly as possible to ascertain the truth of the situation. Particularly, Pei Yuanxiao and Su Qian, who had accompanied him to Luoyang, were equally concerned about the affairs at his home. Without further ado, he resolved to set off immediately. Zhang Bao, consumed by anxiety, had no time to wait for Ling Chao to join him. Guojia did not dispute this, recognizing that their side boasted over 600 men, while Zhang Bao, as the court-appointed governor of Yuzhong, could easily deal with a mere county magistrate. Just as they prepared to depart, they suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising from behind, signaling the arrival of yet another troop. Zhang Bao steadied himself, suppressing his inner fury, and went to investigate. To his relief, this was indeed Ling Chao, whom he had been eagerly awaiting. Easing some of his tension, Ling Chao, Zhou Tai pays respects to the Lord. Brave warriors, please rise swiftly, Zhang Bao urged. He then inquired about the events that had transpired over the past few days, questioning why they had taken so long to arrive. Ling Chao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, Zhou Tai and I both hail from the ranks of water bandits, and we have always been competitive, neither willing to concede to the other. However, we have maintained a mutual respect. When he heard of my intent to seek refuge with you, he requested 2 to 3 days to ponder. I did not expect he would also wish to accompany me. Chapter 35. Luan County. At this moment, Zhou Tai quickly added, I grew up along the Yangtze River, relying on fishing for sustenance. However, the local authorities were oppressive, forcing me into a life of banditry. When I learned of Ling Chao's decision to join the governor, I felt a deep yearning and ultimately resolved to follow him. Zhang Bao solemnly addressed them. In truth, I too attained the position of governor of Yuzhong through the purchase of office from the 10 eunuchs in the palace. Given the prevailing dominance of the noble families, without resorting to such unconventional means, it is nearly impossible for us to rise above the masses, hence my decision to take this course. However, the world is currently in a state of great unrest. With this title, I can rally a multitude of talented individuals, achieve remarkable feats, and ensure that the common folk lead better and happier lives. At this juncture, the crowd nodded in agreement, as they reached a mutual understanding. United in their efforts, they would undoubtedly create an even more illustrious enterprise. Ling Chao and Zhou Tai arrived with 200 brothers, and combined with the previous 600, Zhang Bao's forces had swelled to a remarkable 800. Furthermore, with the additional 500 from Nyoto Zhai, their numbers surpassed 1,300. After gathering, the group resolved to take immediate action. Zhang Bao's ranks were indeed filled with capable individuals. Zhou Tai, Ling Chao, Zhou Cong, Dian Wei, Guojia, and even received support from Yi Zhu. Their journey to Luoyang was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Of course, prior to this, Shi Qian, Pei Yuanxiao, Zhang Duo, and others had also provided substantial assistance to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao urged his men to press forward without delay. However, the pace of the residents of Dianjia village was exceedingly slow. Ultimately, he decided to leave Pei Yuanxiao and Zhou Cong in charge of 300 men to assist those lagging behind, while he himself led 500 onward. After a full day and night of travel, Zhang Bao finally arrived at the gates of Luan County. To avoid alarming the enemy, he chose to camp outside the city, planning to lead his troops inside at dawn to assess the situation. As night fell, he received news from a messenger dispatched to Nyoto Zhai, confirming that his family was safe and had taken refuge in the mountain stronghold, which brought him a sense of relief. However, the situation at Niuzhai was far from favorable. The local magistrate had colluded with bandits, rendering the past half-month extremely precarious, with the inhabitants living in constant fear of disbandment. Fortunately, Zhang Duo continuously reassured the people and distributed the remaining gold and jewels to uplift their spirits. Yet, without Zhang Bao's return, their fate would be grim. The magistrate of Luan County was indeed brazen. Zhang Bao exclaimed in fury. Though his family was not the wealthiest in Luan, they were well-known merchants, particularly his father, who had built a reputation for integrity over decades of business. It was unforeseen that his daughter would attract the attention of the magistrate's son, leading to such dire consequences. The county's officials numbered merely in the hundreds. Had the magistrate not suddenly ordered the arrest of Zheng's family, and had Zhang Duo been better prepared, even the able-bodied men of Niuzhai would have sufficed to pose a significant challenge. To quell the unrest and motivated by Zheng's father's counsel, Zhang Duo refrained from seeking vengeance, choosing instead to await Zheng Bao's return. It is said that one feels anxious upon nearing home. Zheng Bao's heart was filled with rage, and he vowed to make the magistrate and his son pay dearly. The following morning, Zheng Bao commanded Ling Chao and Zhou Tai, along with over 50 men, to arm themselves and accompany him home, while the remainder concealed themselves, ready to act. Their approach was fierce, causing the local populace to mistake them for remnants of the Yellow Turbans, leading to a hasty dispersal and rendering the once bustling streets desolate. The magistrate was caught off guard by Zheng Bao's audacious return. Regretting his son's impulsive actions, he resolved to eliminate all traces of Zheng Bao, determined to eradicate the threat entirely. Thus, he summoned all available forces, including his son, and stormed toward Zheng's residence in a fit of rage. Zheng Bao pushed open the half-closed door, only to be met with a scene of devastation. His home, once filled with warmth, had been ransacked by those treacherous officials. Ling Chao and Zhou Tai, following closely behind, were equally stunned. They had not anticipated the magistrate would act with such ruthlessness, intent on annihilating Zheng's family. Just as they stood in disbelief, a thunderous voice echoed from behind. Who dares to cause a disturbance here, leading such a throng into a sealed official residence? Turning to face the source of the voice, Zhang Bao recognized the magistrate's son, who appeared insufferably smug, underestimating the handful of men accompanying Zheng Bao. Zheng Bao, you are accused of colluding with bandits. Yield yourself at once. The magistrate proclaimed from his horse, embodying the guise of a righteous enforcer. Prepared to judge the so-called traitor, do you possess any evidence of my alleged collusion? Zheng Bao retorted, seething with indignation. The magistrate's son, emboldened by the emptiness around him, arrogantly replied, what evidence is necessary, here in Luan? We are the law. To claim you conspire with bandits is enough to condemn you. Your astonishingly brazen words leave me astounded. Zheng Bao shook his head, pitying the misguided youth. Today, you cannot escape your fate. Yet you remain audaciously unrepentant. What audacity grants you such confidence? The magistrate's son, infuriated by Zheng Bao's defiance, ordered his men to apprehend him without hesitation. Zheng Bao, however, was no longer the same man. From within his robes, he produced the official appointment document from the court designating him as the prefect of Yuzhong. The magistrate and his son have colluded with bandits to usurp my family's estate, driving my kin to the brink of annihilation. And now they dare to attempt to assassinate an official appointed by the court. I have no choice but to resist. In an instant, countless men surged forth from all directions, encircling the magistrate and his entourage before the gates of Zheng's residence. Chapter 36. Releasing the grievances. The onlookers, having heard Zheng Bao's declaration, were taken aback, questioning how he had been appointed as the prefect of Yuzhong during his brief absence. However, the charge of attempting to assassinate a court official was indeed a grave offense. The magistrate, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation, became increasingly agitated, unsure of how to proceed, while his son stood in shock, realizing too late the gravity of his earlier arrogance. As the tension escalated, the magistrate, wearing a forced smile, prepared to speak, only to be abruptly silenced by Zheng Bao's spear, which pierced his heart. Zheng Bao harbored deep-seated resentment toward the magistrate. Had it not been for this wretched official, he would have long been reunited with his family, and his loved ones would not have been scattered to the mountains. The chief instigator is vanquished. Those who surrender shall face no punishment. Zheng Bao declared, opting not to indulge in further bloodshed. not out of fear of trouble, but because this was his homeland, and excessive killing could tarnish his reputation. The remaining officials, witnessing the demise of their magistrate, hastily cast down their weapons, prioritizing their own survival in such precarious circumstances. The magistrate's son, now paralyzed with fear, attempted to blend into the crowd to escape. Yet Zhou Tai swiftly apprehended him, refusing to let him flee. Zhang Bao had no intention of letting him off easily. He prepared to exact a torturous vengeance upon the magistrate's son to alleviate his pent-up fury. The events unfolded swiftly, and within half an hour, the tumult had settled. Zhang Bao did not spare the officials entirely. He executed those guilty of heinous crimes and dealt mercilessly with others, imposing appropriate punishments according to the law in an instant. The citizens of Luan County erupted in applause, having long suffered under the magistrate's oppressive rule. With someone finally delivering justice on their behalf, how could they not cheer in gratitude? Subsequently, Zhang Bao's 500 troops swiftly secured control over the entire county city. The first order of business was to dispatch individuals to investigate the magistrate's numerous illegal activities. He was acutely aware that, as the prefect of Yuzhong, he too must abide by the law. Executing the magistrate on the spot would necessitate finding incriminating evidence to absolve himself of the act of murder. Fortunately, the once arrogant magistrate's son, having bullied the vulnerable and seized from the populace, had committed countless transgressions. Zhang Bao eventually unearthed evidence of collusion with bandits within the magistrate's study. Gazing upon the mountains of gold and jewels before him, Zhang Bao found it impossible to remain indifferent. Yet, with an eye toward his future, he resolved to seal it all away, dispatching the evidence of wrongdoing alongside the amassed wealth to the prefect of Zhejiang, Lu Kong, and he personally penned a letter. Hoping for peaceful coexistence in the future, Guojia, upon perusing Zhang Bao's correspondence, was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that his lord was so astute, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Guojia took the initiative to assist Zhang Bao in meticulously organizing all matters in Luan County, earning the unwavering praise of the local populace for Zhang Bao. The first order of business for Zhang Bao was to relay the news to the people far away in Yodo village, urging them to abandon the mountain stronghold and join him below. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Duo, who had been anxiously on edge for days, finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. He had been deeply troubled, fearing that if his elder brother were indeed missing, he would not know how to proceed. To his astonishment, his brother's journey to Luoyang had been remarkably smooth, and he had successfully been appointed as the prefect of Yuzhong by the court. When he conveyed this news to the Zheng family, they were overcome with tears of joy, relieved to know their loved one was safe and sound. In an effort to reassure the people, Zhang Duo immediately shared all the information he had received with the inhabitants of the stronghold, which significantly boosted their morale. Unexpectedly, the following day brought more good tidings. Zhang Bao, upon entering the city, had executed the county magistrate of Luan without hesitation and took control of the city's defenses. This news left the Zheng family in jubilant disbelief. They had not expected that the architect of their misfortunes could be so effortlessly dealt with by Zhang Bao. It was clear that their son had matured impressively. Upon receiving the news, the group promptly began to gather provisions and prepare to descend from the mountain to join Zhang Bao in Luan County. It is noteworthy that the other two major strongholds had long conspired with the county magistrate, but upon hearing of the events in the county, they promptly withdrew, no longer daring to provoke the gates of Nyoto village. Moreover, just a few days later, they sent a substantial amount of gifts, seeking Zhang Bao's forgiveness and promising never to plunder the local populace again. This is a tale for another time. In the days that followed, Zhang Bao enjoyed a delightful period filled with good news, and today, he was finally reunited with his long-lost family, which greatly uplifted his spirits. With Zhang Duo's arrival, Zhang Bao now commanded over 1,300 capable soldiers, positioning him as a noteworthy local power. Coupled with his recent appointment as prefect by the court, he was undeniably deserving of his status. He also planned to recruit 200 soldiers in Luan County as his trusted confidants, as they shared a bond of kinship that would ensure their loyalty. The local populace eagerly volunteered after hearing this, for it was Zhang Bao who had restored peace to their lives. Additionally, the generous military pay he offered attracted many hopefuls. Within just 2 days, 200 robust individuals were selected, and Zhang Bao appointed Dian Wei as the commander of his guards, responsible for training these recruits. Others envied Dian Wei, as this appointment reflected Zhang Bao's profound trust in him. Time swiftly passed, and by June, Zhang Bao had organized all matters with remarkable efficiency. More importantly, he finally received a letter from Lujiang's prefect, Lu Kong. The correspondence revealed that Prefect Lu Kong was already aware of the nefarious intentions of Luan's magistrate and had seized the opportunity to initiate an investigation while Zhang Bao returned to his homeland. Remarkably, within just 3 days, he had uncovered the entire affair, a truly commendable achievement, of course. The gold and jewels seized from the corrupt magistrate were not retained by Lu Kong. Instead, he sent them along with the evidence to Luoyang for the emperor to deposit in the national treasury. In Chapter 37, we find Lujiang's prefect, who also sought to curry favor with Zhang Bao by allowing him to appoint a magistrate of his choosing for Luan County. During this period, Prefect Lu Kong was indeed overwhelmed with responsibilities, having been dispatched to the front lines to quell the Huangchao uprising in Jiangxia County. However, this turned out to be a protracted struggle, lasting an entire year without securing a definitive victory. Despite the disdain held by society towards the buying and selling of official positions, Zhang Bao recognized the necessity of fostering good relations with his neighbors to stabilize the borders. He summoned everyone to gather, including Zhang Duo, Guojia, Zhou Tai, Ling Chao, Dian Wei, Zhou Cong, Pei Yuanxiao, Su Qian, and others, who formed a close circle around him. With satisfaction, he addressed them. Now that Prefect Lu Kong has chosen not to pursue our actions against Luan's magistrate and has permitted me to appoint a magistrate, it is evident he seeks to extend goodwill towards us. After careful consideration, I have decided to appoint Zhang Duo as the magistrate of Luan County, ensuring the welfare of the people and safeguarding our interests at Tan residence. The rest of you shall accompany me to Yuzhong for our new appointments. Thank you for your trust, elder brother, Zhang Duo exclaimed, taken aback that he had been entrusted with such a significant responsibility. The others had no objections. The advantages of remaining here were evidently clear, yet greater opportunities awaited them in Yuzhong, leaving no room for dissent. With only 1,500 troops at his command, Zhang Bao knew he must lead them personally. Su Qian, Pei Yuanxiao, and Ling Chao were initially appointed as captains, with plans to assign further positions once the military expanded. Their ranks would all be that of captains, albeit without actual military authority. While his parents wished to stay in Luan County, he resolutely opposed this. Although Lujiang County was adjacent to Yuzhong County, Luan lay in the northern part of Lujiang, and should any turmoil arise, he would be unable to assist from Yuzhong. Furthermore, the vastness and sparsity of population in Yuzhong made communication exceedingly inconvenient, reinforcing his stance against their stay. Fortunately, after explaining his reasoning, his parents expressed understanding, and his sister was particularly overjoyed at the prospect of moving to Yuzhong. The family hastily prepared for their departure. On the 9th of June, Zhang Bao and his party officially set off from Luan County en route to Yuzhong. As they bid farewell, Zhang Duo also arrived to see them off, never having imagined he would truly become a county magistrate, a position coveted by many. During their parting, Zhang Bao reiterated his insistence that Zhang Duo must safeguard Luan County diligently. He had already considered Luan as a strategic foothold for his future establishment in Lujiang County, and the extent of its significance would depend on Zhang Duo's efforts during this critical time. The administrative center of Yuzhong County was in Nanchang, overseeing 21 counties: Nanchang, Yuhan, Poyang, Yunyang, Haishuan, Liling, Chaisang, Pengza, Ai County, Jinchang, Jinsheng, Xing'an, Yichuan, Pingdu, Shiyang, Luling, Linru, Nanqing, Yudu, Gan County, and Nani. Nearly 2/3 of the population resided in the northern part of Yuzhong County, while the southern regions were plagued by marauding mountain tribes, frequently colluding with local officials to plunder the citizens. As Zhang Bao assumed his official duties, he led over 1,500 soldiers, accompanied by family and retainers, totaling no fewer than 5,000 individuals. The grand spectacle astounded the local populace. Upon reaching the border of the two counties, they arrived at Chaisang County, a historically significant location where Zhou Yu had often trained his naval forces, enabling him to triumph over Cao Cao in the subsequent Battle of Red Cliffs. Zhang Bao regarded this area with keen interest. However, he lacked sufficient funds to develop a naval force, rendering this ambition temporarily shelved. Upon learning of the new Yuzhong prefect's passage, the magistrate of Chaisang hurriedly welcomed him into the city. Zhang Bao refrained from making a display of power, instead requesting some provisions before continuing southward to the county seat of Nanchang. Along the way, he witnessed the impoverished state of the local populace, which deeply pained him. In the 21st century, he had noticed that those around him at least had enough to eat and decent clothing. It was shocking to see that the current citizens lived in such hardship, allowing him to truly grasp the struggles of life. He silently vowed to ensure that the people would lead better lives, invoking a solemn curse upon himself should he fail in this promise. After a protracted journey of half a month, they finally reached the administrative center of Yuzhong in Nanchang. The moment he stepped through the city gates, he recognized this as the first step towards his grand ambitions. He would never relinquish it. All the officials, including the county's military officers and district magistrates, gathered to welcome him, for he was officially appointed by the Han Dynasty as the prefect. Despite the ravages of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the people had long ingrained the prestige of the Han in their hearts. Upon his arrival, Zhang Bao did not act with the airs of a high official. Instead, he warmly acquainted himself with each individual. Notably, after a preliminary investigation, he discovered that Yuzhong County boasted over 500 county soldiers. With the additional 1,000 he had brought, they would form a formidable force of 2,000. Although this expansion of power was promising, he was still troubled by the challenge of sustaining these troops. He resolved to take things one step at a time. The citizens of Nanchang were also curious about their new prefect, eagerly watching for any remarkable qualities he might display. However, it is indeed disappointing for everyone. The current governor appears rather unremarkable. If one were to speak of any exceptional qualities, it might be his fair complexion, which lends him a certain handsomeness. Naturally, there are well-informed local aristocrats who have learned that the newly appointed governor of Yuzhong obtained his position through purchasing an official title in Luoyang. This revelation has fostered a deep-seated disdain within them. They surmise that Zhang Bao has come primarily to extort the common folk and amass greater wealth. Such individuals, they believe, are best kept under the subtle pressure of mere words, supplemented by enticing incentives, leading them to trust that the newly arrived governor will surely submit to their whims. Consequently, the prominent families and officials within the city extended an invitation for an evening banquet at a local tavern, eager to lavish hospitality upon the newly appointed governor and his entourage. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Bao acquiesced. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar place, he understood the necessity of engaging with them to gauge their character. By feigning subservience, he aimed to lower their guard, confident that his command over the military would enable him to navigate any situation. Thus, the officer named Han Ji became his primary target for alliance. Should Han prove obstinate, he could only blame himself for the ensuing consequences. Upon entering the city, Zhang Bao opted against alarming the locals. Instead of taking immediate control of the city's defenses, he left all troops stationed outside, allowing only Dian Wei and a contingent of 200 guards to enter with him. Chapter 38. Nanchang City. During the journey, Zhang Bao had conducted extensive research and was aware that the two most influential families in Nanchang were the Qian and Zhao families. If he could overpower these two clans, he would secure a significant portion of the power dynamics within the city, as 2/3 of the officials hailed from these families. Guojia harbored concerns about attending the banquet that evening, pondering the potential risks of assassination by the locals. Zhang Bao, however, reassured him, stating that the locals were unaware of his true character and would not resort to violence out of ignorance. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that he had acquired his official title through purchase, leading many to believe he was merely seeking to recover his losses by extracting wealth from the populace. Zhang Bao assigned 100 men to protect his family, intending to bring Guojia along to the banquet. Of course, Dian Wei, as his bodyguard, was also tasked with ensuring his safety. Despite his outward indifference, he remained quite vigilant regarding his own well-being. "Governor, please, come in. Everything is prepared." The county magistrate warmly urged Zhang Bao as he gestured for him to enter. Zhang Bao, with an air of confidence, stepped inside without reservation, for since the moment he had entered the city, he had been appointed as its master by the Han Dynasty. Upon his entrance, he discovered the grand hall was already filled with a multitude of figures. The chief secretary, the administrative officials, the district magistrates, and his subordinate officials were all gathered, yet it was the heads of the Qian and Zhao families who commanded the most attention. These officials surrounded him like stars encircling the moon, making it immediately apparent where true power resided. The entrenched aristocracy and the transient governors were a delicate balance. These local officials dared not offend the great families, as their own governors might be promoted or reassigned, potentially leading to their own downfall. In certain instances, local aristocrats would even circumvent the authority of the governors appointed by the court, a scenario not unprecedented. Zhang Bao observed the current situation with great indignation. Recognizing that these officials were indeed court appointees, yet he was met with such a blatant display of power dynamics. Nevertheless, he did not reveal his anger. Instead, he greeted the heads of the Zhao and Qin families with a smile, fully aware that this was a demonstration of dominance. Yet, he feigned ignorance, treating it as inconsequential. The heads of the Zhao and Qin families exchanged glances, sharing slight smiles. They could see that the newly appointed governor of Yuzhong was indeed a pushover. With the right provocation, he would surely express his gratitude for any favors they offered. Zhang Bao's respectful demeanor only served to diminish his standing in the eyes of the local aristocrats. I have heard that Governor Zheng acquired his position through purchase. I presume your arrival in Yuzhong is also driven by a desire for wealth, I assure you. As long as you adhere to our wishes, the rewards will be abundant, proclaimed the head of the Qin family with palpable arrogance. Indeed, indeed. Harmony breeds prosperity, Zhang Bao replied with a forced smile. The head of the Zhao family quickly added, certainly, we can all profit together. If the governor could increase the taxes on these commoners by a few %, we would reap even greater rewards. If you do not comply, you shall not leave this room tonight. I have no doubt the court would attribute your demise to illness on your very first day in office. The head of the Qin family declared with an air of superiority. Zhang Bao recognized that the two were playing the roles of the villain and the enforcer, yet he resolved to endure. Curious to see what further schemes they might unveil, the officials of the governor's office, including the chief secretary and others, were taken aback by the evident weakness of their new governor. Realizing that the governor's office would soon be relegated to a subordinate position, they were filled with a sense of helpless resignation. Fortunately, most had anticipated this outcome and were not overly disheartened. Zhang Bao's display of deference mystified nearly everyone present, including Guojia and his companions, who wore expressions of uncertainty, interpreting his behavior as a sign of submission to the local aristocracy. Those who recognize the times are wise. It seems Governor Zhang is indeed a good official. We can split the profits 3-7, and Governor Zhang will surely secure his 3 parts. How delightful, the head of the Qin family chuckled. Of course, allow me to raise a toast to all of you. May we manage the affairs of Yuzhong even better, Zhang Bao exclaimed, grinning as he raised his cup in salute. Seeing the new governor so astutely cognizant of the circumstances, the hall erupted into a harmonious atmosphere, filled with laughter and toasts. Come, come, let us raise a glass to our new governor. Not at all. I shall be relying on you all in the future. The hall was alive with the graceful dance of courtesans, while maidens served the guests with laughter and chatter, and the politicians flaunted their eloquence. Zhang Bao observed this scene with a cold, impassive expression, unable to fathom how the political landscape of Yuzhong had descended into such corruption. In a wonder, he had heard tales of previous governors meeting untimely deaths on their journeys. Fortunately, he had amassed considerable strength prior to his appointment, commanding a force of 1,500 troops, which deterred any rash actions from the locals. Truly, they remain unrepentant. Zhang Bao resolved to swiftly address these matters. Taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, he discreetly commanded his trusted guards to summon Pei Yuanshao and Zhou Tai to bring their troops into the city. The heads of the Qin and Zhao families, representing the local aristocracy, felt a sense of security. Although the new governor appeared cultured and refined, they did not expect such underlying weakness. It seemed this governor could be entirely subjugated to their control. Guojia was puzzled by Zhang Bao's actions, yet he remained convinced that Zhang Bao would not yield to these individuals. If that were the case, Zhang Bao's grand ambitions would be utterly unattainable. Cheers. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. The banquet was in full swing, with an atmosphere of revelry permeating the air. The officials of the Yuzhong government no longer focused on Zhang Bao, as their primary concern was to please the heads of the aristocratic families. Even Zhang Bao would dare not interfere with them. After all, these interests bore no relation to the current governor. They simply needed to curry favor with the local lords. However, what caught Zhang Bao's attention was that Officer Han Ji appeared sullen and distant, seemingly ignored by the surrounding civil and military officials, which piqued his curiosity. Chapter 39. Han Ji. Thus, Zhang Bao approached Han Ji directly, inquiring, Officer Han, you seem somewhat dispirited this evening. May I ask the reason? Another one of the corrupt, Han Ji muttered, seemingly perplexed by his own words, before turning away to mingle elsewhere, disregarding Zhang Bao entirely. The surrounding individuals quickly advised, Governor, do not trouble yourself with him. He is merely a martial enthusiast who owing to his modest skills, looks down upon others. The local troops still respect him, which is why he has not been demoted. Let us not dwell on such dreary topics. He is destined to remain a humble officer. Many urged Zhang Bao, encouraging him to dismiss Han Ji from his thoughts, asserting that he would never integrate into their circle. Yet Zhang Bao paid no heed to their counsel, persistently approaching Han Ji like a persistent leech. Han Ji was taken aback by the governor's peculiar temperament, and ultimately, he had no choice but to share a drink with him. However, his gaze was filled with disdain, as if regarding something utterly loathsome. This interaction only deepened Zhang Bao's intrigue regarding Han Ji. Although Han Ji disregarded him, Zhang Bao proactively sought information about him from others. It was revealed that Han Ji was from Chue and had a close friend named Tai Shirzi, who resided in Donghai County, with their communication limited to letters exchanged between them. These two individuals are hardly close friends. They ought to be regarded as fellow disciples of the same master. I have heard whispers that their mentor is a reclusive luminary who once ventured deep into the realm of the Yu people, emerging after beheading 100 foes. The surrounding crowd immediately grew intrigued, eagerly recounting the origins of Han Ji to Zhang Bao. However, their knowledge was mostly based on hearsay, as none truly knew Han Ji's real identity. Meanwhile, the heads of the Qian and Zhao families looked upon Zhang Bao's demeanor with disdain, thinking to themselves that one attracts like, if it weren't for Han Ji's potential utility, he would have long been dispatched. Yet, this obtuse magistrate still chooses to associate with such a person, though not be angered. My brother, the head of the Zhao family, chuckled at it. Appears that this new magistrate of Yuzhong is indeed a fool with an abundance of wealth, seeking to purchase rank and title in a place where it is ill-advised. However, he is also quite easily manipulated. With but a slight maneuver, he shall be at our beck and call. Indeed, the head of the Qian family replied ominously, to us, he is merely a hound. Should he fail to recognize our benevolence, he must not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The great families had entrenched themselves in this territory for over a century. Yuzhong County was firmly within their domain, and they would not permit an outsider to easily intrude, treating him like a dog, tossing him a bone to satiate his hunger. The atmosphere at the banquet was jovial, yet each guest harbored ulterior motives, calculating their own interests. Just as laughter filled the air, a sudden, synchronized sound of marching footsteps from outside the tavern caught them off guard. Han Ji's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the disciplined steps, glancing in surprise at the unflappable magistrate, his hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword. Who dares to cause a commotion outside the tavern? Are they unaware that this is the property of the Qian family? The head of the Qian family fumed, pushing open the door to ascertain the source of the disturbance. In an instant, the tavern doors were flung open with a resounding crash, revealing a throng of soldiers encircling the establishment, led by a few brazen figures who strode confidently inside. At this moment, the arrogance faded from the face of the Qian family head. He struggled to recognize the individuals before him, but the palpable scent of blood emanating from them indicated that they were seasoned warriors. Who are you? What is your purpose? The county lieutenant boldly inquired. The imposing leader disregarded the question and respectfully knelt before Zhang Bao, proclaiming, I am Zhou Tai, and Pei Yuan Shao has come with troops to await your command. Where are the executioners? The head of the Zhao family could no longer contain himself, revealing the family's hidden guards, eager to curb the audacity of these intruders. Charge! Kill! Zhang Bao had not anticipated that nearly 200 to 300 individuals lay in ambush within the tavern. Had he not feigned camaraderie earlier, he might have already met his demise. His face paled further as he bellowed. The heads of the Zhao and Qian families conspired to end my life. Now that the plot is exposed, they dare to resist. All who oppose must be eliminated. Understood. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Bao's forces advanced in disciplined formation, coordinating their efforts to encircle the rebellious foes. The servants of these families, accustomed to wielding their authority, were taken aback by the audacity of resistance. They charged forward like a disorganized mob, lacking any tactical cohesion. As the clash commenced, they were swiftly overpowered, scattering like autumn leaves. Zhang Bao's troops showed no mercy, relentlessly assaulting any adversaries still standing, ensuring that those who fell were swiftly dispatched to confirm their demise. At this juncture, the head of the Qian family was engulfed in panic, realizing that this magistrate was no ordinary foe. Yet, it was too late for regrets. His earlier complacency left him no avenue for escape. Zhang Bao, I never anticipated your heart to be so ruthless. If you spare me today, I shall overlook this matter and propose a division of profits." Zhang Bao paid no heed to his pleas. He was resolute in his intention to eradicate these prominent families. With a calm demeanor, he unsheathed his sword and led the charge into the midst of the loathsome aristocrats. Though the noble family's servants fought back valiantly, they were no match for the seasoned warriors. And soon they were vanquished, leaving the remaining leaders trembling in fear. The officials from the magistrate's office stood in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of their seemingly timid magistrate into a figure of defiance. Amidst the chaos, Lieutenant Han Ji remained composed, displaying a flicker of excitement in his expression, carefully concealing his true feelings. In but a quarter of an hour, the situation had dramatically shifted. The leaders of the noble families had retreated into a room, while those who dared resist had been swiftly eliminated, bringing the battle to a near conclusion. Zhang Bao refrained from ordering his soldiers to attack the officials of the magistrate's office. Although he held military power, he needed some officials to stabilize the situation in Yuzhong County, lest he find himself in an untenable position. "If you grant us a chance to live, we shall obey your every command without question." The head of the Zhao family pleaded pitifully. Having been entrenched in Yuzhong for nearly a century, the Zhao family never imagined they would fall to this reckless magistrate, vowing that once he escaped, he would make Zhang Bao wish he had never been born. Zhang Bao, however, was not swayed by such appeals. Having severed ties, there was no reason for continued coexistence. He turned coldly, declaring, "No mercy." The soldiers immediately complied, unsheathing their weapons and charging toward the leaders of the noble families. "You will meet a terrible fate. My brothers will avenge me." The powerless leaders could only sit helplessly as they were slaughtered like lambs. And within a brief moment, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Zhang Bao's gaze was devoid of joy as he addressed the officials of the magistrate's office. "The noble families have conspired to take my life. But I was fortunate to sense their treachery in advance and dealt with them accordingly. If you follow my lead, I shall hold no grudges against you. Long live the magistrate. We swear to follow you to the death." The previously fickle officials immediately declared their loyalty, and Zhang Bao was taken aback to find that Lieutenant Han Ji's voice was among the loudest. "Now, we shall divide into 5 groups to raid the homes of these traitors. You officials shall lead the way," Zhang Bao commanded decisively. "Yes," the officials replied weakly. They had hoped to remain neutral, but now they were compelled to personally guide the raids, a decision that bound them to Zhang Bao's orders, leaving them no room for dissent in light of the bloody corpses that littered the ground. Kill. Charge. Ironically, these once rebellious officials threw themselves wholeheartedly into leading Zhang Bao's men in the raids against the local noble families. Perhaps a testament to humanity's flawed nature. Throughout the night, chaos reigned in Nanchang. The terrified citizens cowered in their homes, unable to sleep, hearing the relentless patrolling soldiers and the occasional heart-wrenching cries that sent shivers down their spines. "What do you vile soldiers intend to do? I belong to the Zhao family, one of the most prestigious families in Nanchang. How dare you tread upon sacred ground? Your father has been executed for treason." Zhang Bao replied, surprised to find himself confronting the Zhao family. "What nonsense are you spouting? My father could never have been so easily slain by that cowardly magistrate." As the man continued to bluster, Zhang Bao, exasperated, drew his sword and severed his head with a swift motion. The severed head rolled forward, its eyes wide open, likely unable to fathom the ease with which he had met his end. The remaining members of the Zhao family sat paralyzed, rendered speechless by the sudden violence. As dawn broke, the fearful citizens dared to crack open their doors to glimpse the outside world. Thankfully, they found little had changed, save for the pervasive stench of blood that lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Truth be told, such a gruesome scene had not graced their eyes in over a decade. Nanchang, the very seat of the entire Yuzhong commandery, was traditionally spared from the ravages of calamity. However, the events that transpired last night felt akin to a descent into a bloody inferno. Despite having endured an entire sleepless night, Zhang Bao sat upon the governor's throne, exuding vitality and leaving no trace of fatigue. "Report to the governor. The noble families involved in the conspiracy have been completely annihilated." "Excellent. Immediately proceed to confiscate their estates and declare them state property." Zhang Bao responded with a hint of excitement. To his astonishment, The night's operations had resulted in the deaths and injuries of over 20 soldiers due to the darkness, which tugged at his heartstrings. A true leader is not perturbed by trifles, he reassured himself. He promptly commanded his subordinates to locate the fallen soldiers, ensuring they received a proper burial, along with generous compensation for their families. Fortuitously, his recent recruitment of Guojia and Luoyang had alleviated some of the burdens he faced in managing the governor's affairs alone. Guojia efficiently organized the myriad of matters at hand, allowing Zhang Bao, who was feeling somewhat tense, to breathe a sigh of relief. Presently, the only remaining official in the hall was the former Captain Han Ji, whom Zhang Bao observed with keen interest. Han Ji appeared at ease, displaying no signs of anxiety. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Bao finally spoke. I have heard that Master Han is a senior disciple of Tai Shi Ci. Is this true? Pray tell, did you acquire this position through the purchase of office? Han Ji retorted, not answering the question, instead directing his inquiry back to Zhang Bao. Though a flicker of anger stirred within him, Zhang Bao was keenly aware of Han Ji's 500 troops and thus patiently explained, indeed, such is the case, I engaged in this scheme to carve out a path for success. Born of humble origins, we had no prospect of advancement. This was merely a desperate gamble with no alternatives. However, I swear to serve my country loyally and faithfully in the future. Captain Han Ji pays his respects to the governor. Han Ji said with utmost respect, bowing deeply. It turned out that Han Ji, like Zhang Bao, had aspirations of serving his country. Coming from a modest background, he had been compelled to take up arms out of desperation. Fortunately, a previous governor had recognized his talents and recruited him, enduring numerous hardships to elevate him to the rank of captain. Just as the former governor was preparing to embark on grand endeavors, he was unexpectedly assassinated within the governor's mansion. Han Ji, filled with sorrow, resolved to unearth the identity of the murderer but found himself at a loss. This frustration simmered within him. However, wielding the authority of the commander's troops, others dared not act recklessly. He remained steadfast, determined to avenge the governor's death, yet opportunities had eluded him until today. The fact that Zhang Bao had decisively eliminated the conspirators allowed him to fulfill a lingering desire. Chapter 41. The young general of Chue, are you indeed a senior disciple of Tai Shi Ci? Zhang Bao pressed on. A premonition gripped him that this individual was none other than the famed young general of Chue, who had single-handedly thwarted the assault of 13 generals under Sun Tzu in a legendary battle to repay Liu Yao and Sun Tzu. Indeed, Tai Shi Ci is my senior brother. We once studied under the same master in Danyang Commandery, but the Yellow Turban Rebellion forced us apart, and we have only maintained contact through letters since, Han Ji replied with a note of nostalgia. Zhang Bao, now nearly certain of Han Ji's identity as the young general of Chue, spoke earnestly, the common folk are displaced, and the realm has long been unsettled. Would you consider joining me in achieving great deeds? That is indeed my desire, though I dare not express it too boldly. Han Ji did not refuse Zhang Bao's offer, having discerned the ruthless and decisive nature of his actions from the previous night. He realized that to decline could spell his own doom. Excellent! Zhang Bao had not anticipated such a swift acquiescence. Could General Han pen a letter to your senior brother, Tai Shi Ci, inviting him to join our ranks in serving the nation? Should he have concerns for his family? It would be even better for him to bring them along at once. I shall compose a letter, though I cannot guarantee his arrival. That is all I ask. Zhang Bao then personally arranged a luncheon, inviting everyone to partake. As the only official remaining from the former governor's court, Han Ji joined them, and Zhang Bao assured him that his 500 troops would remain under his command. Filling Han Ji with gratitude, the townsfolk gazed curiously at the proclamations posted by the governor's office, many illiterate individuals wondering what could have incited such widespread astonishment. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that local noble families had plotted against the governor but were discovered and exterminated entirely. Moreover, the governor's office sought to collect previously unresolved grievances, allowing those wronged to refile their cases, which elicited exclamations of relief from the populace, who felt that justice had finally arrived. Zhang Bao, not one to remain idle, after organizing the affairs of the governor's office, summoned the county magistrates to report on their duties. He intended to ascertain the situation across the entire Yuzhong Commandery before enacting a sweeping reform to consolidate control. What Zhang Bao did not expect was that the magistrates of the 21 counties under Yuzhong Commandery would come respectfully to heed his summons upon receiving his edict. This left him without an immediate justification for a purge. However, he replaced those magistrates closely tied to the noble families under the pretext of incompetence, retaining only 7 of the original officials. In a matter of moments, the entire Yuzhong commandery was shaken. They had not anticipated that the newly appointed governor would act so ruthlessly, decisively cleansing the commandery within a mere fortnight. Some smaller families that had contemplated covert operations ceased their activities, resulting in an atmosphere of unprecedented peace throughout Yuzhong commandery. Zhang Bao sat in the Nanchang County office, observing as the county magistrate interrogated past grievances. The magistrate, trembling, inquired, "Who kneels before us? What grievances do you bear?" A simple farmer replied, "Respected magistrate, I once possessed 10 acres of fertile land and 2 children. However, the Qian family coveted my land and resorted to despicable means, posing as bandits to abduct my children and extort money. Driven to desperation, I borrowed money from the Qian family at exorbitant interest, and now I cannot repay them. Why 10 acres of land have fallen into their hands. I have come to capture the Qian family and confront them." In less than a quarter of an hour, the terrified steward of the Qian family, reeking of fear, was dragged into the courtroom. The magistrate immediately interrogated him, and the steward, knowing no other course, confessed to the Qian family's misdeeds. Further implicating others, the crowd outside the courthouse erupted with righteous indignation upon hearing the testimony. Their ancestors' hard-won lands had been seized through such vile methods by the so-called noble families, inciting a cacophony of uproar. "Silence, silence. Since the matter has been clarified, the 10 acres of fertile land usurped by the Qian family shall be returned to you," the magistrate declared sternly. "Thank you, benevolent magistrate. I shall dedicate my next life to serving you." The simple farmer, at a loss for how to express his gratitude, bowed repeatedly, demonstrating his heartfelt appreciation. The magistrate turned to see Zhang Bao smiling at him and promptly stated, "All credit goes to our new governor, Lord Zhang Bao, who has apprehended the noble families that oppressed the common folk and brought them to justice, allowing for the restoration of your rights." The assembled townsfolk immediately regarded Zhang Bao as a divine savior, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Next case. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across the 21 counties of Yuzhong commandery. Zhang Bao personally arranged for oversight, swiftly removing any incompetent magistrates discovered during investigations. His objective was to establish his authority among the populace as quickly as possible to prevent any remnants of the noble families from rallying against him. Zhang Bao spent an entire day within the courthouse, and witnessing the new governor's dedication, the magistrate dared not slacken his efforts. Despite feeling parched, he diligently inquired into each case, aware that the fate of the entire Yuzhong commandery rested in the hands of this young man. If he could align himself favorably with Zhang Bao, his future prospects would be secured. As evening approached, Zhang Bao returned to the governor's mansion to rest. During the earlier confiscations, he had opted not to execute all members of the noble families, but had instead eliminated only the primary offenders. Now, he intended to leverage the remaining inconsequential individuals to assuage the resentments of the local populace, thereby significantly enhancing his own prestige. Since Han Ji had pledged allegiance to him, Zhang Bao now commanded a formidable force of 2,000 troops. To his delight, the confiscation of the noble family's estates had revealed a treasure trove of gold, silver, jewels, and immense quantities of grain. He, of course, unceremoniously appropriated these assets, never anticipating that nearly a century's worth of accumulation would merely serve as a bridal gown for Zhang Bao. Chapter 42. Trade of the Caravan. Now, the entire governor's mansion is filled with Zhang Bao's people. All officials who once colluded with the local aristocracy have been entirely dismissed. Those found guilty of embezzlement or malfeasance face immediate imprisonment, and their lives can only be spared at the cost of their entire fortunes. All of this is thanks to Feng Zhao's strategic acumen. You have truly endured much during this period. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall grant you a few days of leave to relax." Zhang Bao gazed with some concern at the increasingly emaciated Guojia, who was busily seated at the table. "My lord need not be so concerned. This mere county holds little that requires attention. All of this is but a trivial task," Guojia replied with ease and contentment. "It appears that Feng Zhao is indeed a talent of the province. It is a shame to confine you to managing a mere county's affairs. In due time, we shall conquer all of Yangzhou," Zhang Bao said with a hint of humor. "Then I shall borrow your auspicious words." Their time spent together has fostered a more harmonious relationship between the two. Zhang Bao has come to genuinely appreciate Guojia, and Guojia, in turn, believes his lord to be a commendable sovereign. As night falls, why not dine together at the residence? Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Guojia did not decline Zhang Bao's kind offer. After attending to official matters, the two of them entered the backyard of the governor's mansion together. The Zhang family had already come to regard this place as their home. His sister, Zhang Yu, had become more cheerful in recent days, unlike her earlier state of constant sighing, fretting over potential reprisals from the county magistrate's son of Luan County. Though his parents had distanced themselves from their hometown, a twinge of nostalgia lingered in their hearts. However, witnessing their child ascend to the position of governor brought them immense joy. The servants have prepared the meal. Come and eat. Zhang Yu chimed cheerfully. However, Zhang Bao noticed a peculiar look in his sister's eyes as she regarded Guojia, her cheeks slightly flushed while speaking, an occurrence that would have been wholly unimaginable for his once mischievous sister. Zhang Bao fell into contemplation. Could it be that his sister was experiencing the stirrings of young love for his chief strategist? In any case, it would not be a loss for him. Guojia was fond of wine, and he had made it abundantly clear during this period that Guojia was not to indulge, while working to avoid any errors. The dinner table. Zhang Bao spoke up, Father, now that the entire Yuzhong County has been pacified, shall we not establish another caravan for trade in the north? I happen to know a northern merchant, Miju, and I believe transporting southern specialties to the north would yield substantial profits. He had also observed that his father often wandered about the house with nothing to do. With the local aristocracy now eradicated, the trade routes they had opened could not be severed, and it would be ideal to place them under the control of their own people. Zheng's father had also felt restless during this time. Although his son was now the lord of Yuzhong County, and he lived a life of luxury, he often yearned for something to occupy his time. Is this true? The Mi family of the north is renowned as merchants across the land. If we can establish trade relations with them, we are sure to reap greater profits, Zheng's father exclaimed with delight. Indeed, while in Luoyang, I once saved his sister's life, and thus he had previously supported me with 500 able-bodied men and ample provisions. Now that I have firmly secured the position of governor of Yuzhong, it is only fitting to repay him, Zhang Bao reminisced. Naturally, he also recalled the girl, Mi Zhan, who had disguised herself as a man. He wondered how she was faring now and if she had truly forgotten him. Zhang Bao sank into deep thought. Then it is settled. I shall ensure that our caravan in Yuzhong County flourishes. Zheng's father's eyes brightened, dispelling his earlier despondency, even prompting him to eat an extra bowl of rice. Zheng's mother, witnessing her husband and son in such jovial conversation, felt immense joy within. Her son had become a governor, a source of pride for the family, and her husband was rekindling his former pursuits, banishing the gloom that had previously hung over them. A double blessing indeed. What puzzled Zhang Bao was that his sister, Zhang Yu, had suddenly become quiet at the table, methodically eating while occasionally casting glances in his direction, then at Guojia, who was equally handsome and charming. He finally grasped his sister's intentions. Zhang Bao coughed lightly and addressed everyone. Now that my sister has reached the age of 14, it is time for her to consider marriage. I am curious as to what plans you have in mind, dear parents. Of course, we must find her a suitable match with an equally reputable family. At 14, she should not be so frivolous. Which family would want her if she continues in this manner? Zheng's father replied with a hint of displeasure. In his view, a girl ought to engage in more needlework and embroidery rather than frolicking about. But brother is already 16. Why is he not married? Zhang Yu countered. Zhang Bao turned to Guojia with a teasing remark. You see, my sister seems to be quite suited to your tastes. After all, I have inquired and found that you are still unmarried. Why not consider marrying her? It would serve to keep her in check. Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhang Yu's face turned crimson, and she dropped her bowl and chopsticks, turning to flee. Guojia, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, I merely fear that Zhang girl may not have any feelings for me. Zhang Bao laughed heartily, assuring Guojia, I would never allow my sister to wed someone she does not favor. Since I say this, you can rest assured that she must indeed harbor feelings for you. As her elder brother, I shall take it upon myself to mentor you. When the time comes and she is willing, I will not oppose this union. His parents did not object, as they believed their son had matured, and they could entrust him with the family matters. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew somewhat awkward, yet the intentions of all were clear, enhancing the mutual understanding between them. After the meal, Zhang Bao returned to his study alone. Although he understood the customs of the land, having traversed from a later time where marriage typically occurred at 20. He would never force his sister to marry someone she did not like. However, should she develop an affection, he would certainly not stand in her way. His greatest concern was the potential dangers young girls face during childbirth. And thus, once married, he would earnestly advise them to avoid premature deliveries. This period had indeed been a whirlwind of activity, yet thanks to his diligent efforts, he had finally taken control of the entire Yuzhong County. Chapter 43. The Eight Commanders. Zhang Bao's foremost concern now lay in the relationship with the southern Shangyue people, who dwelled in the deep mountains and forests. When they found themselves in dire straits, they would descend upon the lowlands to plunder the local populace. In just a month since his appointment, he had already received reports of over a dozen incidents. Zhang Bao had attempted to dispatch his troops to capture them, but the Shangyue were far more familiar with the local terrain, easily eluding his forces and causing him considerable losses. The 2,000 troops of Yuzhong County had been thoroughly reorganized under his command, and the documents submitted by the counties were swiftly processed by Guojia. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Han Dynasty was on the brink of turmoil, and he needed to amass sufficient strength quickly to seize the fruits of victory amidst the impending chaos among the warlords. From the intelligence he had painstakingly gathered over the past month, he learned that the Shangyue within Yuzhong County, led by Zhang Jie, had congregated nearly 10,000 strong, with Peng Kai, Li Yu, Wang Hai, and others coordinating frequent incursions into Poyang, Yuhan, and Linru counties. It was time to take action against these obstinate Shangyue. Zhang Bao resolved quietly. As he lay down to sleep, he marveled at how fortunate he had been. Initially, he had sought the position of county commander of Zhejiang and Luoyang, but by a twist of fate, he had become acquainted with the godson of Zhang Rang, who facilitated his appointment as governor. He had originally intended to secure the position of commander to combat the water bandits of Chaohu and further expand his influence. When Dong Zhuo arrived in the capital amidst the chaos, he would devise a plan to seize control of the entire Lujiang County. If all else failed, he could align himself with the future founding emperor. Sun Quan, or his brother, Sun Su, and a lifetime of wealth and glory would be assured. It seemed that heaven itself was aiding him. By sheer happenstance, he had attained the position of governor of Yuzhong County. With his abilities and foresight regarding future historical developments, he was confident he could maintain control over the entire Yangzhou during the turmoil wrought by Dong Zhuo in the 5th year of Zhongping. On the first day of August, the court established a command center at Shiyuan, organizing a new army. The new army command was composed of 8 commanders: the upper army commander, the eunuch Jian Shuo; the middle army commander, Yuan Shao; the lower army commander, Bao Hong; the military commander, Chao Chao; the left assistant commander, Zhao Rong; the right assistant commander, Feng Fong; the left commander, Xia Mao; and the right commander, Chun Yuqiong. Among them, the Grand General He Jin was also to He Jian Shuo's command. In a momentous turn of events, the military officer Jian Shuo has ascended to the position of Supreme Commander of the National Army. Zhang Bao received this news with a calm demeanor, acknowledging that what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. The relentless march of history cannot be halted by anyone. However, upon hearing this announcement, those present became visibly restless, their expressions betraying a sense of trepidation. I am prepared to recruit an additional 1,000 able-bodied men, thereby forming a force of 3,000 to quell the mountain bandits wreaking havoc in the counties of Panyang, Yuhan, and Linru, Zhang Bao proclaimed to the assembly. Your Grace, you must reconsider. We have only just pacified the Yuzhong commandery. It would be imprudent to mobilize forces again. Such reckless militarism could incite widespread rebellion among the populace. Huang Reng urgently interjected. Others, such as Pei Yuanshao and Zhou Tai, echoed his concerns, and even Guojia, who had consistently supported Zhang Bao, fell silent, deep in contemplation of the potential ramifications of such a course of action. Zhang Bao sighed softly, yearning to take 1 or 2 more years to consolidate his control over the entirety of Yuzhong before addressing the mountain bandits. Yet, time was of the essence. With the Han Dynasty teetering on the brink of turmoil, he recognized the necessity of amassing sufficient strength to navigate the precarious situation. He addressed the assembly. The court faces both internal strife and external threats. While we need not fear the yellow turbans in Yuzhong, the mountain bandits lurking nearby frequently descend to plunder the common folk. Each day we delay, the suffering of the people intensifies. I cannot bear to witness their plight, and thus, action must be taken. Resolute, He disregarded the objections of his advisors and issued the command with unyielding authority. Faced with his determination, they ceased their arguments and silently complied with the governor's orders. By midday, posters calling for recruits adorned the city. The common folk, initially indifferent to such calls, having been disillusioned by the government's failure to adequately equip soldiers or compensate them fairly, were now stirred by a newfound hope. The newly appointed governor had rectified their long-standing grievances, restoring lands wrongfully seized by the powerful families, which filled many with gratitude. Upon learning of the recruitment, they eagerly flocked to enlist. Moreover, the promised compensation was double the usual amount, with immediate payments upon registration. Rumors spread that soldiers would dine on meat daily after training, igniting the ambitions of many young men who barely managed to fill their stomachs. "Mother, I am going to enlist," exclaimed a spirited youth to his mother. To his dismay, her response was a sharp slap. Tearfully, she lamented, "Your father disregarded my pleas to join the army, and he perished in battle when you were just 2 years old. I have raised you through hardship alone, and now you wish to follow in his footsteps." The son understood the sacrifices his mother had made, yet after his father's death, their land had been usurped by the local gentry. Fortunately, the new governor had executed the corrupt officials responsible. Restoring their land to them, he felt compelled to join the fight against the mountain bandits disrupting the lives of the common people. His eyes gleamed with determination, impervious to his mother's protests. He recalled the injustices faced by his family after his father's demise, not only receiving no compensation from the government, but also being falsely accused of theft, leading to the loss of their land. It was the governor who had returned their property and reignited their hope for a better life. Go. Then, I cannot stop you. But remember, on the battlefield, one must tread carefully. Should you fall, I dread how I shall explain it to your father in the afterlife. His mother wept even more bitterly. The son accepted this, knowing that even if he perished, the land would sustain his mother for the rest of her days. He wept aloud as they embraced tightly. Afterward, the young man, namely Urga, dried his tears, shouldered the bundle prepared by his mother, and, amid her numerous admonitions, slowly made his way to the military camp to enlist. Chapter 44. Urga, despite the sorrow of leaving his mother, his resolve to achieve glory alongside the governor on the battlefield only fueled his fervor for the future. Zhang Bao watched with a heavy heart as crates of gold, silver, and jewels were emptied from the treasury. Yet, in his pursuit of recruiting troops and expanding his power, he found this sacrifice necessary. Silently, he reassured himself, one must be willing to part with something dear in order to gain a greater advantage. Having purged the powerful families from Yuzhong, he believed he had mitigated any potential threats. However, this would undoubtedly breed animosity among other powerful families elsewhere, complicating his ambitions of unifying the realm. Zhang Bao, however, remained undeterred. Although Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu was celebrated as a son of destiny, rapidly restoring order through fortuitous circumstances, his reliance on the power of the gentry had allowed localized forces to fester. Resulting in the current state of disarray, he was confident that, armed with advanced theories surpassing those of the ancients by over 2 millennia, he could construct a more formidable and unified empire. Of course, he viewed Wang Mang as a cautionary tale. He harbored doubts that Wang Mang and he were not dissimilar, both perhaps traversing time, yet Wang Mang's impatience led to his downfall, having invested substantial resources. Zhang Bao understood the importance of winning hearts and minds. He personally attended the recruitment site, delivering a rousing speech. The mountain barbarians plunder our Han people, causing widespread suffering, as citizens of the Han. We must take up our swords and defend our land. A true man stands resolute, sword in hand, to achieve great deeds and secure his legacy. His impassioned address ignited fervor among the gathered crowd. The recruitment site in Nanchang buzzed with excitement, with even some elderly men who could barely walk preparing to enlist after hearing the governor's words. Fortunately, the recruitment came with stipulations, prompting some to leave. Yet they resolved to send their sons to try their luck. Regardless, their pride as Han citizens would not permit them to stand idly by as the mountain bandits oppressed the common folk. By the end of the afternoon, Zhang Bao's personal involvement had yielded 300 qualified recruits, earning him deep admiration from Guojia, who accompanied him. It seems we will likely recruit 1,000 soldiers within 5 days. Feng Xiao, ensure that logistics and provisions are managed meticulously. We cannot afford any mistakes, Zhang Bao reiterated. Rest assured, Your Grace, I shall handle this flawlessly. This is the 5th time you have entrusted me with this, Guo Jia assured him, thumping his chest. Yet, Zhang Bao harbored doubts about Guo Jia's carefree demeanor, wondering if the reputation of this notorious libertine was indeed well-deserved. Meanwhile, the simple-hearted Dian Wei chuckled foolishly, having been completely won over by Zhang Bao's approach to governance. The sight of corrupt officials meeting their just ends invigorated him, as he found great satisfaction in serving such a wise and capable leader. The desire among the common folk to enlist was overwhelming. In just 3 days, they had filled the ranks to a full 1,000. Zhang Bao resolved to mix all the recruits and assign them randomly. Though he had merely 3,000 men, he feared that allowing the commanders to form factions could lead to internal strife detrimental to his campaign. To establish unified command, Zhang Bao divided the troops into 3 battalions, the left battalion led by Han Ji, with deputies Zhou Tai and Pei Yuan Xiao, commanding 1,000 men, the right battalion led by Su Qian, with deputies Ling Chao and Zhou Cong, also commanding 1,000 men, and the central battalion, personally led by Zhang Bao with Dian Wei as his deputy, commanding the remaining 1,000. Guo Jia was appointed as the military advisor, assisting Zhang Bao and overseeing all matters of the army. With the 3,000 troops freshly assembled, they required time to acclimate to one another. Zhang Bao assumed a more hands-off approach, entrusting the training to Guo Jia. Zhang Bao felt a pang of sympathy for Ling Chao and Zhou Tai, renowned in history for their naval prowess, yet now relegated to the role of land generals. Regrettably, the current circumstances did not permit the formation of a navy, and they would have to endure this temporary indignity. The camp was alive with the sounds of vigorous training, and Zhang Bao took it upon himself to conduct inspections. Though he refrained from micromanaging, he remained anxious about the stability of his fledgling forces, fearing they might deviate from their intended purpose. Incredibly, within just 3 days, Feng Xiao had managed to instill a semblance of discipline among the troops. Zhang Bao could not help but praise Guo Jia for his efforts. He could scarcely imagine the state of affairs had he undertaken the governorship without Guo Jia's assistance, managing both administrative duties and troop training simultaneously, a true feat. My lord, you worry too much. This is merely my duty, Guo Jia replied. If we continue at this pace, within a month we shall be ready to march against the mountain bandits. I am confident we will achieve victory. Excellent, Zhang Bao, filled with overwhelming joy, exclaimed. He promptly joined the ranks of those training, surprising the surrounding soldiers who had not anticipated their lord would personally partake in the drills. As a result, their enthusiasm surged even higher. It was only at noon, during the mealtime, that the soldiers finally concluded their training. Without hesitation, Zhang Bao went to sample the soldiers' rations. After finishing a bowl of beans stewed with pork and a bowl of plain rice, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "The provisions are exceedingly ample and without any reduction, yet the flavor leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, given the current conditions, it is quite satisfactory, and I shall refrain from demanding more." This left the cook in a cold sweat, repeatedly assuring that he would henceforth exert himself to ensure that the taste would vastly improve. Internally, he trembled at the thought that perhaps the porridge he had prepared that day with a mop had not been cleaned properly. Fearing that the Lord had detected an off flavor, however, upon reflection, he remembered that the Lord had not consumed the porridge. Could it be that the sprouted beans he had used were indeed toxic? Or perhaps he had neglected to wash the pork before cooking it? The cook adhered to a singular belief. Cleanliness was secondary to the notion that one could eat without falling ill. Aside from this, he had never skimped or embezzled the ingredients for cooking, thus maintaining a good reputation, having been the one to orchestrate the village's festive occasions. Fortunately, Zhang Bao did not pursue the matter further, for he had more pressing concerns that afternoon. Unexpectedly, Mi Zhu, the head of the Mi clan from Shuzhou, arrived personally to discuss trade matters, indicating a significant regard for the negotiations at hand. Chapter 45. Mi Zhu's visit. As Zhang Bao prepared to return to his residence, he noticed the streets were bustling with merchant caravans. Located in the remote southern region of Yuzhong, few sizable trading groups were inclined to venture there, proving that Mi Zhu was indeed making a considerable investment. Upon arriving home, he learned that Mi Zhu had already arrived at the governor's residence ahead of him, accompanied by Mi Zhun, with whom he had shared a fortuitous encounter. This reminded Zhang Bao of their initial meeting. "Mi brother, you are well," Zhang Bao exclaimed. "It has been half a year since our last meeting. You appear even more spirited." "The governor is far too kind," Mi Zhu replied with a smile. "In just a short 6 months, you have become the master of a county. You are destined for great heights." In contrast, Mi Zhun, typically of a cheerful disposition, now seemed somewhat shy and reserved, speaking softly, "Since our parting in Luoyang, I have missed you dearly and wish to enjoy Yuzhong thoroughly today." Zhang Bao laughed heartily. "Then I shall accompany you personally. I will ensure Miss Mi's safety. Thank you, brother." Mi Zhen's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing his words. "Please, come inside." Certainly, the three, having parted ways in Luoyang, found themselves with an abundance of things to discuss. Through their conversation, Zhang Bao discerned that Mi Zhu's desire to foster a friendship was not solely driven by the prospect of trade, but rather by the potential he saw in Zhang Bao's future. Otherwise, for such a modest trade, he would not have come in person. Mi Zhan appeared to have some fondness for him, which prompted her insistence on accompanying her brother to Yuzhong. When the time was right, Zhang Bao invited his father to join them, informing Mi Zhu that henceforth, his father would oversee the operations of the merchant caravan, and any matters requiring discussion should be directed to him. Zhang Bao was fortunate in that he felt comfortable entrusting tasks to others in areas where he lacked expertise. After all, professionals would surely execute the tasks better than he could, especially when it involved his own father, who would never betray his interests. Naturally, Mi Zhu was pleased, as their discussions revolved around long-term cooperation rather than a one-off transaction, making mutual trust vital. Entrusting the operations to Zhang Bao's father, a specialist in the field, would alleviate many of Mi Zhu's burdens. After arranging the details, Zhang Bao invited Mi Zhen to explore the city together. Though this might seem frivolous, gaining Mi Zhu's trust and winning Mi Zhen's favor was more than sufficient. To be candid, Zhang Bao had been preoccupied with administrative duties and other pressing matters, and had not had the chance to wander the city. He found it somewhat embarrassing that every commoner he passed seemed to recognize him. As he walked by their stalls, they eagerly thrust their goods into his hands, expressing their gratitude. Mi Zhen found amusement in Zhang Bao's predicament, having heard of his commendable deeds in Yuzhong, though some labeled him a madman. She was taken aback by how endearing he was in person. Fortunately, Zhang Bao adhered to his principles. He did not refuse the offerings from the townsfolk, but instead exchanged his own money for their goods. He understood that the common people were struggling, and accepting their gifts would only exacerbate their poverty. Mi Zhen, having never experienced financial hardship, remained indifferent to money, with two older brothers doting on her. She had always been spoiled, receiving everything she desired, which ironically left her with fewer moments of genuine joy. Yet, for the man who had once saved her life, she felt a deep sense of respect that gradually transformed into affection. After spending a couple of hours strolling the streets, the two returned home. To their surprise, Zhang Yu awaited them at the door, her face marred with displeasure. "Brother, you have never spent this long accompanying me on a shopping trip. I cannot believe that today you have instead spent 2 hours with her." Seeing Zhang Yu's discontent, Mi Zhen calmly offered her half of the goods she had purchased, gently saying, as a guest, "Your brother must treat me with greater kindness. But worry not, for all these items were bought at your brother's behest." At these words, a satisfied smile gradually spread across Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Bao shook his head slightly, astonished at how easily Mi Zhen could placate her. Realizing that she would later become Liu Bei's wife in history, Mi Zhu engaged in discussions with Zhang Bao's father for 3 full days before finalizing all arrangements. Ultimately, the Mi clan's caravan and Zhang Bao agreed to a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement. Zhang Bao would provide rare goods from the wilderness, while Mi Zhu would leverage his connections to secure a market in the Central Plains, both parties expressing satisfaction with the long-term partnership. After concluding the negotiations, Mi Zhu did not linger in Yuzhong but prepared to depart for Luoyang, mindful of the numerous responsibilities awaiting him as the head of a household. Mi Zhen, however, insisted she did not wish to return. Mi Zhu, accustomed to indulging her whims, reluctantly allowed her to remain in Yuzhong a few more days. Before leaving, he earnestly implored Zhang Bao to take good care of his sister, to which Zhang Bao repeatedly nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. During this period, the 3,000 able-bodied men had undergone rapid training, most of whom had already seen battle, while the remaining recruits had learned the ropes under the guidance of seasoned veterans. Standing in the training grounds, Zhang Bao felt invigorated as he gazed upon the 3,000 young men under his command. Though their numbers were still small, he cherished each one, having worked tirelessly to recruit them. "Tomorrow, we shall march north to eradicate the Shanyue bandits. Think of our suffering compatriots, who have been enslaved and mistreated by the Shanyue. We shall avenge them," Zhang Bao declared passionately. "Revenge, revenge, revenge," the soldiers echoed fervently. He then called forth those Han civilians who had been rescued from the clutches of the Shangyue to share their harrowing tales. We were a peaceful family of 5 living in Yoja village. Until one fateful day, they came and pillaged our home. My parents were slain before my eyes, and I, appearing strong, was taken as a slave. The most tragic of all was my wife, whose beauty made her a target. As the soldiers listened, their veins pulsed with rage. They could hardly contain their desire to seize their weapons and confront the accursed Shangyue, determined to protect their hard-won homes. Chapter 46. Campaign against the Shangyue. Seeing the soldiers fully roused, Zhang Bao allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. Every individual had their family, and this was the point at which the common folk drew the line. They could endure exploitation, but they would not tolerate the anguish of separation from their loved ones. Kill, kill, kill. The training grounds were steeped in a murderous intent. Even the recruits who had never taken a life before were now filled with righteous fury, vowing to wield their weapons to teach the Shangyue a lesson. Zhang Bao needed to return home to bid farewell to his family. To be honest, he felt uncertain about the impending battle against the Shangyue. Before his transmigration, he had often read tales of agrarian life, wishing to avoid warfare. Yet now, circumstances compelled him to fight with all his might. Upon returning home, Zhang Bao shared his intention to march north against the Shangyue, and indeed, concern etched itself across his family's faces. Even the usually composed Mi Zhen urged him to leave such matters to his subordinates. Zhang Bao shook his head, resigned. Currently, I only have these 3,000 battle-ready men, most of whom are fresh recruits yet to see combat. I cannot entrust the command to someone else. I would remain uneasy. Please refrain from advising me any further. My resolve is unyielding. Upon hearing his declaration, his family reluctantly ceased their attempts to persuade him. While his mother and sister quietly prepared his belongings, Mi Zhen, burdened by concern, earnestly reminded him to prioritize his safety and to always place his life above all else. Zhang Bao nodded silently, acutely aware that only by becoming stronger could he ensure a happier and safer life for his family. The most compelling reason for his departure was his youth. Being a governor at such a tender age, he felt compelled to command in battle, even if merely in name, lest the power of the throne slip into the hands of others, a scenario he simply could not abide. History tells us that Cao Cao, through countless battles, garnered the affection of both military and civilians alike. Should he remain ensconced in the halls of power, he risked losing the loyalty of his soldiers, and in this chaotic era, military authority was paramount. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Bao summoned his generals, including Dian Wei, Han Ji, and Su Qian, to prepare for their expedition. His appointed strategist, Guo Jia, also equipped himself with his sword at the ready. Zhang Bao's forces were poised to leave in full force, with barely 100 troops remaining in the entire city of Nanchang. His confidence stemmed from the absence of bandits or marauders in the vicinity, coupled with Mi Zhu's decision to leave 500 men behind to safeguard his sister, a testament to the Mi family's considerable wealth. Onward, Zhang Bao declared, drawing his long sword skyward, brimming with fervor. Onward, onward, slay, slay, slay. The gathered townsfolk felt the chilling intent of battle, instinctively retreating. Yet, in their hearts, they were filled with reliance on this formidable army, for it was their fierce protectors who ensured the safety of their homes. Zhang Bao aimed to first confront Zhang Jie in Poyang, who had amassed a formidable force of nearly 10,000 mountain bandits, including over 2,000 capable warriors. The county magistrate of Poyang was consumed by anxiety, often closing the city gates during the day to prevent these ruffians from invading. Upon hearing of Zhang Bao's campaign against the bandits, tears of relief streamed down his face. He was the most beleaguered magistrate in the entire Yuzhong commandery. His integrity prevented him from colluding with the bandits, much to Zhang Jie's frustration, who found himself unable to act boldly while refraining from drawing attention from the court. 3 days later, Zhang Bao and his troops swiftly arrived in Poyang County, invigorating the populace, who had long suffered under the previous governor's indifference towards their plight. So long as taxes were duly paid, I have come to eradicate the bandits outside the city and restore peace. Zhang Bao proclaimed, I urge you to refrain from wandering about in the coming days, for I shall execute any miscreants caught lurking about under the guise of spies. Following his arrival, Zhang Bao instituted a curfew and mandated immediate reports of any unusual occurrences. Zhang Jie, caught off guard by Zhang Bao's advance, bristled with indignation. He had not thought the governor would dare to challenge him, which only fueled his rage. Nevertheless, uncertainty gnawed at him, prompting him to send scouts to gather intelligence. After 3 days of recuperation in Poyang City, Zhang Bao led his troops northward to confront Zhang Jie. Surveying the terrain filled him with trepidation regarding potential ambushes by the mountain bandits. Surrounded by mountains, even with local guides, a surprise attack could easily cut off their supply lines, jeopardizing their situation. Zhang Bao had no choice but to camp on the expansive road, dispatching scouts to gather information, boldly declaring that the mountain bandits were but mere ants beneath his feet, and should they dare to provoke him, they would face total annihilation. The rumors Zhang Bao spread reached Zhang Jie, albeit distorted through layers of retelling. What? He dares claim I am utterly insignificant, merely a parasite beneath his feet. He intends to slaughter my entire family to sate his rage. Does he think my wife is destined to serve him as a maid? That my children are unworthy of his surname? Fury engulfed Zhang Jie, who, had he not been the leader of the mountain bandits, would have already sought to conquer the Yuzhong commandery to show these despicable Han people who truly ruled this land. Relay my orders. At dawn tomorrow, I shall confront them. In his extreme anger, Zhang Jie lost his reason, yet a flicker of clarity remained. He wished to ascertain whether the boastful Han soldiers were truly as invincible as rumored. While Zhang Bao had issued his audacious proclamations, he remained vigilant, instructing his soldiers to patrol continuously for 12 hours to prevent any unforeseen incidents. By noon the following day, news spread that Zhang Jie was challenging them. Han Ji, Ling Chao, and others eagerly volunteered to fight, but Zhang Bao solemnly warned, "In this battle, we are only permitted to fail, not to triumph." This declaration left many perplexed, yet they dared not defy their commander's orders, resulting in a reluctance to engage in battle. Ultimately, Zhang Bao decided to send Zhou Cong to test the waters, with explicit instructions to ensure defeat upon his return, or face military punishment. Zhou Cong, initially eager to prove his valor, was dismayed by the command to fail. Nevertheless, he resolutely obeyed Zhang Bao's orders and led his troops out to face the enemy. "Do you even recognize my grandfather?" "You Han scum?" Zhang Jie boasted, brandishing his large blade with pride. Zhou Cong, incensed by Zhang Jie's arrogant tone, opted for silence, charging forward to engage in combat. With a resounding clash, Zhou Cong's furious strike sent Zhang Jie staggering back, instilling a flicker of fear in him. Noticing Zhang Jie's expression, Zhou Cong realized he had perhaps unleashed too much force initially and thus moderated his strength to 50%. Zhang Jie, initially believing this robust opponent to be his equal, soon discovered that Zhou Cong was merely feigning weakness after exhausting himself with the earlier blow. The more they fought, the more Zhang Jie became convinced of his superiority. Had he not been cautious, Zhou Cong would likely have already been vanquished. "Come and chase me, if you dare," Zhou Cong taunted as he retreated to his formation, refusing to continue the duel. Zhang Jie seethed with anger, having never encountered such shamelessness before. Despite his inability to match his opponent's skill, Zhou Cong's audacity infuriated him, and he vowed that once he defeated the court's army, he would exact vengeance on this insufferable black-faced HANAS. News of Zhou Cong's defeat reached Zhang Bao. He braced himself, fearing the worst. Yet upon witnessing Zhou Cong's furious countenance, he understood that his subordinate possessed the capability to best Zhang Jie, but had been hamstrung by his orders. Next, Zhang Bao dispatched Ling Chao and Pei Yuanxiao, both of whom returned in frustration, their encounters resulting in defeat yet without significant losses. Observing their ire, Zhang Bao offered soothing words of encouragement. As dusk approached, Zhang Jie, feeling triumphant after a day of fierce battle, chose to camp locally, reveling in his unexpected success. He had never imagined that the court soldiers would prove to be so inept, unable to withstand even 10 rounds of combat. Reflecting on his previous caution, he mused that had he been bolder, he might have easily overrun these 3,000 court soldiers. Upon reaching this conclusion, he resolved to compose letters to his 2 esteemed brothers, Li Yu and Wang Hai, urging them to lead their subordinates to encircle the imperial troops. Should they succeed in annihilating the entire force here, he would gain control over the entire Yuzhong prefecture, allowing the 3 of them to share the spoils of victory. Zhang Jie had initially been reluctant to share the bounty with others. However, with only 2,000 men at his command, he realized that engaging the imperial army's 3,000 troops head-on would likely result in a costly victory. He could not permit such an outcome. Once the imperial forces were defeated, It would be evident that the one with the greater number of troops would hold the sway, and he was certain that he would reap the most significant rewards. Zhang Jie set aside his apprehensions and enjoyed a restful night as sleep. It was not until the sun had reached its zenith that he groggily arose, suddenly jolted awake by the realization that he was still commanding troops. He touched his head, relieved to find it still intact. His greatest concern had always been that the Han would launch nighttime raids, often catching them unawares. To his astonishment, this Han leader proved to be remarkably inept. It seemed that victory would come easily this time. After refreshing himself, he discovered that the Han encampment across the way had become eerily deserted. It was evident that they had retreated under the cover of night. Fearing his might, he ordered a reconnaissance to ascertain the whereabouts of the Han army. Before long, his subordinates reported back, revealing that the Han forces had stealthily withdrawn 30 miles during the night. Zhang Jie, elated, commanded the entire army to pursue. It appeared that his expectations were indeed accurate. The Han army was evidently intimidated and had fled, leading his 2,000 men in a fervent chase. Zhang Jie finally caught sight of Jing Bao's troops. He ordered his men to prepare a meal, and once the Mountain Yu soldiers had finished their lunch, he would lead his subordinates to issue a challenge. Zhang Bao dispatched Zhou Tai, Han Ji, and Su Qian once more, but predictably, they were soundly defeated. Much to Zhang Jie's delight, he began to regret sending letters to his brothers, inviting them to assist him, as he believed he could have single-handedly dealt with this force. The thought of relinquishing part of his hard-won gains was disheartening. Just as he was about to lead his men into battle, he was taken aback to find that the Han army had been well prepared and had set up defenses. Reluctantly, he withdrew from the fray, cursing the cunning of the Han, who, seeing his relentless advance, fortified their encampment. Frustrated, Zhang Jie returned to his camp, seething with anger. In the Yuzhang military camp, a voice of dissent emerged. "My lord, what scheme do you harbor? Our morale wanes with each defeat. The audacity of the Mountain Yu is infuriating." Dian Wei was perplexed as to why he was not permitted to engage in battle to decisively eliminate Zhang Jie and eradicate this band of Mountain Yu. "Patience, my friend. Bring about their demise. We must first drive them to madness," Zhang Bao replied with calm assurance. The others in the tent seemed to grasp Zhang Bao's strategy, while only Dian Wei remained oblivious, unable to articulate his confusion, and he withdrew in silence. Once the others departed, Guojia, puzzled, inquired, "My lord, I comprehend your strategy of feigning retreat, yet it is evident that the moment to strike is at hand. Why do we delay? The terrain here is treacherous and unpredictable. Even if we were to achieve a swift victory, many Mountain Yu youths would undoubtedly flee. We shall lure them to the gates of Poyang, where we can coordinate a decisive strike to eliminate them entirely and secure our rear." Zhang Bao sighed, revealing his own lack of a better plan, resigned to the ruse. The following night, Zhang Jie indeed noted the Han army's continued retreat. This time, he was prepared for a surprise attack and pursued them fiercely. Though he did not annihilate a significant number of Han soldiers, the spoils he captured filled him with joy. "These Han are truly no match for us," Zhang Jie murmured, feeling invincible. On the third day, he observed the Han forces once again retreating 30 miles, now a mere 10 miles from Poyang County. In the past, he would never have dared to press so close, fully aware of the Han's formidable defenses, which would undoubtedly cost him dearly. Yet, this time was different. His consecutive victories had filled him with a sense of euphoria. Despite the many leaders advising him to temper his pursuit, he could not heed their prudent counsel. He felt a compelling urge to storm Poyang County, intending to use it as a base from which to expand and seize the entirety of Yuzhang Prefecture, thus securing his place in the world. With each passing thought, he became increasingly elated, dismissing the imminent dangers. When the time came for the third challenge, he emerged triumphant once more, achieving victory for the third consecutive day. The string of successes had utterly consumed Zhang Jie. His singular ambition now was to capture the head of the Yuzhang prefect and claim the title of the undisputed king of the Mountain Yu. On the third night, he refrained from launching another assault. Deeming the meager spoils beneath his notice, upon rising the next morning, he discovered that the Han army had retreated into Poyang City, where their prefect trembled atop the walls. "Fortune truly favors me." Zhang Jie laughed heartily, preparing to command his troops to forcefully assault Poyang County. Meanwhile, within Poyang County, chaos reigned among Zhang Bao's ranks. with fear gripping the hearts of the citizens who had once praised their prefect. The 3,000 troops sent to confront the mountain you had fled in disarray, too intimidated to venture forth and engage. Fortunately, they understood that, should the city fall, the greedy mountain you would undoubtedly seek to plunder them. Thus, the townsfolk rallied their efforts to defend Poyang County. Observing the dire turn of events, several civil and military officials urged Zhang Bao to take decisive action and cease his indecision. Yet Zhang Bao remained steadfast, unyielding, declaring that any who ventured outside the city to engage would be in violation of his orders. After a day of relentless assault, Zhang Jie had yet to lay a finger on the city walls. Suffering the loss of over 100 able-bodied men, which incited his fury, that night, he commanded his subordinates to capture a few Han women from nearby villages to vent his frustrations. Bring them in, he commanded, his mood darkening. My lord, several wealthy citizens from the city wish to speak with you. One of his men trembled as he spoke, fearing that this matter might disrupt his leader's mood. Let them enter. Zhang Jie nearly erupted in anger but restrained himself, curious about what these individuals had to say. Greetings, my lord, the servant said, bowing deeply to him. My master has sent me to discuss matters concerning Poyang County. He proposes that in 3 nights, under the signal of lanterns, he will open the gates of Poyang to allow you entry, but in return, you must share half of the spoils with him. Otherwise, consider this encounter as if it never happened. The messenger, trembling with fear, dared not withhold any detail. Zhang Jie was taken aback by such an unexpected boon and readily acquiesced to the servant's demands, all the while mocking the foolishness of the wealthy citizens in the city for their naive expectations. Once inside, he might spare their lives, but they were audaciously greedy to seek a reward. Despite his internal derision, he sternly inquired, "What if you deceive me? Beware, or I shall see you suffer. I speak only the truth. I implore you to spare my life." The messenger pleaded, utterly terrified. "Begone. I understand your message." Zhang Jie dismissed him, finding no satisfaction in tormenting such a minor figure, knowing that to do so would tarnish his own reputation. As he anxiously awaited the arrival of the captured women, he grinned malevolently. "I shall treat you all well." The abducted women screamed in terror, but their cries were futile, for the camp was filled with mountain yu, and no one would come to their aid. By midday, Zhang Jie finally arose, confident that the timid Han would not dare to provoke him. As expected, no significant events transpired upon his awakening. However, with the impending operation planned for the following night, he felt a surge of exhilaration. "My lord, shall we attack today?" He had initially contemplated immediately rejecting the proposal for an assault, for he recognized that persisting in the attack without the appropriate siege weaponry would merely result in the needless loss of his troops. However, an unsettling thought struck him. If the Han army within the city perceived his reluctance to attack, they might suspect him of harboring some cunning strategy. If they discerned the nature of their agreement, it could lead to a significant loss over a trivial matter. Thus, with a heavy heart, he ultimately commanded the attack, watching helplessly as his men marched towards their demise. The Han military leaders defending the city were equally perplexed. The Shanyue people lacked effective siege equipment, so why did they persist in such a vigorous assault? Their actions seemed a sheer waste of strength. Yet, they were not about to turn down the opportunity presented to them. Su Qian, Han Ji, Pei Yuanshao, and others unleashed their pent-up fury upon the unfortunate Shanyue warriors, resulting in a cacophony of wails and lamentations from their ranks. Below the walls, Zhang Jie felt a profound pain in his heart. Were it not for the need to deceive those accursed Han, he would never have allowed the young men of his tribe to perish beneath the city walls. As the day drew to a close, over 200 young men lay dead, leaving Zhang Jie to grit his teeth and murmur to himself, "All of this is worth it." On the 3rd day, the situation had not improved. The 2,000 Shanyue warriors he had brought were reduced to merely 1,500, a quarter of his forces lost, which filled him with anguish. He even began to regret having foolishly agreed to collaborate with the city. Even if he succeeded, the loss of his troops would render any victory meaningless. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Retreat would only lead to even graver losses. Tonight, he vowed, they must breach the city. All those detestable Han shall be slain. As night fell, Zhang Jie ordered his soldiers to eat and drink their fill. Awaiting the signal to attack, it was then that he revealed the true reason behind his relentless assaults. A spy within the city had already established contact with him, and the fall of the city was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, the Shangyue warriors erupted in cheers. They had been hesitant in the previous days, unaware that it was all part of their leader's scheme. Seeing their spirits lifted, Zhang Jie wore a triumphant smile. He prepared for a full-scale assault, aiming to capture Poyang City before his two brothers arrived, hoping to recoup his losses. As midnight approached, the city finally sent out the signal, a series of 3 long and 1 short sounds that filled his heart with exhilaration. The Shangyue had long been lying in ambush at the city gate, and as the gates slowly creaked open, Zhang Jie barked at his subordinates. Enter the city, seize the gold, the grain, and the women. With his confidence soaring, Zhang Jie led his men into the city without a hint of doubt. Yet upon entering, he found the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of soldiers, which instinctively set off alarm bells within him. "We've fallen into the Han's trap," Zhang Jie shouted, commanding a retreat. However, by that point, the majority of his forces had already entered the city, making it nearly impossible to withdraw. Suddenly, flames ignited around them, illuminating the scene with clarity. Countless soldiers from within the city surrounded them, filling Zhang Jie with dread. He hurriedly rallied his personal guards to break through, but the sheer number of enemy troops blocking the exit rendered them immobile. "Drop your weapons and kneel in surrender, and you may yet escape death," called out Zheng Bao, fully armored and standing atop the city walls. "How laughable! We Shangyue will never surrender," Zhang Jie roared in fury. In an instant, arrows rained down from the walls, and the Shangyue warriors below fell in droves. With most of their strength already committed to the narrow passageway, they found themselves besieged from all sides, their cries of despair echoing through the night. Zhang Jie's grand ambitions dissipated like smoke in the wind, leaving him with a singular thought: escape and preserve his life. How cunning the Han people are! Zhang Jie lamented. Just as he pivoted to flee the city, he encountered Dian Wei, who had been itching for a fight after a period of inactivity. With a swift strike of his halberd aimed at Zhang Jie's face, the latter hastily swung his long sword in defense, only to have it shatter under the force of Dian Wei's furious blow. Panic seized Zhang Jie, and he ordered his guards to engage Dian Wei, providing him the cover needed for a hasty retreat. After a harrowing escape from the narrow passage, Zhang Jie was met with another blockade. Zhou Tai and Pei Yuanshao stood in his way. Rage boiled within him. How dare these defeated minions obstruct his path? Seizing a blade from a fallen comrade, he charged at them. The two engaged him in battle, and an ominous feeling settled over him. Either of them could easily overpower him. Zhang Jie found himself at their mercy, battered and beleaguered, while behind him, his remaining warriors surrendered in droves. The Han troops were closing in, and anxiety gripped him. If he failed to escape now, only death awaited him. Surveying his surroundings, he realized his personal guards had been decimated. The encircling Han soldiers had him cornered, leaving him in a dire predicament. "I surrender," Zhang Jie uttered weakly, dropping his sword. He never envisioned that his storied career would culminate in submission to the newly appointed governor. Witnessing their leader's capitulation, those Shangyue warriors still inclined to resist laid down their arms, surrendering as well. Zheng Bao, observing the surrender, ordered that no harm come to those who had relinquished their weapons to prevent inciting further rebellion. He, too, felt a sense of relief. This ploy to lure the enemy into a trap was not particularly sophisticated. Yet the Shangyue had fallen prey to their own adherence to brute force, thus walking straight into the Han's carefully laid snare. The generals, astonished, had not anticipated the war would conclude so swiftly within a mere fortnight. It seemed they had achieved victory without truly engaging in earnest combat, and such an effortless triumph only deepened their respect for Zheng Bao. The citizens of the city could scarcely believe the news. Just days prior, the court's forces had been in retreat, yet now they had secured victory with such ease. The rapid shift in fortunes took everyone by surprise. As the troops began to tally their losses on the battlefield, Zheng Bao, feeling fatigued, decided to retire for the night. Though only a few days had passed, he had been restless each night, fearing that any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Fortunately, heaven had favored the diligent, and a favorable outcome had finally emerged. Upon reviewing the battlefield, it was determined that Zheng Bao had lost 300 men, while Zhang Jie had seen 500 of his 2,000 warriors fall in previous skirmishes. In this nocturnal ambush, he lost another 500, leaving him with less than 1,000. Thanks to Zhang Bao's meticulous planning, few Shanyue warriors managed to escape, effectively annihilating the main force of Shanyue in Poyang County. As for Zhang Jie, he was delivered, bound hand and foot, before Zhang Bao. Filled with trepidation, Zhang Jie, trembling, stammered, "Governor, spare my life. I swear never to oppose the court again. I will heed your commands henceforth. Please, I beseech you to grant me my life. I possess vital intelligence. If you spare me, I will divulge everything." Zhang Bao regarded the kneeling Zhang Jie with interest, withholding any promises, instead inquiring, "The value of your information will determine your fate. Should it prove worthless to me, it will only hasten your demise." Desperate to save himself, Zhang Jie quickly replied, "I have invited Li Yu and Wang Hai, the Shanyue chieftains from the other 2 counties. They are expected to arrive in Poyang County in a few days. If you grant me clemency, I can persuade them to withdraw their forces. What are their capabilities?" Guijia, standing nearby, interjected with concern. He feared that if their strength matched Zhang Jie's, they could pose a significant threat. Each force comprises roughly 1,000 men, totaling around 2,000. If the governor can return my remaining troops to me, I will endeavor to convince them to withdraw from the territory of Yuzhong. Zhang Jie eagerly offered. Zhang Bao, pleasantly surprised by the turn of events, saw an unexpected opportunity. He had been troubled by the prospect of not capturing all the Shanyue, fearing they might retreat into the mountains and launch future reprisals. If he could eliminate the other forces altogether, he would secure a lasting peace. With a smile, Zhang Bao addressed Zhang Jie. "I am willing to grant your request, but with a stipulation. You must go alone to persuade them to withdraw. Once they have truly retreated from Yuzhong County, I will return 1,000 young men to you." Zhang Jie, upon hearing the words, displayed an expression of dismay. To venture forth alone would be akin to offering sustenance to a tiger. Although he had shared a bond with his 2 brothers for many years, the allure of self-interest rendered him skeptical of their integrity. Observing Zhang Jie's hesitation, Zhang Bao sneered and remarked, "It is evident that you are attempting to deceive me. Seize him and confine him to the dungeon for a thorough beating, so he may reflect on his actions." Zhang Jie promptly knelt, pleading for mercy, yet his entreaties fell on deaf ears. Does the Lord not trust Zhang Jie's words? Pei Yuanshao inquired with a hint of confusion. "I believe most of what he says. But only after completely vanquishing Li Yu and Wang Hai can we quell the threats posed by the mountain tribes in Yuzhong County. He must endure some hardship before he will agree to collaborate with us in undermining the 2. Zhang Bao replied. That very night, Zhang Jie was subjected to excruciating torment. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness with which the Han treated captives. Even he, renowned for his bravery, could scarcely endure the ordeal. Despite his fervent pleas for clemency, they bore no fruit, leaving him in a state of profound unease. His suffering rendered life unbearable. When dawn broke, he beheld Zhang Bao leisurely surveying the prison cells. Seizing the moment, he called out, "My lord, I implore you to show leniency and cease this torment. Whatever conditions you propose, I shall comply without fail." Zhang Bao approached, his demeanor haughty, and declared, "I shall not waste words with you. If you can devise a plan to lure your 2 brothers to Poyang City so that I may capture them all at once, I will return your troops to you, and I shall not go back on my word." I agree. Zhang Jie, having reached the end of his rope, was utterly broken by the torment he had endured over a single night. He could not fathom what he would become if he remained imprisoned for 10 days or more. Surely, madness would claim him. Seeing that he had acquiesced to his demands, Zhang Bao ordered his subordinates to clean Zhang Jie thoroughly, lest he offend with his foul odor. Only when Zhang Jie had become fully compliant did Zhang Bao's scheme gradually come to light. Upon hearing of Zhang Bao's plan, Zhang Jie was struck with horror. He had not anticipated that this newly appointed governor would harbor such malevolent intentions. Regret was now futile. He had become nothing more than a puppet for Zhang Bao. Forced to comply with his directives, "We are now less than 100 miles from Poyang County. We shall arrive within 2 days," Li Yu exclaimed with excitement. However, Wang Hai, standing nearby, wore a frown and remarked, "I never imagined that the governor of Yuzhong would be such a fool, easily bested by Zhang Jie. What an incredible turn of events! It is said he has summoned us to discuss grand plans. Likely to install himself as a puppet governor, thus seizing control of Yuzhong County. Just think, the good days for us mountain tribes will soon be upon us." Though Liu felt a twinge of jealousy towards Zhang Jie, he remained delighted for the future of his people. Let us hope so. I fear he may come under the guise of unifying with Yuzhong, only to devour the forces of both you and me. Should we lose our military power, wealth and glory will slip from our grasp. Wang Hai maintained his skepticism, believing Zhang Jie's invitation might not bode well. Despite their mutual distrust, both men resolved to unite. For strength in numbers would serve them well against the now arrogant Zhang Jie, who sought to absorb their forces. Nevertheless, they hastened their pace, for Zhang Jie's success in besieging Poyang County surely afforded him considerable rewards. And who knew what spoils they might glean by following in his wake? As Li Yu and Wang Hai made their way to Poyang County, they remained oblivious to the fact that all was part of Zhang Bao's cunning plot. After enduring numerous trials, Li Yu and Wang Hai finally arrived at the gates of Poyang County. They gazed up to see the proud Zhang Jie, sword at his waist, patrolling the city's defenses, eliciting a twinge of envy in them both. How astonishing that Zhang Jie had stumbled upon such fortune, capturing the governor of Yuzhong. As the two hesitated at the city gates, a mountain tribe general emerged, announcing, "Our commander has awaited your arrival for some time. Please, secure your troops outside the city. Our commander will host you in the finest tavern within." Li Yu and Wang Hai exchanged glances, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, and simultaneously replied, "Does your commander doubt our loyalty? If we station our troops outside, what if we are ambushed by enemies? It would be wiser to position them within the city, where they would be safe." The mountain general appeared taken aback by their unexpected request, momentarily dumbfounded, before hesitantly stating, "I must consult our commander. Be quick about it." Wang Hai urged impatiently. Their visit had not brought ample supplies, and if they remained outside, they would rely entirely on Zhang Jie for provisions. This would effectively place them at his mercy, leaving them vulnerable in future negotiations. Thus, they needed to enter the city to seize control of the situation and secure greater benefits for themselves. After a lengthy wait of half an hour, the mountain general returned, begrudgingly agreeing to their demands. "Proceed with utmost caution." The two men commanded their troops, carefully directing them into the city to establish their encampment. Surveying the surrounding destruction, they cursed vehemently, not out of anger for the ruined homes of the citizens, but for the fact that Zhang Jie had beaten them to the spoils, plundering the citizens' riches. Yet, they would not allow such a grand opportunity to control Yuzhong County to slip through their fingers. Even if they had to trail behind Zhang Jie to gather scraps, it was far better than going hungry. Despite their wariness of Zhang Jie potentially betraying them and using underhanded tactics to absorb their forces, they found him to be relatively trustworthy so far, as he had not harmed their troops and even sent them ample provisions to ease their minds. That evening, Zhang Jie extended an invitation for them to dine at the largest tavern in the city. Despite their apprehension, they felt compelled to accept, as the allure of the feast was too great to resist. After carefully selecting 100 young and robust warriors from their ranks, they confidently strode into the grand tavern. Zhang Jie greeted them at the entrance, urging them upstairs. Liu and Wang Hai, not daring to be dismissive, followed Zhang Jie to the upper floor to discuss matters of great importance. Their loyal guards remained vigilant outside, ever watchful for any unforeseen events. Upon entering the tavern, Li Yu and Wang Hai sensed an unsettling aura in the air, a hint of danger that set them on edge. Nevertheless, having ascended the stairs, they pressed on, their full attention focused on Zhang Jie. Should any unexpected situation arise, they were prepared to use Zhang Jie as a hostage to make their escape. As they reached the second floor, they discovered a figure already seated at the table, a young man, fair-skinned and seemingly no older than 20, occupying the seat of honor. "Welcome, esteemed generals. I have long admired your prowess," he announced. Upon hearing this, the oblivious Wang Hai chuckled. "So this is the Yuzhong governor captured by my brother. Who would have thought he would retain such composure as a prisoner? What a pity that he is merely a pretty face." Zhang Jie quickly tugged at Wang Hai's sleeve, urging him to remain silent. Yet he instead replied with reverence and truth, "I have deceived you both, my brother. I have been captured by the Yuzhong governor. Yet Lord Kuaishou has allowed me to summon you here, so we may unite under the imperial court and share in the wealth and glory. What a splendid opportunity." "I have never encountered such shamelessness," Li Yu exclaimed, aghast that the man they once revered had turned traitor. Not only had he suffered defeat, but he sought to drag the other mountain tribesmen down with him. Revealing the depths of his treachery, You two shall have no say in the matter now, Zhang Jie declared triumphantly to in that instant. He felt that perhaps aligning with the imperial court was not such a bad idea after all. From the shadows, hidden warriors brandished their long knives, forcefully compelling Li Yu and Wang Hai to take their seats. The two, who had previously been so brash, now fell silent, recognizing that they had no choice but to bow their heads in submission in light of the current circumstances. May I inquire what the governor wishes to discuss with the three of us? I can solemnly assure you that the mountain tribes under my command will vacate Yuzhong County this very night and will never again oppose you. My lord, should you require our assistance, please do not hesitate to command us. Li Yu lowered his head and remarked, It seems that this esteemed commander is indeed one who knows how to adapt to the times. However, once you have relocated to other counties, you will inevitably begin to pillage the local populace. How is this any different from your actions in Yuzhong County? He continued bluntly, I will be straightforward with both of you. The only path before you is to submit to me or face death. Zhang Bao spoke without mincing words, fully aware that he now held an absolute advantage and no longer needed to treat these mountain tribesmen with any civility. This matter is of great significance. We must return to deliberate before making a decision. I hope the governor will not make things difficult for us. Liu did not immediately refuse. He understood that to do so would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Do you truly believe I cannot see through your pretense? Zhang Bao declared. Let me be frank. An abundance of archers have already been stationed around your camp. Should you decline my proposal? Only death awaits you. The hot-tempered Wang Hai could no longer endure Zhang Bao's tone. In his view, even if he were to be captured, he had 1,000 soldiers backing him, and the governor of Yuzhong would not dare lay a finger on him. It was all mere intimidation. Just as he slammed his hand on the table, preparing to rise and retort, he was taken by surprise as a guard beside him unsheathed a long knife and struck him down mercilessly. In his final moments, he could not fathom why such an audacious guard would dare act so brazenly against him. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. The blood that splattered as his head fell and the thud of it hitting the ground extinguished any desire for resistance among those present. The remaining Li Yu and Zhang Jie knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, no longer daring to utter a word of defiance. Zhang Bao wore a satisfied smile. Although Dian Wei's actions were somewhat rash, they inadvertently instilled fear in these two, yielding an unexpected outcome. He then leisurely addressed Li Yu. Since you have chosen to submit, demonstrate your true capabilities. Wang Hai has been slain by my hand. Send word to your subordinates to seize the young men of Wang Hai's tribe tonight, or face annihilation. Chapter 52. Li Yu's feigned submission understood. Li Yu, terrified for his life, agreed to Zhang Bao's demands without hesitation. Zhang Bao, pleased with this turn of events, clapped his hands thrice and outside. The guards brought by Wang Hai were swiftly struck down by a hail of arrows. Liu's guards, filled with trepidation, surveyed their surroundings. Sensing something amiss, unexpectedly, Li Yu boldly stepped out, declaring, I have allied with Commander Zhang Jie to confront the ungrateful Wang Hai. Now that Wang Hai has met his demise, you must return and inform your leaders to launch an assault on Wang Hai's camp tonight. It is imperative that his tribe is annihilated. His subordinates, trusting their commander, hurried back to relay his orders. After about half an hour, the sounds of battle could be heard from both camps, indicating the ferocity of the conflict. Li Yu felt a profound unease. He understood that Zhang Bao's actions were a calculated ploy to weaken his power. Yet, with no choice but to bow his head under the eaves, he complied with Zhang Bao's orders, hoping for a chance to spare his life. The tribesmen of Wang Hai were taken aback when Li Yu's faction unexpectedly launched an attack against them upon their arrival in Poyang County. Caught completely off guard, most of their defenses were directed towards Zhang Jie's garrison within the city, leaving them unprepared for betrayal from their own allies. In the ensuing chaos, many lost their lives. Yet this ignited a fierce spirit among the young men of Wang Hai's tribe. Despite suffering heavy casualties in that initial moment of surprise, they rallied to mount an effective resistance, leveraging the advantageous terrain of their camp to counterattack Li Yu's faction. Li Yu's forces had not anticipated that this ambush would devolve into a protracted battle. With every passing moment, more of their brethren fell by the wayside, yet they found themselves unable to retreat. The fight had reached a fever pitch, and it was now a matter of endurance. Whichever side faltered first would face defeat. As time ticked away, Zhang Bao did not command his men to assist Li Yu's faction. His aim was to deplete the mountain tribe's fighting force. Thus, the more casualties they suffered, the more pleased he became. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts, despite the young men of Wang Hai's tribe fighting valiantly. They had lost the crucial advantage from the outset. The numbers were nearly equal, but gradually, Wang Hai's faction began to falter. The camp had become a desolate ruin, yet Wang Hai's young men chose not to retreat, not because they lacked the desire, but because they found themselves trapped within the city. To withdraw, they would first have to overcome the defenders atop the walls, making their chances of escape ever more bleak. As dawn broke, the remnants of Wang Hai's camp lay in ruins, interspersed with the anguished cries of the mountain tribesmen. The battle finally concluded. However, neither Liu nor Wang Hai emerged victorious. Instead, it was Zhang Bao, who had remained a passive observer, who reaped the greatest rewards from this conflict. Liu's faction successfully annihilated Wang Hai's tribe, leaving only 100 or so young men, all injured and devoid of combat capability. Though they were now captives, their eyes burned with hatred towards Liu's faction. Bewildered as to why their once loyal allies had turned against them so swiftly, Liu's faction, too, was in dire straits. Their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 300, under the relentless counterattacks from Wang Hai's tribe. Most had lost their ability to fight. When they finally achieved victory, they found themselves encircled by a dense formation of Han soldiers, who demanded the surrender of their weapons under the threat of death. The remaining members of Liu's faction were left in stunned silence, questioning why the promised alliance with Zhang Jie had not shielded them from the overwhelming presence of Han troops. It soon dawned on them that they had fallen into a trap. At that moment, their commander emerged slowly from among the Han soldiers, wearing a wry smile as he addressed them. "Lay down your weapons and submit to the court alongside me." Many were furious, demanding to know why they had been allowed to slaughter one another for half the night. Liu, filled with regret, lowered his head, at a loss for words. Zhang Bao coldly interjected. "You now face two choices: surrender your weapons and be spared by the court, or die." The remaining young men of Liu's faction, gazing at the unyielding Zhang Bao, felt a rising tide of despair. With the situation turning dire, they reluctantly laid down their arms, opting to submit to the court. Seeing their compliance, Zhang Bao commanded his troops to confiscate the weapons of these mountain tribesmen and confine them together to prevent any escape. This was indeed a resounding victory. The 2,000 soldiers brought by Liu and Wang Hai had, due to their own greed, provided the court's army with the opportunity to annihilate them completely. The surviving mountain tribesmen numbered little more than 400, incapable of stirring any further resistance. Thus, within a mere fortnight, Zhang Bao had triumphed over the 3 mountain tribes led by Zhang Jie, Liu, and Wang Hai, effectively cleansing the entire Yuzhong County of their presence. The common folk in the various counties rejoiced, astonished by the valor of their newly appointed governor, who had vanquished the mountain tribes that had tormented them for years. Of course, Zhang Bao hastened to inform the court of his accomplishments in eliminating 4,000 mountain tribesmen and capturing over 1,400, hoping to garner more acclaim. "Please, my lord, consider our voluntary surrender and spare our lives," Zhang Jie and Liu pleaded, kneeling pitifully. They had not anticipated the new governor's ruthlessness. After exploiting them, he now sought to eliminate them. Zhang Bao contemplated the 2 kneeling commanders. He had no desire to execute them. Yet their past transgressions weighed heavily on him. The common folk harbored deep resentment towards these men, and executing them would quell the public outcry and enhance his own standing. However, the underlying issues with the mountain tribes remained unresolved. Although countless young men had perished in recent battles, it would take but a few years of recuperation for new generations to arise, perpetuating the mountain tribes' problems, a relentless cycle of rebirth like weeds in spring. Chapter 53. Resettlement issues. He resolved to draw all the mountain tribes down from the mountains and settle them within the realm, guiding them to learn Han culture and lifestyle, gradually reforming their unruly habits to become part of the Han populace. "Would you two be willing to allow your tribes to descend and coexist with the Han people? I can promise equal treatment for all mountain tribesmen, and you two may redeem yourselves and join my ranks to continue achieving great deeds. As for the issue of resettlement and the various expenses involved, you need not concern yourselves. I shall naturally arrange for it to be handled appropriately," Zhang Bao inquired with a tone of confusion. We are willing. The 2 individuals could hardly believe their luck. In their eyes, the reason their tribe descended the mountains to plunder the Han people was due to their perpetual hunger and inadequate clothing. Compounded by their lack of advanced agricultural techniques, which left them with no choice but to resort to such measures. Zhang Bao was equally astonished by the swiftness of their agreement. It was indeed unexpected. However, he deemed it a fortuitous outcome and allowed the two to return, while ensuring a proper burial for the deceased Wang Hai, instructing his subordinates to persuade the mountain-dwelling Yu people to descend and settle. He pondered that the local populace might harbor deep-seated animosity towards the Yu people, which could potentially incite conflict between the Han and this other tribe, leading to internal strife that would be dearly costly. Thus, he commanded Guojia to draft a document to assuage the public's grievances, advocating for peaceful coexistence with the Yu people. After reviewing and revising the document several times, he finally settled on its final form. Subsequently, he instructed the local governments to disseminate this missive under the auspices of the governor of Yuzhong, reassuring the populace and promising them certain compensations. The citizens of Yuzhong County, obedient to their governor, hurried to view the official document upon hearing of its issuance. However, many were incensed upon reading the proposal for peaceful coexistence with the Yu people. They simply could not comprehend their governor's approach. Wang Er, a native of Poyang County, found himself entirely alone, as his family had been nearly annihilated by the Yu people. Initially, the news of the governor's resounding victory over the Yu filled him with elation, and he had silently vowed to repay the governor for avenging his family. Yet, he was disheartened to discover that the governor, after vanquishing the Yu, chose not to bring them to justice, but rather to accept them peacefully, which left Wang Er feeling deeply unsettled. He could not fathom why the current governor would be so foolish as to welcome the Yu people as subjects of the Han. His previous shred of goodwill towards the Han government evaporated entirely, replaced by a burgeoning resentment towards the governor for his lack of understanding. He swore to ensure that the Yu people who had encroached upon his life would face retribution for their blood debts. Many others like Wang Er shared his sentiments. Their families had been slain or robbed by the Yu, and they could not accept the notion of cohabitation, harboring a desire for vengeance instead. Zhang Bao found himself powerless in the face of such sentiments. He could only strive to disperse the Yu people among counties where the local populace had not suffered their oppression. Fostering a semblance of peaceful coexistence, he understood that the Yu people could not simply be driven away or exterminated. Any forceful measures would invite graver retaliation. Only through methods of conciliation, akin to Liu Yu's, could he hope to win the hearts of these foreign tribes and ultimately make them useful to him. Regarding the captured mountain-dwelling Yu men, numbering over 1,400, he planned to select 1,000 to be placed under the command of Li Yu and Zhang Jie. As for the 300 troops he had lost, he opted to recruit Han youth to replenish his ranks. Although the increase in manpower was modest, he believed that the recent battle against the Yu had greatly enhanced the capabilities of his soldiers. Naturally, he penned a letter to his family at the earliest opportunity, reassuring them not to worry about him. His parents and younger sister would undoubtedly be anxious about his campaign, and this victory would not only grant them peace of mind but also solidify his position as the governor of Yuzhong. Upon being released back to the Yu tribe, Zhang Jie and Li Yu had initially contemplated fleeing to find a new place to live. However, when their kinsmen inquired after their relatives, they found themselves at a loss for words and had no choice but to divulge the full extent of their circumstances, albeit embellished with numerous exaggerations to absolve themselves of blame. The Yu tribe, having thrived for over 20 years, had never encountered such a catastrophic defeat. Half of their young warriors perished on the battlefield, leaving their kin in inconsolable grief, plunging the entire tribe into profound mourning. Moreover, they could sense restlessness among their remaining followers, as their ranks had dwindled to a mere remnant, necessitating an entourage of guards for their safety. Their prestige having plummeted to an all-time low, the only path forward for them lay in seeking allegiance with the court to reclaim their former authority. Otherwise, they would be rendered inconsequential. Realizing this, Li Yu and Zhang Jie resorted to invoking the court's authority to intimidate their restless subordinates, thereby curbing any clandestine schemes against them. Yet, even with this facade, they found it difficult to sleep soundly at night. Forever haunted by the fear of assassination attempts, days later, they broached the idea of the entire tribe submitting to the court, only to be met with widespread dissent, as the matter was far more than just a blood feud. Adapting to the customs of the Han would present a formidable challenge. However, having suffered grievous losses in Poyang County, the tribe was left with only the elderly, weak, and women. Any aspirations of relocating elsewhere were rendered impossible without the labor of young men, and death awaited them. Thus, after much deliberation, they reluctantly chose to surrender to the authorities and journey inland. After more than a month of delays, Li Yu and Zhang Jie finally commenced the relocation of their entire tribe. The prospect of leading 1,000 troops as legitimate soldiers of the court filled them with elation, as they had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, securing a position of modest authority within the court. The various Yu tribes within Yuzhong County collectively numbered over 30,000. Though they were dispersed, they maintained connections with one another. Zhang Jie and Li Yu successfully rallied over 25,000 Yu people to join the Han, while approximately 5,000 remained undecided, as many bore the blood of Han on their hands and were still apprehensive. Your Excellency, we have fulfilled our mission and led the majority of the Yu tribes to join. Li Yu and Zhang Jie respectfully announced. Well done, my esteemed leaders. From this moment forth, you shall be members of my army, commanding 1,000 troops. Zhang Bao replied with satisfaction. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your trust. Guiding such a large number of people to settle was indeed a monumental task, but with Guo Jia's assistance at his side, the operation unfolded smoothly. After careful planning, Zhang Bao successfully resettled the Yu tribes in the counties of Nanchang, Ai, Jianchang, and Jianqing, regions that had little to no interaction with the Yu, where the local populace bore no animosity towards them, thereby facilitating peaceful coexistence. After a month of diligent efforts, Zhang Bao managed to resettle all the Yu people within Yuzhong County, leaving the question of their harmonious coexistence to the passage of time. The affairs of Yuzhong County gradually returned to order. Notably, Zhang Bao reported his decisive victory over the Yu to the court, yet received no acknowledgement, extinguishing the fervor that had burned within him. Now, Zhang Bao could finally be regarded as the true master of Yuzhong County. Since his appointment, he had eradicated the powerful families and triumphed over the Yu, subsequently relocating them to areas populated by Han citizens. 3 months had elapsed, and Yuzhong County had undergone a remarkable transformation. The initial trade with the Mi family caravan had successfully commenced, facilitating the continuous flow of local specialties to the thriving Central Plains, yielding substantial profits. The change was palpable. The local populace had long suffered from an inability to sell their produce and oppression from local officials, leaving them with little wealth to engage in trade. However, since Zhang Bao assumed the governorship, he had encouraged active trading, and although he garnered significant tax revenue, it was far less than what previous officials had extracted. With newfound wealth, the commoners began purchasing their desired goods. While many chose to save their earnings, trade with the Central Plains noticeably intensified, painting Yuzhong County in a vibrant, flourishing light. Zhang Bao felt a profound sense of contentment with the current state of affairs. His journey through time was not for personal gain, but to improve the lives of the Han people and prevent the chaos of the 5 barbarians from reoccurring. This remained his greatest aspiration. Now in a position of authority, he had managed to enhance the lives of the common folk, which he regarded as his most significant achievement. Even if he were to face defeat in future power struggles, he would harbor no regrets, for he had once held a place of significance during the tumultuous final years of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Had he not traversed time, Zhang Bao would likely never have conceived of the notion of purchasing official titles, and he would have remained a formidable force at Chao Lake, ruling over a territory of his own. Regrettably, it was not long before the common folk were forcibly relocated southward, leading to Liu Ye's execution of their leader. Had this not occurred, he would surely have been immortalized in the annals of history. The path of a hero is fraught with peril, a sentiment deeply felt by Zhang Bao. Were it not for the fortuitous assistance of Guo Jia, he would likely struggle to manage the affairs of the entire Yuzhong Commandery. In the 5th year of the Zhongping era of the Han Dynasty, 188 AD, during the crisp autumn days, the reigning emperor had appointed Liu Yu as the governor of Yuzhou, Liu Biao as the governor of Jingzhou, and Liu Yin as the governor of Yizhou. Emperor Liu Hong believed that with these 3 members of the Liu clan safeguarding their respective territories, the imperial power of the Liu family would be further solidified. Alas, he was unaware that he would succumb to illness within a year, plunging the entire Han Dynasty into chaos. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Bao merely shrugged, as it bore little consequence for him. His focus was entirely on Yuzhong Commandery, prioritizing the enhancement of his own strength. Recently, a development had brought him unexpected delight. The governor of Lujiang, Liu Kong, was dispatched by the emperor to quell the rebellion of Huang Reng in Jiangxia, but had repeatedly met with failure. In desperation, he sent a missive beseeching Zhang Bao for assistance. Zhang Bao had long coveted Lujiang Commandery, and given the current circumstances, Although Lu Kang might ultimately quell the rebellion, he had already been significantly delayed, allowing Zheng Bao the opportunity to develop his own domain in peace. Yet, the thought of dispatching troops to quell the insurrection in Jiangxia filled him with uncontainable excitement, as it promised greater rewards. Thus, he convened his advisors to solicit their opinions on aiding Governor Lu Kang. Since Lu Kang had previously appointed them as magistrates of Luan County, it was a gesture of goodwill, and now that he was in peril, they felt compelled to extend their aid. Su Qian, indeed a man of gratitude, expressed his willingness to assist, especially since his elder brother was currently the magistrate of Luan County. However, others cautioned that with the recent pacification of Yuzhong Commandery, the populace was in the process of recovering. It would be prudent not to interfere at this juncture. Guijia, however, opposed the notion of providing support. Zhang Jie and Li Yu, both newly joined, were eager to prove themselves in future conflicts, thus they expressed their agreement to assist. The opinions of others varied widely, each presenting their rationale, leaving Zheng Bao in a quandary, which he found quite vexing. It was at this moment he comprehended the historical plight of Yuan Shao. Realizing that seeking counsel from many often hampered one's ability to make decisive judgments, placing him in a most difficult position, it seemed history had unjustly maligned Yuan Shao. His capacity to command 4 provinces and establish himself as a local hegemon was no trivial feat. Albeit his fortune paled in comparison to that of Cao Cao, leading to his eventual downfall. How could he be perceived as obstinate? How could he possibly forfeit a prime opportunity to strike at Cao Cao merely due to his son's fever? Such reasoning was but a flimsy excuse. Ultimately, Zheng Bao resolved to lead an army to provide aid, for they were neighbors now, and there would surely be future needs for collaboration. Should Lu Kang fail to eradicate the bandits, he would be next, especially after recently garnering considerable acclaim from his victory over the Shanyue. Having made his decision to march, Zheng Bao wasted no time in organizing his troops. He resolved to lead 1,000 men, while Li Yu and Zhang Jie would command an additional 1,000 Shanyue soldiers to provide reinforcement. At this juncture, he received a letter from Mi Zhu in Luoyang, which elucidated the reasons behind his lack of rewards following his triumph over the Shanyue, news that left him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 55. Reinforcements to Jiangxia. It turned out that ever since he secured his position through Zhang Reng's influence, many officials in the court had harbored hostility towards him. The emperor had been pleased with his reports and intended to reward him generously. Yet figures like Yang Biao and Wang Yun vehemently opposed, suspecting Zheng Bao of exaggerating his achievements to preserve his own status. Zhang Reng also expressed skepticism regarding Zheng Bao's overwhelming victory, declining to contest the matter, which consequently fell into abeyance. This was indeed an unforeseen calamity. Zheng Bao felt helpless, as he found himself branded as part of Zhang Reng's faction by the court's officials. A predicament detrimental to his future prospects. Of course, he could bolster Lu Kang's efforts against the insurrection in Jiangxia to gain recognition, which only strengthened his resolve to proceed. Governor Lu Kang was a renowned member of a prestigious family, and should he excel in this conflict, it would surely reflect favorably upon him, yielding personal benefits. However, having eradicated the local influential families in Yuzhong Commandery, he had likely instilled a sense of alarm among the remaining noble houses, making it increasingly difficult for him to secure a foothold in the court. The more he pondered, the more distressed he became. His current strength was still too meager to confront the powerful families that had dominated the Han for centuries. Just as Zheng Bao prepared to deploy his forces to Jiangxia, an incident occurred in the gathering place of the Shanyue. Wang Er, originally from Poyang County, was astonished that the governor of Yuzhong had indeed permitted the Shanyue to reside within the city, albeit distanced from Poyang. Driven by the desire for vengeance for his family, he traveled great distances to Nanchang. Now alone, he had sold off his family's possessions, fueled by a relentless determination to slay a few Shanyue and avenge his kin. Initially, he felt out of place in the inn, but after a few days, he began to acclimate and engage the innkeeper in conversation. He was unwilling to kill Shanyue who had not stained their hands with Han blood. Such an act would haunt him eternally. Instead, he sought those who had previously slain or tormented Han people, planning to strike them down when least expected, thus fulfilling his final wish. After several days of observation, Wang Er identified a particularly vile Shanyue. This individual, every time he visited the inn, refused to pay for his drinks and boasted of having been a minor leader among the Shanyue, claiming to have killed numerous Han during his raids. Warning the innkeeper not to provoke him, the innkeeper, intimidated by his fearsome demeanor, refrained from further comment, resigning himself to misfortune. One fateful day, as the menacing Shan Yue staggered back inebriated, Wang Er brandished a dagger he had prepared in advance. Though he had never taken a life before, thoughts of his family's brutal demise ignited a furious resolve within him. He disregarded all caution and lunged at the drunken man with his dagger. The act unfolded with alarming ease. The inebriated Shan Yue, caught completely off guard, was swiftly slain by Wang Er. In the aftermath, he stood there, dazed, as bystanders screamed, "Murder! Murder!" The street erupted into chaos, but fortunately, after a brief interval, the county soldiers, tasked with maintaining order, arrived and apprehended Wang Er, bringing the incident to a semblance of resolution. In prison, Wang Er harbored no regrets. He was now alone, his entire family annihilated by the despicable Shan Yue, compelling him to seek revenge. Although it was merely a minor assassination, it ignited the simmering tensions between the Han and the Shan Yue. Initially, both sides harbored mutual disdain, but with the assassination serving as a catalyst, many law-abiding Shan Yue hid in fear, while some previously brazen Shan Yue seized their weapons, loudly proclaiming their intent to safeguard their own, launching assaults on Han-owned shops within the county. The news of this incident swiftly reached Zhang Bao, who was compelled to postpone his planned expedition, recognizing the urgency of addressing the situation to quell public discontent and minimize the burgeoning conflict between the Han and the Shan Yue. To demonstrate the impartiality of Han law, he immediately ordered the arrest of all Shan Yue involved in the looting and violence, detaining them in prison pending judgment. Simultaneously, according to Han law, Wang Er was due for execution, regardless of his motivations. Although Zhang Bao acknowledged that Wang Er's actions stemmed from a desire for vengeance for his family, such behavior infringed upon the collective interests and could not be tolerated. Thus, upon his arrival in Nanchang, Zhang Bao ordered the immediate execution of Wang Er in broad daylight, providing a measure of accountability to the Shan Yue. The gathered Han populace felt a tinge of sorrow. A man so devoted to filial piety had met his end at the hands of the governor. Leaving them in tears, however, shortly thereafter, Zhang Bao made a shocking gesture at the execution ground. He publicly severed his own hair, declaring it an act of atonement for Wang Er, who had already met his fate, as well as an apology to the innocent and unjustly slain Shan Yue people. He expressed his hope that both Han and Shan Yue individuals could coexist peacefully within the borders of Yuzhong County, for they were all subjects of the Great Han. Although the Shan Yue had committed misdeeds in the past, it did not imply that they were incapable of remorse and reform. The Han people who witnessed this were moved to tears, astonished by their governor's magnanimity, reflecting on their own grudges and realizing they nearly committed a grievous sin akin to that of Wang Er. The Shan Yue, who had been clamoring at the execution site, fell silent, taken aback by the new governor's willingness to sacrifice his own hair as a symbol of his commitment to fostering a harmonious existence among them. They were genuinely touched. Simultaneously, Zhang Bao sternly addressed the crowd. Some Shan Yue sought to exploit the prevailing chaos for personal gain, vandalizing and looting numerous shops, including those owned by fellow Shan Yue, revealing that their intentions were not to avenge their fallen brethren but to pursue selfish interests. Thus, I shall show no mercy to such individuals. I will see to it that the strict laws of the Han Dynasty are enforced upon them. Your Excellency is wise, the common folk below praised, and even some Shan Yue began to express their respect. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Bao continued, regardless of whether you are Han or Shan Yue, commoner or noble, from this moment forth, we share but one identity, that of the subjects of the Great Han. Should anyone commit crimes or be wronged by others, I will enforce the laws of the Han Dynasty with unwavering resolve. There shall be no leniency for wrongdoing. Your Excellency is wise. Long live. The atmosphere at the scene had been thoroughly invigorated. Initially, the Han and Shan Yue stood apart, filled with mutual animosity. However, following Zhang Bao's impassioned speech, they began to embrace one another, deciding to forgive past grievances and commit to living together in peace as subjects of the Great Han. News of this event swiftly spread to neighboring counties. Han individuals who once regarded Wang Er as a role model prepared to take action against the Shan Yue. Yet upon hearing the governor's fervent address, they laid down their weapons and relinquished their hatred, returning to a life of tranquility. Nearly a month passed before the situation gradually calmed. From that point onward, the conflicts between the Han and Shan Yue began to dissolve, and the development of Yuzhong County became increasingly harmonious. In truth, the instigator of this turmoil, Wang Er, was not executed but retained by Zhang Bao as his personal guard. Despite Wang Er's lack of notoriety, his selfless dedication to his family touched Zhang Bao, who believed that such a person would safeguard him well. Thus, he arranged for a death row inmate of similar stature to Wang Er to take his place. Wang Er did not disappoint Zhang Bao's expectations, pledging his unwavering loyalty and commitment to ensuring the governor's safety after being granted a second chance at life. Though Zhang Bao endorsed governance through law, he intertwined personal sentiment within his approach, inherently believing that human compassion outweighed legalities. Nevertheless, Zhang Bao's appearance now seemed out of place, as he had sacrificed his hair to win the people's support and must maintain this facade for the time being. In the early days of November in the 5th year of the Han Dynasty, Zhang Bao, leading Zhangjia, Liu, Guojia, Dianwei, and 2,000 troops, set forth on the campaign against Jiangxia. During this time, Governor Liu Kang of Zhejiang sent numerous letters urging him to expedite his support. Zhang Bao patiently informed Liu Kang of the events transpiring in Yuzhong County, assuring him that he would arrive with all haste. 2,000 soldiers marched forth with great momentum, building bridges over water and clearing paths through mountains, their elite forces facing no significant challenges. Currently, Liu Kang's situation was precarious. Huang Rang, the rebel in Jiangxia, commanded an army of 10,000, while Liu Kang had dwindled to merely 6,000 men, resulting in frequent defeats against the Jiangxia rebels in Yi County. Although Yi County was located in Jingzhou's Jiangxia, it was closest to the Zhejiang region in Yangzhou, prompting the court to dispatch Liu Kang to quell the rebellion. Upon reaching Chaisang County, Zhang Bao refrained from continuing northward, instead diverting westward toward Ji County. Intending to rendezvous with Liu Kang's main forces in Yi County. Huang Rang looked down triumphantly at the Zhejiang troops below, initially expecting a competent general from the court to confront him. However, he found that the renowned Liu Kang was no match for him. After several battles, Liu Kang's forces had dwindled to 6,000, while Huang Rang suffered only a minor loss of 2,000 young men. Congratulations, General. Once we decisively defeat Liu Kang, we shall seize the entire Jiangxia region, that time. With a mere wave of your hand, the yellow turbans of the north will surely rally to your call. And claiming dominion will be but a matter of time, Zhang Man hastily praised. Congratulations, General, well done, echoed the other two yellow turban leaders, Gong Du and Lu Pai. Haha, today's accomplishments are a result of our collective efforts. I dare not take sole credit. Huang Rang understood that the motives of these three yellow turban leaders were far from pure, aware that a significant portion of his own forces was under their control. However, with his current strength, he harbored no fear of their potential rebellion, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere atop the city walls. The troops of Liu Kang below were dejected. After nearly half a year of fighting the Jiangxia rebels, they had not achieved victory and had faced repeated defeats, bringing them great shame. Liu Kang sat atop his dais, furrowed brow surveying his men, and slowly inquired, "Might any of you have a strategy to repel the enemy?" The generals below fell silent, having experienced firsthand the prowess of Gong Du, Lu Pai, and others, none possessing the confidence to claim victory over them. Perhaps the newly appointed governor of Yuzhong, Zhang Bao, leading his troops, could alleviate the current crisis. We must patiently await the governor's arrival. Very well, issue orders to construct fortifications during this time. NO1 is to engage the enemy without my command. Liu Kang sighed. Resigned to the situation. Understood. After Zhang Bao's forces reached Sangchai, he prepared to redirect toward Ji County, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by a young officer demanding an audience with the current governor. Liu, initially inclined to reprimand the unnamed soldier blocking their path, found himself awed by the young man's imposing presence, radiating the formidable aura of a warrior. He thus relayed the request to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, intrigued yet uncertain about the young man's intentions, chose to permit him entry for the sake of prudence. I am Tai Shi Ci from Donglai, courtesy name Z. Recently, my mentor, Hanji, wrote to me, urging my assistance to serve under you, esteemed governor. I had not anticipated encountering your expedition here, so I took the liberty of halting you. I hope you will not take offense, the young officer respectfully announced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao's heart surged with excitement. He recalled the recent martial competition where Hanji had demonstrated prowess comparable to Dianwei, and it was evident that Tai Shi Ci, a historical figure of great renown, would be exceptionally formidable. He quickly approached Tai Shi Ci, exclaiming, in these tumultuous times, with the common folk suffering, Your assistance will undoubtedly enable me to achieve great deeds. I sincerely hope you will join my ranks. Such is my wish, but I dare not impose. Taisher Ci, understanding his humble standing, refrained from adopting any airs. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Bao's willingness to employ him was already a significant honor. May I ask if you bring any family to accompany you? Zhang Bao inquired, recalling that Taisher Ci had an elderly mother with whom he lived. He wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances should she not be present. Indeed, I have an elderly mother whom I have safely settled nearby. Upon hearing that you are leading an army to assist Governor Lu Kong against the Jiangxia rebels, I hastened here to serve in the camp. Taisher Ci replied, a hint of concern for his mother's safety evident on his face. Zhang Bao, noticing this concern, smiled reassuringly. Since you serve me, your family is now my family. I will dispatch someone to bring your mother to Yuzhong County, ensuring her safety and comfort, allowing you to focus on the battles ahead without worry. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. Taisher Ci, filled with unexpected joy, exclaimed. The subordinates under Zhang Bao were puzzled by his high regard for the newly arrived general. Nevertheless, Zhang Bao paid no heed to their curious glances. With Taisher Ci's inclusion, he now possessed a formidable general capable of standing alone in battle. Zhang Bao's army continued its grand march westward. While Huang Rang, stationed in Yi County, had evidently received word of their movement, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the newly appointed governor who had recently dealt a crushing defeat to the mountain-dwelling rebels of Yuzhong County. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang Man volunteered, saying, "Why not allow me to lead a contingent to garrison Yi County? We can obstruct the movements of the Yuzhong soldiers and prevent them from uniting, thereby avoiding an increase in their strength." Han Ji quickly acquiesced to his request, assigning him 2,000 troops. After receiving the 2,000 soldiers, Zhang Man set off that very night. Hastening towards Yi County on the journey, Guojia was restless and expressed to Zhang Bao, "My lord, given our current pace, should the enemy dispatch reinforcements to Yi County, they will surely impede our advance. It would be prudent for us to allocate a portion of our forces to swiftly secure Yi County." Zhang Bao had indeed overlooked this potential threat from the enemy. Upon unfolding the map, he recognized the strategic significance of Yi County. However, when he heard Guojia propose a small detachment to launch a surprise attack on Yi County, he outright rejected the idea. Instead, he addressed his generals, "Currently, the enemy is strong while we are weak. We must reach the control line with lightning speed to eliminate the enemy's reinforcements. From this moment forth, I shall lead by example and march westward with utmost haste." The soldiers, witnessing their leader's commitment, dared not voice any complaints about the arduous journey. Under Zhang Bao's direct command, the 2,000 troops surged westward. Discarding their heavy supplies and carrying only 10 days' worth of rations, determined to reach Yi County with unparalleled speed. Fortunately, many among them had undergone the trials of war and found the rapid march to be quite manageable. Yet, amidst the advancing troops, another affliction troubled Zhang Bao's army: the soldiers' night blindness. Zhang Bao was taken aback by the severity of this condition, as approximately 60 to 70% of the soldiers were rendered nearly blind at night. Despite his desire to maintain a swift pace, he was compelled to order a temporary halt for rest. Zhang Bao recalled that this night blindness was likely due to chronic malnutrition, which could be alleviated by providing more fish liver oil or nutritional supplements. He then understood why the historical feat of Gan Ning's cavalry raid on Cao Cao's camp had succeeded, not solely because of the valor of Gan Ning's 100 men, but because they had exploited the chaos of night and the soldiers' impaired vision to create significant disorder and achieve remarkable results. However, at present, there were no effective remedies for the soldiers' night blindness. Zhang Bao could only ensure that his men received ample rest at night so they could muster their energy for the following day's march. Due to Zhang Bao's exemplary leadership, even those soldiers who felt fatigued refrained from voicing their discontent. Zhang Bao felt particularly sympathetic towards the ailing Guojia, and he arranged for 4 strong soldiers to fashion a litter to carry him forward. Observing this somewhat comical scene, the generals did not feel a hint of amusement. Rather, they could sense Zhang Bao's genuine care for his men. In a mere 3 days, they covered over 200 miles, a remarkable feat for an army composed entirely of infantry. And they had accomplished it with unexpected ease. As they approached Yi County, now visible with a glimmer of light, Zhang Bao ordered his troops to rest while he conferred with Guojia. "Our forces have arrived at the gates of Yi County, and the defenders within are likely unprepared. We should seize the cover of tonight's moonlight to launch our assault. We can surely capture Yi County in one fell swoop." Guojia, gazing into Zheng Bao's hopeful eyes. Hesitated momentarily before responding. Might I inquire whether you believe the enemy will dispatch troops to reinforce Shi County? If I were Huang Rang, I would certainly send men to obstruct any attempts to unite the court's two armies. Zheng Bao, casting an incredulous glance, replied, If that is the case, why not gamble everything, my lord? Guojia whispered to Zheng Bao. Zheng Bao was taken aback by Guojia's audacious strategy. A miscalculation could lead to the annihilation of their forces. Yet the potential rewards were substantial. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and consented to Guojia's plan. Zhang Man, leading his 2,000 troops, marched triumphantly towards Shi County. His confidant, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Why does the general venture alone to intercept the reinforcements from Yuzhong County? This is quite perilous. You fail to understand. Zhang Man replied with a chuckle. I have just received credible intelligence that the Yuzhong governor's supposed victory over the mountain dwellers is nothing but his own boast. If I can independently lead my 2,000 men to withstand the enemy's advance, even if I must take refuge within the city, they will have no means to overcome me. At that point, the credit will rest solely on my shoulders, and you shall be promoted as well. Zhang Man concluded with a hearty laugh, convinced of his assured success. The general is wise. I am in complete admiration. His subordinate replied, expressing respect. Chapter 58. The Battle of Jiangxia. You still have much to learn compared to the general. Take heed, for your rewards will come in time. Zhang Man proceeded with a light-hearted demeanor, brimming with confidence about Shi County. His trusted lieutenant stationed 1,000 troops there, believing that even a vigorous assault from the enemy would not guarantee success. Furthermore, he had received no news indicating that reinforcements had arrived, making it evident to him that no aid was forthcoming. This imminent success seemed effortless for him, and he was eager to witness the true prowess of the legendary Yuzhong governor. Zhang Man meticulously arranged every detail, convinced that his plans were flawless, and began to hum a cheerful tune. General, we are now less than 50 miles from Shi County, and as night falls, it would be prudent to establish camp. Agreed, Zhang Man replied lazily. With just 2 days' journey remaining to reach Shi County and still within his own territory, Zhang Man felt no concern for enemy ambushes, as such a scenario seemed highly improbable. With their leaders so nonchalant, the soldiers began to patrol half-heartedly, none believing that an enemy attack was imminent. After all, this was their own domain. If the enemy were to launch a surprise attack, it would be the subject of ridicule. As time passed, the night grew darker, and the clouds obscured the moonlight, allowing the soldiers in the camp to succumb to slumber. Having endured days of relentless travel, many found themselves unable to resist the call of sleep, collapsing as soon as they reached their beds. The guards on duty muttered in low tones, feeling unfortunate to have been chosen for the night watch, deeming it a needless task. They could have enjoyed a restful night, but the patrol forced them to remain alert and on the move. The frogs croaked merrily in the grass, although it was now November. These tireless creatures continued to flaunt their vibrant songs, making it difficult for anyone to sleep. Reflecting on their circumstances a few years prior during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, when the populace had scarcely enough food, they would resort to frantically searching the fields for edible frogs or even resorting to the desperate act of swallowing a live rat. In summary, everything tonight seemed exceedingly tranquil, a rare occasion allowing for a peaceful night's rest. However, when the time for battle arrived, the soldiers would be like startled birds, unable to find solace in sleep. Little did these yellow-turban soldiers know that this apparent calm masked a greater danger. Zheng Bao, leading his 2,000 troops, had been lying in ambush for 3 to 4 days, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. Just a few nights prior, as they were about to reach Shi County, Guojia had advised against launching an assault under the cover of night. Instead, he suggested they maneuver behind enemy lines, await the enemy reinforcements, and then annihilate them for a more significant victory. After much deliberation, Zheng Bao ultimately agreed to Guojia's battle plan. They hastened to the nearby area and found the most suitable location to lie in wait for the impending reinforcements. Prepare the troops. Await my command, Guojia instructed with calm precision. Yes, my lord. Commence the attack. Kill them. Charge. In an instant, the vast expanse of the mountains was overtaken by the Imperial Army, who had set up camp against the Yellow Turban forces. The patrolling Yellow Turban soldiers were caught completely off guard. As they prepared to seize their weapons in defiance, they were met with a sudden onslaught from even more Imperial soldiers. Tai Shirzi and Dian Wei led the charge. cutting through the enemy ranks with ferocity. Under their relentless assault, no Yellow Turban commanders stood a chance, swiftly falling to the ground. Even more terrifying was the fact that many Yellow Turban soldiers were still asleep in their camp. Although they heard the sounds of battle outside, they were utterly unprepared for the enemy's rapid breach. Zhang Man, resting in his quarters, received urgent news from his subordinates and hastily donned his armor. Grasping his weapon, ready to rally the Yellow Turban soldiers for a counterattack. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a scene of chaos. The entire camp was ablaze, and the number of enemy troops was unknown. The situation was dire. Zhang Man had no intention of organizing his forces for resistance. Instead, he discreetly gathered his trusted guards to escape the encirclement. In the darkness, amidst the raging flames, countless Yellow Turban soldiers fell to the imperial blades. Zhang Bao personally joined the fray, significantly boosting morale. As he fought, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals stealthily escorting someone away from the battlefield. Instantly, Zhang Bao realized that this person must be the leader of the Yellow Turbans. Sensing the urgency to flee, he shouted, "Yellow Turban rebels, your leader has abandoned you to escape the battlefield. If you do not lay down your weapons and kneel and surrender, you shall face death." The Yellow Turban rebels glanced around, confirming their leader's absence, and fear spread among them, prompting a desperate attempt to flee in the dark. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Bao pursued the fleeing Yellow Turban leader. Fearing for Zhang Bao's safety, Guojia quickly summoned Dian Wei, who had been tasked with protection, to assist him. Upon receiving the order, Dian Wei wasted no time in leaving the fray to rush to Zhang Bao's side. Zhang Man initially believed he could escape safely under the cover of his men, but to his dismay, the relentless Zhang Bao pursued him. The commotion would undoubtedly draw everyone's attention, so he resolved to eliminate this young commander before making his escape. Zhang Bao, witnessing the leader turn to confront him instead of fleeing, showed no sign of fear, brandishing his spear with determination. As they clashed, Zhang Man quickly recognized that this commander was a formidable opponent and attempted to retreat. However, Zhang Bao would not let such an opportunity slip away. He closed in, engaging Zhang Man in a fierce struggle. While Zhang Man was skillful, the urgency of his situation left him flustered, unable to fully harness his abilities. In contrast, Zhang Bao remained calm and collected, swiftly gaining the upper hand. After half a stick of incense had burned, Dian Wei arrived hastily to provide support. With Dian Wei's arrival, Zhang Man stood no chance against Zhang Bao. And in the ensuing chaos, he was unceremoniously thrust from his horse by Dian Wei's spear. Just as Dian Wei prepared to finish Zhang Man, he suddenly cried out, "Spare my life, brave warrior. I am the leader of this Yellow Turban army. If you spare me, I will command my men to obey your orders." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao immediately halted Dian Wei's reckless intent and commanded the captured Zhang Man to surrender his forces. With no other choice, Zhang Man declared loudly, "All troops, lay down your weapons and surrender to the imperial court. Those who disobey shall be executed." The engaged Yellow Turban soldiers recognized that their leader had been captured and lost the will to resist. Many dropped their weapons, expressing their willingness to surrender. However, a small faction continued to fight, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the imperial forces. Zhang Bao was greatly satisfied with the situation. This outcome would significantly reduce imperial casualties while capturing more Yellow Turban soldiers. Achieving a dual victory, as the battlefield was being cleared, the captured Zhang Man attempted to stealthily mount a horse and escaped. Quick-witted Dian Wei immediately threw his dagger, striking Zhang Man down with a cry. Zhang Bao hurriedly called for medical assistance for Zhang Man, but to their dismay, Zhang Man had already perished from his fall. Dian Wei, scratching his head in innocence, insisted that this was purely an unfortunate accident, and Zhang Bao did not hold it against him, recognizing the unexpected nature of the event. He had originally intended to use Zhang Man to gain access to the city gates, but it was now too late, and he would have to devise another plan. After the battle concluded, the troops began to clear the field. Zhang Bao dispatched men to intercept the fleeing soldiers heading towards Jixian, ensuring that none reached safety. The Yellow Turban soldiers were not foolish. Realizing the difficulties of escaping eastward, they retreated westward instead. By dawn, the results of the battle were finally tallied. From their 2,000 soldiers, they had lost fewer than 200. While Zhang Man's forces had suffered 600 casualties and nearly 1,000 captured. Zhang Bao had achieved a resounding victory. The only unfortunate aspect was that Zhang Man had been killed by Dian Wei during his escape, leaving behind merely a lifeless body. Furthermore, from the captured soldiers, they learned that the garrison stationed at Jixian numbered over 1,000. Had they opted for a direct assault that night, they would have faced severe losses and might not have succeeded. Zhang Bao felt a wave of relief upon realizing that he had heeded Guo Jia's advice to bypass Jixian and lay in ambush along the route of the reinforcements. Guo Jia instructed everyone to don the yellow turban attire and immediately sent word to the troops in Jixian to prepare for their arrival, urging them not to be negligent. They herded the captured yellow turban soldiers, swaggering boldly eastward, even shouting along the way, "Reinforcements for the yellow turbans have arrived." By midday the next day, they could see Jixian's city walls from a distance. The garrison commander, a trusted subordinate of Zhang Man, upon receiving word that Zhang Man had sent for him, harbored no doubts and quickly assembled 500 soldiers to welcome him. After all, his general was of high stature, and he could not afford to defy his wishes. As he approached, seeing the yellow turban banners fluttering, he understood that the general was near and hurried to greet him. However, to enter the camp, he would first have to disarm. As the Jixian garrison commander reached the camp entrance, he was unexpectedly stopped by two burly yellow turban soldiers, who insisted he disarm before entering. "Since when did General Zhang have such peculiar demands?" "I was not informed," the Jixian garrison commander questioned, perplexed. "Enter or not, it matters not. Anyone who refuses will be treated as an enemy," they replied, unyielding. The Jixian garrison commander, feeling disgruntled, inwardly resolved to confront these guards about their rudeness once he met with his general. "Very well, I shall disarm," he declared, casting his sword onto the ground before brushing off his attire and leading his personal guards into the camp. The moment he stepped into the main tent, he sensed something was amiss. None of the officials or generals beside his general were familiar to him. To his astonishment, a young scholar sat in the place of honor. As he scanned the surroundings for General Zhang, he found no trace, which heightened his unease. "Where is General Zhang? I demand to see him," the Jixian garrison commander asserted firmly. "General Zhang was killed 2 days ago. The reinforcements you await shall never arrive." The young scholar replied leisurely, sipping his tea. Though Zhang Bao found the tea rather unpalatable, especially with its odd assortment of spices, he maintained his composure, aware of the need to navigate this precarious situation. Just as the Jixian garrison commander prepared to flee the tent, he was seized by Dian Wei and Tai Shirtzi, rendering him immobile. "Who are you? General Zhang will not let you go unpunished," he shouted defiantly. Seeing him still unrepentant, Zhang Bao had no choice but to present Zhang Man's severed head before him. Upon witnessing the grim trophy, the Jixian garrison commander collapsed in shock, sitting motionless on the ground. Seizing the moment of his dismay, Zhang Bao commanded, "Zhang Man is dead. Surrender to the imperial court at once." The Jixian garrison commander, paralyzed by despair, took a long while to accept this grim reality. Although he initially contemplated rejecting the imperial summons and declaring his intent to die alongside his general, the instinct for self-preservation ultimately prevailed, and he chose to submit. Following this, events unfolded smoothly. Zhang Bao ordered Tai Shirtzi to escort the Jixian garrison commander outside to persuade the 500 soldiers he had brought to surrender. Once all laid down their arms and surrendered to the imperial court, they were all confined alongside the previous captives. As Zhang Bao surveyed the successful outcome, he could hardly believe his eyes. Once all arrangements were in place, he grandly led his troops to the gates of Jixian. The defending forces were taken aback, unaware that their leader had become a captive of the court during his brief outing. Lacking any resolve to resist, they opened the gates and surrendered. In the span of a single day, Zhang Bao, with fewer than 2,000 men, captured over 1,000 defenders of Jixian, and with the previous captives, his total surpassed the strength of his own forces. Chapter 60. A sudden assault on the enemy, however, he soon found himself in a predicament regarding the fate of these prisoners. Sending them back to Yuzhong County for rehabilitation would require diverting a portion of his troops for their escort, ensuring they did not cause any disturbances. Yet, integrating these men into his ranks could destabilize his internal foundation, with the risk of rebellion looming large. This dilemma troubled him greatly. Guo Jia discerned Zhang Bao's inner turmoil and proposed, "I have a brilliant plan. Since the battlefield in Yi County remains in a stalemate and victory seems elusive for either side, let us rest in Jixian. We can select the strongest from the 2,000 captured yellow turbans to augment our forces. While the weak and infirm can be dismissed, we may also grant them provisions to make their way to Yuzhong County. This way, the benevolence of our Lord will spread throughout Yangzhou. It is a win-win situation." Indeed, it was a sound strategy, But Zhang Bao had an even better idea. Shortly, I shall dispatch a letter seeking reinforcements from the rebellious forces stationed in Yi County, allowing me to gradually weaken their fighting strength and reverse the tide of battle in our favor. My lord's scheme is truly ingenious, Guojia expressed his admiration. A satisfied smile graced Jing Bao's face as he continued. As for the recruitment and expansion of our forces, let us conduct it locally. After all, chaos will soon engulf the realm, and our paramount objective is to enhance our own power. After conquering Jixian, Zhang Bao did not immediately rush to reinforce Yi County, but instead focused on meticulously selecting the 2,000 captured yellow turbans. Unfortunately, these young men proved to be a disappointment. Most were unqualified, with hardly a few promising talents among them, and some were seasoned veterans, appearing overly cunning. Zhang Bao maintained rigorous standards for his troop selection, refusing to tolerate the weak or deceitful infiltrating his ranks. Ultimately, from the 2,000, he selected only 500. The remaining 1,500 were dispersed, integrated into the local populace, and relocated to various counties within Yuzhong. Having previously suffered losses of 300 men in battle, combined with the 500 he had just recruited, his forces now numbered over 2,200. After a fortnight of recuperation in Jixian, Zhang Bao finally received reinforcements sent by Huang Rang, the Yellow Turban General Gong Du, leading 2,000 men to support him. Zhang Bao had indeed alleviated much pressure from Lukong in Yi County. Now, both sides boasted similar strength, each with over 5,000 troops, turning the previously unfavorable situation around. The battles in Yi County saw both sides exchanging victories and defeats, ultimately resulting in a stalemate, with the fate of the battlefield hinging on the outcome in Jixian. Upon learning of Gong Du's arrival with 2,000 troops, Zhang Bao realized that the news of his slaying of Zhang Man had already leaked. Attempting to employ the same tactic again was out of the question. Gong Du, unaware that Zhang Man had met his demise at Zhang Bao's hands, felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of the enemy's true strength that had once routed Zhang Man and captured Jixian. Though less than 10 miles separated him from Jixian, doubt began to cloud Gong Du's mind. He was convinced that if he attempted to retreat, Zhang Bao would ruthlessly seize the opportunity to crush his forces. Faced with Gong Du's cautious approach to marching, Zhang Bao found little recourse. Tonight, let me lead a detachment for a night raid on the enemy camp. We may achieve unexpected success, Taisher Ci declared passionately. Gong Du is known for his caution and will surely not fall for such a ruse. Zhang Bao shook his head, outright rejecting the suggestion. Yet, Guojia quietly whispered an idea to Zhang Bao, igniting his interest and prompting him to express support for Taisher Ci's initiative. Unable to sleep, Gong Du lay restlessly, wary of the enemy's unpredictable strength. This night, he remained vigilant against a potential raid. Just as he began to drift into a daze, the camp was suddenly roused by alarm bells. He swiftly seized his sword and ventured out to assess the situation, only to discover that the Yuzhong forces had indeed chosen to launch a surprise attack. It seemed he had underestimated their resolve. Charge, attack? The call to arms echoed as he saw his guards fall victim to negligence, causing him great distress. He hastily rallied his personal guards to provide support. Indeed, the newly appointed governor proved to be as cunning as ever. With no time for further contemplation, he joined the fray. After a bloody half-hour, they managed to repel the enemy, yet the lax defenses had inflicted severe losses on his side. Leaving him deeply pained, with the battle concluded, sleep eluded him, and he commanded his men to bolster their vigilance while he paced restlessly within the camp. The air was thick with groans, as many were injured from the earlier assault. With no medics available, they had to resort to self-treatment. Outside the darkened camp, a voice called out, "My lord, are we truly to launch a third assault? Though we feigned attacks twice already, we have lost around 200 men. They must be on high alert. We could gain little from another attempt." Dian Wei's words resonated in Zhang Bao's ears as he contemplated the feasibility of this venture. Would repeated night assaults tire the enemy enough to lead to a decisive victory? Doubts began to creep in, yet to achieve a significant triumph, a new approach was essential. If Guojia's strategy succeeded, it would yield greater benefits and expedite his development, compelling him to resolutely pursue this course of action. Chapter 61. Taisher's display of might. Prepare for action. We shall launch a full-scale assault after the incense burns out. Yes, Li Yu, Zhang Jie, and Taisher Ci, though wearing expressions of disbelief, were resolute in their obedience to their lord's command. Charge, attack, capture Gong Du alive. In an instant, countless officials and soldiers of the court launched an assault from the periphery of the camp. The yellow turban soldiers stationed within the encampment were utterly unprepared for a third wave of attack from the enemy. They had assumed that after 2 previous offensives, the court's troops would cease their hostilities for the night. Thus, many had succumbed to a deep and peaceful slumber, while others, tormented by their wounds, could only groan in pain. Some, like Gongdu, even believed they were hallucinating, but to their astonishment, the enemy truly dared to attack once more. This time, Zhang Bao himself led the charge, accompanied by his fiercely loyal bodyguard, Dian Wei. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie, Li Yu, and Tai Shirzi struck at the camp from 3 different directions. Although they had brought only 1,500 troops, their momentum in the darkness was formidable, leaving the yellow turban forces bewildered and fearful. Unable to ascertain the true number of their adversaries, countless yellow turban warriors sank into profound despair, having barely survived the first 2 skirmishes, only to face yet another onslaught. The camp erupted in flames, and the cacophony of battle cries filled the air. Many yellow turban soldiers sought to escape the battlefield, but they overlooked one crucial fact. The absence of unified command only brought them closer to death. Though Gongdu desperately attempted to prevent the fleeing soldiers, the chaos of the battlefield rendered any effective leadership impossible. Reluctantly, he led his personal guards into the fray, hoping to achieve another fleeting victory against the court's forces. However, this time, he could distinctly feel that the court's troops were far more formidable than during their previous ambushes, making the confrontation increasingly arduous. What astonished him most was the young general opposing him, Tai Shirzi. Though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, with a hint of handsomeness, Gongdu found himself utterly outmatched, casting a shadow of doubt over his confidence. Dare to stand in my way? Prepare to face the challenge of my spear, Tai Shirzi declared coldly, wielding his long spear with a ferocity that seemed to conjure the bloom of a pear flower as it spun through the air. Gongdu could barely discern the trajectory of the weapon, and resisting Tai Shirzi's assault proved to be a daunting task, prompting him to retreat in disarray, hoping to evade capture. Yet, Tai Shirzi, having encountered such a significant quarry, was relentless in his pursuit. Gongdu lamented his predicament, regretting not having summoned Liu Bai for assistance and finding himself embroiled in this troublesome affair. Now, not only was Zhang Man dead, but he too might perish in this place. As he pondered his fate, Tai Shirzi seized the opportunity to unseat him, and Gongdu was captured. With Gongdu's leadership gone, the camp descended further into chaos. Unbeknownst to Tai Shirzi, the enemy general he had apprehended was the very commander of this force. Gongdu, too embarrassed, could not reveal his identity. An increasing number of yellow turban soldiers joined the ranks of the fleeing, leaving Gongdu despondent. However, he was now like a clay idol crossing a river, unable to safeguard his own well-being, let alone that of his comrades, on the battlefield. Zhang Bao reveled in the carnage. He had anticipated that his crossing into this era would shield him from the sight of bloodshed. Yet he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. He now understood the thrill of being a warrior on the battlefield, reveling in the swift retribution of conflict. However, his loyal protector, Dian Wei, found himself in a precarious position. Though his martial prowess was formidable, his primary duty was to ensure the safety of his lord, which hampered his ability to engage fully in the battle. As the yellow turban forces began to crumble en masse, Zhang Bao commanded his troops to offer them the chance to surrender, proclaiming, "Those who kneel in submission shall be spared. We do not kill the surrendered." Many of the fleeing yellow turban soldiers, initially intent on fighting to the bitter end, hastily laid down their weapons upon hearing of their newfound hope for survival. "It's over. Everything is lost," Gongdu despaired. Feeling as though all strength had been drained from his body, he had hoped that his loyal guards might rescue him, but often, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now, he could only pray for his own survival. The battle raged until dawn, a grueling contest indeed. Zhang Bao's armor was drenched in blood, yet his quivering form and exhilarated expression betrayed his elation. "Send word to tally the spoils of this battle." Zhang Bao had not felt such a fervent thrill in a long time. He experienced a yearning for the ancient warrior's life. Yet, he was self-aware enough to realize that his valor could only contend with nameless foot soldiers. Concerning renowned historical generals, he knew he would face immense challenges. "Report, my lord. Our forces suffered nearly 300 casualties, but we have slain over 500 of the enemy and captured more than 1,200. We have also taken the enemy general, Gongdu," Taishurzi announced, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Zhang Bao found the name vaguely familiar. He recalled Liu Bei mentioning to Yuan Shao that during his conflicts with Cao Cao, he was willing to go to Runan to recruit the Yellow Turbans who were causing chaos behind Cao Cao's lines. Gong Du was the leader of the Yellow Turbans in Runan at that time, Liu Bei being his companion. Though ultimately defeated and lost to history, Gong Du had made a name for himself. Curious, Zhang Bao ordered Gong Du to be brought forth. Observing the bound general, he calmly stated, "The common folk are suffering greatly. The Yellow Turban rebels have no desire for justice, only bringing ruin to the lives of the people. Do you not feel a twinge of remorse?" Gong Du, initially eager to retort, fell silent, recognizing the populace's deep-seated animosity towards the Yellow Turbans. After a prolonged moment, he finally muttered, "If you wish to kill me, do so. There is no need for further words." "Will you yield to me, the governor?" Zhang Bao inquired. "Isn't the governor the one who detests the Yellow Turbans' indiscretions the most?" Gong Du replied, "I am aware of your stories, Gong Du and Liu Bei. You were both compelled to join the Yellow Turbans and did not oppress the local populace. Therefore, I offer you a chance for redemption. I hope you will swear fealty to me and serve the nation." Zhang Bao asserted confidently, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I pledge my allegiance." Without hesitation, Gong Du surrendered to Zhang Bao. The latter's demeanor shifted, and he swiftly commanded his men to release Gong Du from his bonds. "Speaking kindly, currently, my forces are insufficient. I intend to select a number of the captured troops, over 1,200 of your men, to integrate into my army. Would you be willing to persuade them? It is my duty, and I shall gladly comply." Gong Du responded without hesitation. Zhang Bao felt a surge of joy, not just because of Gong Du's surrender, but because he believed that with Gong Du's inclusion, the newly recruited soldiers would be loyal and not instigate rebellion. Gong Du proved his worth, meticulously selecting 800 men from the remaining troops to join the ranks. The rest were given dispersal funds to settle in Yuzhong County and lead peaceful lives. Zhang Bao's forces had now swelled to over 2,500, surpassing the original 2,000 he had set out with. He had initially hoped for Gong Du to seek reinforcements from Huangrang, as additional soldiers would be most advantageous. Unexpectedly, Gong Du assured him, "My lord need not worry. Since I have mobilized my troops, the entire force in Yi County cannot exceed 6,000 men. Furthermore, my sworn brother, Liu Bei, will surely come to surrender upon learning of my allegiance to the court. Together, we shall launch a coordinated assault on Huangrang." Zhang Bao, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "What is your confidence in persuading him?" "I am fully confident in persuading my brother Liu Bei to surrender, though the coordinated assault requires careful planning. I am unaware of the current situation in the city," Gong Du replied, exuding confidence. "Very well. We shall set forth for Yi County at once and join forces with the governor of Zhejiang, Liu Kong, to besiege Huangrang." The assembly within the camp voiced no objections, eager to earn accolades and recognition from the court. In Huangrang's camp, anxiety gripped him as he realized that the two waves of reinforcements he had dispatched, Zhang Man and Gong Du, had met with utter annihilation, their leaders now lost. With fewer than 6,000 troops remaining, and the governor of Zhejiang, Liu Kong, matching his numbers outside the city, he found himself in a precarious situation. "What should we do? Should we retreat northward to the central plains?" Huangrang uneasily remarked. "Let us not be hasty. We have resided in Yi County for 2 to 3 years, benefiting from the advantageous terrain. If we can withstand their assaults, they will naturally retreat come winter, granting us a moment to catch our breath." Although Liu Bei appeared anxious, his thoughts remained remarkably lucid. Yet, what troubled him most was the absence of news regarding his sworn brother, Gong Du. Ever since the defeat, Gong Du had not sent any word. And Liu Bei could almost envision his brother perishing amidst the chaos of battle. This vendetta must be avenged, which is why he resolutely opposed any retreat. Meanwhile, Liu Kong, the governor of Zhejiang, was all smiles. He had not anticipated that Zhang Bao could so decisively defeat the Yellow Turbans, who outnumbered his forces 5,000 to 2,000. To his surprise, he still had the strength to offer aid. The generals within the camp also breathed a sigh of relief, astonished that this newly appointed governor of Yuzhong could be so formidable, consecutively repelling the assaults of the Yellow Turban army. Truly an unexpected feat. At dawn the following day, Zhang Bao resumed his advance toward Yi County. Although it was now December, a time ill-suited for military endeavors, he had no choice but to press onward. Upon learning that the imperial troops were heading into battle, The common folk of Ji County eagerly produced their provisions to reward the army. Despite the fact that this contingent had only been stationed there for a month, they could distinctly sense that this force was fundamentally different from other imperial armies. Zhang Bao felt a deep sense of reflection regarding the current situation, exclaiming, "The relationship between the ruler and the people is akin to that of water and a boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it." Beside him, Gong Du was perplexed by this statement, mistakenly believing his lord was concerned about future military prospects, and hastily reassured, "My lord, do not worry. My sworn brother has likely received my letter by now. When we reach Yi County, victory is assured." Zhang Bao chose to remain silent, contemplating how to cultivate a relationship with Lu Kong after this battle. In his view, with Liu Bai's involvement, their triumph was practically guaranteed, requiring little further effort on his part. Within just 5 days, Zhang Bao's forces reached Yi County, successfully joining with Liu Kang's army. "Governor Liu, I trust you are well, and I appreciate the kindness shown by Luan County," Zhang Bao said graciously. "Nonsense. It is you, Governor Zhang, who is a youthful talent. I never expected you to defeat Zhang Man and the reinforcements sent by Gong Du in such quick succession. It appears vanquishing Huang Rang is a task requiring little exertion." Lu Kong did not dare to be complacent, for Zhang Bao's accomplishments were undeniable. After some polite exchanges, the two sides commenced a grand banquet. Though they were in a state of war, a few cups of wine were still permissible. As the revelry reached its peak, Lu Kong, slightly inebriated, inquired, "Might I ask if Governor Zhang has any brilliant strategies? To speak candidly, I already possess a method to defeat Huang Rang. Results will surely manifest within 10 days. Zhang Bao responded enigmatically, "Pray, do enlighten me. The secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed." Zhang Bao playfully withheld further details. Observing Zhang Bao's demeanor, Lu Kong felt it inappropriate to press further, and thus the gathering resumed its merry drinking. Zhang Bao's arrival instilled greater confidence in Lu Kong, who, though well-versed in literature, was utterly inept in military command. To have maintained parity with Huang Rang for such a duration was already a considerable achievement. Chapter 63. Huang Rang in stark contrast to the laughter and revelry outside the city. Inside the walls, anxiety prevailed. Huang Rang had not anticipated Zhang Bao's swift approach. Such a pace was astonishing. Liu Bai had also received a letter from his sworn brother, Gong Du, revealing that he had already pledged allegiance to the esteemed governor Zhang Bao. This letter urged Liu Bai to abandon the shadows and embrace the light. In truth, Liu Bai yearned for a position within the imperial forces. In the past, he and Gong Du had wandered the streets, driven to join the Yellow Turban uprising out of sheer hunger. Little did they know that circumstances would drastically shift in the ensuing years, forcing them to lead a life of hardship and seek new opportunities. Yet, he found it difficult to betray Huang Rang, who had not committed any egregious acts against them. Although their relationship had some semblance of partnership, Huang Rang had not acted against Liu Bai's interests, and to betray him felt morally repugnant. Thus, he remained silent, withholding news from his sworn brother. "Why not launch a surprise attack on the enemy tonight? They appear to be reveling. Surely they will have lowered their guard, and we could achieve a resounding victory. Allow me to lead the charge. I wish to see for myself the prowess of this legendary governor of Yuzhong," Huang Rang declared with resolve. Liu Bai, poised to dissuade Huang Rang from such impulsiveness, was caught off guard when Huang Rang retorted fiercely, "Tonight, it is either my death or his." Faced with this determination, Liu Bai could only relent. Within the city remained 6,000 troops, 4,000 of whom were Huang Rang's men. Huang Rang planned to dispatch 2,000 soldiers to stealthily assault the enemy under the cover of night, hoping for unexpected success. Liu Bai was tasked with defending the city walls, and "My lord, we have traveled far and are weary. It would be unwise to indulge in wine and merriment tonight, lest we fall prey to an enemy ambush," Guojia quietly cautioned Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, however, laughed heartily, responding, "This truly presents an opportunity for the enemy within the city to strike at us. We shall see if they can seize the moment." Guojia immediately grasped the implication, realizing that his lord's actions were a premeditated lure to draw the enemy in. Zhang Bao had indeed prepared thoroughly, instructing Liu and Zhang Jie to vigilantly monitor the surroundings, signaling at the first hint of activity. Should the enemy dare to attack, they would receive a profound lesson. Meanwhile, Liu Bai was in turmoil, and at that moment, a dark-clad figure was announced to be seeking an audience. Initially, he contemplated refusing, but a sudden possibility crossed his mind, prompting him to allow the black-clad individual entry. The figure, shrouded in the night, appeared unremarkable, yet Liu Bai's breath quickened upon recognizing the familiar silhouette of his sworn brother. "Gong Duit has been too long," the cloaked figure exclaimed, embracing him warmly. Liu Bai, overwhelmed, could scarcely find his voice, having nearly resigned himself to the belief that his brother had perished. The two remained locked in embrace, reluctant to part for what felt like an eternity. "I trust you have read my letter. Why did you not reach out to me?" Gong Du asked, a hint of irritation in his tone. "While I too yearn to surrender to the court, Huang Rang has not wronged us. Such an act would be a clear betrayal of our principles. Although we may not be well educated, we cannot forsake our morals." Liu Bai finally voiced his concerns. "Alas, this reasoning is misguided. Those who undertake great endeavors must not concern themselves with trifles. The Han Dynasty has endured for over 400 years. How could a mere insurrection by Huang Rang bring about a change of dynasty? We must adopt a broader perspective and avoid losing sight of the greater goal," Gong Du earnestly urged. Liu Bai understood that their strength was but a feeble match against the might of the Han Dynasty. After much contemplation, he nodded in agreement with Gong Du's perspective. Having come to an understanding, Liu Bai dismissed those around him and confided in Gong Du. "Tonight presents an exceptional opportunity. Huang Rang has arranged to lead 2,000 men out of the city for a surprise attack. If we coordinate our efforts, we can defeat him on the battlefield and claim his head as our stepping stone to advancement." "Excellent. I shall exit the city to inform the governor of this news. With our combined efforts, we shall surely capture Huang Rang," Gong Du exclaimed, laughing heartily. Unbeknownst to Huang Rang, he continued to organize his troops, unaware that the enemy outside the city was so audaciously dismissive of his presence. This time, he felt he had seized a prime opportunity. As time passed, the sky grew increasingly ominous, the dark clouds signaling an impending rainstorm. The pitch-black night would serve Huang Rang well, and he inwardly rejoiced. Convinced that fate was on his side. Prepare for action. With a creaking sound, the gates of Yi County slowly opened, and countless soldiers surged forth, their movements light and silent. In stark contrast, the Imperial Army's camp was still engaged in revelry. Many mid-ranking officers oblivious to the looming danger. "Charge! Kill!" Huang Rang led the charge, his 2,000 soldiers crashing into the Imperial camp. With unwavering confidence, he was determined to annihilate the enemy forces entirely. The Imperial soldiers stationed outside the camp were thrown into disarray upon witnessing the enemy emerging from the city, scattering in panic, with only a few calm enough to turn back and raise the alarm. "It seems victory is all but assured." Huang Rang's lips curled into a wicked smile, suggesting that he has done quite well as the commander of the Yellow Turbans. "The heavens have perished. The yellow sky must rise. In the year of the Jiazi, fortune smiles upon the world." Countless Yellow Turban soldiers shouted the slogans of their revered teacher from days of yore, their blood surging with fervor. As if the overthrow of the Han Dynasty was but a moment away, Huang Rang, having slain dozens of soldiers in a frenzy, was invigorated by the sight of light in the camp. Without hesitation, he charged in, eager to achieve glory. At that moment, if victory could be seized, the entire territory of Jingzhou would surely rally behind him, leading to imminent growth and prosperity. However, to his astonishment, the once brightly lit tints revealed no presence of men. It was clearly a trap set by the enemy. Chapter 64. The conquest of Jiangxia. Dread filled him. Ambushed, he must retreat swiftly. Huang Rang, jolted awake from his golden dreams, resolved to lead his men in a hurried withdrawal. After all, preserving life was paramount. Yet, he soon discovered that the area was already teeming with the court's forces, who had meticulously planned this ambush. In his panic, a singular thought consumed him: to return to Yi County as swiftly as possible, where his 4,000 troops awaited, ensuring a chance for resurgence, or at the very least, a stronghold in Yi County. As he witnessed his soldiers falling one by one, Huang Rang's heart ached with despair. Yet he felt powerless. He called out to the men, "If we can retreat to the city, the enemy shall be unable to harm us. Then we will have the opportunity for a resurgence. And you shall be richly rewarded. Follow me, charge, slay." The Yellow Turbans had long lost their fighting spirit. Their only desire was to save their own lives. Thus, in their desperation, they reluctantly followed their leader back to the city. As the city gates loomed closer, Huang Rang's heart finally eased, and he shouted to the wall, "General Liu Bai, open the gates quickly. The court's army is about to overtake us." To his dismay, Liu Bai did not heed his command but instead bellowed, "Huang Rang is a traitorous rebel. I have now submitted to the court. Out of respect for our past, you must leave at once to avoid a fatal fate." Huang Rang was momentarily struck dumb. How could Liu Bai have turned to the court's side in such a brief span? However, upon seeing Gong Du atop the wall, he understood everything. It was that wretched Gong Du, who cowered before the strong and surrendered to the court. Anger surged within him, and his breath quickened. The situation had indeed reached a critical juncture, leaving him no choice but to seek another route of escape. Yet, the court's pursuers surrounded him on all sides. Despite Huang Rang's desperate struggle to break through, it soon proved futile. Generals Tai Shirzi, Zhang Jie, and Li Yu had formed a pincer movement against him. Huang Rang could only grasp his weapon and fight back with all his might. Yet, he was no match for Tai Shirzi. Within the span of a few exchanges, he was unseated and captured alive. Having been taken prisoner by the court's army, Huang Rang's yellow-turbaned soldiers, sensing the dire situation, fell to their knees and begged for mercy. The governor of Zhejiang, Lu Kong, was filled with indignation and resolved to execute them all to demonstrate the court's authority. Zhang Bao adamantly opposed Lu Kang's brutal intentions. As he needed those surrendered yellow turbans to bolster his own forces, in a low voice, he said, "Lord Liu, I have a request. Why Yuzhong Commandery is sparsely populated. It would be ideal to utilize these yellow turban prisoners to bolster our numbers. As for Governor Lu's capture of Liu Bai and the living capture of Huang Rang, it is indeed commendable." Lu Kong, quick-witted, understood that Zhang Bao aimed to transfer the credit for his achievements. Reflecting on his own failure to quell the rebellion in over 6 months, he shamelessly replied, "In that case, I shall graciously accept. However, the rebel leader Huang Rang must be delivered to me. I shall personally escort him to the capital. As for the other yellow turban youths, they may be disposed of at your discretion. Thank you, Governor Liu, for your consideration." Zhang Bao's lips curled into a subtle smile. It was not that he did not desire the easily attainable glory, but the notoriety of the 10 attendants in the court had become excessively foul. By the following year, they were destined to fall from grace, and if he remained entangled with them, he would undoubtedly suffer the disdain of the literati and military officials, jeopardizing his own reputation and future prospects. Thus, he sought to leverage this opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Liu family, perhaps yielding benefits in the future. Moreover, he was more focused on augmenting his own strength. With these ready-made soldiers joining his ranks, he could rapidly expand his forces. The two cunning foxes had delineated their territories of interest immediately after the battle concluded, with no conflicts over benefits, and their amicable relationship flourished as neighbors. After surveying the battlefield, Zhang Bao reaped unprecedented rewards. Liu Bai and his troops surrendered and joined the ranks of the Yuzhong Commandery. To express his contrition, Lu Kong promised Zhang Bao all the gold, silver, and jewels acquired from the campaign for his disposal. Zhang Bao did not hesitate to accept, recognizing that his growth required diverse resources. Gazing at the warehouse filled with a staggering 100,000 bags of grain, Zhang Bao's heart soared. These provisions would sustain his army for over a year. Additionally, there were even more treasures, precious artifacts, and famous paintings. The Yellow Turbans had plundered numerous valuable antiques, which now transformed into Zhang Bao's spoils. However, what tantalized him most were the 5,000 surrendered Yellow Turban youths. In the battles fought over the past few days, his own contingent of 2,500 had dwindled to just 2,000, necessitating a replenishment of forces. Now he realized that warfare indeed expanded one's army. From the 5,000 youthful Yellow Turbans, he meticulously selected 2,000, combining them with his 2,000 remaining soldiers. Totaling 4,000. However, they required significant training, for they had once been Yellow Turbans, and their wildness needed to be tempered. Reflecting on his initial deployment of merely 2,000, he marveled at the doubling of his forces post-battle. A truly astonishing turn of events. Liu Bai and Gong Du were granted command over 1,000 troops each, while Li Yu and Zhang Jie led another 1,000, leaving Jing Bao to command 2,000. Naturally, all who participated in this campaign had made significant contributions, and upon their return, he would ensure they were generously rewarded. By the time this battle concluded, it was already mid-December, the coldest season of the year. Fortunately, as the state of conflict had been lifted, they suffered no significant losses during their march. After merely 5 days' stay in Yi County, Zhang Bao led his troops back to Yuzhong Commandery. although the mountainous regions had been subdued. Only a little over 1,000 troops remained stationed there, and he feared that relying solely on them would not suffice to maintain order. Thus, he hurriedly returned home. The atmosphere within the entire troop was jubilant as they transported countless provisions and immeasurable treasures. Galloping forth with the winds of fortune, however, in the grip of winter, they were bundled in thick cotton garments. Chapter 65. The Return. Meanwhile, Lu Kang was genuinely taken aback that he would conclude this conflict before the winter of that year. This newly appointed young commander was remarkably capable, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed. Had his previous report to the court regarding the defeat of the mountain tribes been true, Lu Kang fell into deep contemplation. The Han Empire was precariously poised, and if such a young talent were not utilized, it would be a loss for the entire court. He resolved to observe this young governor for a while longer, ensuring he would recommend him to the court. Currently, the most pressing matter was to escort the captured Huang Rang to Luoyang. Lu Kang spent 2 full days meticulously detailing the battle's events, skillfully portraying himself as the principal victor, hoping to gain the current emperor's favor. This conflict had persisted for 2 years until the arrival of Zhang Bao, the governor of Yuzhong Commandery, brought it to an end, leaving Lu Kang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Once he had arranged everything, he led his troops back to Lujiang Commandery. During these 2 years, he had scarcely attended to the affairs within Lujiang, yet now that he had triumphed over Huang Rang, he could finally turn his attention to eradicating the bandits and water thieves plaguing the area, restoring peace to the local populace. Simultaneously, he personally dispatched gifts to Yuzhong Commandery as a token of his heartfelt gratitude. Time swiftly passed to January of the 6th year of the Zhongping era. Zhang Bao had just returned to Nanchang City with his troops, and upon witnessing the local populace braving the harsh cold to welcome him, his heart swelled with warmth. Congratulations, esteemed governor, on your triumphant return. 10,000 victories. 10,000 victories. Zhang Bao's thoughts gradually drifted homeward. Suddenly, he noticed someone in the corner staring intently at him. Turning to look, he realized it was the stiffened figure of Mi Zhan. He had assumed Mi Zhan had long since returned north, but to his surprise, she was still here. Thus, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, he stepped forward and tenderly embraced the person he had long yearned for, Mi Zhan. Taken aback by Zhang Bao's audacious act, Mi Zhan wished fervently to vanish into a crack in the ground under the scrutiny of the crowd. Yet, her heart brimmed with an exquisite sweetness, as she could palpably feel the affection radiating from the man before her. The eyes of the surrounding populace were irresistibly drawn to this scene, while Zheng Yu, standing nearby, was in a fit of exasperation. Stamping her feet and muttering, "How can brother behave this way? She braved the cold to welcome you, yet you don't even give her a proper embrace." After a moment of intimacy, Zhang Bao returned to the ranks and continued onward. He had indeed noticed his sister hidden among the crowd, but chose to remain silent, understanding that her nature would not allow her to let this matter rest. The townsfolk were completely captivated by the returning brigade, vividly recalling that when the governor had set out, he had only commanded a mere 2,000 troops. Yet, now, more than 3,000 warriors returned, each exuding an aura of martial prowess, unmistakably seasoned veterans of the battlefield, instilling immense respect within the hearts of the observers. Currently, Zhang Bao's forces numbered a formidable 5,000, robust enough to safeguard Yuzhong County with ease. However, the prospect of external expansion posed significant challenges. Zhang Bao clearly remembered that in the middle of the coming year, the reigning Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, would pass away, precipitating a larger turmoil within the court. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone his plans for troop expansion, recognizing that winter had arrived, bringing with it harsh cold, a time more suited for recuperation than for large-scale warfare. The comrades who had fought alongside him, such as Zhang Jie, Li Yu, Guo Jia, Tai Shi, and Dian Wei, received their just rewards, as did Han Ji and Pei Yuan Shao, who were responsible for maintaining the safety of Yuzhong County. Gong Du and Liu Bai, having recently joined Zhang Bao's ranks, were still acclimating to the new environment. However, Zhang Bao was confident that, with time, they would seamlessly integrate into the group. As for Tai Shi and his elder brother Han Ji, upon their meeting, they engaged in a lively contest of martial skills, with neither able to best the other, thereby showcasing their formidable prowess and silencing any doubts regarding the newcomer Tai Shi. The newly formed contingent of 5,000 soldiers required time to acclimate and train, a matter Zhang Bao was entirely unversed in. Thus, he entrusted the responsibility of training the troops entirely to Guojia. While this decision lightened Zhang Bao's burdens, it thrust Guojia into a whirlwind of duties, as he juggled governmental affairs alongside military training, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. Under the collective efforts of all, Yuzhang County began to find its footing, with everything progressing in a positive direction. Zhang Bao returned victorious once again, bringing immense joy to his parents and sister as the family finally reunited. During his absence, Zhang Fu had successfully engaged in 2 trade deals with the Mi clan, amassing considerable wealth, which in turn significantly improved the quality of life for the local populace. Surely, there will be no more warfare to come, right? War is exceedingly brutal. As long as we protect our homeland and ensure the people's safety, we should refrain from meddling in affairs beyond our reach. Zhang Mu murmured, expressing her view that as long as the family could be together, there was no need to pursue perilous endeavors. However, Mi Jin interjected, a true man must stand tall and strong. Now that Brother Zhang is an official, he naturally has the responsibility to benefit the people, thus repaying the court for its patronage. Upon saying this, she shyly glanced at Zhang Bao, who responded with an approving thumbs up, filling her with delight. You two haven't even wed yet, and already you act as if you are a married couple, humph, teased Zheng Yu, with a playful pout. Zhang Bao affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, warmly assuring her, no matter what, you will always be my adorable little sister. The family reunion provided Zhang Bao with a rare moment of relaxation, allowing him to set aside thoughts of future developments and mundane concerns. Content to fulfill his role as a son, after resting at home for over half a month, Zhang Bao finally regained his composure. The relentless campaigns had drained him, and irregular meals had become commonplace. It took this period of rest for him to finally relax. Shall we go shopping? All right, let us bring elder brother along. This was the routine between Mi Jun and Zhang Yu. Mi Jun was composed and methodical, while Zhang Yu was her lively and impulsive counterpart. Their sole shared passion was shopping. Chapter 66. Observations from the street during his time at home. Zhang Bao was frequently dragged along by the 2 girls for shopping excursions. He felt that on the battlefield, fatigue was a foreign concept, yet somehow, during shopping trips, he felt his legs weaken and his energy drain away. With just over a month until the Spring Festival, this would be Zhang Bao's first celebration of the holiday in this era. Walking through the streets, he observed the smiling faces of the townsfolk as the most significant occasion of the year. The Spring Festival approached. The children were especially jubilant during these days. Misdeeds would often go unpunished, as people would exclaim, "It's the new year, let it go." Zhang Bao recalled his arrival in Yuzhang County, where the faces of the common folk were pale and their eyes dull, devoid of hope for a better life. Yet, after half a year of diligent effort, he had ensured that the people had enough to eat and wear, enabling them to live in safety. This was his greatest contribution. Families with members who served in the military received generous rewards. Zhang Bao announced that he would allocate 2/3 of the spoils from victories to the valiant soldiers, greatly motivating their courage and enthusiasm for battle, which was why his forces were consistently triumphant. This hairpin is lovely. Let me put it on for you. Zhang Bao gently placed a decorative hairpin in Mi Zhan's hair. Here, this one is for you. Wear it yourself. He naturally bought one for his sister as well. Seeing Zhang Yu's pitiful expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. The 3 of them continued their stroll, chatting and laughing, drawing envy from those around them. Uncle, do you need some vegetables? A timid little girl selling vegetables piped up beside them. Zhang Bao felt a wave of exasperation. Despite having trained and fought for half a year, he was still only 16. Did he truly appear so aged? He couldn't stoop to quarreling with the child, so he merely walked past, pretending not to hear. However, Mi Jun, noticing the girl's plight, decided to purchase all her vegetables and instructed her to have her family deliver them to the governor's office. Zhang Bao was deeply moved by Mi Jun's kindness. Her bright eyes and fair hands showed no disdain for the dirty little girl. The girl repeatedly expressed her gratitude, making Mi Jun feel somewhat bashful. After wandering the streets for a while longer, they returned home. Zhang Bao had not walked much that day, which lifted his spirits considerably. Upon arriving home, he noticed the beaming expressions on his parents' faces and sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, his parents had taken it upon themselves to write to Mi Zhu in distant Luoyang, hoping to arrange a marriage for Zhang Bao with his sister, Mi Jun. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Bao remarked, "Isn't it a bit early to discuss this? I'm only 16. Early? Look at others. Many have already started families by the age of 15 or 16. Yet you haven't even married, Zhengmu retorted without reservation. But it ultimately depends on Mi Zhen's feelings. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Zhang Bao attempted to deflect. To his surprise, his mother replied, I already inquired about Zhen's feelings beforehand. She has long since agreed. Zhang Bao was taken aback by the unexpected news of this arranged marriage. Yet, he did not oppose it. After all, having spent considerable time together, feelings had undoubtedly developed. Still, discussing marriage seemed premature. Turning to glance at Mi Zhen, he found that she had already shyly stepped away, leaving him perplexed. It made sense now. Mi Zhu had been exceedingly warm towards him lately, and it turned out that Mi Zhen had consented to the marriage long ago. Zhang Bao reluctantly accepted the letter from his parents, which revealed that Mi Zhu was fully aware of Zhang Bao's recent endeavors. He recognized that there was no reason to refuse his sister's union with such a promising young man, especially given that his sister harbored feelings for Zhang Bao. Thus, he readily agreed to the marriage, proposing a wedding by the end of the coming year. Zhang Bao was bemused to suddenly find himself with two new brothers-in-law, a situation that left him both amused and bewildered. However, considering the potential advantages in the upcoming chaotic power struggles, binding the Mi clan to his cause could yield greater supplies and resources, making him regard his future brothers-in-law with newfound significance. Of course, as a modern individual, Zhang Bao held the belief in the freedom of marriage. Since both he and Mi Zhen shared mutual affection, he resolved to embrace this path wholeheartedly, even in the absence of the support from the Mi family. As long as the two of them can stand together, he would undoubtedly remain indifferent to such matters. A man's strength must be proven by his own efforts. From their betrothal, it is evident that Mi Zhen is merely 1 year younger than him. Now that they have agreed upon a wedding date, Mi Zhen is indeed his intended wife, and Zhang Bao is determined to protect her diligently in the future. With the arrival of the Spring Festival, a time for family reunions, Zhang Bao observes the laughter and joy of the family before him and vows to safeguard their well-being with his own strength. At the same time, he has invited many single military generals to his home, creating a lively gathering. For instance, Tai Shirtzi arrives with his mother for the feast, while Guo Jia, who is still single, seizes this opportunity to get closer to Zhang Yu, who seems to reciprocate his affections, not opposed to their light-hearted banter. Others, such as Han Ji, Pei Yuanxiao, Li Yu, and Zhang Jie, join in the merriment, making this spring festival one of the happiest days Zhang Bao has ever experienced. However, as night falls, a hint of emptiness lingers in his heart. The secret of being a time traveler resides solely with him. He deeply yearns for his parents back home, pondering how they would react upon hearing of his demise, and regrets that, being an only child, there will be no one to care for them in the future. Alas, despite living a life far better than before, he still longs for the carefree days of his youth, reminiscing about his university life, his friends, and family. Yet now, all that remains is a world where everything has changed, with no hope of return. Zhang Bao lies alone in bed, tossing and turning in his previous life. He was not particularly eloquent, but managed to maintain good relationships with everyone due to his amiable nature. He holds a neutral stance regarding his ex-girlfriend. After all, he indeed lacked a car or a house and could not provide the sense of security she deserved post-graduation. Perhaps their separation was the best choice for both of them. The next day, after shaking off the effects of the previous night's revelry, Zhang Bao rises as if nothing has transpired, washes up, and exercises in the courtyard. The fact of his time travel is a secret he will never share, for to the ancients, such a notion is utterly incomprehensible and could very well lead to his being labeled as an anomaly and condemned. He has enjoyed a carefree existence thus far, but now it is time to strategize his expansion. For the moment, his focus is on the territory within Yangzhou, as he has ample justification to annex other lands, such as quelling bandits and apprehending thieves. The governor of Lujiang, Lu Kong, is currently an ally, leaving only Wang Lang of Kuaiji County as his target. Wang Lang is renowned, having been relegated to his position, and it is widely believed that he will soon be appointed to a role in Luoyang. This belief makes him a figure no one dares to offend. However, Zhang Bao is acutely aware of the historical trajectory. Within a mere 6 months, the Han Dynasty will find itself in turmoil, with officials across the land amassing troops. As the governor of Kuaiji County, Wang Lang will certainly not proceed to Luoyang. Otherwise, why was he defeated by Sun Tzu during the pacification of Yangzhou, only to seek refuge with Cao Cao and Luoyang out of desperation? Zhang Bao has no grievances with Wang Lang. But for the sake of his own future growth, sacrifices must be made. Initially, he considered a crude assassination of Wang Lang, hoping to capitalize on the ensuing chaos in Kuaiji County to seize control. However, upon reflection, he abandoned this plan, recognizing that exposure would tarnish his reputation and hinder future endeavors. Nevertheless, the idea of assassination has sparked a clever scheme in Zhang Bao's mind, prompting him to summon Guojia and others for consultation. Guojia, upon hearing the proposal, expresses admiration, deeming it an astute strategy of driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf. Zhang Bao promptly calls for Zhang Jie and Li Yu. Are you two acquainted with any leaders of the Shanyue and Kuaiji County? Zhang Bao inquires. They exchange glances, and Zhang Jie contemplates before responding. We have heard of the Shanyue leaders such as Pan Lin, Peng Qi, Peng Shi, Qin Pu, and Zhu Shan, but only Zhu Shan is an acquaintance. What assistance do you require from us, my lord? I wish for you to contact the Shanyue of Kuaiji County and oppose the local authorities, while we seize the opportunity to send our troops to take control. Zhang Bao reveals his intentions. The two do not express surprise. To them, Zhang Bao's growing strength translates to greater benefits for themselves, and they are more than willing to comply. We will personally go to persuade them. Success is assured. Li Yu asserts, clenching his teeth, I will provide you with ample gold, silver, and jewels, along with sufficient manpower, but ensuring safety must be your primary task. Do not let small gains lead to greater losses. Thank you, my lord, for your consideration. My brother and I will brave any peril. Li Yu and Zhang Jie agree, though everything must be meticulously planned by Guojia, requiring at least a month of preparation. Once everything is arranged, Zhang Bao, while not directly involved in the operations, ensures that overall planning remains firmly in his hands. The remaining significant task is to establish an intelligence network, as it is vital for both internal and external affairs. One must never underestimate the power of information. Deceiving the enemy and gathering intelligence can prove highly effective. Yet, in this moment, he finds no suitable candidates among his subordinates. However, an excellent avenue presents itself, his father's merchant convoy, which could also serve as a means to establish inns in various locations for intelligence gathering, yielding profits while providing a wealth of information. After discussing his ideas with Guojia, who wholeheartedly agrees, he realizes that his current commitments are too numerous for him to form an intelligence team on his own. Just as Zhang Bao grapples with this dilemma, an unexpected visitor appears before him, Shi Jicai, a close friend of Guojia, who has finally resolved to assist Zhang Bao in Yuzhong County after months of deliberation. I am Shi Jicai. Greetings to the governor of Yuzhong. The newcomer, clad in a white robe, presents himself with calm composure, showing no signs of panic in the presence of the governor. However, a sickly flush colors his cheeks, and his intermittent cough raises concerns about how long his frail body can endure. The lingering scent of alcohol adds to the suspicion that he may have been indulging too liberally. Please, take a seat, sir. There is no need for formality. Zhang Bao, noting his weakness, fears he might collapse at any moment. Without hesitation, Shi Jicai takes a seat and, after a moment, leisurely remarks, the governor has visited my home thrice without finding me. I have been traveling through Yuzhou until my return 3 months ago. I hope you will not hold it against me. To read a myriad of books is not as beneficial as to traverse 1,000 miles. Your travels enrich your development. How could I possibly blame you? I wonder, what brings you here today? Are you willing to lend me your support? Shi Jicai does not answer directly but instead poses a question. How does the governor assess the current situation? The current emperor is inept and negligent in governance, indulging in the sale of official titles. This is a clear sign of impending turmoil. The Chang people of Shiliang frequently rebel, and remnants of the Yellow Turbans wreak havoc across the states. Truly, we face both internal strife and external threats. The common people are in grave peril. Soon, the world will surely change, and when that time comes, the lords will rise, and heroes will vie for dominance in the Central Plains. Shi Jicai is taken aback, not by Zhang Bao's seemingly absurd claims, but by their coinciding assessments of the future. He believes the people suffer greatly, and the Han will inevitably lose its game. Yet, his perspective extends a decade into the future, while Zhang Bao's outlook is far more immediate and aggressive. Thus, Shi Jicai shares his analysis, leaving Zhang Bao somewhat startled. His familiarity with history allows him to draw conclusions. Yet he is impressed by Shi Jicai's unique insights into the current conditions. Zhang Bao then inquires, if chaos descends upon the realm and I occupy Yuzhong County, what What strategies might you suggest? Sir? This time, Shi Jicai remains contemplative rather than responding immediately. After approximately 15 minutes of deep thought, he slowly articulates. Given that the governor has secured Yuzhong County, possessing a reliable territory and ample troops, you can use the pretext of eliminating the mountain bandits and Shanyue within Yangzhou as justification to deploy forces to occupy other counties. Once you have taken control of all of Yangzhou, you shall become a prominent lord known throughout the land. He pauses before continuing. Then, advancing from the east to the west, you can sequentially capture Jiaozhou, Jingzhou, and Yizhou, seizing all territories south of the Yangtze River to ensure a sufficient supply of resources. Subsequently, conquer Liangzhou to acquire cavalry resources, and finally, engage with the northern lords in a clash of strength, effectively sandwiching the enemy. In summary, Shi Jicai proposes a strategy of first moving east, then west, and subsequently south before turning north. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao claps his hands in admiration and smiles, saying, "Your talents rival those of Guanzhong and Lu Yi. Would you be willing to serve under me? With heartfelt intentions, I dare not make a request. Your humble servant, Shi Jicai, pays his respects to the illustrious lord." Shi Jicai is indeed straightforward. His primary objective in coming here is to ascertain whether his lord harbors ambitions of supremacy, after which he would gladly join his ranks. This opportunity lies within reach. How could he possibly refuse? In the past, I served Xuanda as a fish in water. Today, I serve the esteemed gentleman as a tiger with wings. Truly, he is my sleeping dragon and phoenix chick. With such allies, the ambition of dominance is surely attainable. Zhang Bao smiled and remarked, "You flatter me excessively." At this moment, Shi Jicai felt elated as he finally found a person worthy of his support. Zhang Bao, however, refrained from directly proposing the establishment of an intelligence network, as Shi Jicai had just arrived and required time to familiarize himself with others. After enjoying a meal at Zhang Bao's residence, Shi Jicai hurriedly sought out his friend Guijia, as it had been over a year since their last meeting, and naturally, there was much to discuss. The Han Emperor Lu Hong had lost several sons in succession. Thus, Empress He, after giving birth to Lu Bian, sent him to be raised by the Taoist Shi Zimiao, hence he was referred to as Shi Ho. Wang Marin bore Lu Xie, who was personally nurtured by Empress Dowager Dong and was known as Dong Ho. The ministers urged the Han Emperor to establish an heir, but he deemed Lu Bian frivolous and lacking in dignity, preferring to appoint Lu Xie, yet remained indecisive. Ultimately, he succumbed to the pressure from the ministers and appointed Lu Bian as crown prince. In the 6th year of Zhongping, on the 1st day of March, within the royal palace of Luoyang, the Han Emperor Lu Hong lay on the brink of death, uncertain of how much longer he could endure. Just last year, he was full of vitality, indulging in the company of numerous women. Yet, after the spring festival, his health had steadily declined, and now he could only lie on his sickbed, drawing in the air. However, one concern weighed heavily on his mind. His most cherished youngest son, Lu Xie. Previously, he had been compelled by public opinion to declare Lu Bian as crown prince, for his mother, Empress He, was the matriarch of the harem, and his uncle He Jin was a powerful general. Last year, in an effort to counterbalance General He Jin's influence, Lu Hong had established the 8 cavalry commanders of the Western Garden, yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand, rendering him bedridden. With his days numbered, he feared that his ruthless original consort would stop at nothing to eliminate Lu Xie to secure Lu Bian's throne, a thought that haunted him relentlessly. Once, he and Wang Marin shared a deep bond, resulting in the birth of Lu Xie, only to have their joy marred by the jealousy of Empress He, who sent assassins to poison Wang Marin. After much contemplation, he resolved to summon his most trusted confidant, Jian Shuo, one of the 10 eunuchs and the commander of the 8 cavalry, to his bedside. Grasping Jian Shuo's hand, he implored, "Father, my days are numbered. Before I depart, my greatest concern is for my youngest son Lu Xie. After my passing, you must ensure his safety at all costs. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in the afterlife." Jian Shuo, having shared decades of camaraderie with Lu Hong, felt a deep affection for him. As a eunuch, he had lived a solitary life, considering Lu Hong his family. Thus, he quickly reassured, "Your Majesty, do not speak such nonsense. In a few days, when you regain your health, we shall unite to confront General He Jin and his faction." Lu Hong shook his head, replying, "Do not attempt to comfort me. I am acutely aware of my condition. I have reached the end of my strength, and I implore you to assist me one last time." With that, he expended his final ounce of energy, reclining on the bed, yet still coughed persistently. Rest assured, Your Majesty, even if it costs me my life, I shall fulfill your wish, Jin Shua vowed, holding Lu Hong's hand tightly. Satisfied with this affirmation, Lu Hong was about to say more when he suddenly heard someone announce the arrival of the Empress. To avoid raising suspicions, he signaled for Jin Shua to leave. Upon exiting the Jada Hall, Jin Shua immediately conferred with the other 10 eunuchs regarding their future plans. Given Lu Hong's current state, he surmised that the emperor would not last beyond 6 months, and they needed to devise an escape strategy. Simultaneously, in the general's residence in Luoyang, He Jin and his subordinates, including Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Zhong Yao, were also plotting their schemes. While the surface of Luoyang appeared unchanged, beneath it, tempests brewed, and a heavy atmosphere seemed palpable, suffocating the townsfolk. Zhang Rang, the head of the 10 eunuchs, had taken in his adopted son Lu Zi, who had experienced paternal affection over the past year. However, during this time, Lu Zi noticed a growing solemnity on his adoptive father's face. Each time he inquired about the cause, his father would deflect, instilling in him an unsettling premonition. One day, his adoptive father mysteriously summoned him into a room and gravely stated, "The emperor is gravely ill, and the situation in Luoyang is fraught with danger. The palace is no longer safe, so I plan to assign you to a position elsewhere. Perhaps you can evade this calamity." Lu Zi protested, "What are you saying, father? I will follow you through thick and thin, never abandoning you, good child. I appreciate your sentiments, but you must survive and bear offspring for me, fulfilling my wish. Please do not refuse." Over their time spent together, Zhang Rang felt the earnest concern from his son, evoking a sense of familial warmth he had long missed. Thus, he resolved to protect Lu Zi at all costs. Chapter 69. The storm approaches. Ultimately, Lu Zi could not decline and accepted his adoptive father's goodwill. However, he vowed that once his adoptive father was safe, he would return to Luoyang at the first opportunity to be by his side. Zhang Rang, being a cunning strategist, aimed to place his adopted son in a highly secure location. Suddenly, he recalled a young man who had sought an official position with Lu Zi the previous year. This young man, now serving as the governor of Yuzhong, had gained a positive reputation and, alongside the governor of Lujiang, Lu Kong, had successfully quelled a rebellion in Jiangxia, indicating his potential in a world rife with powerful families. The obstacles in the tranquil region of Yangzhou would be significantly reduced. Furthermore, with Zheng Bao's protection, Lu Zi's safety would be greatly enhanced. Thus, he resolved to arrange for Lu Zi to serve as the governor of Danyang and meticulously selected over 1,000 elite soldiers from the army to accompany him. Ensuring Lu Zi's protection was foolproof, he also prepared considerable amounts of gold, silver, jewels, and military supplies, allowing his son to effectively manage his troops. Moreover, he wrote to Zheng Bao, far away in Yuzhong, regarding Lu Zi's appointment, urging him to take good care of him and assist with any difficulties. The paperwork for Lu Zi's appointment as governor of Danyang was processed swiftly, with official documents obtained almost the very next day. Truly a testament to having influential connections in the court. Jin Shua also selected 1,000 men from the military to accompany his adopted nephew, as they departed Luoyang in grand procession towards Danyang. Lu Zi felt a profound sense of loss. After the destruction of his family, he had been reduced to begging in Luoyang. It was Zhang Rang who had taken him in as an adopted son and arranged for his education, providing him with the warmth of a family. Despite the many slanders directed at his adoptive father, Lu Zi remained steadfast in his belief that as long as Zhang Rang treated him well, he was indeed a good man. This sorrow of leaving home dissipated completely after half a month. On the journey, Lu Zi experienced various local customs and, as the commander of the troops, found that leaving Luoyang and breathing fresh air made everything feel remarkably splendid. At this moment, Zheng Bao had yet to receive news from Luoyang. He was engaged in discussions with Shi Zhicai and Guojia regarding the establishment of an intelligence center. "Currently, we only control Yuzhong County. Perhaps it is a bit premature," he mused. "Forethought is essential. Without it, plans may fail. This endeavor requires careful planning, for it is not a matter of a year or two, but rather 4 to 5 years at the least. Or possibly even 15 years. I am all too aware of the significance of this intelligence center," Zheng Bao continued. "We can utilize the passing merchant caravans, inns, brothels, and shops as covers, allowing us to gather intelligence while simultaneously generating revenue, 2 birds with 1 stone. However, This will require substantial financial investment. I am confident that within a year, I can establish a framework, but it will be merely a drop in the ocean, Shi Jizai candidly admitted, lacking assurance in rapidly creating an intelligence-gathering network. Then I entrust this task to you. Additionally, Feng Xiao must now concurrently handle military and political affairs. I wish to assign the political matters to you. Otherwise, managing the establishment of intelligence while you both operate internally and externally would be too taxing. Understood. Shi Jizai accepted his responsibilities with equanimity. Guojia certainly did not perceive this as Zhang Bao's attempt to guard against him by decentralizing his authority. During this period, these two matters had kept him exceedingly occupied. And it was fortunate that his old friend, Shi Jizai, came to offer assistance, thereby liberating him from the burdensome affairs. Guojia held a deep appreciation for Zhang Bao's proposal. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao felt a sense of helplessness. Although he commanded numerous martial generals, he lacked sufficient scholars. With the addition of Guojia and Shi Jizai, he was nearly capable of managing the operations of governance. It seemed he needed to seize opportunities to visit several talented individuals to see if he could earn their loyalty. The crux of the matter remained his insufficient reputation. Had he been born into an illustrious clan, a mere call from him would have summoned a multitude of talents. One need only consider Yuan Shao during his rise in the kingdom of Bohai. When Zhu Shou, Tian Feng, Feng Ji, Su Yu, Guotu, and others were drawn simply by a letter. It was truly enviable. Thus, half a month passed and mid-March arrived. Zhang Bao received a letter from Zhang Reng in Luoyang. Though the message was brief, he could sense the storm brewing in Luoyang. Opportunities were never scarce at the center of power, yet the turnover of authority was even more frequent. The old fox, Zhang Reng, had already sensed that something was amiss, hence he dispatched his most cherished adopted son to assume office in Danyang County. Zhang Bao chose not to respond, for he understood that Zhang Reng's time was limited. Within half a year, he would likely vanish from the annals of the Han Dynasty. There was no advantage in establishing contact with him. Naturally, he was not an ungrateful man. When he first arrived in Luoyang, a place so foreign to him, it was Lu Zi who assisted him through his connections. Therefore, when Lu Zi found himself in dire straits, Zhang Bao would undoubtedly extend his support, at the very least to ensure his continued prosperity. As spring blossomed, it was a prime opportunity for military training, and Zhang Bao was determined not to squander it. He ordered the recruitment of over 1,000 able-bodied young men from the 21 counties of Yuzhong, adding to his existing 5,000 troops, thus assembling a formidable force of 6,000. He had an even bolder plan, which involved sending the water bandits Ling Chao and Zhou Tai, originally from Lujiang County, to Chaisang for naval training, allocating 1,000 soldiers for this purpose, in addition to their original subordinates. Historically, Chaisang had been the naval base of the Kingdom of Wu, where Zhou Yu personally trained his fleet, ultimately leading to the great defeat of Cao Cao at the Battle of Chibi, laying the foundation for the tripartite division of the realm. It could be said that Chaisang's contributions were indispensable. This location boasted unparalleled training advantages, and after much deliberation, Zhang Bao resolved to develop the initial framework of a naval force. Though their numbers were few, they were indeed seeds of potential, and when the time was ripe for expansion, they would become the backbone of his fleet. However, he encountered unanimous opposition from others. With no internal threats and no external conflicts, such actions were deemed reckless warmongering. Nevertheless, Zhang Bao stood firm against the dissent. He was acutely aware of the monumental changes that could transpire in just 6 months. By that time, any aspirations for expansion would be rendered futile. Chapter 70. Wang Lang's concerns. Li Yu and Zhang Jie, en route to Kuaiji County, had conveyed that they successfully persuaded Qin Pu and Zhu Shan with a considerable amount of gold and jewels. Unexpectedly, there was an even greater stroke of fortune. The commander, Pan Lin, had taken matters into his own hands. Pan Lin was the leader of the Shanyue in Kuaiji County, commanding an army of 10,000. It was indeed surprising that he chose this critical moment to incite trouble. Had Zhang Bao been forewarned, he would not have needed to send emissaries to negotiate. This predicament posed considerable challenges. Aside from the naval forces training in Chaisang, Zhang Bao had only 5,000 troops at his disposal, making assistance to Kuaiji County exceedingly difficult. Yet, he recognized that he must resolve the turmoil he had inadvertently provoked. In Kuaiji County, Lord Governor Wang Lang was in a state of profound dismay. Having only recently assumed office, he was now faced with a large-scale rebellion by the Shanyue, which was overwhelming. He had merely come to this region to hone his skills, with hopes of eventually being transferred to Luoyang. And he never anticipated encountering such calamity. Commander Pan Lin launched an assault on the county seat of Shanin, while Chen Pu and Zhu Shan attacked Wushan County with 3,000 men. He had also heard whispers of other factions of the Shan Yue stirring restlessly, causing him considerable anxiety. In the council chamber, suggestions arose. Why not invite the governor of Yuzhong, Zheng Bao, to lead his forces in quelling the rebellion? After all, he has previously eradicated the Shan Yue within his domain and assisted the governor of Lujiang, Lu Kong, in defeating Huang Rang. He should certainly be able to help us overcome this crisis. Then why not directly request Governor Lu Kong of Lujiang to send reinforcements that might resolve our troubles once and for all? What do you know? Lu Kong has been unable to suppress the Huang Rang rebellion for 2 years. While Zhang Bao has achieved victory over the Jiangxia rebels in a short time, it is evident that there is more to this than meets the eye. Wang Lang had originally summoned everyone to devise a solution, yet he found them disinclined to take action, preferring instead to rely on external assistance to navigate their predicament, which left him feeling quite helpless. However, for the sake of prudence, he resolved to draft a letter to both Governor Lu Kong and Governor Zheng Bao, requesting their military support and to inform the court of the situation in Kuaiji County, hoping they might dispatch troops for assistance. Of course, he would not remain idle. He actively coordinated the local militia of each county to prepare for the Shan Yue's advance, diligently managing supplies to ensure logistical safety. Despite being merely a scholar, he faced the situation with remarkable composure, exhibiting the demeanor of a cultured general, dispelling the notion that he was as incompetent as historical legends portrayed. Nevertheless, his forces barely exceeded 3,000, and he could only hold his ground and await aid, having little room for achievement. Wang Lang shook his head in resignation. It seemed his aspirations for promotion and wealth were destined to be postponed for the time being. During his tenure, he had also identified 2 extraordinarily capable individuals, Li Yi and Xie Jing, who excelled in both civil and military affairs and had performed remarkably in the face of the Shan Yue rebellion. Earning Wang Lang's trust, the Shan Yue and Kuaiji County stirred. So too did the Shan Yue and other counties, plunging the entire Yangzhou region into a state of unrest. In Luoyang, the situation was fraught with treachery. The health of the Han Emperor was visibly deteriorating, and the court's officials harbored their own ulterior motives. In the 6th year of Zhongping, 189, in April, Emperor Lu Hong passed away and was posthumously honored as Emperor Ling. His son, Lu Bian, ascended to the throne as Empress At the tender age of 14. Emperor Sha's mother, Empress He, was revered as the Empress Dowager and took charge of the court's affairs. Empress Dowager He collaborated with her brother, the Grand General He Jin, and the Grand Tutor Yuan Wei to dominate the administration, creating a scenario of external family dominance. Faced with this complex and shifting landscape, Jin Shuo could not remain passive. The current Grand General He Jin was of humble origins, which only deepened his disdain. If such a person could wield power, what hope was there for the Han Dynasty? Jin Shuo resolved to take the initiative, eliminating the arrogant and overbearing Grand General He Jin, and then, according to the late emperor's edict, establishing the young prince as emperor. Thus, he conspired with the 10 eunuchs to plot He Jin's demise. However, he was utterly blindsided by the close relationship between Zhao Shang and He Jin. They had been in clandestine communication, and upon learning of the plot, Zhao Shang promptly informed He Jin. Forewarned, He Jin acted swiftly, leading his troops to besiege Jin Shuo. Caught off guard by He Jin's decisive strike, Jin Shuo could only meet a regrettable end. Consequently, Grand General He Jin fully seized control of the troops of the 8 commanders of the West Garden, leaving no one daring to defy his will. In the palace, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong trembled in fear. Fortunately, they sought mercy from Empress Dowager He, hoping she would intercede on their behalf, and He Jin, caught in indecision, could only acquiesce to her request. Yet, the turmoil was far from over. Luoyang remained a cauldron of unrest, with undercurrents of conflict surging. Grand General He Jin poured all his energy into the central court, allowing his control over the local states and counties to wane, inadvertently creating an opportunity for Zheng Bao's The winds roared. Zhang Bao once again set forth with his army. This time, he brought 4,000 troops, accompanied by Generals Pei Yuan Shao, Han Ji, Tai Shirzi, and Dian Wei, with Guo Jia serving as his military strategist. Shi Jicai, Su Qian, and others remained behind in Nanchang, and on the day of departure, the streets were lined with citizens offering their farewells. He appointed Tai Shirtzi as the vanguard, leading 1,000 men, forging paths through mountains and constructing bridges over waters. Yes, Kuaiji County, much like Yuzhong County, sees its populace predominantly concentrated in the northern regions. Thus, Zheng Bao, embarking from Nanchang, must venture northward to first lay siege to Wuxiang County. At that time, he dispatched Zhang Jie and Li Yu to persuade the Shangyue tribes of Kuaiji County to rise in rebellion. Undoubtedly not under his own name. The first tribe he aimed to confront was that of Qinpu and Zushan, thereby enabling him to advance and seize control of the southern expanse of Kuaiji County. Though resources were scarce, the vast territory was a tantalizing prospect for Zheng Bao. As Zheng Bao's forces neared Wuxiang County, he received news from Li Yu and Zhang Jie, revealing that they were currently accompanying Pan Lin, the leader of the largest Shangyue tribe within Kuaiji County, to assault Wang Lang of Shanin County. Zheng Bao sought to leverage their efforts to directly breach Wuxian County, but it appeared he would need to devise an alternative strategy. After a grueling 10-day journey, Zheng Bao finally led his troops to the outskirts of Wuxiang County. Since its capture by Qinpu and Zushan, the county had devolved into chaos, with rampant looting of the populace's wealth and abduction of women, driving many citizens from their homes. The entire Wuxiang County was in disarray. Chapter 71. Wuxiang County now, the residents eagerly anticipated the arrival of the imperial army to expel the loathsome Shangyue people and restore peace to their homeland. Zheng Bao's 10-day delay was not without purpose. Along the way, Damo County had, under his subtle influence, opted to submit. He also penned letters to the counties of Zhang'an, Yongning, and Dongji in the southern part of Kuaiji County, urging them to discreetly pledge allegiance to him. These counties were exceedingly barren, with populations merely in the tens of thousands, and they dared not oppose him, believing they would be wise to recognize the capable leader among them. Report to the commander, the governor of Yuzhong is personally leading troops to assault Wuxiang County, Qinpu declared. Prepare the horses, I shall lead the charge, he commanded. Yes, my lord. A mere half-hour later, Qinpu, with great pomp, led 1,000 Shangyue soldiers out of the gates to engage in battle. News swiftly spread to the Yuzhong army's encampment. My lord, shall we feign defeat once more to lure the enemy deeper? As we did last time? I believe it would yield extraordinary results, Dianwei suggested, feigning sagacity. This time, no doubt my objective is to demonstrate my strength to the world. A resounding victory is essential to win their hearts. Zheng Bao proclaimed passionately, Tai Shirci, you must secure a decisive victory in this encounter. Yes, I shall not disappoint. Tai Shirci replied confidently. As Tai Shirci approached to combat Qinpu, he discovered the latter brazenly standing at the camp entrance, casting a disdainful gaze upon the Yuzhong army, igniting Tai Shirci's indignation. Who dares approach? My blade does not strike nameless foes, Qinpu scoffed. Ignoring Qinpu's taunt, Tai Shirci seized his silver spear and charged forward. You dare to belittle me, Qinpu retorted angrily, brandishing his long blade to meet the oncoming challenge. Having commanded respect in Kuaiji County for many years, he found it intolerable that this young warrior dismissed him so easily. However, as they clashed, Qinpu felt a tremendous force from Tai Shirci's weapon, causing his hands to tingle with shock. Realizing he would need to exert his true prowess, he thought, yet another empty boast. Tai Shirci murmured to himself, having expected this braggart to possess some real skill, only to find he could barely withstand even a fraction of Tai Shirci's might. With a fierce shout, they continued their battle for over a dozen exchanges, with Tai Shirci remaining calm and unperturbed, while Qinpu's face reddened, drenched in sweat. He recognized that he had underestimated this seemingly unremarkable young man. If the fight continued, his demise was inevitable. Without hesitation, he retreated to his own ranks. Yet, unwilling to let such a prize slip away, Tai Shirci did not pursue him but instead retrieved an arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his formidable three-stone bow. The fluidity of his movements reflected his solid foundation in archery. At that moment, as Qinpu returned to his camp, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be struck by an arrow that pierced his chest. In disbelief, he looked down at his wound, but before he could comprehend his fate, he collapsed, never to rise again. Seeing his remarkable achievement, Tai Shirci bellowed, "The opposing general has been slain. All troops, charge with me." With that, he led his men into the fray. The soldiers of Yuzhong, witnessing their general's valor, felt their morale soar, charging fearlessly into the disarrayed ranks of the Shangyue. Upon seeing their leader fall, the Shangyue warriors descended into chaos, many fleeing towards the county seat in a desperate bid for survival, resulting in a catastrophic stampede. Before the imperial forces could arrive, the Shangyue had already begun to crumble. After a full hour, Tai Shi, satisfied with his triumph, led his troops back. Zhu Shan, unaware of his brother's death at the hands of the Han army, seethed with rage, contemplating recklessly leading his men out to avenge him. However, this iron-headed fool did not realize that his skills were on par with Chunpu's, and if even Shinpu was no match for Tai Shi, what hope did he have of victory? This only further underscored the profound bond between the brothers. Zhu Shan would never allow the killer of his beloved brother to roam free. He promptly rallied all the troops within the city to confront the enemy. Zhang Bao had anticipated that the enemy forces would be too cautious to engage outside the city walls, but to his astonishment, less than half a day later, they emerged to challenge him once more. Akin to an old man consuming arsenic, inviting his own demise. Without hesitation, Zhang Bao took command personally, believing that if he could capture yet another Shangyue leader, the conquest of Wushang County would be firmly within his grasp. As Zhu Shan emerged, furious and shouting for the enemy general who had slain his brother to come forth, Zhang Bao obliged, sending Tai Shi forth to engage while he and the other warriors stood ready. When Zhu Shan's guards informed him that this was the general responsible for Chen Pu's death, his eyes blazed with fury, completely losing his reason, and he charged forth, brandishing his long blade. "Prepare to meet your end. Come forth, then." Tai Shi, undaunted, grasped his silver spear and stepped forward to meet the challenge. Though Zhu Shan had lost his composure, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. However, as they exchanged blows, he quickly realized he had gravely miscalculated. Despite the enemy general's youthful appearance and fair complexion, his strength was astonishing. Yet, with the arrow drawn, Zhu Shan had no choice but to press on, having boasted to his men that he would slay the one responsible for Chen Pu's death. To retreat now, after only a few exchanges, would invite ridicule. Thus, he stubbornly continued to battle Tai Shi. Conversely, Tai Shi wore a relaxed expression, as though he did not regard his opponent as a threat. Indeed, as Zhu Shan struggled to defend against Tai Shi's relentless assault, the latter began to contemplate strategies for delivering a fatal blow. In the midst of their fierce duel, Zhu Shan noticed that Tai Shi's strikes were becoming less forceful, indicating a decline in the enemy's strength. Chapter 72. Duel of Generals. Zhu Shan's heart leapt with joy. Emboldened, he launched a vigorous offensive against Tai Shi, who, now on the defensive, struggled to withstand the barrage. After a period of intense combat, Tai Shi realized he could no longer hold his ground and prepared to retreat to his ranks. Yet, Zhu Shan would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Seizing the moment, he spurred his horse to pursue Tai Shi. The officers by Zhang Bao's side were alarmed. They had not anticipated Tai Shi's predicament and rushed to provide support, only to be halted by Zhang Bao. He smiled, saying, "How could Tai Shi be defeated by such an unknown adversary? Be patient and observe." Though pressed into retreat, Tai Shi did not display fear. Instead, as he turned, a smile crossed his face, realizing that Zhu Shan was utterly oblivious to his tactics of drawing the enemy in. As Zhu Shan pursued with fervor, he suddenly noticed the enemy general had reversed course, charging back towards him, catching him completely off guard. Just as he prepared to defend himself with his long blade, Tai Shi's steed surged forward like a flash of lightning, racing towards him. As the saying goes, just as the words were spoken, Tai Shi swiftly grasped the silver spear in his hand and thrust it fiercely into his opponent's chest. Everything seemed to blur in an instant. Thus, the revered Zhu Shan met his demise, falling from his horse. The mountain tribesmen across the way were taken aback by the sudden death of their leader, left in a state of utter confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Bao bellowed, "Slay the enemy commanders, achieve glory and success. At this moment, let all warriors charge with me. Kill, forward." The imperial army, astonished by their own general's unparalleled valor, had directly dispatched two opposing leaders. At this juncture, their morale surged like a powerful tide, unafraid of death, as they wielded their weapons and mercilessly advanced upon the doomed mountain tribesmen. The mountain tribes found themselves leaderless, falling into disarray. As many, sensing the grim turn of events, hastily discarded their arms and fled. This, however, inadvertently disrupted their formation, granting the enemy an advantageous opening. The two sides collided with tremendous ferocity, akin to hot oil meeting water in a frying pan. Indeed, the imperial army was the boiling oil, while the unfortunate mountain tribesmen were like water, evaporating under the heat. Generals such as Dianwei, Han Ji, and Pei Yuanshao led the charge. Although the enemy's commanders had been slain, they still commanded their subordinates to achieve their own illustrious feats. Into the city, straight for Wushang County. Zhang Bao shouted. He feared that his troops, in their pursuit of the mountain tribesmen, might neglect to breach the city, rendering all his efforts futile. Yet, his concerns proved unnecessary. Even if the mountain tribesmen sought refuge within the city, they could not mount an effective defense, helplessly watching as the imperial army defeated and captured them. The battlefield had transformed into a scene of unimaginable bloodshed, with blood congealing into a small stream, flowing slowly along the ravines. Countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay strewn about. Some soldiers roared in agony, only to find their mouths filled with the blood of battle. The fighting persisted until dusk, not due to any decline in the imperial army's combat effectiveness, but rather because the mountain tribesmen had retreated into Wushang County, where the civilians fought desperately to resist, prolonging the conflict for the imperial forces. By the time the battle concluded, Zhang Bao was utterly exhausted. He entrusted the responsibility of tallying the battlefield to Guojia, preparing to find a place for much-needed rest at the break of dawn the following day. Zhang Bao awakened and immediately inquired about the previous day's outcomes. My lord, his subordinate reported, our losses amount to fewer than 300 men. The 3,000 mountain tribesmen led by Zhu Shan and Chen Pu suffered 1,000 casualties, with over 500 fleeing, leaving us with more than 1,500 captives. Having spent the entire night counting, Guojia was fatigued, his voice lacking vigor. Noticing this, Zhang Bao urged him to rest well, cautioning against overexertion. It was only then that Zhang Bao realized that not all the mountain tribesmen were of minority descent. The majority were bandits who had turned to a life of crime, with many being Han Chinese. This understanding emboldened Zhang Bao to enlist them into his ranks. Naturally, he had no intention of letting the 1,500 captives slip away. He planned to remain in Wushang County for a time, integrating these captives into his forces. There was also another pressing matter: to disseminate news of this victory throughout the entire Kuaiji commandery, instilling fear through his burgeoning reputation and facilitating a smoother takeover of the entire region. News of the mountain tribe's disastrous defeat in Wushang County reached Pan Lin, the commander tasked with attacking Shanin County, leaving him deeply unsettled. He had not anticipated the rapid advance of the Yuzhang commandery's troops, who had shattered Wushang County with astonishing speed. Infuriated, Pan Lin cursed, Zhu Shan and Chen Pu are the epitome of foolishness. Losing the county seat in the span of a single day, nevertheless, he opted not to retreat, for after the fall of Wushang County, the Yuzhang troops had not surged northward to support Kuaiji commandery but instead remained in place to regroup. Given the significant loss of his brethren, he could not afford to retreat in vain. Thus, Pan Lin resolved to press forward and capture Shanin County, avenging his fallen comrades with the blood of the Han. Kill! Charge! On the city walls, Wang Lang was already utterly spent, yet he forced himself to command the battle, striving to bolster the morale of his defending soldiers. Fortunately, with the steadfast presence of Li Yi and Xie Jing, they held the walls against numerous assaults from the mountain tribesmen. Yet, the mountain tribes continued to surge forward like an unrelenting tide, suffocating their defenses, leaving them uncertain as to when this siege might reach its conclusion. Among the 3,000 defenders, only 2,000 remained, with many wounded, and this was merely after a brief month of conflict. My lord, when will our reinforcements arrive? Li Yi inquired during a lull in the fighting. Soon, Wang Lang responded. The Yuzhang governor Zhang Bao has already led his forces to vanquish Zhu Shan and Chen Pu in Wushang County. After a few days of rest, he will march northward. What we face now is the enemy's final, fierce onslaught. We must hold fast. Our ally, Governor Lu Kong of Lujian, has also pledged to send troops to aid us. Oh, not despair. We must endure. Wang Lang shouted with fervor. Yet, for the sake of his future ambitions, he could steel himself to make such a decision, knowing he would have no regrets if given a second chance. My lord, we have held out for nearly 2 months. We can no longer continue this fight, Li Yi weakly asserted. Wang Lang contemplated reprimanding him, but upon seeing Li Yi's blood-soaked armor and multiple wounds, he ultimately sighed, resignedly stating, Now that the new emperor has ascended, the court is still in turmoil, giving these detestable mountain tribesmen the chance to strike. However, once the court stabilizes, we shall crush them like ants. If anyone desires to flee, I shall not hinder you. I will share the fate of Shanin City. Currently, only 300 soldiers remained in Shanin City, each battered and bruised, devoid of hope for further combat. Yet, upon hearing their lords vow to die alongside the city, they were deeply moved, and none wished to abandon their post. Wang Lang, filled with a sense of heroism, drew his sword and repelled the mountain tribesmen scaling the walls. The surrounding soldiers, inspired by their lord's valor, summoned their courage to continue the fight. However, the defenders had already been battling for nearly 2 months and were nearing their limits. Below the city, Pan Lin grew increasingly impatient. He had not anticipated that a mere Shanin city would thwart him for nearly 2 months. In hindsight, he mused, he could have targeted other counties for plunder, perhaps yielding greater spoils. He cursed his overconfidence and greed, which had led him to attempt the direct capture of Kuaiji Commandery, culminating in this dire situation. His force of 10,000 had dwindled to a mere 6,000. A truly pitiful sight, all due to the actions of the Kuaiji governor. Pan Lin swore that once he breached Shanin County, he would mercilessly slaughter every man, woman, and child within, venting his pent-up fury. As time dragged on, more mountain tribesmen scaled the walls, engaging in fierce battle with the defenders. Xie Jing collapsed from exhaustion, while Li Yi, barely holding on, teetered on the brink of collapse. Wang Lang, the Kuaiji governor, chastised himself, feeling a deep sense of failure for being unable to protect the people of his commandery. How could he face those who had perished with grievances unavenged? With a heavy sigh, he lamented how his grand ambitions and aspirations had evaporated in the face of impending defeat. When he had first assumed office, he had been full of vigor, envisioning a Kuaiji commandery transformed into the most prosperous county in Yangzhou. Now, he found himself unable to safeguard even his own life. A bitter irony. Just as he prepared to draw his sword in a final act of desperation, he was suddenly struck by the sound of chaos outside the city. Stirring curiosity within him, could it be that the mountain tribesmen were experiencing internal strife, leading to their retreat? With this thought, he abandoned his suicidal intent and hastily looked outside. The mountain tribesmen were equally bewildered. Having anticipated a straightforward victory, they were taken aback by the sudden surge of imperial reinforcements. To their horror, they recognized the banners of Zheng, realizing that the fearsome Yuzhong governor Zheng Bao had personally arrived to lend aid. This revelation struck fear into their hearts in recent days. Although they had not faced Zheng Bao's forces directly, they had heard many terrifying tales of his ruthlessness as he crushed uprisings among their mountain tribesmen, earning the moniker the living king of hell, kill, charge. Indeed, it is the forces of Zheng Bao that have arrived. Zheng Bao feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding the title of living king of hell. He has not indiscriminately slaughtered the Shangyue people. Rather, he has decisively eradicated all who dared to resist. He feels truly more wronged than Doi. His army has now expanded to 5,000 strong. And this time, his siege against Pan Lin is meticulously planned and calculated. Even Han Ji and Tai Shi, leading 1,500 troops stationed in the southern counties, have come to join him, waiting for Pan Lin to grow complacent before launching a sudden attack. So far, the ambush has proven to be remarkably effective. The Shangyue forces believed that they had secured victory upon breaching Shanin City, which led them to lower their guard and neglect their surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Bao gathered all his troops and launched an assault on Pan Lin's forces. Pan Lin, caught completely off guard by Zheng Bao's audacity, was left with no choice but to lead his personal guards in a desperate breakout, leaving the rest of his troops to fend for themselves. Dian Wei and Pei Yuanxiao exerted every ounce of strength to disperse the organized Shangyue attacks. Meanwhile, Zheng Bao's earlier pawns, Zhang Jie and Li Yu, also made significant contributions and have since gained Pan Lin's trust. Thus, as they fled, Pan Lin took them along, unaware that the two would suddenly betray him midway, taking him hostage and surrendering to the court. Upon witnessing their leader Pan Lin captured by the imperial forces, the remaining Shangyue warriors lost their will to fight, casting down their weapons and opting to surrender to the court. Zheng Bao promptly began to accept the surrendering troops, recognizing that these robust young men would serve as invaluable recruits for his future endeavors on the city walls. Wang Lang could hardly believe the dramatic turn of events that had unfolded within the span of just half an hour. He had successfully extricated himself from peril. However, he could not feel joy, for Zhang Bao, positioned just outside the city, gazed covetously at his Kuaiji commandery, a more formidable enemy than Pan Lin. Moreover, he felt a profound anger that Zhang Bao did not hasten to provide support, leaving him to fight alone until the city was on the brink of collapse, merely to swoop in at the last moment to seize the opportunity. He had discerned Zhang Bao's predatory ambitions. Yet he was left perplexed. If Zhang Bao was indeed a clever man, why would he dare so brazenly to usurp his Kuaiji commandery? Although the Han Dynasty was on shaky ground, its authority was not to be trifled with by the likes of Zhang Bao. Chapter 73. Throughout the soldiers defending the city were buoyed by the news that reinforcements were imminent and that they had routed the enemy, rekindling their fighting spirit. A satisfied smile crept onto Wang Lang's lips. Yet his heart was fraught with unease. He had heard that Lu Zhang's governor, Lu Kong, initially intended to lead troops to assist him, but was unable to do so due to unrest among the Shanyue in Lujiang County. His other hope, the governor of Yuzhong, Zhang Bao, had sent a letter the previous day stating that his forces had suffered significant losses while attacking Wushan County and would need to rest for a few days. These two pieces of news chilled him to the bone. Nevertheless, to stabilize the morale of his troops, he kept this information to himself, silently bearing the weight of it all, unsure of how long he could hold out in Shanin County. In contrast, Pan Lin, the Shanyue chieftain, was in a furious rage, never expecting that such a small place as Shanin County could withstand his efforts for so long, remaining immovable while his forces suffered heavy casualties. His once formidable command of 1,000 elite troops had dwindled to merely 7,500, causing him deep anguish. Meanwhile, in Wushan County, Zhang Bao felt thoroughly content. After a mere half-month of training, his forces had swelled to 4,500 men. Although some of these recruits were former soldiers who had fled, resulting in a potential decline in combat effectiveness, this was indeed the best method of sustaining his military through warfare. The Shanyue people had lost much of their faith, instead yearning for the lifestyle of the Han. Zhang Bao did not indiscriminately recruit all Shanyue individuals. He only enlisted those with families, relocating their kin to various county cities for safety. As a result, these new recruits no longer had to worry about their family's safety, and their families found land to cultivate, leading to a better life. Most crucially, the notion of rebellion or desertion became impossible, as their families would suffer the consequences of their actions. This strategy was nothing short of brilliant. The Shanyue people, previously disorganized and as unruly as wild goats, transformed into a disciplined army once they joined the imperial troops. Their families improved their living conditions, instilling in them a newfound hope for struggle and effort. Thus, they surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their advance, in early June of the 6th year of Zhongping. Zhang Bao completed his troops' rest and resumed his northward march. This grand mobilization had already spread throughout Kuaiji Commandery, and the beleaguered populace, having suffered under Shanyue oppression, expressed joy at the prospect of their hardships finally coming to an end. After 3 days of travel, Zhang Bao finally reached Zhuji and Shan County, where he encountered new allies. Upon hearing of the injustices perpetrated by the local authorities, they unhesitatingly emerged from their city. Surrendering their power to Zhang Bao, he did not hesitate to take command of the defenses of both counties. However, he left Taisher Ci and Hanji to lead 1,500 troops to guard the location while he pressed on with the remainder in a northeastern direction. His intentions were clear: to take control of the counties within Kuaiji Commandery that had yet to submit to him in Shanin County. Wang Lang anxiously awaited Zhang Bao's arrival, hoping for a savior, only to discover that this individual harbored ulterior motives. He had unwittingly invited a wolf into his home. Now, he was left to fend for himself, unable to spare any additional troops for other endeavors. Forced to watch as Zhang Bao consumed his Kuaiji Commandery territory. Meanwhile, Pan Lin breathed a sigh of relief, having assumed that Zhang Bao's primary objective was to vanquish him. He was astonished by Zhang Bao's audacity. In the face of the Han Dynasty's current precarious state, how could he dare to incite rebellion? Was he attempting to emulate the insurgent kingdoms of Liangzhou? However, such thoughts were no longer relevant to him. His singular focus was to breach Shanin County and eliminate this stubborn adversary. The citizens of Shanin County succumbed to despair. For the past half-month, Wang Lang had tirelessly encouraged them, assuring them that reinforcements would soon arrive. Yet, As more than half a month passed without any sign of aid, many began to entertain dark thoughts. The morale of the troops and the hearts of the people waned, leaving the entire Shaanxi County on the brink of collapse. Having recognized Zhang Bao's predatory ambitions, Wang Lang could not remain idle. He hastily penned a letter to the court in Luoyang, detailing Zhang Bao's opportunistic encroachment on Kuaiji Commandery while he was besieged by the Shan and his intent to incite rebellion. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Bao had already dispatched a letter to Luoyang, portraying himself as a benevolent governor, deeply concerned for the welfare of the people. Zhang Bao was uncertain that he could convince the court of his unwavering loyalty to the Han Dynasty. Yet he understood that the seemingly tranquil facade of the Han was unlikely to endure for much longer. In just a few months, the 10 attendants will conspire to assassinate the Grand General He Jin, shortly followed by Dong Zhuo's entry into the capital, ruthlessly trampling upon the authority of the Han Dynasty. At that point, the annexation of the entire Kuaiji Commandery will be a trivial matter, and no one will pay heed to his actions. Therefore, Zhang Bao is not particularly concerned about his maneuvers being detected by those with ulterior motives. Merely 10 days later, Zhang Bao successfully subdued the 6 counties of Yuge, Shangyu, Yuyao, Zhuzhong, Mnexian, and Inxian, in addition to the previously surrendered counties of Zhj, Sh Nexian, Wsh Ing, Dm, Zh Ingin, Yngn, and Dngy.it. Can be said that the entire Kuaiji Commandery, with the exception of Shaanxi County, where Wang Lang resides, has fallen under his control. His swift conquest of the counties in Kuaiji Commandery is not solely attributed to his fearsome reputation, but rather to the commendable efforts of Zhang Jie and Li Yu, whom he had dispatched earlier. They incited nearly all the Shan people within Kuaiji Commandery to revolt, leading the local populace to rejoice and open their gates to welcome the imperial army upon its arrival. For they could no longer endure the tyranny of the Shan. However, at times, Zhang Bao does feel a twinge of guilt, for this upheaval was entirely instigated by his actions. Had he not sent Zhang Jie and Li Yu to persuade the Shan people, such turmoil would not have ensued. Chapter 75. Turning the tables, the more he thought about it, the more chaotic it became. Wang Lang decided to cease pondering these vexing matters and continued to refuse to meet with the supportive Zhang Bao, leading his remaining subordinates back to the prefect's office. Upon learning of Wang Lang's stance, Zhang Bao felt no anger. After all, if he were in Wang Lang's position, he too would find it difficult to graciously accept such aid. Yet, he did not show a hint of courtesy, promptly dispatching troops to take over the defenses of Shaanxi City after clearing out the Shanyue, and began to firmly close the city gates, allowing no one to enter or exit. This was also a precaution against any unforeseen events that might occur within the city beyond his control. Zhang Bao himself stationed his remaining forces outside the city, directing his troops to begin surveying and clearing the battlefield. After a full day of this effort, a long-awaited smile appeared on Zhang Bao's stern face. The spoils of this campaign were indeed significant. The Shan people, though impoverished, had plundered a considerable amount of wealth from the vicinity of Shaanxi County, accumulating a wealth of gold, silver, jewels, and provisions. Zhang Bao, with rightful claim, collected all of these without hesitation. Simultaneously, this conflict resulted in the death of over 1,500 Shan youths and the capture of nearly 4,000 others, with his own losses not exceeding 500 men. The local populace surrounding Shaanxi County expressed immense gratitude towards Zhang Bao. When they were oppressed by the Shanyue, it was the prefect of Yuzhong, Zhang Bao, who led his forces to their rescue, filling their hearts with profound appreciation. Thus, the local citizens prepared food and drink to welcome the imperial troops. Zhang Bao's greatest concern now lay in how best to approach Wang Lang, the prefect of Kuaiji Commandery, for his actions had been exceedingly unscrupulous. From this point onward, Wang Lang would hold a title with no real power. However, the Han Dynasty had not yet collapsed, and he still required Wang Lang's nominal authority to maintain appearances. After much contemplation, he resolved to enter the city and speak with Wang Lang. Though Zhang Bao did not enter the city himself, he ordered his forces to guard all 4 gates, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving, and began repairing the city walls. The common folk, unaware of the inner conflicts among the officials, believed Zhang Bao had genuinely come to their aid, displaying expressions of joy and gratitude towards the troops from Yuzhong. At Wang Lang's side remained only Li Yi and Xie Jing, along with fewer than 100 battle-hardened soldiers who fiercely defended the prefect's office, harboring deep animosity towards Zhang Bao outside. They saw themselves as the true heroes of this battle, having dwindled from a full 3,000 to fewer than 100. Yet they were taken aback that the citizens viewed Zhang Bao, a man with ulterior motives, as their savior, forgetting that without their valiant struggle, the city walls would have long been breached by the Shangyue, leaving the citizens without hope for the morrow. Thus, Zhang Bao confidently strode to the entrance of the prefect's office, humbly acknowledging the gratitude of the citizens, claiming it was merely his duty. Upon hearing Zhang Bao's words, Wang Lang's disdain only intensified, commanding the closure of the prefect's office, forbidding anyone from entering. This time, Zhang Bao came prepared. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he brought along Dianwei and Tai Shirzi, as well as a full 500 troops, directly heading for the doors of the prefect's office. Wang Lang, feeling torn, recognized that Zhang Bao's arrival at his office could not bode well, yet if he refused to meet, it would leave a negative impression on Zhang Bao. Presently, he had too few soldiers at his disposal, and his fate rested entirely in Zhang Bao's hands. Ultimately, he resolved to meet with Zhang Bao, believing a man of integrity should be flexible. In due time, he would reveal Zhang Bao's entire scheme to the court, leaving it to the authorities to decide. A mere prefect of Yuzhong would not escape the court's scrutiny. Zhang Bao knocked on the door for quite some time, initially thinking he would leave empty-handed. But to his surprise, the door creaked open, which startled him, for based on Wang Lang's usual demeanor, he was not one to exhibit such magnanimity. Observing Wang Lang's face, which appeared as if it could drip with gloom, Zhang Bao paid little heed, instead noticing the two imposing generals by his side, whose robust figures exuded an air of lethal intent. It was evident that they had exerted considerable effort in this battle, safeguarding Shanin County from falling. Upon entering the hall, Wang Lang bluntly addressed him. "What brings the prefect of Yuzhong to my residence? Now that the Shangyue have been quelled, why not hastily return to your own territory to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings?" Zhang Bao smiled calmly and replied, "The jurisdictions of Yuzhong and Kuaiji are neighbors, and it is only fitting that we support one another. I have traveled a great distance to aid you in overcoming the siege laid by the Shangyue." Yet Wang Prefect not only fails to express gratitude but adopts such a frigid demeanor. What could be the reason for this? Wang Lang, gritting his teeth in anger, thought to himself, "I have never encountered such shameless individuals. If Zhang is truly here for assistance, why not directly confront the main force of the Shangyue? Instead, he meanders, subduing the various counties of Kuaiji. What is his true intent?" Wang Lang spoke furiously, fully prepared to sever ties. Zhang Bao did not anticipate that the notoriously inept Wang Lang would perceive his plan so quickly. It was truly unfathomable. Thus, he ceased to conceal his intentions and calmly stated, "Might I inquire? Esteemed prefect, in your 2 years of service, have you accomplished any beneficial deeds for the populace? The Shangyue rebellion has wrought such heavy losses. Does it not stir any concern within you? I have come precisely to alleviate the suffering of the people of Kuaiji." Wang Lang was left speechless by this retort. Though he had once entered office with great ambitions, he ultimately found the administration to be utterly decayed, beyond his ability to rectify, and thus resigned himself to the status quo. However, he soon found a loophole and loudly questioned, "How I perform is for the court to judge. You and I are merely peers. What authority do you possess to evaluate my actions?" Zhang Bao had initially hoped to persuade Wang Lang to join his cause, but it was clear that such an endeavor was now impossible, leading him to abandon that thought entirely. Chapter 76. Seizure of Power. He resolved that before Dong Zhuo arrived in the capital, he would, by any means necessary, confine Wang Lang within the prefect's office, ensuring that he could not send out any messages, publicly declaring that the prefect was gravely ill. Since this is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. I ask that you hand over all the guards and soldiers within the office to me, for I must lead them to continue pursuing the Shangyue." Zhang Bao coldly declared. Wang Lang was rendered speechless by this demand, while Li Yi and Xie Jing drew their swords, glaring furiously at Zhang Bao. "Very well, I shall concede these remaining troops to you, but I hope you will treat them with care." Wang Lang turned to his 2 generals and instructed, "Li Yi, Xie Jing, do not act so rudely. Follow my orders and lead the remaining soldiers to confront the enemy." Upon uttering these words, Wang Lang appeared to age by a decade. No longer inclined to engage in further maneuvering with Zhang Bao, he turned and retreated to his chamber. Li and Xie Jing exchanged glances, reluctantly acquiescing to Wang Lang's demands, leading their subordinates out of the prefectural government. Zhang Bao discerned that Wang Lang was indeed a perceptive individual, now utterly disheartened and devoid of any hope in Zhang Bao, which prompted such resolute actions. However, he would not show any mercy. He immediately commanded Dianwei to deploy 300 troops to encircle the entire prefectural government, permitting not even a fly to enter. Subsequently, he sought out Li Yi and Xie Jing, hoping they would pledge allegiance to him for greater utilization. To his surprise, both rejected his proposition without a moment's hesitation, firmly resolved not to allow a shameless rogue to be their lord. Zhang Bao, feeling helpless, revoked their military authority and assigned personnel to monitor them daily, ensuring any unusual movements were promptly reported. Although Zhang Bao had recently quarreled with Wang Lang, it was undeniable that he had successfully taken control of the entire Kuaiji commandery. His immediate priority was to launch a campaign of public opinion, dispatching agents to various inns across the counties to extol Zhang Bao's great achievements, thereby winning the favor of the common folk. He proclaimed that the current prefect, Lord Wang, was gravely ill, and Zhang Bao, compelled by circumstance, was temporarily managing Kuaiji commandery. Zhang Bao was also exceedingly benevolent towards the populace, sending numerous soldiers to repair the homes of those whose abodes had been ravaged by the mountainous tribes, and adopting orphans and the elderly. In a short span, he garnered the goodwill of the entire Kuaiji commandery, with discussions centering around Zhang Bao, gradually eclipsing the previous prefect, Wang Lang. Zhang Bao's campaign of public relations proved remarkably effective, with many uninformed citizens of Kuaiji commandery lauding him, thereby laying a solid foundation for his governance. Furthermore, Zhang Bao selected a total of 1,500 able-bodied men from the 4,000 captured mountain tribesmen to join his ranks. His available forces had now astonishingly reached 6,000, in addition to 1,000 stationed in Nanchang and another 1,000 in the naval fleet, bringing his total military strength to a genuinely formidable 8,000. He prudently decided to relocate the families of these newly recruited young men to Yuzhong commandery as a precautionary measure. During this period, Zhang Bao found himself exceedingly busy. Although he had defeated the major mountain tribes, some still lurked in the deep forests, plotting resistance. He would not show leniency towards these ungrateful tribesmen. With a single command, the local troops were dispatched to encircle and eliminate the mountain tribes hiding in the nearby woodlands. Originally, these mountain tribes could have relied on their intimate knowledge of the terrain to evade capture, but they were unprepared for the fact that the majority of Zhang Bao's troops were themselves mountain tribesmen, rendering their geographical advantage null and void. In July of the 6th year of Zhongping, a significant event transpired in Luoyang. General He Jin heeded the counsel of Central Army Lieutenant Yuan Shao. Intending to eradicate the eunuchs, he first sought to persuade Empress He to dismiss the eunuchs below the rank of senior eunuch and replace them with gentlemen. Unfortunately, Empress He disregarded her brother's advice and continued to lavish favor upon the 10 eunuchs. He Jin, hailing from humble beginnings and rising to prominence through his familial connections, had always regarded the eunuchs with trepidation. Although he bore a lofty reputation, he lacked the decisiveness to take action, causing matters to stagnate for an extended period. Yuan Shao further advised He Jin to summon formidable generals from across the realm to coerce the empress into compliance. He Jin agreed, thus summoning the former general Dong Zhuo to the capital. Advisors such as Clerk Chen Lin, Censor Zhang Tai, and Minister Lu Ji counseled He Jin against summoning external troops, asserting that, as a person in a position of power with command over significant military forces, he need only act decisively to eliminate the eunuchs, without the necessity of external reinforcements. They warned that Dong Zhuo's arrival would bring chaos, but He Jin paid no heed. Wang Lang's memorial had reached the court, yet it failed to capture anyone's attention. The power struggles within the court had reached a fever pitch, with eunuchs and civil officials engaged in relentless conflict. Such trivial matters were hardly worthy of their distraction. Thus they paid no mind to the mountain tribes' rebellion in Kuaiji commandery. Instead, news of Zhang Bao's preemptive strike to assist Wang Lang in defeating the mountain tribes brought them a measure of comfort. However, had subsequent events not unfolded, and if Zhang Bao offered no explanation, he would undoubtedly face charges of treason. With 8,000 troops under his command, Zhang Bao felt a sense of satisfaction. Tio maintained stability in Kuaiji commandery. He refrained from returning to Yuzhong commandery, choosing instead to remain and bolster public morale. During this time, he became considerably more subdued, refraining from any further expansionist ambitions. The entirety of Yangzhou consisted of 6 commanderies, with the southern Yuzhong and Kuaiji commanderies firmly under his control. The prefect of Lujiang, Lu Kong, maintained a cordial relationship with him, and he had previously formed an acquaintance with the newly appointed prefect of Danyang, with their bond only strengthening since their initial meeting in Luoyang.as for the prefect of Wujuan, Shang Xian. He was now a mere figurehead, completely dominated by the powerful families led by Yin Baihu. And he colluded with the local mountain tribes to exploit the populace, leaving the common folk in dire straits. The prefect of Zhejiang, Bian Rang, had no interactions with Zheng Bao, yet he enjoyed a close rapport with General He Jin. Should he discover Zheng Bao's ties to the 10 eunuchs, it would undoubtedly hinder Zheng Bao's future endeavors. Zheng Bao's next objective was unmistakably Wu Commandery. Given the hardships faced by the populace under Yin Baihu's oppressive rule, it was certain that when the imperial troops arrived, the citizens would rally to welcome them, making the annexation of Wu Commandery far from a daunting task. However, he dared not launch a blatant assault just yet. He would wait until Dong Zhuo entered the capital and chaos ensued before taking action. Chapter 77. Recruitment of able-bodied men. At that point, the likes of Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shu would undoubtedly gather local forces to rise against Dong Zhuo, allowing Zheng Bao's attack on Wu Commandery to appear less abrupt. Although Zheng Bao had resolved to establish his base in Kuaiji Commandery, he was in no rush to bring his family over, as the situation remained tumultuous, and not all foes had been vanquished. Any untoward incident could lead to disastrous consequences. July afforded Zheng Bao a rare moment of respite, as conditions in Kuaiji Commandery had stabilized, and there was little to incite his anxiety. Moreover, the Han court was in disarray, lacking the capacity to address matters in Yangzhou. Despite possessing 8,000 troops, Zheng Bao felt his forces were insufficient. With the forthcoming campaign against Dong Zhuo looming, he lacked the prominence and strength to command respect from other warlords. Thus, Zheng Bao resolved to continue recruiting soldiers to bolster his strength, a decision that drew vehement opposition from figures like Guo Jia and Shi Zhicai, with hardly anyone in favor of Zheng Bao's plan. After all, they had only just quelled the mountain tribes, and the populace needed time to recuperate. Everything was in a state of disarray. Zheng Bao's blind expansion of power left them perplexed. Could it be that their lord truly harbored intentions of rebelling against the court? Do not underestimate the intelligence of these civil and military officials. Had Zheng Bao not possessed a clear understanding of history and its intricacies, he would not have proposed such extraordinary ideas. Despite the chorus of dissent, Zheng Bao persisted in issuing orders to recruit troops in Kuaiji and Yuzhong commanderies. He justified his actions by claiming that the war against the mountain tribes had cost him too many able-bodied men, necessitating the recruitment of soldiers to ensure the safety of the local populace. The common folk of the two commanderies, unaware of the true motives, believed Zheng Bao's recruitment of young men was genuinely for the defense of their homeland. Thus, displaying great enthusiasm. In merely half a month, he successfully enlisted 4,000 troops, bringing the total number of soldiers under his command to over 12,000, far surpassing the military strength typically held by a prefect. The primary advantage of this strategy was the dilution of the proportion of mountain tribesmen in Zheng Bao's forces, further solidifying his grip on power and further augmenting his strength. Although the opposition to his plans bore no fruit, the loyalty of his subordinates meant they would wholeheartedly assist Zheng Bao in training these new recruits. Ultimately, Zheng Bao decided to assign Guo Jia, Zhou Cong, and Pei Yuan Shao to lead 3,000 troops stationed in Yuzhong Commandery. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai and Ling Chao remained in Chaisang training the navy. He believed that with 4,000 troops safeguarding Yuzhong, it would remain secure. Zheng Bao himself would personally command 8,000 troops stationed in Kuaiji Commandery, prepared to ascend towards Wu Commandery at the first sign of chaos in the realm, to eliminate the nefarious Yin Baihu and restore a life of happiness for the local populace. However, Zheng Bao's civil and military officials were utterly perplexed by his recent actions. The Han Dynasty's rule was deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people, and no one would be foolish enough to challenge such a powerful regime single-handedly. Why is it that his lord is so unwaveringly confident that when chaos descends upon Luoyang, it will be the moment for him to achieve greatness? This notion is indeed perplexing. However, Zheng Bao, having risen from obscurity without any official title to the esteemed position of governor of Yuzhong, has done so in a remarkably short span of time, less than half a year. His words compel belief among the masses. Fortunately, astute minds like Guo Jia and Shi Zhicai have already discerned the ominous signs of impending turmoil, yet they still harbor hope for the Han Dynasty, which is why they have advised Zheng Bao against such rashness. Zheng Bao is acutely aware that by next year, it will be too late. Lacking the backing of powerful clans, he understands that without taking early action, he cannot hope to distinguish himself amidst the multitude of warlords and claim a share of the spoils. After tremendous effort, he has finally persuaded his civil and military subordinates, and thus, the ruler and his ministers unite their efforts to develop their power. Everything unfolds in accordance with the course of history. In mid-August of the 6th year of Zhongping, General He Jin was deceived by the 10 attendants and lured into the palace, where he was brutally slain. His subordinates, including Cao Cao and Yuan Shu, gathered their forces to exact revenge, slaughtering eunuchs such as Zhao Zhong. Zhang Rang kidnapped the young Emperor Sha, while the Empress Dowager and Lu Xie, the king of Qinlu, fled in haste. Yuan Shao and others closed the palace gates, executing the eunuchs, resulting in over 2,000 deaths. The entire city of Luoyang was plunged into chaos, and Zhang Rang, having taken Emperor Sha hostage, fled to Zhaopingjin, where he ultimately took his own life under duress in the central part of Hunan. This tumultuous situation, however, presented the greatest opportunity for Dong Zhuo, the inspector of Shiliang. Foreseeing the flames of chaos in Luoyang, he advanced his troops with haste. Upon learning that Emperor Sha was in Baima, he redirected his forces to escort the young emperor back to the palace. Once in the capital, Dong Zhuo seized control of the troops under He Jin and his brother, General He Miao, and subsequently stationed his army in Luoyang, bringing the entire city under his dominion. Yet, Ding Yuan, the inspector of Bingzhou, was undeterred by Dong Zhuo's authority and openly challenged him. Dong Zhuo, unafraid of Ding Yuan, did not anticipate the extraordinary prowess of his adopted son, El Bu. None of Dong Zhuo's commanders could match El Bu's might. Following the counsel of Li Su, Dong Zhuo exchanged the famed steed Red Hair for El Bu's loyalty and seized the opportunity to eliminate Ding Yuan, thus taking command of his cavalry in Bingzhou. After Dong Zhuo's ascendancy in Luoyang, his tyrannical rule incited the discontent of the prominent families. Within a mere month, Zhang Bao had completely established his dominance over the entire Kuaiji commandery, becoming its de facto king. Now controlling both Yuzhong and Kuaiji, he felt a modicum of confidence. Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shu fled Luoyang in succession, rallying their forces in their ancestral lands to resist Dong Zhuo's tyranny. Dong Zhuo, however, remained unperturbed by these fledgling warlords. With over 100,000 elite troops from Shiliang, along with the forces he had absorbed from General He Jin, General He Miao, and Inspector Ding Yuan, his army had swelled to more than 200,000, with the emperor firmly under his control. He was, indeed, a figure of immense power. Despite his overwhelming authority, the noble families within Luoyang looked down upon him, regarding him merely as a commoner from Shiliang who had unexpectedly risen to power. To consolidate his position, Dong Zhuo planned to depose the current emperor, demonstrating to the world who truly held sway over the Han Dynasty. Daring anyone to defy his will, far away in Yangzhou, Zhang Bao received this astonishing news, and his followers rejoiced, realizing the necessity of their lord's ambition to expand his power. Without such foresight, how could they hope to secure their standing among the myriad of warlords? Chapter 78. Political speculation. Meanwhile, Wang Lang in the governor's office had intended to wait for the court's response to Zhang Bao's actions, only to discover that Dong Zhuo had already seized power. With the populace in despair, he realized he had miscalculated, deepening his frustration. Zhang Bao, however, would not let this fortuitous opportunity slip by. With Dong Zhuo in control, if he could offer some assistance or express support to the tyrant, he might even secure the position of governor of Yangzhou. Yet, this thought flickered briefly in his mind before he swiftly dismissed it. While he might gain nominal benefits, it would inevitably render him a target of scorn, making it exceedingly detrimental to his aspirations. It was far wiser to amass wealth quietly. If he could silently seize control of the entirety of Yangzhou, even if the court refused to acknowledge his authority, it would ultimately matter little. He could declare himself the governor. The time had come to deal with Yin Baihu of Wujuan, but he needed to plan meticulously, ensuring he did not encounter unforeseen misfortunes. Should he defeat Yin Baihu, he would win the hearts of the people of Wujuan, thereby claiming half of Yangzhou's territory. In Danyang Commandery, Lu Zi, who had recently become the governor, was taken aback by the shocking news. His adoptive father had indeed been murdered by the subordinates of the current General He Jin. Though he yearned for vengeance, he found himself powerless, for his enemies had already perished, leaving him utterly alone. Deep down, he understood that he was ill-suited for an official position. His adoptive father had brought him to Yangzhou for his protection. But with his demise, there was no longer anyone to support him in the court, plunging him into deep anxiety. Having diligently served for half a year, relying on the 1,000 elite troops left by his adoptive father. And having recruited an additional 2,000, he had stabilized the situation in Danyang. Yet, since Dongzhu's rise to power, he feared retribution from the court, living in constant dread, uncertain of what actions to take. Furthermore, he received even more alarming news. The current General Yuan Shu, a descendant of the 4 generations of 3 dukes, had raised an army in Nanyang, vowing to eradicate the power-hungry Dongzhua. This was not the worst of it. Yuan Shu's close ties with General He Jin, combined with Lu Zi's adoptive father's enmity with He Jin, placed him in a precarious position. Rumors had already spread that when Yuan Shu commenced his campaign against Dongzhua, Lu Zi would be the first to be sacrificed in honor of General He Jin's spirit. Such news kept him awake at night. As a beggar, he had not known the powerful elite, nor understood the extent of the noble family's influence. His only concern had been to fill his belly. However, after becoming Zhang Rang's adopted son, he realized the formidable power of the noble families within the Han Dynasty. The most terrifying prospect was that Yuan Shu, a man of considerable lineage, could easily extinguish his life as one would crush an ant, sending him into a state of utter turmoil. Ultimately, he devised a plan to save himself. He would seek out Zheng Bao and Yu Zhang. Had he not introduced Zheng Bao to Zhang Rang, the latter would never have achieved his current status. He hoped Zheng Bao would remember his kindness and help him find a way out. Now, he desired neither high office nor wealth. He merely wished for a peaceful life, a simple and ordinary aspiration. To demonstrate his sincerity, he personally led his guards to Yuzhong in search of Zheng Bao, praying that he might save his life. However, to his dismay, he discovered that Zheng Bao had already gone to Kuaiji. Undeterred, Lu Zi hastily set off for Kuaiji to find Zheng Bao. After nearly a month of searching, he finally met the longed-for Zheng Bao. Brother Zheng, you must save me this time. Otherwise, my life is forfeit. Upon their meeting, Lu Zi wept profusely, recounting his perilous situation, pleading for Zheng Bao's assistance. Zheng Bao did not immediately acquiesce to his request. Instead, he furrowed his brow, revealing his inner conflict. You must understand, Yuan Shu is a descendant of the 4 generations of 3 dukes. If he seeks your life, even if I risk everything to protect you, it is likely to be futile. Please, you must save me. Do not turn a blind eye to my plight. I will agree to anything, as long as I can survive, Lu Zi desperately implored. Sit down for a moment, and let me contemplate this. Perhaps I can devise a solution that satisfies both parties, Zheng Bao replied, attempting to reassure him. Lu Zi complied, but even at night, he could not find peace, consumed by anguish. The following morning, he immediately inquired whether Zheng Bao had conceived a better plan to help him evade this calamity. Zheng Bao hesitated before speaking. I have indeed thought of a plan, but it requires you to relinquish your current position as governor of Danyang. However, the riches and honor that await you thereafter will be boundless. You know I have no grand ambitions, I only wish to survive. I would gladly forsake wealth and honor, Lu Zi declared resolutely. Perhaps you could feign injury while suppressing the mountain and then unfortunately perish. I will arrange a suitable identity for you, relocating you within the borders of Yuzhong. From then on, you shall assume a new name and need not fear Yuan Shu's threats, Zheng Bao proposed, albeit with some reluctance. After pondering this for a moment, Lu Zi found the suggestion plausible and replied, I shall heed your arrangement. Once I have concealed my identity, the safety of Danyang will rest in your hands. A man like me, devoid of ambition, seeks merely a peaceful life. That cannot be. That is the legacy your adoptive father left for you. Why not bring them with you to Yuzhong? Zheng Bao promptly declined, stating that a large gathering would arouse suspicion among others. He entrusted Danyang County to you, so that you could develop it better to ensure my safety. Therefore, you must not refuse any further. Otherwise, I shall truly turn against you. Liu Zi, somewhat displeased, replied, very well, if that is the case, I have no choice but to acquiesce to your demands. However, this matter requires careful planning. We must not reveal any flaws. I shall heed your arrangements. Poor and naive Liu Zi remained oblivious to the machinations of the cunning Zhang Baoyin, his relentless pursuit of control over Yangzhou. Zheng Bao spared no effort. Logically speaking, how could the illustrious descendant of the 4th generation 3 dukes, Yuan Shu, possibly contend with the adopted son of a eunuch who has no formal name? Chapter 79. Expansion of power. Since Shi Zhichai took charge of the intelligence system, under Zheng Bao's direction, he began laying plans in Danyang County, successively bribing several guards within the governor's residence. This allowed Liu Zi to receive false information, leading him to believe that Yuan Shu had uttered such terrifying words, thus leaving him in a constant state of anxiety and unrest. Zhang Bao felt immense guilt for scheming against his dear friend. Yet he understood that his friend was utterly unfit for a position of power. If Liu Zi were to possess such fertile lands and troops amidst this chaotic era, he would undoubtedly attract the envy of others. Although Zhang Bao acted unscrupulously, employing unseen tactics to persuade Liu Zi to hand over Danyang County, he at least ensured Liu Zi's safety. He promised to grant Liu Zi a lifetime of wealth and honor. Never intending to betray him at the worst, he could repay him double once he unified the realm, considering it a loan. Zhang Bao continually reassured himself that a true man should not be bogged down by trifles. He must not act impulsively. 3 days later, due to his insufficient military strength, the governor of Danyang personally invited the governor of Yuzhong, Zhang Bao, to quell the rebellion of the Shanyue within his territory. Upon receiving the news, the governor of Yuzhong immediately agreed and personally led 6,000 troops to provide assistance to Yanjing County. Upon learning that Zhang Bao was merely half a day's journey from Jingyang, Liu Zi promptly summoned his military commander, Su Shang, and instructed him to adhere strictly to the original plan, ultimately leading the entire Danyang County to pledge allegiance to Governor Zhang Bao of Yuzhong. Su Shang, reluctant in his heart, found himself powerless to change his lord's mind, and thus could only acquiesce to Liu Zi's absurd decision. Reflecting on how he had been pursued throughout the city 6 months prior due to offending local dignitaries, he was grateful that Liu Zi had stepped forward to uncover the truth, restoring his innocence, and had even taken measures to deal with those influential families, which filled him with gratitude and a vow to remain loyal to Liu Zi. This time, to aid Liu Zi in escaping Yuan Shu's clutches, he had no choice but to play along with Liu Zi's charade. Charge, attack. Su Shang led the charge, accompanied by the governor of Danyang, Liu Zi, as they stormed into the encampment of the Shanyue. The Shanyue were utterly terrified during this time. They had not instigated any rebellion, yet the governor of Danyang had come to provoke them, inciting the wrath of their leader, Zhong Shui Zulong, and Jiao Ji. They immediately led their subordinates to attack Jing County, intending to show those damned Han people who should truly be feared. When Zulong saw the foolish governor of Danyang charging forward, he recognized it as a perfect opportunity. He seized his bow and shot an arrow with great ferocity. Su Shang had long anticipated such a move, but chose not to intervene, continuing to press forward. To Zulong's astonishment, his luck was remarkably favorable. The governor of Danyang fell to the ground, unable to rise. "The governor of Danyang is dead, brothers, follow me," Zulong shouted loudly. At that moment, Su Shang revealed his sorrow, heavy-heartedly addressing the crowd. "Our governor fought valiantly, yet was treacherously struck down by that Shanyue leader. All soldiers, heed my command. Attack together to avenge our lord." The soldiers of Danyang County felt immense sorrow. Although Liu Zi was not an exemplary governor, he treated his subordinates well. It was unfathomable that he had perished here today. They transformed their grief into rage, engaging fiercely with the Shanyue. Zulong had expected their governor to flee immediately upon his death. Yet he was astonished to see them organizing a counterattack, leaving him with no choice but to forcefully press on. He understood that this surge of sorrowful soldiers could not last long. Once their morale waned, his opportunity would arise, leaving him untroubled. However, to his utter disbelief, just as the battle intensified, a force emerged from behind, bearing the banner of Han County. Zulong sensed impending doom and urgently rallied his forces to retreat. Yet, he found himself trapped in a pincer movement. Without a solid plan for a blind retreat, he risked a disastrous rout. Thus, he had no choice but to confront the enemies on both sides. Hoping to devise a strategy for a safe withdrawal, the reinforcements were led by Han Ji, a subordinate of Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, commanding the main force from behind, had dispatched Han Ji with 2,000 troops to hasten to the battlefield. Arriving at the opportune moment, the clash between Zulong and Su Shang was fraught with pressure. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, achieving a stalemate. However, the arrival of Han Ji turned the tide of battle. The Shanyue behind him were filled with terror, believing they had fallen into an imperial ambush, and thus many chose to flee. At Zulong's attempts to dissuade them proved futile. He could only try to engage the leader of the incoming Han troops in combat. If he could slay him, he might escape with his life and potentially turn the tide. Han Ji shared this intent, and thus the two engaged in fierce combat. However, Zulong immediately regretted this decision. Having already exhausted much of his strength in his earlier duel with Su Shang, he recognized the formidable nature of his current opponent. Though not particularly strong, Han Ji's strikes were precise and lethal, and Zulong soon found his arm cut by a well-aimed thrust. And no longer able to linger in this fight, he knew that continuing would only lead to his demise. Acknowledging his limitations, Zulong made a decisive retreat. Han Ji, seizing this rare opportunity for battle, pursued vigorously. Unfortunately, Zulong, familiar with the terrain, deftly maneuvered through the mountains and forests, evading capture. Nonetheless, the outcome of this battle could be deemed a resounding victory. The majority of Zulong's forces were captured by Han Ji and Su Shang. At that moment, Zhang Bao hurriedly arrived with his army, and upon seeing the deceased governor of Danyang, Liuzi, he broke into loud wails, evoking tears from all who heard, plunging the entire army into profound sorrow. Chapter 80. The Land of Banjo. Su Shang, the commander of the Danyang County troops, spoke up. Thanks to the timely aid of Lord Jingbao, a dear friend of our governor, we have achieved this victory. On behalf of all the soldiers of Danyang County, I pledge our allegiance to Lord Jingbao, hoping you will lead us in avenging our governor. Zhang Bao dried his tears and feigned strength, saying, I shared a bond of life and death with your governor. I shall certainly seek vengeance for him, of that you can rest assured. However, with our leader fallen, I must temporarily assume command. Once we eradicate the Shanyue from Danyang County, we shall select a suitable candidate to serve as governor. Thus, Zhang Bao seamlessly took control of the entire Danyang County militia, his power reaching unprecedented heights. The immediate priority was to eliminate Zulong and avenge Liuzi. This unexpected battle resulted in a rout for the Shanyue forces, with the imperial army claiming approximately 1,000 lives and capturing nearly another 1,000, while the imperial side suffered minimal losses, demonstrating the principle that sorrowful troops are destined for victory. Upon assuming command, Zhang Bao allowed Su Shang to continue leading the Danyang forces. Combined, Zhang Bao's troops swelled to over 8,000, more than sufficient to deal with the Shanyue of Danyang County. However, unbeknownst to the soldiers of Danyang County, their governor, Liuzi, had already begun to revel in comfort and pleasure in Yuzhong County, free from the burdens of governance, which only served to enhance his joy. It appeared that he was truly unsuited for a life of officialdom. Liuzi reclined contentedly in his rocking chair, leisurely indulging in fruits as he uttered heartfelt reflections. At first, he envied his brother Zhang Bao for attaining the position of governor of Yuzhong. But upon assuming office himself, he realized that Zhang was ill-suited for such authority. It would have been far better for him to enjoy a life of leisure at home. Nevertheless, he felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Bao. Had it not been for Zhang's clever scheme, he might have continuously faced the pursuit of Yuan Shu, which would have been utterly tormenting. Poor Liuzi remained oblivious to the fact that his scheming brother had been plotting against him. Perhaps this truly exemplifies the notion that foolish individuals enjoy fortuitous blessings, for his current life has rendered him thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Bao, on the other hand, was feeling quite pleased. Although he had vowed since his arrival in this world never to act against righteousness, he found an unexpected thrill in having deceived his brother, leaving his emotions in a tangled state. Upon returning to the tribe, Zulong encountered Jiao Ji. Observing Zulong's flustered and disheveled appearance, Jiao Ji's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire about the events that transpired. To his surprise, Zulong spoke first, exclaiming, Today I clashed with the troops of Danyang County, only to find that the governor of Yuzhong, Zhang Bao, personally led his army to provide support, resulting in my utter defeat. It is infuriating. Upon hearing that Zhang Bao was the one who came to the aid, the leaders in the tent panicked, their faces betraying their anxiety and restlessness. During this period, Zhang Bao had already eradicated the mountain tribes of Yuzhong and Kuaiji. From the accounts of fleeing soldiers, Zhang appeared to be a ravenous demon, targeting the mountain people for slaughter. And he was undefeated in battle, instilling dread in all who heard his name. Now, if the children of the tribe misbehaved, a mere mention of Zhang Bao would send them into tears. Perhaps we should flee from Yangzhou, or seek refuge elsewhere. Zhang Bao is truly terrifying. One suggested, I have heard that Jingzhou has a new governor, and the officials there are restless. We could go there instead. Another chimed in, Indeed, we cannot remain here, or we may lose our very lives. The murmurs of the camp were rife with anxiety, yet none dared to speak out against Zhang Bao. This sparked a notion in Jiao Ji's mind. In Danyang County, His strength was comparable to Zulong's, placing them on equal footing. Unexpectedly, Zulong faced a crushing defeat. If Jiao Ji could lead his troops to victory against the imperial army, the wavering leaders of the various tribes would surely pledge their allegiance to him, thus making the unification of the mountain tribes in Danyang a mere formality. Therefore, he boldly declared, Zhang Bao's victories are merely a result of a few fortunate battles. I refuse to believe he is truly invincible. Tomorrow, I shall lead my subordinates into battle and decisively diminish the enemy's might. The crowd regarded him with astonishment, some even casting sympathetic glances, which Jiao Ji misinterpreted as admiration. He thumped his chest, assuring them that he would demonstrate his prowess the following day. Zhang Bao, meanwhile, found himself troubled by the mountain tribes of Danyang. Should they refuse to engage in battle, he would have no choice but to launch a full-scale assault, unaware of the potential losses he might incur. Furthermore, the mountain tribes were intimately familiar with the terrain, complicating his efforts. For 3 consecutive days, Zhang Bao trained his forces, having suffered the loss of over 300 soldiers in his previous encounter with Zulong. He was determined not to squander this opportunity. He selected capable individuals from the over 1,000 captives and integrated them into his ranks for training, a dual benefit that would bolster his strength while utilizing the mountain tribesmen as guides. Although he received no intelligence from the mountain tribes, he was unexpectedly delighted to learn that the counties of Yi, Lingyang, and Wanling and Danyang had heard of their governor's noble demise and extended goodwill towards him. Expressing their willingness to submit, Zhang Bao readily accepted their overtures, thereby legitimizing his control over Danyang County. Now, with Zhang Bao firmly in command of half of the 6 counties in Yangzhou, he was no longer the same man he once was. However, the pressing challenge lay in addressing the remnants of the mountain tribes within Danyang and fulfilling his initial promises, a matter of utmost importance for Zhang Bao. AS, the 3 Kingdoms Conquest System version 1.0 experienced a malfunction. It temporarily reclaimed the generals Zhu Wu and Bai Sheng, erasing the memories of all but the host. The system was under repair, with no known timeline for restoration. Rewards and compensations would be automatically distributed upon system updates. Thereafter, silence fell once more. Zhang Bao was left speechless. He had initially believed he could rise to power through the system, only to find that after receiving a single general, it vanished. He almost forgot about the system entirely, only to discover it intended to retract his reward, a truly exasperating predicament. Chapter 81. The infuriating system. Forget it. Without the system, I would still unify the realm in a few years. Zhang Bao consoled himself with resignation. After reorganizing his forces, he now commanded an army of 10,000, not including the 3,000 led by Guojia, Pei Yuanshao, and Zhou Tsang stationed in Yuzhong, nor the 1,000 naval troops commanded by Zhou Tai and Ling Chao. However, having just subdued Danyang and Kuaiji, he required a garrison. After discussions with Shi Zhichai, Zhang Bao decided to have Dian Wei lead 1,000 men as his personal guard, responsible for ensuring his safety. He assigned Su Qian, Gong Du, and Liu Bai to lead 2,000 troops stationed in Kuaiji to guard against the powerful clans of Wu County, such as Yin Baihu. Additionally, he instructed Hanji to select 1,000 soldiers for day and night training, forming an elite force in Danyang, ensuring that this historically renowned army would not be squandered under his command. Zhang Bao himself led the remaining 6,000 soldiers, alongside Dian Wei's personal guard. Military strategist Shi Zhichai and generals Tai Shirzi, Su Sheng, Zhang Jie, and Li Yu, establishing a stronghold in Dunyangdai in the name of righteousness, they proclaimed to the world, Dong Zhuo acts with impunity, usurping power and assassinating sovereigns. He defiles the palace and harms the innocent. His tyranny knows no bounds, and his crimes are manifold. By the decree of the emperor, we gather righteous troops, swearing to cleanse the land of Huaxia and eliminate the scourge. We call upon the righteous to unite and express their indignation, to support the royal family and rescue the common people. Let this proclamation be acted upon swiftly. A proclamation ignited a fervor across the land. As November arrived, marking 3 months since Dongzhuo's entry into the capital, the lords of Guangdong, having formed a coalition at Cao Cao's suggestion, were mobilizing their forces. Naturally, Zhang Bao, as the governor of Yuzhong, actively participated, recognizing this as an opportune moment to enhance his reputation. With half a month remaining before their departure, provisions and supplies were meticulously prepared. Yet, Zhang Bao remained apprehensive about the remnants of the mountain tribes within Danyang County. Since their previous defeat, Zulong had led the remaining forces northward to ally with Yin Baihu, leaving only Jiaoji in the region. The safety of Danyang County hinged on the subjugation of Jiaoji. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Bao grappled with his inner turmoil, news arrived that Jiaoji was leading 3,000 mountain warriors to engage in battle, stirring exhilaration within him. Jiaoji, however, was deeply troubled. Zhang Bao's forces had proven victorious against the mountain tribes time and again. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to lead 3,000 men to attack Zhang Bao's overwhelming army. Yet, with winter approaching and the lack of plunder due to Zheng's purging, he had no choice but to take action or risk devastating losses for his tribe. Cunningly, Jiaoji refrained from attacking Danyang County directly and instead targeted the neighboring Jing County. Jing County, situated at the heart of Danyang, boasted extensive trade routes frequented by merchants. Capturing the goods from these transactions would ensure a bountiful winter for his people. Little did he anticipate that Hanji's elite force of 1,000 would be stationed in Jing County for training. Upon receiving word of the mountain tribe's incursion, Hanji's men were eager to take up arms. Seizing this perfect opportunity to accrue merit, Hanji promptly led his troops out of the city to confront the enemy. Observing the sparse ranks of mountain tribesmen before him, he bellowed, "All commanders, take your positions, engage the enemy with unwavering resolve." Jiaoji had not expected that such a small county would harbor 1,000 soldiers. He initially thought capturing it would be a trivial task, only to find it a formidable challenge. However, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Retreating now would mean inevitable defeat. "Mountain warriors, if we can defeat these able-bodied civilians and breach the county, we shall plunder for 3 days," Jiaoji enticed. The mountain soldiers responded with fervor, their excitement palpable as they charged forward. Onward, slay them. The morale of both armies surged as they clashed with great ferocity, two torrents of black crashing together, sending forth sprays of crimson. Although Hanji commanded only 1,000 men, each soldier had been meticulously selected from the ranks of the larger force, receiving the best provisions and weaponry. All in anticipation of this very moment. Both sides comprised fearless warriors, recklessly advancing towards the enemy. Yet, within a mere 15 minutes, the battlefield began to clarify. The mountain soldiers were being driven back in disarray. How could these impoverished and undernourished Shanyue people possibly stand as adversaries against the well-fed and highly trained soldiers of Danyang? Retreaters shall perish. In his desperation, Jiaoji ruthlessly slaughtered 2 fleeing Shanyue soldiers. Yet he could do little to halt the overwhelming rout that engulfed the battlefield. Within the brief span of a mere incense sticks burning, Hanji had already advanced to Jiaoji's front. Jiaoji, having lost the will to fight, intended to hold off for a moment before making a swift retreat, but he had not anticipated Hanji's extraordinary prowess. After merely 2 or 3 exchanges, Jiaoji found his hands numb and blood flowing from his palms. Just as he resolved to disregard everything and flee, a silver spear pierced through his chest as he turned his horse. In disbelief, Jiaoji gazed at the spearhead before murmuring, "What a swift lance," and fell from his mount. The bandit leader is dead. Surrender at once to avoid death. With the demise of their commander, the morale of the Shanyue troops seemed to evaporate, scattering like headless flies in every direction. Within the span of an hour, the once mighty force of 3,000 Shanyue soldiers was reduced to death and surrender. Subsequent reports indicated that 800 had perished, over 1,800 had been captured, while the remaining 400 were unaccounted for, and the elite Danyang troops had suffered only minor losses of just over 100. This account of the conflict shall be meticulously reported to the sovereign, and arrangements must be made to escort the captured Shanyue soldiers to Danyang County to await the Lord's decree. Immediate orders must be issued without error, Hanji declared solemnly.